and closing in on the race lead.
Nicky Team's helmet bears the motto on the back, go hard or go home. I don't think he's in the mood to go home just yet. Sprinkles on the camera lens and on the windscreens of the car. That suggests to me that if it's going to be rain, carnage and barrier repairs, it might be time to hand over to David Addison.
Well, we've gone hard, so can we go home? Not yet, we're enjoying it enormously, but
well,
we will phase ourselves out, because
fun.
when you've got the day crew coming back in, champing at the bit.
The part-timers.
The people smelling of cologne and sleep,
And
wearing their second shirt.
whose feet are in the same room as them and they're not feeling repelled by them yet either. It's been a fantastic night, and you know, still we're only just getting towards 2/3 distance. Again, we talked about this half an hour ago. Look at the top 20 when it comes back on. Pick a winner. You may as well just be closing your eyes and throwing your dart in a dartboard, because you're as likely to do that as you are to pick a winner out of this. And genuinely, we might get a situation where a bronze or a gold team win overall, because of the way that the safety cars work and because of the way the full course yellows have worked. You could just luck in with absolutely the right fuel to make it as everybody else peels into the pit lane in the last 10 minutes. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last. Happened at Le Mans just a month ago, and it could easily happen here.
Look, we have the situation that the record number of finishes on the lead lap since we've had GT3 regulations is 8.
Yeah.
That happened 2020 and last year. We've got 20 cars on the lead lap. Yes, we've got 8.5 hours still to go, but it's not just so on the lead lap. They have closed in because of the safety car situations. They've almost got back onto the same pit sequence, which again makes it far, far more exciting. And yet we still see cars who've had a little problem, maybe a puncture here or there, and they're still in the mix.
Yeah. It makes it harder to escape. It makes it harder to stay away, and it keeps it competitive. And we did say this earlier on, that all the records of most finishers and all of that, that's got to go, because the whole rule set surrounding safety car has completely changed that. It may be that actually next year we get more than 20 cars on the lead lap, maybe that we get less, but it's certainly going to completely change that balance compared to years gone by, where nobody got laps back and the fields weren't separated to keep the front runners at the front.
Yeah, but we still have, what, the top 10 cars, top 12 cars covered by 40 seconds. And as the race leader, Dennis Marshall, is trying to pick up the pace, but it's actually going the other way for him at the moment, the young German. That is going to close right down, because the cars second, third, fourth, fifth, the rest of the top 10 are all catching the race leaders, so that interval will come down.
Well, now for Dennis, on the last lap, in his defence, he did catch a couple of back markers, had to make his way past them. He's not going to catch any now until he gets up to the 888 car, and that will be another 2 or 3 laps before he catches Arthur Rougier. So he's got quite a lot of clear road in front of him, and no one behind him that he can see that's even remotely concerning him in his race. So now he can get his head down and really try, and I mean, it's a tall order, match a fired up Nicky Team for pace, but he's got to try, because he's been handed a big advantage and he wants to carry as much of it to the end of the stint as he can.
Okay, Martin, I think we've now set the stage for the day crew who are itching to come back in. And I'm going to step out, you'll step out very shortly. So welcome back to David Addison, who will join you in the box.
Yeah, so for Dennis Marshall, out of La Source, he's got clear air in front of him and plenty still of racing to do. 8.5 hours. It is now 8 AM Central European summertime. We will race here until 4:30 local. So let's have a little recap for those of you who may have nodded off for a minute or two despite the frantic pace of this race. Pen poised, David, let's go. 75th running of the Spa 24 Hours, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa 2023. After morning rain, started behind the safety car on a wet but rapidly drying track, almost everybody on slick tyres as they were led away by our pole sitter Matteo Cairoli in a bronze class car. Not that it was a bronze class lap that claimed pole in Super Pole. Alessio Rivera, the best of the pro cars, the Ferrari in second place. And it looked strong at the beginning of the race, but early on, pre-race even, Ferrari was suggesting maybe they needed rain and quite a lot of it to feature well. Number 40 Audi, also a strong, competent early on, and with the intense pressure of this evenly matched field of cars and drivers, it was elbows out all the way. Raffaele Marciello was pretty good at that. He makes a habit of finding room for himself, and in the 88 Mercedes, worked his way up from a less than flattering qualifying position. As the battles continued through all of our categories, there was trouble for the BMWs trying to work their way up to the top of the pile. It's been a good race so far for the Munich crews. Gerhard Watzinger, this is the third of a series of spins early in the stint for him in the Lippert Lamborghini. That car losing ground as a result, but not as badly as the Grasser Lamborghini, the 63 car, one of the fancied front runners. Brake problems cost them a chance in the race very early on. Alessio Rivera leading in a 51 Ferrari. Ferrari looking for a second 24-hour win less than a month after winning Le Mans for the first time in 5 decades. Mattia Drudi moving up the order in the 40 Audi, up into second spot. And Raffaele Marciello, again, making a little bit more room than was strictly required as he shuffled the Mercedes up the order. Trouble then for Kevin Estre, would incur a penalty for spinning Samantha Tan's Ferrari, but worse was to come for Alessio Rivera, the team losing a lap as he picked up a puncture and lost the lead of the race. After starting behind safety car, the first racing incident-induced safety car, courtesy of Indy Doncia, backing off the Mercedes into the gravel trap. So the Winward car losing time, everybody else getting ready to restart. And the new safety car procedure taking the other classes out of the lead battle and packing the field at the top of the pile. Niki Team leading in the number 17 Audi. Kevin Estre going past the 40 Audi as Dennis Marshall made a mistake at the chicane to lose second place. And then trouble for the two WRT BMWs. Valentino Rossi tagging teammate Adam Carroll. Carroll was in about 40 minutes later in an unrelated incident with a right rear puncture. And then the end of the road for Inception as their McLaren stopped with irreparable electronic issues. Jules Gounon, following the lead of teammate Raffaele Marciello, moving the 88 ASP Mercedes back up the order as Luca Engsler in the number 17 Audi battled for supremacy with the Porsche. Kevin Estre getting down the inside and going by the young Bavarian. Trouble for Derek Pierce, a lurid 720 spin. Astonishingly, nobody hit him. And as we restarted from another full course yellow, Jules Gounon taking full advantage, responding instantly when the lights went green. Not everybody was quite so alert. So we headed to the first tranche of points at the 6-hour mark. It was WRT's red and white BMW of Charles Bertz who moved by Luca Engsler and into the lead. Some very sharp pit work in the run-up to the 12-hour mark, 6-hour mark, had put the 32 car into prime position. And when the Rover Racing BMW of Nick Yellerly was forced to pit just 10 minutes away from the 6-hour mark, Rover were in the money and gaining the points. Into the darkness, and the racing continued to be frantic. So far we have had 8 different safety car periods. And there was trouble for the number 10 Audi, a spin and then contact with the Mercedes that took them both out of the race. At this stage we had also lost the Iron Dames Lamborghini, Dorian Pan crashing at Blanchimont and bringing out a safety car. There was another safety car for a 3-car pile-up in the darkness at the top of the hill at Lake Combe. That took a while to sort out. Wasn't the only incident at Lake Combe. Spinning in avoidance, the number 70 Lamborghini found itself stranded on the curbs, and the 81 Mercedes could not avoid contact. Both cars were out on the spot, and again, the safety car would follow a full course yellow for cleanup. Once more, packing the field together closely, and once more, that meant plenty of close racing at the restart. Through the middle of the night, it was hard to keep track with all the position changes, but the onboard here shows the 32 BMW being passed first by its junior driver. Team mates retaking the place, losing it again, and then finding Nicky Team going round on the outside as well. And then the long pause during the night, a 2-hour full course yellow after this incident just after a restart from behind the safety car. There was an incident at the tail of the safety car queue that forced a full course yellow, and from that, I'm afraid, that Weerts and Verhagen made contact. Both were out on the spot. So after 2 hours, we went back to green flag racing, and by that stage, everybody who was out of kilter with their fuel schedules were all singing from the same hymn sheet. Problem there with a spin for Maxi Goertz, that car retiring with a fuel leak, with a water leak. A number of high-profile retirements with mechanical problems as well as with crash incidents. And that brings us to 8 in the morning. David, apart from the barrier repairs for the 2 BMWs that made contact away from the restart, actually the night time was fairly clean. And considering that the new safety car regulations withdraw all of the gold and bronze and silver and Pro-Am cars from the lead group of Pro cars, which puts all the heavy hitters together at every restart, perhaps if we'd thrown rain into the mix, it wouldn't have been quite so clean, but it has led to a really tightly packed race. So you've got 8 hours to pick a winner from about 20 cars in at least 3 different classes.
I have a pen, I have a result sheet, so I should put one into the other.
You need a blindfolded. This is harder than pin the tail on the donkey after 8 pints of Stella.
Martin, thank you so much. Well done. Sterling service as ever through the night. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones have done, as ever, an excellent job, and they're getting better at it. I mean, only 2 hours of full course yellow. Normally it's 8 or 9 that they manage to generate. So over the years, they're getting the hang of what to do on the night watch, aren't they? Guys, well done. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. Morning. It is the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. 8 hours, 21 minutes to go, and Dennis Marshall is the leader. He's coming up towards you at La Source in Audi number 40 that he has recently taken over, wriggling up the inside line in the traffic there. Nicholas Bart to get a lap back, which is going to be crucial because Nicholas Bart has now put himself back onto the lead lap effectively. That's the second place car. Nicky Team at the wheel of it. What better to wake up to, in a sense, than watching Nicky Team hurl an Audi around Spa, because we know how good he is. In third place, BMW 98 that got itself out of sequence early on, but is there or thereabouts. Marco Wittmann at the wheel of it. Fourth, number 92 Porsche, Kevin Estra at the wheel of it. Fifth, 96 Porsche, the Rutronic car that's been a real sleeper. Laurin Heinrich now drives that. And treble 7, Lucas Stoltz, who turned around Christian Engelhardt on that most recent restart. And it's under investigation, that incident. He is 6th. Marco Mappelli is 7th for Lamborghini. Jules Gounon is 8th. 9th is Christopher Hauser at number 11. That car has come back into the equation. And 10th is the best placed Ferrari, number 71 of Antonio Fuoco. For the race lead, the gap is coming down. Nicky Team now just under 7 seconds adrift of Dennis Marshall. It was 20 at the start of the stint, and they're about halfway through the stint. This is the third place BMW, Marco Wittmann. So, as Martin Haven made the point, it is still absolutely wide open. There's a lot to enjoy before 4:30 local time when the checkered flag goes out. Welcome aboard. Welcome back also Jake Sanson, who has been watching out on the bank during the night and soaking up the atmosphere of what is a magical race.
Certainly have. I can't believe it. I've just followed Bruce Jones and Martin Haven, and I'm stood next to David Addison with 18
no anti-climax there, though.
With 18 cars on the lead lap at the Spa 24 Hours. If somebody punches me very hard in the arm and I wake up, it will not shock me at this stage.
Now, picking a winner, as we say, well nigh impossible, but this lead battle is well worth watching, isn't it? The last lap for Dennis Marshall, 2:22. Nicky Tim in second place, 2:19. So it is absolutely game on. Nicky Tim has an extra 10 minutes of his stint to play with as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting phase now because you've got a couple of cars that are still slightly out of sequence. Mapelli only having 17 pit stops compared to the leading 5 cars that have had either 18 or 19. Wittmann is really interesting to watch at this point. Third position on 1 extra pit stop. And that BMW, which we said yesterday, doesn't really have the pace to go for the full burn of the victory. But I had this feeling it was kind of slow burn with them. It's not necessarily about which car is the fastest. It's about the crew average. You've got to make sure all 3 or 4 drivers have the best average speed to bring you all forward. There's been a couple of weak links in the chain amongst those 5 crews. There's been a couple of hiccup moments. But in terms of the overall, that 90 at BMW, the Rove car, has just been steadily plugging away. It's just been consistent. It's always been there, and it's now only 10 seconds off the lead. Anything can still happen amongst that leading group, but that BMW really has a chance to be very, very strong as the sun continues to rise. This is when it could really come into its own.
It's also 1 pit stop ahead of everybody else because it came in very, very early. We need to really see where its penultimate pit stop is in relation to everybody else and the clock, because if you are out of the leading group, the first one to pit, the chances are that you're going to lose all of those places. So you want to be at the back of that pit stop line, if you like. We will have to fast forward a little bit into the last 2 or 3 hours before we really know the true situation. Now, this car is the other sleeper I was talking about. 96, Laurin Heinrich at the wheel of it. Now, the Retronic Porsche didn't really feature at all early evening, but the reigning Carrera Cup Germany champion, DTM racer nowadays, Laurin Heinrich, very, very accomplished Porsche racer, is at the wheel of the car that is on the lead lap. It's doing a comparable pace to the leading car. In fact, the last lap that Heinrich did was 1,000th quicker than the last lap of the leader. A bit of strife there coming into the chicane as round the outside Antonio Fuoco rubs with Christopher Haase, but it worked. It gave him 9th place. So the Ferrari, with an interesting use of the curb at the chicane, gains the place, and does Christopher Haase get it back going down to La Source. If I were Fuoco, I'd give him that place back just to be on the safe side for fear of gaining an advantage by abusing track limits. But it looked like he stayed ahead, but he certainly was in the lead when he crossed the line out of that little battle. So that brings the Ferrari a little bit closer to the mix. And right now, the leading, what have we got, 19 if not more, are on the lead lap. They're still coming over the timing line. This is the 6th place car, Lucas Stoltz, who had that moment with Christian Engelhardt in the most un-Stoltz-like of moves, turning him around at La Source. Lucas Stoltz doesn't often do things like that.
No, indeed. And as Bruce Jones pointed out earlier, the record for GT3 cars being on the lead lap over a 24-hour period is 8. And we've currently got double that. OK, we've still got 8 hours to go. But it has been a fairly brutal night. For those asking who isn't in the running, well, the worst affected manufacturer by far is Lamborghini. 7 out of the 10 Lamborghinis are out, including the entire Iron Lynx and Iron Dames crew. Very unfortunate. GRT Grasser got very badly hit. This is the only Lamborghini, the K-Pax car, that is still ultimately in contention. The number 6 car, currently in 7th place with Mapelli behind the wheel. It's the only Lamborghini that really has a shot at the victory now. They've been very severely hampered overnight. The next affected manufacturer, as we look at Jules Gounon in the Acadis 88 car, the next big manufacturer to take a hit is the ultra-reliable Mercedes. They've had 5 cars fall away. The 87 car went about an hour ago. The Thieber car's gone. The 157 Windward car's gone. We've just lost the 64, the Haupt machine. And the number 2 Get Speed with the teenager Aaron Walker in the crew, amongst many others. He was going into his first 24-hour hoping to at least get to the finish. They didn't even make it to the halfway stage, unfortunately. The Garage 59 McLaren of the 159 crew and the Inception number 7, they obviously went out very early as well. And then who else have we lost? The WRT and the 998 Rove BMW that clattered into each other in the night phase. That's the only reason we've lost the BMW. It was accident damage rather than mechanical maladies.
But I would say that's probably the most significant brace of retirements, because they were battling for the lead. Charles Wirtz had been in the lead at the 6-hour mark for Endurance Cup points and then eliminated. And of course, BMW, big strong brand here, looking for a 25th win. WRT looking for a win at the home event. I would say that's probably the most significant thing of the night. You've taken 2 potential winning cars out in one accident.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really changed the face of the race as well, because a lot of crews that perhaps thought that they were going to be a thorn in their side have been given a little bit of respite by that. Ferrari actually have a chance to get back into this. Again, it's going to be a bit of a slow burn for them, but they're 9th and 19th at the moment, so they still have a reasonable chance of doing so. So let's have a look through the ranks now. and figure out who is looking good for the podium, because we've obviously gone past the 6-hour and the 12-hour mark, so now we are on the run to the checkered flag. In the Gold Cup, it is the number 5 McLaren of Gamble who is currently behind the wheel. They are leading the way. Gamble, Fag and DeHaan, with Dean McDonald added to the lineup in the Optimum. The number 30 BMW, they're in second, with Krutten currently at the wheel, and then Nicholas Bayard in the number 21 Audi. And despite his spin last night, Doncia has got the Mercedes back up and running again. They're in 4th position in front of Aurélien Panis in the Audi. That was the car that led in the early stages, of course, the number 9. So it's still all to play for, but the McLaren team from Optimum, they are doing an exceptional job of keeping this car motoring. They've not really had that many problems.
No, number 46 BMW in the traffic as well. That's just dropped down on its most recent pit stop, but Maxime Martin is still plugging away. Winner of the event, of course, in years past, and as he comes up towards the line, he is getting himself onto the back now of Tom Gamble coming into La Source. So this is for position. They're in different classes. You've got gold versus overall, but the BMW then booms past the endurance pits, and Maxime Martin lining up to have a go, possibly ahead of Gamble. You've got the Hauser and Fuoco fight further up the road. There goes the McLaren then, but Maxime Martin in the car that he shares with Augusto Farfus, Valentino Rossi. Now I reckon he's close enough to have a go if he's really brave. Up at the end of the Kemmel Straight, look at the background. Back Marcus fan out across the road, and through it all threads the McLaren to the outside line goes Maxime Martin, brakes late, tries to level there with Tom Gamble, but to no avail. Tom's younger brother George leading light in the British Touring Car Championship. Tom Gamble, of course, somebody that's raced GT cars and sports prototypes, very accomplished in both. The Sun Energy 1 Mercedes just up the road ahead after its pit lane start. Chaz Mostert at the wheel, that's in 32nd place now. That car registered for IGTC points. And as the field comes down towards Pouhon, Maxime Martin still trying to work his way up and past the Tom Gamble 11th place McLaren. It ain't happening yet then. Once more, we've said it so often in these events, the balance of performance gets the cars together, makes the racing close, but it isn't half frustrating for drivers on occasions because they just do not have that extra grunt, extra pace, extra tenth to find a way past. Lead gap continues to come down, by the way. 20 seconds at the start of this stint. We're down to 4.8. This is the bronze leading car. 911 has now got Joel Stern back behind the wheel of it. Second is the Alfred Renauer Hairbent Motorsport Porsche, 4.5 seconds back, looking very Porsche-ish therefore in bronze. And third in bronze is the McLaren of Eddie Cheever that briefly led overall. You can see Eddie Cheever in the background, in fact, coming out of Speaker's Corner, and there the headlights coming into Pouhon. Now Alfred Renauer, and then behind 54 the recovering Christian Engelhardt, the white McLaren, the Sky Tempesta McLaren, in the hands of Eddie Cheever. That's third in bronze.
They're doing a fantastic job considering everything they've had thrown at them as well. There is the Herbert Porsche, Renauer 91 in that beautiful black and gold livery, very distinctive around this place. Sometimes simplicity in these liveries really does become iconic, and it's a lovely, lovely interpretation of how beautiful a Porsche can look at night. And then you've got Eddie Cheever still pushing in that Sky Tempesta McLaren. They've had a lot of things barraged and thrown at them over the course of these first 18 hours, but I tell you what, they are still there pushing hard, and they are still trying to get this car into a winning position, never mind a podium position. They've still got a good opportunity as well. The McLaren has actually been very consistent and steady on pace, despite what's been thrown at them.
Now the next pit stop of note out of the leading group is for 6th. Lucas Stolz is due in. Here, just ahead of Eddie Cheever, is the recovering 54 Porsche of Ian Guven, 16th overall. It was tagged into the spin by Stolz on the restart and suffered badly when Christian Engelhardt was behind the wheel and handed it over to Ian Guven. So they're playing catch-up now as Cheever arrives under braking for La Source. So here you've got pro versus bronze, but Eddie Cheever, very, very rapid driver himself, looking for a way to gain a place overall. Eddie Cheever, Italian GT champion. He was the sprint champion in Pro-Am in World Challenge Europe back in 2020. He's racing Ferraris for a long, long time. He's raced in Euro NASCAR. He's raced in the States in IMSA Sports Prototype. So Eddie Cheever, more than just a Ferrari one-trick pony. He's proved that time and time again. In silver, it is the Audi number 99 Alex Arca at the wheel that leads the way. The Trésor Orange 1 car run by the family team, Attempto Racing, that Arca Alex's dad owns, and that leads silver 19th ahead of Audi number 12. Lucas Legere, Finlay Hutchison Loris Hesselman's Sander Younger Audi, second in silver, and third in the Silver Cup at the moment. Glenn van Berlo in 85, which is the Grasser Lamborghini that he shares with Clement Schmidt and Benji Heites.
So impressed with this crew this year. They've pretty much hit the reset button in 2023. They've brought in that young whippersnapper, Lorenzo Patrese, into the crew. He was so fast at Monza in qualifying, and it genuinely looked as though for a time that could actually win overall. That's a Ferrari in the garage, not in the pit.
So 71 out of 9th place.
It's the 51.
Sorry, 51, forgive me, that he's in. That was in 20th, wasn't it, Robert Schwarzman? Now, it's in the garage, yes, there is work going on, but it could be that they're doing the 4-minute technical pit stop that you've got to make after hour 12 and before the end of hour 22. Some have done it in the night under that long 2-hour full course yellow period because it made sense to do it then, but if they didn't do it at that time, it could well be that they're doing it now. This is second silver. This is Lucas Legeret, the Conti Audi, coming up over the timing line, goes through, and that car now, with the Lumirang not working, which is going to have to be addressed, I would have thought, on the pit stop, being chased by the BMW, Nicholas Crutten, on the road. And where's your third silver? There it is, Glenn van Berlo, coming down towards La Source, and he's being given a hard time on track by the Audi behind, number 25, Christopher Meeks. That's a genuine battle for overall position, 22nd, 23rd, Van Berlo versus Christopher Meeks. That car, 25 Audi, has been an odd one here. It lost time early on, and it never quite has been able to tip its way back onto the lead lap and be able to attack.
It's been there or thereabouts, hasn't it? And we know, obviously, how strong this crew has in terms of reputation, but it's been a very tricky one. I was actually watching them on the restart earlier on, about an hour ago, and it was almost as if they're still sort of on the back foot. There maybe isn't quite the confidence under the brakes in this particular Audi that there was, but up the inside, getting through past the Grasser Lamborghini, that's obviously going to be a nice feather in the cap. Up to 22nd then goes that Audi of Christopher Mies, past Van Berlo, and it's now very much in the hunt of getting itself back onto the lead lap. But again, it's going to take quite a while to do that, as round the outside, the Ferrari that was once on fire is getting around Mostert, who is the leading Pro-Am Cup driver, Chaz Mostert in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. They are battling not far ahead of the Car Collection Porsche. They're in second place. Alex Fontana is only 8 seconds behind them. And then you have the CSA Racing Audi of Arthur Rougier in third position. That's the treble 8 car. So there's Fontana in the Car Collection Porsche, working very hard to get back into the lead of the race. But they've only got 8 seconds to find. And this car has been very consistent indeed over the course of it. I talked about CSA Racing Audi in third position. It's not worth discounting the CrowdStrike Riley Mercedes behind him in fourth position. Felipe Fraga, the very talented Brazilian behind the wheel, and looking very strong to try and get back on terms. So it's amazing to consider, isn't it, that over the course of these 5 classes, we've got an incredibly close battle overall. We've got incredibly close battles for each individual class, and we've still got a quarter of the race to go.
Lucas Stoltz had just served his pit stop that I was predicting, so treble 7 Mercedes drops down. 51 Ferrari that we've seen in its garage. Gemma Scott from the pit lane has ferreted out the news that it's a fuel pump related issue. They had that at Paul Ricard as well, didn't they? So it could well be a recurrence of the same drama for that car. Number 24 Porsche here, up towards the chicane. This is the car in the hands, cumulatively, of Iva Jacoba, Nicky Lundweiler, Alex Fontana and Nico Menzel, heading up towards the line. So the Fontana-driven car, 34th at the moment, second in Pro-Am behind Chaz Mostert. As there you see 888, third in Pro-Am, and that is Arthur Rougier, no longer part of the Emile Frey squad, who's not racing in this championship in the endurance events, but they do the sprint. But the car that he is in is for CSA Racing, and Arthur Rougier, very, very rapid indeed, as he proved both in real and esports races last year. So that car emerges now from Blanchimont. It is 4 laps down on the overall race leader. How is number 4 getting on? Well, it's 4th in class, and it is Felipe Fraga at the wheel of the car at the moment. Don't forget, this is the one that is backed by the event sponsor CrowdStrike. It's got the CEO, George Kurtz, as one of the drivers, and they were leading the class early on. They've had a few dramas in the night, fallen back down to 43rd place overall. Another car that's hemorrhaging time because it's been in the pits for over 10 minutes is the 999 Mercedes. Danny Juncadella brought it in. They've had a number of penalties, but that car has also had a big hit in the last half an hour or so by being confined to barracks, as it were, and also losing lap after lap as it sits in the pit lane here. Jake, here's Robert Schwarzman.
Yeah, this is a big difficulty for the team. I managed to catch up with Robert just before the start, and he was telling me the only way this Ferrari is going to win the Spa 24 Hours is if rain intervenes, and unfortunately they're going to need a lot more than that to intervene. I think they need the racing gods to cost everybody else a bit more time as well, certainly for the 51 crew. The 71 car's still in the mix though. Antonio Fuoku, they're in 8th position, so they still have just as competitive a chance. It's baffling to consider that, you know, we've got 8 hours to go and there are 16 cars on the lead lap covered by less than a minute and a half. This is still an absolutely open playing field. You cannot really pick one car that is going to have the momentum for the remainder of this 8-hour race. There are going to be so many twists and turns, so many differences in terms of, will you pick up a puncture, will you overdrive the brakes, will you push the car to its limits a little bit over the curbs, will this break, will this get tough? It's so difficult to predict which crew is actually going to have the benefit over these 8 hours. Poor K-Pax, the number 6 car, that is the lone ranger amongst the Lamborghinis, left out on its own to fend for itself in a sea of German machinery. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes as well. Fastest car of the race so far, you ask? Well, it's actually the number 92 Porsche, Julian Andlauer's lap of 2 minutes 17.1 that he did on lap 220 in the night is still the fastest, and I don't envisage that being beaten.
Unlikely now, potentially, if temperatures are going to go up. So you're looking at Jules Gounon, you're looking back from the Mercedes as well. He's hustling on in pursuit of Marco Mappelli for 6th and 7th places. These two 1.3 seconds apart. The leaders are 1.5 seconds apart, with Dennis Marshall still being chased hard by Nicky Tim. Gounon way up the curb there, getting away from Fuoco in the Ferrari behind him. So Gounon shaking off the Italian, going off in pursuit now. Mappelli, one of the 3 winners last year, Jules Gounon, with Raffaele Marciello and Danny Juncadella, whose race looks like it's come effectively to an end now, with that car being in the pit lane. But Gounon turns down towards the pith path. His last lap was a 220.898, 100 slower than Mappelli in the number 6 K-Pax Lamborghini that has been there or thereabouts all the way through. It's never led at the end of an hour. I don't think it's actually been in the lead at all, even for a split second, but it has remained, find wood to touch, relatively bulletproof. This is the lead battle, Dennis Marshall versus Nicky Tim, 0.3 seconds last time when they came over the timing line, and Nicky Tim now gets the run as they come up Radillon then, so the 2 Audis absolutely nose to tail, this for the race lead. Nicky Tim is about to make a move, I suspect, if he can get the run now towards Les Combes. Is he close enough? Back marker up the road as well. Team dives to the inside line. He might just be a little bit too far back. That was more in hope than in anticipation. And so for now, Dennis Marshall repels him. But it is when, not if, Nicky Tim takes the lead.
Yeah, Nicky Tim has been at least half a second to a second faster than any other crew out on the circuit for the last half an hour or so. So he's really eaten into this advantage that the Tracer Attento Audi has been able to build up. Now they've got traffic to deal with again. So this is all going to be about Dennis Marshall picking his moments to go for the move on the cars in front of him. Nicky Tim could just sit back and wait for it to come his way. There is the Porsche obviously staying to its line. It has to. It can't afford to be too unpredictable. Nicky Tim just still ever present there through double gauche as they run up towards Fagnes. And this is Nicky Tim just being patient. There is no point going for an exhilarating move to be a showman. You've just got to find the moment where the Audi in front is going to be vulnerable. You can pick up the pieces, and not only can you get the move, you can also accelerate away from the Audi. You don't want to let the retaliation come in too quickly. So Nicky Tim biding his time, perhaps into the final chicane if he gets the curb pull Frère correct.
Now, bear in mind as well, Dennis Marshall will pit earlier than Nicky Tim, as in he will be in a fewer number of laps' time. Equally, though, Team can't just afford to sit there and wait for the Audi ahead to peel into the pit lane, because Marco Wittmann is potentially going to be able to catch them whilst these two squabble amongst themselves. So Jake's right, Nicky Tim will want to get on with the programme here, down towards the chicane, and he is again close. Is there going to be a dive at the inside? Yes, there is. He pulls out, he has a look. Dennis Marshall has had an error at the chicane in the past, and he goes in deep, and Nicky Tim is crawling all over the back of him then. Now he tries to get a better run out of the corner. He's almost level as they cross the stripe. On the inside line, Dennis Marshall. On the outside line, he's Nicky Tim. that is the end of lap 341, and a new race leader. Through goes Nicky Team then. He was 5,000th back at the line. He's ahead at turn 1. Change for the lead. Audi number 17 is back through. Nicky Team now should build that advantage.
The master intimidator, Nicky Team. He did exactly what he needed to. He didn't actually make the overtake, did he? He just sat behind Dennis Marshall, waited for him to overshoot into the final chicane, and then picked up the pieces on acceleration. It was very masterfully done there by Nicky Team. He didn't even have to go for the lunge. He just waited until Dennis Marshall was basically overzealous on the mirrors. He was focusing too much on the rear wing mirrors than he was on the road in front of him. And that is exactly how that has changed hands. Nicky Team now should have the pace to be able to extend that gap a little bit before their entry to the pits, but you can see they're getting very squirrely under brakes. It's very tough to hold these cars at the top of the hill.
Just trying to remember whether Nicky Team went onto a new set of boots for this stint, because there the car looking decidedly ragged as it came through Le Camp, but yes, proof of how hard he's pushing then. So that car now clear by in that first sector 4/10 of a second as he pushes on. Now in the background, third is Marco Wittmann. His last lap was quicker than the top two. So the field then out of the long left of Paul now, lap 342, and we've got just under 8 hours of the race to go. Race leaders then, Audi and Audi. We were saying last year that Audi seemed to be sort of fading away just a little as a brand in Fanatec GT, but for this year's 24 Hours of Spa, they've come back with a greater presence than ever before, celebrating 40 years of the Audi Sport brand. And all of that effort, well, they're not just here to make up the numbers, nor is BMW looking for win number 25 as a brand. So many of those done in the halcyon days of the European Touring Car Championship. But right now, Marco Wittmann is working his way through traffic. He's got to get past the dynamic Porsche in a moment, and is lapping quicker in sectors than the Dennis Marshall Audi. So he should be on to be able to catch. The trouble is that out of the leading three, Wittmann is due to pit pretty soon as well.
A lot of this running through the traffic becomes about intimidation and ego, doesn't it? When you're lapping the slower cars, I say that with inverted commas, because technically there are no slower cars. They're all in the same class, of course. For those who are watching this for the first time, this isn't quite the same as your Le Mans or your Daytona or your Sebring, where you've got multiple classes of car. Every single car in this race is in the same category, the GT3 machine. The only reason they are separated by class is to the grade of the driver, not to the grade of the car. So that means that essentially there are no slow machines out there. It all comes down to how you intimidate the car in front to either back off the throttle or just assert yourself on the inside line. And that's how you get these incidents cropping up, where a driver is not prepared to give way or hasn't seen the car coming through. So it's even tougher to get through the traffic in the Spa 24 Hours, probably than it is in any other 24-hour race on the planet.
Yeah, the only demarcation is, as you say, not by the type of car, but by the grading of the driver. Now, this battle is on for fourth place. Kevin Estra is ahead of Laurin Heinrich. 11/10 of a second between them as they head up towards Le Camp. While we watch that, let's go back down to the pit lane and hear about Robert Schwarzman's travails, and also say again good morning to Gemma.
Rob, we spoke a few moments ago and you said it's been problem after problem. Talk to us.
Well, yeah, I mean, the beginning of the race was very good. We were leading. Then Alessio had a puncture, which completely compromised everything. We lost a lot of time, and also strategy-wise, we did a bit because we needed to change the tire, and then 2 laps later there was safety car, and basically everybody had a massive advantage. And then just during the race, piece by piece, there was issues with the car, well, electronically, and just very messy. We were trying to do the best we can. Also, Ale got sick, so it will be me and Nick driving. I don't know if the car is going to be fixed now. But anyways, the pace was good until we had another issue with the car again. Honestly, I'm very disappointed because pace-wise and where we started, we definitely could have fight for the win. And I mean, now obviously that's it. It's gone. I mean, we need to just understand what is the issue with the fuel pump, because we had the same issue in Paul Ricard, and yeah, it's just we need to fix it.
Yeah, very frustrating. Thanks, Rob.
Interesting to hear there about Alessio Rivera going sick, so he won't drive today. I'd like to know more about that, but we hope he's all right.
I've never seen Robert Schwarzman look so dejected. You could see he was kind of talking from a point of despair. This has gone wrong, this has gone wrong. It's almost as if the racing gods are beating them to a pulp over the course of this race. Just the frustration of getting caught out of the safety car at the wrong point. you've got to feel for them.
On that fine line almost between being corporate and throwing the team under a bus. You know, he was just about holding back from stamping his feet, metaphorically.
I mean, he has to a certain extent, doesn't he? This is still very much the first year of this 296 Ferrari. It can always be really tricky for a manufacturer to go straight into a field as competitive as this with new equipment. You've got to give them a little bit of grace. Yes, it's Ferrari. Yes, they are the best Italian team on the planet. But this is a brand new car still. They are doing their development driving to get this car up to speed in the incredible playing field that is the Fanatec GT World Challenge. I mean, it's a massive task to get this Ferrari up to speed. And I was amazed by how much ground they'd made up from Monza to Paul Ricard. So the fact that they're even still relatively competitive in the top 10 here after, you know, nearly 18 hours of competition is very admirable.
Bet Klaus Abelund's having a grin after winning the Nürburgring 24 with his Ferrari and watching AF Corsa struggle here. If he'll be on the phone to Amato Ferrari.
Do you want any advice?
Yeah. It's only the data for a big chunk of money. Well, 7th, Fuoco is the best placed Ferrari. You're riding on board, though, with the 5th place Porsche, Laurin Heinrich. And at the end of the previous lap, he was 1 second behind Kevin Estre. He's 23 thousandths quicker than Estre in the first sector. You don't often say that people are quicker than Estre, but Laurin Heinrich in the Rutronic Porsche having a red-hot go here to try to catch up to Estre and fights the car down through the first element of the piff-paff here. There's traffic up the road, and there's a car in strife, isn't there? Because they're with possibly a puncture. Look, the back marker they just got past had smoke coming off that right rear corner. So keep an eye to that. The Porsches have gone by. It is an Audi which has got problems on the right rear. It's got some damage. And has the tyre gone down? Yes, it has. And is that 888?
It is. It's the CSA.
It's Rougier then, isn't it? So 888's Arthur Rougier car that was 3rd in Pro-Am, limping back. It's got a puncture.
That's a possible podium gone, and that's going to benefit the CrowdStrike Riley Mercedes. That's going to put them up into 3rd position for the time being. You really got to feel for that, especially considering that it's happened halfway around the circuit as well, because not only have you got to nurse the car home without making sure you don't damage the car any further, as a big chunk of rubber just departs at the wrong moment there. It shreds its carcass and lands in the gravel trap. But not only have you got to nurse the car home, making sure that it doesn't do too much damage to the car, you've got to keep off the racing line, and it's narrow and fast on the run-up through Blanchimont.
But Rougier has done absolutely the right thing there. Drive off the racetrack rather than sit on the line coming out of the corner. So very, very sensible driving. And of course, it's easy to forget that element because of the frustration, but he has done the right thing by pulling off the circuit. Now, rejoining is 51, but in 42nd place and now 9 laps down, forget it.
Yeah, I'm afraid the Ferrari number 51 crew definitely aren't thinking about the win or the podium in anything, unfortunately. So they've got to now rely on the number 71 car, Antonio Fuoco, currently in 7th place, only 42 seconds off the lead. It's doable, but it's looking very tough to get there.
And of course, they're also, number 51, looking at just splitting duties between 2 drivers now, which again is doable. The maximum each driver can do is 14 hours, but 14 hours around here is a lot, even allowing for the fact that some of that might be spent behind a safety car or a full course yellow. It's hugely demanding, a long stint around here, so 14 hours is almost unattainable, really.
Well, this is where a 4th driver can come in handy, but they've chosen not to have 4 drivers.
Well, the rules say you can't.
Not in Pro.
In the overall class.
No, indeed, not in Pro.
They couldn't have 4 under those regulations, but you're right, in the Pro-Am or Gold or Silver or Bronze, yes, you can go 4, and there is one of those 4-driver crews now having new tyres and convert the problem into a routine pit stop. So fill it up with fuel and try and shuffle the strategy again. 33 is being investigated for speeding in the pit lane, potentially. That's the Kingsley, Regal, LaRue, Delsart, Bullet Racing, Aston Martin.
So this is all going to need to be relatively quickly done for Rougier. They do have a bit of time in hand over the CrowdStrike Mercedes. It's not guaranteed that they'll lose the podium at this point. But there is the CrowdStrike Mercedes trying to cut its way through. Come on, get out of the way. We know that the 3rd place car is in the pits. Come on, move over. They'll want to be like Jim Carrey and Bruce Almighty and just edge the cars out of the way with their forefingers. Come on, move out of the way. We can get a 3rd place here.
Well, not yet, because they're 3 laps down.
Exactly. Well, that's what they're hoping. They're hoping that there's more damage to the rear than they were hoping.
They can get maybe a lap back, but it's a big ask because they're almost into the back of the Mercedes. Heads Felipe Fraga. A little bit of zealotry there creeping in as he brakes a little bit too late, possibly caught out by the braking part of the circuit for the Mercedes ahead. The closing speed tripped him up a little bit, but as they come out of the piff-paff now, Fraga's got to fight his way back.
It's at this point you almost don't want to tell the driver that the guy in front of you who's 3 laps ahead is in the pits with a problem. You don't want to tell him, you just let him focus on his job, because that information might just give him a little bit more impetus to try and push in order to get ahead, and you kind of want to give them a little bit of breathing space to not have to worry about making that mistake.
Now this is the battle for second place, and Dennis Marshall has been reeled in by Marco Wittmann, but should be into the pits this time, I would have thought. He's running out of his stint time, so Dennis Marshall on an in-lap, potentially, has got Wittmann closing all the while, and Wittmann's only a couple of laps away from a pit stop, so it's a sort of phony battle for second place, in a sense, because pit stops are due, and that's going to play back into the hands of the Estra Heinrich Porsches, but it's Audi ahead of BMW, for the moment at least.
What this does do, of course, is it places the battle into the hands of the pit crews, so they're going to come into the pits, and they're going to try and gain a few seconds, if they possibly can, on the opposing team as, oh dear, there is more damage than first thought to the CSA Audi. Well, that is good news for the CrowdStrike Mercedes, not for the CSA Audi.
But you could argue that they, the CSA team here, feel that it's worth going into the garage because they've got that 3-lap cushion over the next car. Let's take the time. Let's also see Jules Gounon handing over, because Raffaele Marciello is going to get back in by the look of it to 88, that came in 6th place.
Arguably the 2 best GT3 drivers in the world. A lot of people have debated that.
It's quite an argument to have.
It is, isn't it?
In this company, that's quite an argument to have. You're brave, I'll tell you that.
It's interesting.
Because it's early in the morning, don't think people aren't up listening.
Absolutely. I mean, you read a lot of these things amongst the aficionados of GT racing, and a lot of people have argued over these last 6 months who is the best GT3 driver in the world. Marcello and Gounod's names come up rather frequently.
Dennis Marshall into the pit lane as predicted, so that puts Wittmann second. I'll give you a bonus point in the Gounon sense, in as much as a lot of GT drivers tend to be associated with one brand. But don't forget that Jules Gounon has won races, won here for Audi, for example. He's won Bathurst for a variety, including Bentley, and he's won here again for Mercedes. In other words, he's not always been linked to just one brand. He's won in multiple, and that perhaps does give him just extra bonus points over and above a few other drivers. So,
Absolutely.
Team leads. Wittmann is up to second, but is due in within a couple of laps in 98 BMW.
Now, it'll be interesting to see as well what's going to be the form when Estra and Heinrich pit, which is probably going to be fairly soon as well. I would give that another lap for Estra, maybe another 2 for Heinrich. Only another lap or so for Antonio Fuoco as well.
Can I get worried about Marco Wittmann? Because he's just had his 6th track limit warning, and that normally means that 6 means there's a penalty coming. So we need to keep an eye on 98, because although it is in second place on the road, the last thing they need is another drive-through and or 30-second time penalty as you ride on board with Heinrich in 96 Porsche.
It's not the only one either. Antonio Fuoco's just been given his 6th warning too, so that really hampers the chances of the Ferrari if they get a penalty. So the number 40 crew working hard here. Dennis Marshall assisting the driver change. But all going well at the moment. It doesn't look particularly flustered, does it? They are just taking it one step at a time, and that's the key in getting these pit stops right.
Car 98, time penalty, 30 seconds, track limit. So Marco Wittmann will serve 30 extra seconds on the pit stop in number 98 BMW that's in second place. So ping, it's done, 6th limit offence, and the time penalty will be served in the pit stop.
And that's going to take them another 45 minutes to gain that back based on their current 1-lap pace over everybody else. So that really hasn't helped at all. And you kind of wonder, should they have brought Marco Wittmann in a lap earlier to avoid that penalty? It's an interesting call, isn't it, tactically?
It'd still be on 5, so the next offence still gets you to 6. It doesn't reset until you've had the 6, or you get to the next 6-hour batch. Key to it is not do it. I mean, look at 1 or 2 of the cars. Maxime Martin has got 1 track limit warning to his name. Christopher Haase, 1 track limit warning. There are others with 1 as well, but Sandy Mitchell's an example. Keep off the track limits. That's key to the whole thing, and the teams will be so frustrated with their drivers that are losing time like this. Now, Marin Heinrich goes through. This is Marco Wittmann in, so that's the end of his most recent stint, and let's see whether it's going to be a driver change or they'll keep Wittmann behind the wheel. Bear in mind that they've got to sit there for 30 seconds on top of the regulation part of the pit stop. So here's your time penalty, then the fuel hose is connected for 43 seconds, but this is going to drop that car down the order.
What does Marco Wittmann do at this point when you've got 16 cars on the lead lap and you have 30 seconds added to your pit stop? I mean, this is just heart-wrenching. You know you're in for the win, and you're going to suddenly plummet all the way back to about 13th or 14th now. Also, if you're Philipp Eng or Nick Yellerly, you're probably desperately trying not to come up with the word you don't want to use for your teammate.
Well, it's in a sense, it's not necessarily Wittmann that's accrued all of those 6. It's to the car, not the individual driver. So it could be that Nick Yellerly achieved some of them for number 98 in his earlier stint. Battle on here, Christopher Haase versus Maxime Martin, with 1 track limit warning to their name apiece. So here you've got a good fight between 2 respectful, tidy, clean, smooth drivers who are just going at it and bringing their respective cars 7th and 8th, and they'll gain more, I would have thought, on this next round of stops. Now these 2 are due in this time, so I reckon they're going to run nose to tail to the pit lane on this lap, and then, to go back to Jake's earlier point, it'll be down to the pit crews to try and win or lose a place.
And at this point, they are the second highest manufacturer, the second highest car of the manufacturer, because they are the second best Audi and the second best BMW, largely, of course, because the 40 Audi's just come in. So in reality, it's the 3rd highest Audi.
And this could then become the leading BMW. Maxime Martin could
of course
vault ahead of now Philipp Eng, who's taken over 98 on this pit stop. So it'll all wash out after the stops. You see the damage on the left front corner of the number 46, Rossi, Farfus, Martin, BMW.
So for Rossi fans, this is now the leading BMW in the race up to this point. Certainly looking very strong. Rossi haters need to remember the fact that they are only 40 seconds off the lead, and it's not just one element that is the weak link in the chain here. You've got to make sure everybody runs together, and Maxime Martin and Augusto Farfus have been very vocal about just how much progress Valet has actually made. And when you consider that we have got 7 hours and 43 minutes to go, they are still in the hunt for the victory. They're only 40 seconds back off the lead. Fair play to all of them.
Absolutely right. Maxime Martin won the event back in 2016, and the BMW then chases the Christopher Haase driven Audi. Christopher, another serial winner of long distance GT races. Nürburgring he has won repeatedly. He won here in 2017 with Jules Gounon, in fact, that year in the Audi. Right, into the pit lane they come, as predicted, nose to tail. Also in is Kevin Estre, also in is Antonio Fuoco. So Laurin Heinrich stays out for another lap and puts himself into 2nd place behind Nicky Thiem. Down the pit lane, you're driving with Maxime Martin. He'll go to the far end of the top pit. The F1 pit starts to loosen the belts. Can't undo them, but he can loosen them. Ready to jump out of the car and put Valentino Rossi in. So the doctor gets himself ready and drinks bottle in hand. Here is my car, he says. The Audi goes past and Valentino Rossi gets set to help Maxime Martin out of the car. This is where the whole teamwork element comes into play. Maxime gets out, and in some cases you'll see the outgoing driver just walk away and let the pit crew do it. But here, the outgoing driver turns around, helps to strap in the driver that gets in. There's the belts, there's the cabling, the intercom, everything. Make sure the driver is settled. While all that's going on, tyres are being changed, fuel is going in, and then they'll pull the airline. That will start the engine as the car drops down, and it'll be ready to go.
And I was there at the roundtable media session at Paul Ricard with Valentino Rossi. He has said these last 2-3 years have been like hitting the reset button on his entire racing career. He feels like a kid at school again, having to learn it all. And he has really embraced and loved the challenge of a completely different racing dynamic. When you're in MotoGP, you're on your own, it's all on you. You've got to make it work for yourself, and you're the only one who can really let anybody down. You can only let yourself down. In GT racing, you've got so many other people that are dependent on you to get it right. So he has done a fantastic job acclimatizing to the world of GT racing as quickly as he has.
Let's see what he can do in this next stint then, because the car, as you can see on the Lumirac display, is dropping down the order now. So that car goes ahead of the Audi on the pit stop. Then the BMW gains the place. That was close, but it's worked out in favour of WRT. So Valentino Rossi jumps ahead of Gilles Magnus, and they are still nose to tail, just as they were when they came into the pit lane, but now in the reverse order. Rossi gains a place on the pit stops. Quick look at the top speed throw Eau Rouge as well. Number 17 Audi, when it was being driven by Luca Enschler, 254 kilometres an hour. Audi of Simon Gachet, 253. Enrique Chavez, who's been another star of this race, 252. And look who's the 4th bravest, Valentino Rossi on 251.
Great work from the WRT mechanics to get them ahead of Gilles Magnus, but Magnus has got straight onto the throttle out of the pits, and he's already trying to intimidate the doctor. The doctor is in the house, But this is all about Gilles Magnus trying to unbuckle him in this first Les Combes section. He's all over the back of the WRT BMW. Now, Gilles Magnus can really take his time over this, but he wants to get past relatively quickly on this first lap if he gets an opportunity to unsettle Valentino Rossi. So as he drops down through the hairpin up to Speaker's Corner, and behind them, they've got the challenge of the Lamborghini, the K-Pax machine number 6, who obviously pitted earlier on. Sandy Mitchell now behind the wheel. He's got his tyres up to temperature. So this could be really interesting to see if the Lamborghini has something to say about these two.
Confirmation from the pit lane, just going up to another car that we touched on earlier, 999 Danny Juncadella, last year's winner out of the race. Wheel bearing failure, Jenna tells us, is the reason. Right, you're looking at Valentino Rossi, hard at work, and behind him is Gilles Magnus. This battle's going to run for another 65 minutes, isn't it? This is going to be really interesting, actually, now to see whether Rossi can build that gap or whether Magnus can catch a pass.
Check out the inset. Look at his position as he works his way through on the wheel. You've got to be so smooth. You can't just be hacking away at it. And I have to say, based on what we saw from him last year and this year, he has really ironed out the erraticism. He is so much more smooth, so much more compressed as he works his way through Blanchimont. Look, it's such a smoother run through than we used to see from him. He used to get quite animated behind the wheel of that car. Now, he is so much more controlled. In through the chicane he goes. It's a much smoother. I think the inset might just be a little bit behind the pictures, but you do still get that ultimate sense. And he gives himself that little bit of breathing space down the straight just to sense where Magnus is. And is Magnus on his tail? No, he's pulled out a gap.
A little bit of a gap, yeah. Weirdest sensation for Valentino Rossi probably is not leaning over when he goes through the corners. But there you've got the leader in. So Nicky Team comes down the pit lane in the Scherer Sport PHX car, effectively the Phoenix Audi. But down the pit lane it comes. Scherer, the big automotive car sales dealership, Fabio Scherer's company, and in he comes then. So the Audi stops at the beginning of the bottom pits, if that makes sense. So they've got quite a bit of space around them, at least behind the car. It's easy to drive into that pit box. Pit lane getting busier again. Now this is going to put, unless he pits, Laurin Heinrich into the lead of the race, isn't it? So that car currently running second, Heinrich number 96, but he has yet to emerge. And Charlie Fagg running in third place. Number 5 McLaren had another stellar drive. While we've got this round of pit stops, the order becomes rather jumbled again, so it kind of gives you a bit of false optimism about one or two of the cars. But Charlie Fagg doing a great job, as I say. Number 40 Audi, Ricardo Feller, chipping his way back into the mix as well.
It won't be that long until we see Renoir and Cheever in their battle for position as well. They're obviously in the fight for victory in the bronze category, so they've got an opportunity now to move their way forward. Renoir in, surely Cheever's going to be in as well. So this is going to be an interesting one to see how it all kind of predicts how it's going to work out if nothing untoward were to happen. And at the moment, it looks as though Nicky Team, based on the sort of the pace that we've had, the length of the pit stops, the way that the race naturally and organically plays out, Nicky Team would have a 15-second stranglehold on the Porsche of Laurin Heinrich, with Kevin Estra less than a second back. However, this is the Spa 24 Hours. Just because the algorithm says that's where it's likely to go, I think motor racing is going to give us a little bit of a taster of how unpredictable it can be.
Well, we'll keep coming back to that graphic and see how it changes, because, as you say, anything can yet happen. What have we got? 7.5 hours still to go. Battle on now, because Nicky Team out of the pit lane has got Ricardo Feller right on his tail. Ricardo Feller is 10 minutes into a stint. He's looking for a way by then as they dive down towards Bruxelles. And as they turn through the corner, the pair of them then absolutely nose to tail, fighting now for leadership. So Nicky Team just ahead of the Attempto Audi. They drop downhill. The margin between them is about 2 lengths only. And don't forget, Nicky Team fresh out of the pit lane. Now he's stayed in the car, so he knows what the car feels like. He knows what the track feels like. Whereas Ricardo Feller in number 40, which is still a car to factor into the mix, I think. That has been there all pretty much race long, up near the front. And Feller and Drudy as 2/3 of that driver combination with Dennis Marshall. They are probably the quicker two than Dennis, in fairness. So if they can now use as much of Feller and Drudy for the remainder of the race as the regulations permit, they're still at the races, they're still in with a chance. Yeah,
Ricardo Feller hasn't seen the AWS predictor, hasn't he? He's done that and gone, do you know what? I can get him. I can go for it. I've got hotter tyres than he has, so I'm going for it. But Nicky Team, has been absolutely on it all the way through his previous stint and is probably going to be there again through this stint. He has a great opportunity to extend this gap up. Kevin Estre, 12.6 seconds back from the Audis, and then Heinrich there in 4th position, as Van Berlo and Hoy are now going to get behind the wheel of the Porsche and McLaren respectfully as they both come out of their pit stops. So this is fascinating. Still in 5th position, you've got Eng in the Rover BMW. They're always there or thereabouts, even despite the problems they had. I thought they were going to drop back a little further than that, but they've managed to get through in 5th position, so they're still in the hunt for me. And now, of course, we've got Raffaele Marcello at the wheel of the Acodis 88 Mercedes, so do not count them out. Only 4 seconds back is Fuoco in the Ferrari. Only 9 seconds back is Schiller in the Mercedes. There are some big hitters to make a real statement in these next couple of hours.
It's only really when we get to that last hour of the race that we are going to have a proper indication, and even that could be interrupted by an incident. We've seen that happen in the past. Very, very late race. So as the leaders come up now towards Les Combes, you've got Niki Thiem ahead of Riccardo Fella, and now, in fairness, with a lap under his belt in this next stint, Niki Thiem starting to stabilise that gap, 9/10 of a second. So Riccardo Fella knew that he had to strike as the Phoenix Audi was straight out of the pit lane, but it's not really worked for him. There is Marius Narken, 34th place in the lapped Dynamic GT Porsche going through, but in 3rd place is a Porsche, and it's Kevin Estre's car, but that is a further 13 seconds back on the Audi 1-2 up front.
It's got to be a source of frustration for Riccardo Fella. Niki Thiem's been in that car for ages. He's got to be tired. He's got to be exhausted. No, that's Niki Thiem. He doesn't do exhausted. So he's still straight back out of the pits in the 2nd stint on the pace, and he's already stretched out a 2nd. How demoralising must that be when the science says, I should be able to get one over him on the outlap, and he's just not been able to stay with him. So he's just got to hope that over the course of the next hour or so, where he's going to be hot on the stint, that he'll have those opportunities, he'll have the traffic come back to him.
But equally, it also will depend a little bit on who is behind the wheel, because number 17, for example, very quick at the moment with Niki Thiem, more experienced GT racer than Luca Engschler. The pace not quite as good when Engschler is in it, just like number 40 is better when you've got Fella or Drudi behind the wheel, so it'll ebb and flow in that respect as well.
Alberto De Fulco is the one who's got the biggest respect through Blanchimont. Look at that, 262 kilometers an hour through the left at Blanchimont. That is frightening speed. And then even Engschler's been able to go past 261. Nobody else has even got close.
Some interesting names on that, people you wouldn't expect necessarily, like Lewis Proctor, like Dean McDonald. So the leader comes over the timing line then to put 352 laps in the book, as down through La Source turns Niki Thiem. Looking down from the drone, the paddock is starting to wake up. It looks a little emptier this morning, with lots of the support races, of course, having headed for home. The fans, even at 6 o'clock this morning, some were heading for a bit of sleep. Some are now coming back into the circuit. There's that crossover point between them. It does look like the morning after the night before, doesn't it? Wherever you look, whether it's in a pit garage or in the spectator areas.
Yeah, indeed. We've got 7.5 hours to go. 20 of the 70 cars that started the race are now no longer circulating, so a long way still to go this morning, and it's actually a little bit warmer this time today than it was yesterday. Obviously, we had a lot of rain yesterday morning, which changed the circuit quite a lot, and it would have washed a lot of the rubber. Interesting, Niki Thiem now having a little bit of an issue with a back marker. In fact, that is the Porsche, the car collection Porsche, but it indicates to the left, it moves over, it says, look, I'm not going to hold you up, it lets it go quite reasonably.
Yeah, that's Alex Fontana, Pro-Am leader, the pro bit of the Pro-Am element, so he knows what he's doing. Quicker car, get out of the way, it's not my battle, let him through. But Niki Thiem did just get caught up for a corner or so. He just encountered it at the wrong point up at Les Combes. So the Pro-Am leading car through Rouen. It's another Porsche leading bronze. You see Joel Sturm ahead of Kay Van Berlo's Porsche, ahead of the Sky Tempesta McLaren. And number 24 Porsche then is 27th overall, 3 laps down on the overall race leader now.
But the lap times tell you quite a lot at this stage, and Niki Thiem staying in the car. He's at 2:18.5 consistently, whereas everybody else is on the low 2:19s. Even the new guys that have just got straight into the car fresh as a daisy. And Niki Thiem is just finding electrifying pace out front. He just has this incredible metronomic rhythm. He's like a slot car magnetized to the road at the moment. He hasn't really made a mistake in the last hour. He has just been relentlessly quick, relentlessly strong, and this is exactly what's going to bring the Scherer Audi further and further forward up to the lead. This could be a really strong victory in this year's 75th running of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. when the brand is celebrating 40 years of competition. They want that headline, don't they?
Oh, they do indeed. It's not going to be that easy. They've got a lot of work to do yet. Just a quick catch-up in Pro-Am. We've been saying that Fontana is leading it. Nick Katzberg is second in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, and those cars are on the same lap, or they will be when over the line triggers Katzberg in 75. And look at this, Ricardo Feller has now got himself up and past number 24 of Alex Fontana, so he can set off in pursuit of Nicky Tim. 2.498 seconds being the margin as they came over the line. So Team is building that gap, and it is happening. So let's have a look then at the top three. Nicky Tim ahead of Ricardo Feller, and Kevin Estra's Porsche in third spot. Right, let us, having peered over the forest in the middle of Spa, turn back to yesterday and start to look at the highlights of the race thus far. On a damp track, a grid assembled, ready to go into battle here at Spa-Francorchamps. Fans in the stands, fans in the forest. It was a safety car start, and it was a long safety car process in the end because Carl Washington crashed on lap 3 behind the safety car. When they were finally allowed to go on a much drier racetrack, it was Matteo Cairoli who led away, being chased by Alessio Rivera as the cars turned their way out of La Source. Count Bacler running in third place. Sandy Mitchell, Juan Pereira's Lamborghini in fourth place. Sandy Mitchell and Marco Mappelli, the other two-thirds of that driving crew. Cairoli built the lead early on, and the road dried as the action continued apace, with battles all the way through the field. Matthew Drudy was a real gun in the first hour or so of the race, threading his way through the traffic, and battles lower down involving Kelvin van der Linde. He was up the curve as he hustled his way past Stephen Palat and brought number 17 one further place up the order. Also on his toes, Raffaele Marciello as he forced away past number 23 Porsche and then kept on pushing. Next target, Dennis Lind in the Barwell Lamborghini. Drudy, though, made him move round the outside of Franck Pereira, edging his way ever closer to the front within the first hour of the race. Further back in the pack, Dan Harper was watching a real BMW bust-up. Sheldon van der Linde in number 32, the WRT entry, rubbing with the traffic. And there was drama for Gerhard Matzinger. He had 3 spins in his opening stint. Oh, so nearly took Maxime Martin with him. Just glanced off the number 46 BMW and was able to get himself out of the gravel and rejoin. Into the lead had gone Jordan Pepper from 61st on the grid, but a brake issue put the car into its pit box, and that was confirmed as a retirement many hours ago. A change for the race lead as Alessio Rivera moved himself through to pass Matteo Cairoli. Ferrari versus Porsche, 2 great sports car brands, and then Audi managed to split them into second spot when Matthew Drudy on the inside going into La Source. Raffaele Marciello was still pushing quite hard. Elbows out, he worked his way up past the 911 Porsche down towards Caen. And bit by bit, the Mercedes was becoming more of a factor. A penalty came for number 92 Porsche. Lawrence Vanthor tagged Isaac Tutubla Lopez into a spin, and Alessio Rivera had a tyre go down when in the lead. He lost time on the in-lap, and the car never really recovered from that, losing time thereafter. Number 188 McLaren with Enrique Chavez at the wheel was an absolute revelation on Saturday before Indy Doncia lost the Mercedes coming down to Pouhon, put it into the gravel and triggered a safety car situation. On the restart, Dennis Marshall led, but Nicky Tim had a full send up the inside and took over the race lead, with Kevin Estra sitting on their shoulder in third place. Audi, Porsche, 1, 2 and 3 for the race lead as they battled downhill. But eventually, once ahead, team started to stretch the advantage, and Dennis Marshall made a mistake at the chicane, which enabled Estra to come through. BMW number 46 of Valentino Rossi was going for a place, ended up tagging his teammate. Adam Carroll's BMW got turned around, and a few laps later, Adam had a punctured tyre that brought him into the pit lane, and that car continued to circulate, albeit a long way back. 33rd, now 4 laps down on the lead. A retirement, Fran Raiders McLaren, an electrical problem causing that car to limp about a quarter of a lap in quarter of an hour. Eventually, they pulled the plug. Marciello in the Mercedes 88, still fighting. 188 McLaren on his tail. As the light started to fade, Luca Engschler's Audi started to shed little flicks of bodywork, and that enabled the Julian Andlauer Porsche to get right onto his tail. The door was open at Bruxelles, and the Porsche pounced. Through into the lead went Julian Andlauer. Andlauer, though, had a penalty looming for track limit offences, and Derek Pearce had the mother and father of all spins coming through Blanchimont. Heart rate to normal, he continued. There was a rogue full course yellow period on the dash of cars, oh so briefly. Jules Gounon slowed, and when it went green, thundered away again. But others weren't quite so quick on the restart, and it made for a leery moment down at Eau Rouge. More full course yellow drama would come during the night, but at the 6-hour mark we had a battle on for the race lead. 17 Audi versus 32 BMW. Charles Weerts looking for a way past the Audi because what they desperately needed was the points at 6 hours that would be awarded to the race leader. Down to Bruxelles, Weerts went to the outside line. That gave him the inside into Speaker's Corner, and BMW number 32 took over the race lead and therefore took the points at the 6-hour mark. Further back, BMW battles. And a big dive to the inside down to Bruxelles. Number 98 Rover BMW clattering its way through on the inside. Further drama up at Les Combes in the dead of night as cars collided, and then with a punctured tyre, number 10 Audi had to limp to the pit lane. There's another big drama coming out of Les Combes that triggered the safety car. Cars tripping over themselves, and some with nowhere to go, ending up in the gravel trying to take evasive action. That triggered then a safety car period. Other cars, including number 70 Lamborghini, getting it wrong at Les Combes on the restarts and oh so nearly being collected, and there was. So that triggered yet another safety car period in order to clear up the damage and remove the damaged cars from harm's way. Yannick Mettler being involved in that with Kerong Lee. So it was time to go racing once more. Number 25 Audi getting it wrong down at the chicane. Drivers prepared for their next stint on board. There's some fierce fighting going on during that night section of the race. And at the 12-hour mark, it was the number 40 Audi, the Drudy fella Marshall Audi, that was in the lead and therefore took Fanatec GT points. But then more big drama. Full course yellow call for, cars slowed, Charles Weerts hit in the back by Neil Verhagen, and that put both BMWs out on the spot. Big damage to both cars. There was no chance of coming back from that. And the car that had led at the 6-hour mark was out of the race, and a possible win for WRT went begging. Jules Gounon battling his way into the mix in 88, likewise number 98 BMW. Nick Yellerlich, Philip Eng, Marco Wittmann, the three drivers of the surviving Rover entry, having a very good battle. And then on the most recent restart we had a spin for the number 57 Mercedes, and it is Nicky Tim who moved through to take over the race lead from Ricardo Feller, and it's number 17 Audi that leads right now here at Spa. So Nicky Tim it is who leads the way. John Watson, it has been a busy night and we're in for a busy day because it is still a very unpredictable race to call.
Certainly is, and I'm just getting a quick glimpse of that incident with the 32 BMW and Neil Verhagen's car. A moment when I think Verhagen was caught, he was wrong-footed, and Charles Weerts slowed down, and Verhagen didn't slow down sufficiently, and the two cars taken out. A 2-hour yellow on the safety car to get the barriers on the long Carmel straight replaced. So for the drivers, it was a chance to relax, but of course it meant that there was a long process to get the track back to conditions. But what we've got unbelievable. Nicky Tim, once again, during about 5-6 years ago, Nicky Tim jumped into an Audi Sunday morning, and he did precisely then what I've just watched him do over the last hour. He ran down the 40, the Audi that had been leading, and Dennis Marshall seemed to be totally powerless to do anything to stem the pace that Nicky Tim has. Nicky Tim now, he's 3.5 seconds ahead of the number 40 Audi that had been the lead car, Ricardo Feller, behind the wheel of that. But the other performance I've been impressed with is Heinrich in the 96 Porsche. He is matching Kevin Estre basically lap per lap, and there's a 1.7 second gap between those two Porsches battling over third and fourth.
And this car is also still looking strong. McLaren number 5, it yo-yos up and down the order a little bit, but it's always there, and Charlie Fagg is back at the wheel a bit. It was well placed on the grid. It's now leading the Gold Cup. McLaren tends to be a little bit short of luck at this event, but at the moment this is going really well.
Well, again, Charlie Fagg is one of the standout drivers in this event so far, and he showed very good pace early in the race. The other McLaren that I thought was, or we both thought was outstanding, was the 188 Garage 59, particularly with Enrique Chavez behind the wheel, but that's dropped away down to 38th position, so obviously it's had problems during the nighttime hours. Just wherever you look in the field, the gaps between first down to 8th is just under a minute, so that's the principle. But the first 6 cars, first 4 cars certainly, covered by 16 seconds. The first 6 cars, which is Marcello in the Mercedes, 39 seconds. So, I mean, at this phase, what are we, 258th lap that we're on, to have that narrow amount of time between the top 6, again, just goes to prove and show just how competitive this series is. As we see the 911 Porsche, Jules Sturm leading the gold category, I think, presently.
Bronze. Yeah.
Bronze category.
Oh.
No, he was. He's just
lost the
taken.
class lead, yeah. There's 91. So 91 of Kay Van Berlo. Still a Porsche, but that'll please you, but it's a different Porsche.
Well, we've got 3 of them in a line. Oh, it's a Mercedes, beg your pardon. So the 2 Porsches, and that's a battle going on. Porsche having a reasonably good Spa 24 hours. Maybe the overall pace not quite as quick as they had hoped for, but nevertheless got 2 cars running in the top 4 behind the 2 Audis, which are dominating the race right now.
So 7 hours and change on the clock, and it is Nicky Team then 3.4 seconds to the good. In bronze, Kay Van Berlo it is that leads the way. 911 of Joel Sturm there, the Pure Racing Porsche in 2nd spot, and 3rd Jonathan Hui. Now that all means that the bronze situation is very competitive indeed right now. 2 Porsches versus the McLaren. There is 911, the 2nd placed car within that class. Klaus Bachler, Alex Malikin, Joel Sturm and Marco Seefried, the drivers, and of course that car was 3rd on the grid thanks to that really quirky qualifying and super pole that we had. And Joel Sturm, Carter turned GT4 turned GT3 racer, is the man behind the wheel right now. Bit of tank tape on the front, proof it's been in a 24-hour race.
Look, it's inevitable. There's always going to be some kind of contact body rub, and particularly during the nighttime hours. Saw a number of incidents, particularly up at Lake Coombe, a load of gravel being thrown onto the track, and then cars coming around getting caught out, they spin, and then some go across the track, some sit. Anyway, it's always a difficult part of the racetrack nighttime. But the Porsche 911 making its way, currently 15th overall, but 2nd in its class, having just conceded the lead of the class to the Porsche, just what, a second and a bit up the road, just see it going through.
Now this is the 3rd bronze car, Jonathan Hui, on the same lap as the top 2. And it's around about 10-12 seconds adrift. It's 10 seconds off Jean-Baptiste Simonow's BMW, which is 3 seconds behind Sturm. So yeah, make it about 13 to 14 seconds adrift, but it's still in the hunt for a place.
Yeah, he's got a damage to the left rear bodywork. You can see it as he goes up the hill into it, as is on board in the 93. So whether that bit of bodywork will be something that they will need to, you can see how much it's out of position, yeah. And as he slows down, it falls back. But that's something that will be being observed. But the 93 Sky Tempesta McLaren, I think, has had one of its best runs here at Spa, or the team has. They've had a variety of different cars. Certainly last year was with the Mercedes, right, but this year with the McLaren. And that car running strongly, currently in 17th position.
Yeah, they did really well, didn't they, for season after season with the Ferrari. The Mercedes, no matter which team ran the car,
never
just
worked.
Did not happen for them. They went to Garage 59 for the Gulf 12 hours to run a McLaren, and Chris Frogger instantly had a smile back on his face, and they've stuck with the car for this year, not only for Fanatec GT, but also British GT as well. And Chris Frogger getting more and more mileage. Jonathan Hui, the Hong Kong-based driver behind the wheel, as there, side by side for 3rd down to Lassource, Porsche on Porsche. 92 is Estra. Heinrich is in 96. They're going to go toe-to-toe down the hill. There are back markers ahead. Kevin Estra's car needs to grow in width, but Laurin Heinrich gets up alongside him as they dive down the hill, and through he goes. Laurin Heinrich gets one over on Kevin Estra. You don't say that very often.
And I'll say it again. You don't say that very often. Kevin Estra is a god as far as we're concerned.
Yes, absolutely.
But Heinrich has done an outstanding job. Since we came back here this morning, that 96 Porsche has been running in contention, and there you can see just how competitive it is, getting ahead of Kevin Estre in the 92, and I mean that is something, well, I don't remember seeing a competitive overtake of Kevin Estre in a very long time.
Well, let's have another look, because he came from a long way back down towards the chicane, and it was traffic that went against Estre. Oh, made a mistake. Estre made a mistake.
He did, and he also cut the inside of the chicane. Now, whether that will be part of the reason why we saw Heinrich getting past relatively easily, whether Estre will now come back and try and regain that third position from Heinrich will be interesting to see, as we get this drone view of Pujol,
through which Julien Piguet is the bravest at 206 kilometres an hour in number 50 Ferrari from Philipp Eng, Robert Schwarzman on 204 clicks, Marvin Kirchhofer, and then Indy Dontje. That's interesting. Indy Dontje, fifth bravest, 203 kilometres an hour at a corner at which he crashed earlier in the race. Get back on the horse.
Was that time set before he crashed or after? We don't know when the actual speeds were recorded, but nonetheless a very good effort by Indy Dontje. So there is Heinrich having claimed third position. Kevin Estre, because of that error he made coming into the chicane and the fact that he didn't take the chicane in the manner as required, he cut behind the apex, the final part of turn 19. So on board with Heinrich coming up the hill, where one lap ago he went. And you got Estre waiting to pounce. Three Porsches all lined up.
So Kevin Estre then, the old master of Porsches, on the tail of Laurin Heinrich. They lap the dynamic Porsche. They've got to get past the WRT BMW into La Source. Estre lets Heinrich open the door for him, follows him through, and now sets up, not to have a go here necessarily, but to stay nice and close to then challenge the other side of the hill up towards Lecombe.
This is always going to be a test of nerve for Heinrich, knowing that literally within half a second, maybe even less, he's got Kevin Estre, who is looking to recover from that incident, that moment where he misjudged the breaking into the chicane. But the two identical cars got virtually identical straight line performance up the hill into Lecombe. So has this position for third now been consolidated in favour of Heinrich, or is there anything left that Kevin Estre's got to try get ahead again?
Well, you're on board with Estre. It's got, of course, a error to Estre's name. There was the incident that Vanthoor had. There have been track limit penalties from Andlauer, and yet I don't think we've written anything negative about number 96. Laurin Heinrich, along with Dennis Olsen and Thomas Preining, have just done what you need to do. Keep out of trouble, get on with the job. Those Porsches, 1 and 2 in IGTC, Porsche 35 points behind Mercedes and BMW, so if they can be 1 and 2 at the end for the IGTC points, that will be a very welcome result indeed.
Absolutely, and the thing that 96 Porsche can't really see there's many damage on the car, any rubs. It's, again, what you do coming into a 24-hour race is keep out of trouble. Easy said than done.
Yeah, true.
But it looks like the 96 Porsche is one of the few that has managed to achieve that, and there again is where in the success is coming, but that's the pace Heinrich has got. He's actually beginning to pull away little bit by little bit from Kevin Estre.
Now, let's head to the pit lane. Amanda Busick is up and about. She's been busy ferreting out news for us. Amanda.
Good morning, and when you think of the toll of the 24 hours of Spa, take a look at this K-Pax team, all of the crew members trying to catch any little cat-eye that they can get. I was talking to the team about the strategy going forward. They think that they're still in this race. They've been battling some of those track limit penalties. When I asked the team who's up next, they're going to ask the driver, Sandy Mitchell, in one more lap if he wants to stay out for a double. If not, it'll be Marco Mappelli back in the Lamborghini.
Amanda, thanks. So that car currently 11th. It is, as you've heard, Sandy Mitchell behind the wheel of it, and it is there or thereabouts. It's just actually overtaken on the previous lap Valentino Rossi for 11th place. So Sandy Mitchell pressing on, Lamborghini factory driver. He's caught past Rossi and he's getting away. So 46 BMW just falling away a little bit at the moment. The K-Pax car upholding all of Lamborghini's honour. Different teams, but the same brand has had pretty torrid luck in this race, save for number 6. So, Sandy, Franck, Marco, it's all down to you guys.
Well, all that K-Pax are looking for is maybe another full Corsello safety car will punch this field back up again, and it'll be a reset then to the checkered flag. I mean, that's always, nobody really wants to see a prolonged full course yellow safety car, but we've got just over 7 hours of the race remaining. It's entirely possible.
Again, in traffic, look, the gap comes down a little bit between the Porsches there, because you've got Florian Scholz's Mercedes just up ahead of Laurin Heinrich as they come out of Pouhon. Kevin Estre trying to work out where to go, and to the inside line. Will he go to the outside line? Gets a face full of Mercedes. Heinrich dives to the inside. That was close, actually, as Estre encountered the Mercedes, but he's got himself right back under the rear wing of Laurin Heinrich there. Shows you what can happen in the traffic.
That, I think, is maybe where sort of the racing brain of one driver vis-a-vis the other two came into play. So Kevin Estre used that opportunity with the Mercedes to close the gap, maybe half the gap between the 96 and the 92 Porsches. He was, I felt that over the last couple of laps, Heinrich was being able to just buy the lap, increase his advantage. But when traffic came into play, it looked like Kevin Estre was able to shut that gap down again. But it's going to be the same story. If it's a clear run for the next 4 or 5 laps, I expect the Heinrich 96 Porsche. Again, he even makes a little error, just slightly overruns, and Kevin Estre didn't need to be invited twice to get back onto the tail of the 96.
Over the timing line go the Porsches then, and Kevin Estre right back on the tail of Heinrich. 0.257 of a second was the margin. And maybe Heinrich just has a slightly quicker car, but Estre is staying with him.
He is. I mean, on acceleration, you can see the 96 is fractionally quicker, but that's because it's on the throttle slightly earlier.
Car stationary on the run down towards Eau Rouge. You just caught a glimpse of it there. We've got a yellow flag in that first sector as well. So we might hear, depending on what's going on with the car, might be that we have to have a full course yellow. Let's see.
Oh, it is the Mercedes, and it's pulled off just on the entry into Eau Rouge, so it's not on the racetrack, first of all, but it's in an area which is difficult to get a recovery vehicle to pull it to safety unless it can get underway under its own means.
And that'll be it. The race director will give them, say, 30 seconds or so to see whether the car powers down and restarts. If not, then intervention will be necessary. The Porsches then battle, and the teams will be looking at that, thinking, okay, right, now if we do have an interruption, can we bring the car in? Can we top it up with fuel? What will this do to us for track position? So all the boffins with the laptops, the brains trounced up and down the pit lane, will be on their toes now.
They certainly will, and those little moments. I'd like to know why the Mercedes landed or stopped at that part of the circuit, because the angle the car's at is strange. It shouldn't be sort of in that sort of 45 degrees to the racetrack. If it's got a problem, it should have pulled away over to the left up against the barrier to give everybody a chance who might get to the car the opportunity to work on it in relative safety.
Look at this gap between the Porsches, though. It is stretching. Heinrich is getting away from Kevin Estre. Kevin able to get back at him in the traffic, but on pure pace, Heinrich is quicker. Now here, bit of smoke out of the back of that Mercedes.
Yeah, there's smoke coming from the back of the car, so
he parks it.
Yeah, but why did he not park it up against the barrier? Why did he leave it there? That's what I would like to understand. Whether maybe the engine's just not quite seized, but it's in a dangerous position to allow workers to get it. Kevin Estre, traffic is going to be his only hope, I suspect, during this stint, because Heinrich has certainly got the pace in his Porsche that Kevin Estre appears to be lacking in the 92.
Still interested to see what they're going to be able to do to move that Mercedes. I don't think if it's a smoky car, it can be anticipated to restart and limp round for a lap, and certainly if it's hobbled, it doesn't want to limp across the track to the pit exit. So the marshals and the race control team will be looking at this. There it sits.
Well, the driver's door is open, but whether the driver has vacated the car or whether he's sitting there but just opened the door to let some fresh air into the cockpit. It's up the hill again, traffic staying over to the right. The 35 BMW, that's the two Porsches go through.
And Julian Andlauer is ready. He's going to get on board. Now look at this, Kevin Estre is 36 minutes into a stint. So I think the Manthey team is thinking we're going to have to go full course yellow to get that car out of the way, and we'll take that opportunity to do a pit stop. Twice during the night, just before 11 o'clock, and then again around about midnight, 92 had to interrupt its stint because of tyre-related issues. One was a tyre issue in quotes. The other one was to do with a vibration on a tyre. It was actually pickup. It wasn't a vibration as such. It was purely the pickup on the tyre. But again, it was an interrupted stint. So the Manthey team, therefore, perhaps looking at changing the strategy on this stint as well. If a full course yellow is called for, it might be equally that Estra is reporting back that there is something amiss, which is why he hasn't got the pace of Heinrich.
Absolutely, we don't know what's going on between driver and team, but what we do know is that this car, during the nighttime hours, in fact, it was on lap 220, and Lauer did the fastest lap of the race. I mean, unbelievable, 2 minutes 17.1. So maybe that's why, if they do bring this 92 Porsche in, and in anticipation of the track going full yellow as we come up into the chicane.
This is number 44 Porsche, Fred Makovici, another of the Porsche factory drivers. Behind him is 93 Eddie Cheever we had in that, Jonathan Hui in that car. So you've got Makovici 24th, a lap down on Hui, who is 17th as they come across the line. So down towards La Source they turn. Now that Mercedes that's parked on the left, we might look at in a moment, but I'm trying to work out in my own mind whether it's in a dangerous place. You wouldn't normally expect a car to go off the road there, and it's not really on the apex of the corner.
No, but I think my concern would be putting out a recovery vehicle, putting out marshals to try and attach the tow strap. It's in the event if and or but. So that's why I think it's in an area where the only way that you can secure that car safely is to put out, certainly you've got a localized yellow still in place, so nobody can overtake in that area. And as you go back to the Valentino Rossi up into the chicane, Rossi currently running the 12th place. It's only half a second, just under half a second behind Sandy Mitchell. And Sandy Mitchell himself only half a second behind Fabian Schiller. So that's a battle going on as we look at. There is Sandy Mitchell, there is Valentino Rossi.
BMW Rossi, also thinking BMW. Philip Eng, only 11.5 seconds back from that Porsche fight. Another IGTC point scorer, and 98 still in the mix. Out of sequence, but in the mix. This is Rossi then, and he's inching up onto the back of the traffic into 11th place now that Fabian Schiller has just peeled into the pit lane. So Valentino Rossi heads uphill. His next target would be Sandy Mitchell in the Lamborghini, and it was half a second between those two when they came over the line. So the BMW here is fighting back. It lost the place to Sandy earlier on, but closing in on him once again now.
Yeah, I think when you go out having had maybe a period of rest, you get back into the car, you just simply got to drive yourself back in. So Valentino now has done that, and he'll feel fully comfortable with his position down into Brussels.
Full course yellow is coming, 20 seconds to a full course yellow. Race control have decided that the car can't be allowed to stay there. Full course yellow, 20 seconds on the in-car marshalling display. Look, you're riding with Valentino Rossi. That'll become 10 seconds very shortly. And now we go to full course yellow.
I mean, why did Sandy Mitchell show clue him? Okay, he maybe anticipated it, but certainly slightly caught out Valentino Rossi at the pace, and that's a mirror of what happened last night on the Camel Straight with the two BMWs.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because on our timing screen it goes 20 seconds, 10 seconds. On Rossi's display it only went 20 and then into full course yellow, so there was perhaps less of a warning. Why it doesn't say 10, I don't know, whether that's dependent on the car or the system, I can't tell you. But whereas we have it on our screen 10 seconds, that wasn't on the display. That's the reason for the interruption anyway, and so 92 Porsche has stayed out, but we are behind full course yellow, or under, I should say, full course yellow conditions now.
So this shouldn't take terribly long to recover the Mercedes. There's an entry just round the corner, literally as you enter into Eau Rouge. To the left there's an access to get the car removed. I doubt they'll try and drag it across the racetrack. You can see the car is now actually being towed away, and it's going into that zone. There we are, just to the left of the... Oh, and green already. That didn't take very long.
Wow.
Caught some people out.
Didn't it? But the pros on their toes. Very unusual in a sense to have a very brief full course yellow period like that. But as John said, because there's a little access point around the corner, the car's quickly out of the way. We're back up and running.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Porsche, and I mean, you have to be literally on it all the time. Kevin Estra was, as he looks still at the back of the sister car, not part of the Manthey team. So it'll be moments like that that are going to give Kevin Estre maybe the best opportunity to get back on terms with the 96 of Heinrich.
But Philipp Eng has just pitted after 42 minutes, and I think they were anticipating that full course yellow period to be longer, and he's now in the pit lane under green flag conditions. There goes the car, but I'm not sure that was the right time to pit for that BMW. I think the team was anticipating it would be a slower pace for longer, and that car in the pits after just 42 minutes of the stint with everybody else now under green flag conditions.
I mean, the team know precisely where the Mercedes was off the track. They knew there's an access point at that, so they should have been aware that it was going to be a relatively quick yellow, localized yellow, then back to race pace. And once that car was being towed, it was barely turning in before the track went back to green.
Yeah.
So maybe there are other factors. We really trying to judge from where we are sitting in the commentary booth. We don't know the full story, but whatever it is, that was a stop, the only stop of a car in the top 6. So how much time that's going to cost Philipp Eng in the 98 Rover Racing BMW, it's certainly probably going to put them down to around about 8th or 9th position. I'm assuming looking at the timing and scoring.
We are aware from the pits, Amanda's telling us that a number of teams were ready, and when they saw how the Mercedes was being towed out of the way, they cancelled those pit stops. But I think Rover had committed to it. I think that's gone against them. We'll see in about 7 hours' time, but for my money, I would think, got it wrong there.
But somebody has to make a call, and you can make the right ones or you make the incorrect ones, and whatever it is, you have to live with it and get on. There will be more, I suspect, circumstances before the checkered flag falls. But look, Kevin Estre back at the almost as close as he wants to get to the rear of Heinrich's Porsche, up through Eau Rouge and over the top at Raidillon. I mean, the two cars, identical straight line performance, and Kevin's just going to sit there and have to wait. His hope is going to be traffic once again. He backs out of it, you hear him. Sounded like he was actually almost lifting and coasting there momentarily. Be hard to imagine that's what he was doing. But there's traffic ahead, which maybe, I don't know whether he wants to stay at a particular distance rather than run right under the rear wing. I could have sworn you used a sentence about Kevin Estre with the word coasting in it. Have you been at the beer? No, not in the least. But I mean, the engine note changed. It sounded like he was lifting and coasting. I thought it was a very strange thing to do. No, anyway, you're quite right. I mean, the only coasting that Kevin Estre probably does is somewhere on the beach. Indeed so. He's in 4th place. It is Nicky Team 6.5 seconds to the good from Ricardo Feller. Now, how about this? Because of the way the full course yellow fell, the last laps for the Audis over 3 minutes, for the two Porsches 2 minutes 51. So it's been a really quirky deployment for some cars, or the way that things have panned out with that full course yellow has given us some quirky lap times, is perhaps a better way of phrasing it. But I do think 98's been dealt a bad hand there. I think you're probably right, because that's dropped the car outside the top 10. It's currently in 11th position. So you've got BMW 10th with Valentino Rossi, 11th for Philipp Eng. In fact, Philipp Eng's dropping further down. As the consequence, he's now in 13th position. So, as you say, that was maybe a hasty decision, maybe an opportunistic one, as we look at Philipp Eng trying to get back as quickly as possible. And that's, I don't know what he's thinking in his helmet. All he can do is drive flat out. He's just gained 12th place there from Kai van Berlo. So he's gained a spot back, but he's got a lot of work to do now, because he's very nearly a lap down. He's up at Les Combes as the leaders have just got to La Source. So there is the 98 running behind the 11th place, and Arkin Guven in his 54 Porsche. So will Philipp Eng make short work? I mean, again, a competitive car that's not going to concede, because they're all in the same category. Down the inside into Bruxelles, he's nowhere near enough. Closes up a lot under braking and in the entry. He's got fresh rubber on, I am assuming. Yeah. So he will have a quicker car than the Porsche directly ahead. So where can that pass make? He's going to try and maybe, can he do it? But he's not been given the opportunity, because Goiven is moving around a bit to block anything that Philipp Eng is doing. So into Pouhon, then the next chance will come down into Fagnes, but Goiven looks like he's prepared to use all the racetrack to preclude Philipp Eng from getting up and passing. Eng is up the curb, but he knows that he's got to make up a lot of time now. So as the cars come down towards
campus. We've got Sandy Mitchell's Lamborghini heading into the pit lane. And here comes Eng up the inside, but Aenshin Guven is a very, very accomplished Porsche racer. Absolutely excellent he was in Super Cup. But now to the inside goes Eng, another former Porsche champion. Toe-to-toe they go. BMW booms past.
Yeah, and that's all down to the fresh set of tyres on the BMW. Much more grip as he turned into the Paul Frere Courbe, and nothing the Porsche could do about it. Just it didn't have the tyre life. So BMW get through and enable Philippe Eng to move forward, and he'll be happy with that performance.
So there's Eng. He comes out of the chicane. Now, was that a good stop or a bad stop in terms of the decision? Nick Yellerly will tell Amanda.
I just pulled him away from eating a sandwich. It's all about the calories here this morning. And Nick, when you were explaining to me about whether you guys were coming in expecting a safety car strategy, you said strategy. How will this help the BMW?
Yeah, I think because we had pit stop under focus yellow, we're getting obviously a few seconds back. Unfortunately, we got the penalty with track limits, so we're just trying, whatever we can. The guys behind me are much cleverer than me, so they'll be able to sort us out. Still a long way left in the race as well, so yeah, we'll keep chipping away at it, and hopefully you'll see us at the front in the next 6 hours, I guess.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Time will tell. So Nick Yellerly sounding confident. Kevin Estre coming back at Laurin Heinrich. Now, where are these two in terms of a stint? They've still got about 20 minutes, just under, before they need to think about stopping.
Yeah, certainly there'll be Kevin Estre will be the one the more likely to stop before Heinrich. And again, having had to concede that third place to the 96 Porsche, has never really ever gotten back on terms, gets close on occasion. Usually it's through traffic or maybe up the hill up into Lake Coombe where you get a group of cars all bunching together. So here we are, and no sign or sound of coasting this time, David, from Kevin Estre.
Well, the only coasting he would do is on the beach, I think.
Well, that's we've been there this morning already.
To the beach, no wonder you were late.
Anyway, there we are. Down again, look how close is he getting into Bruxelles. And then the drop down through Speaker Corner, and then all the way down to Puchon.
Behind them as well is the number 44 Porsche, Fred Makovici at the wheel of it. So Porsche heroes running in convoy here. The car that Makovici drives is another of the bronze class cars, so it's not fighting for overall position. It's in 24th and is a couple of laps down on the two ahead of it. But look at the pace that Makovici's got, just sitting on the back of the other two.
Well, I mean, Makovici is as quick as these other two drivers, because basically factory driver. Okay, Makovici's not in a pro car, but he will enjoy, I think, having this opportunity just to illustrate that he's not in a likely race-winning car overall, but he can win his category, and he can still run at the pace of the two cars running in third and fourth position.
Race leaders then, lap 3, 6, 9, and Nicky Thiem as the leader has done a 45-minute stint now, so he's still got 20 minutes or so, or just under 20 minutes before he needs to be in. And with a lap of 2 minutes 20, you can do the sums. Over the timing line come the Porsches. Heinrich fending off Estre, but he's never got away. He might have stretched it to around about 6/10 as he has done now, but it's almost as though Estre is quite content to sit in the wheel tracks and just harry him all the way.
If hands on the butting, I mean, I don't think Kevin Estre is ever happy if he's running behind another competitor car. So he will want to find a way around, but he hasn't got enough performance in the 92 Porsche to be able to take on Henrik on pace and find a way around. I mean, that overtake that was made, 10 more laps ago, was the consequence, I think, of the incident where Estre just got it wrong in the chicane. So he's never been able to come back at Heinrich, and at the same time, as you point out, Heinrich has never been able to pull away significantly. At one point earlier in the Heinrich stint in third place, it did look that he was fractionally quicker per lap, but that kind of neutralized over the last 3 or 4 or so laps.
Well, Kevin Estre has won this race before. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to win it. The Manthey EMA team, the EMA bit, the Australian team, with its alliance with Manthey. And downhill once more, thunders Kevin Estre. These two Porsches will gain a place shortly because Ricardo Feller owes us a pit stop.
So he's got, what, another 5 minutes or more, maybe not, yeah, about 5 minutes of his stint. And Marcello's the other one's going to be coming in very shortly as well. He's only got about 3 or 4 minutes remaining. As he goes through the Fagnes sequence.
Marcello lapping on the same pace as these Porsches, and therefore he's not catching, is he? He's something like 24 seconds back from Est and not being able to catch Kevin. So Raffaele Marcello, that Mercedes has never quite had that last bit of oomph, has it?
I mean, all the way through, both qualifying and in the race. When we were saying, well, maybe they're looking at the long game, the 88 Mercedes, they won here last year. They're not really interested in trying to win the race in the first hour. They want to win the race in the 24th hour. So that 88 Mercedes never has illustrated out-and-out pace that we've seen previously. And even in 5th place, they need to be on their toes, because 11.5 seconds behind is the first of the Ferraris, Antonio Fuoco, and he is running, well, fractionally quicker per lap than the Mercedes is. It's not taking big lumps out of the gap between the Ferrari and the Mercedes, but you know, again, as a safety car, or sorry, full course yellow, then a safety car, we'll see 6th and 5th place, as well, pretty much the rest of the field, concertina.
You're looking at Kevin Estre in 4th place, just to pick up on 1 or 2 other things. Nick Katzberg has taken over from Chaz Mostert in 75 Mercedes. Chaz Mostert wins our Ironman award. He did a double stint earlier on. He's now done a 3 hours, 10 minute triple stint effectively, which is the maximum you can do in one go. So he's being used to good effect. They did Adam Osika's bronze time early in the race, and now they've got to divide it up between the pros. And so that car in Chaz Mostert's hands has been absolutely ragged, and he's certainly deserved his breakfast now. Right, there you have just seen the number 6 Lamborghini. That's Sandy Mitchell. And behind it is 88 Raffaele Marciello. Sandy Mitchell has dropped a lap, I think, on the most recent round of stops, and so he's got the lap back. Sandy Mitchell is 5 minutes into a stint, so again, he's slightly out of sequence, but the lap he will get back as others serve their next pit stop.
Yeah, and the idiot, I mean, Raffaele Marciello, he's just, I'm not going through, I can't say he's going through the motions, but it's just running in what I'd call very metronomic kind of pace. Last lap was 2:20.5. I mean, very much around the pace of the Ferrari directly behind, but half a second down or so on Kevin Estre directly ahead of him. Philippe Eng, who we saw make that pit stop, we thought that was going to be maybe a strategic stop, but maybe it was a stop that was a bit too hasty. Quickest in his first sector, personal best, but what can he do? Well, in fact, his last lap was a 2:19.5, so he's actually running at a pace right now quicker than anybody else around him.
Yeah, quickest driver in that leading group, quicker than anybody else ahead, as you look at Raffaele Marciello, and he's due in either this lap or the next. Marciello has been in the car for an hour now in this stint. And a stint is an hour and 5 minutes as a maximum. What happens if the safety car is out, you might ask, or a full course yellow at the end of your 65 minutes? Well, the answer to that is you're given 5 minutes grace, but there's no drama such as that at the moment with green flag conditions. Luca Engschler, one of the drivers of number 17, can reflect on this car's great pace with Amanda in the pits.
Will take over for Nicky Team at the end of his stint, and when you look at the performance that you guys have had since the start of this race, what do you think has put you into this position?
Well, I think a perfect preparation from the team. We arrived with a massively good prepared car, and Kelvin and Nicky were doing a great job also helping me to come up to speed. So far everything according to plan, but as you know, it's 7 hours to go, so yeah, long way.
As we've been talking about, you're making your Spa debut. Have you let your thoughts go to what victory here might look like?
Sorry?
Have you let your thoughts go to what victory might be like here?
No, it's way too far. I mean, for me, I'm focusing on my job lap by lap, stint by stint, and then, I don't know, we can have a chat another time, half an hour to the end.
Head down and staying serious.
Amanda, you've got a date, I think, from Luca Engschler. Come back half an hour before the end of the race. He wants to be talking as a potential race winner, multiple TCR touring car champion, Asia, Middle East, Malaysia, and switching to GT racing this year. He's got a tough act to follow when he gets into the car, given the way that Nicky Team has gone, but he's done a really good job in the race thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, all 3 drivers have been excellent, and of course, Nicky Team is the one that always seems to be in the right place at the right time when it comes to grabbing TV time, and Kevin van der Linde likewise, 2 excellent, well seasoned, professional, get in, get the job done race drivers.
So there is the outright leader, number 17 Audi. And in silver, number 12 Audi, Lucas Legere, had got the car back into the lead just before his last pit stop. He's handed the car over to Finlay Hutchison, and because of that pit stop, it's enabled Glenn Van Berlo's Lamborghini into the lead of the class, but of course there's another pit stop coming up shortly for him. So silver is shuffling, but number 12, which we were concerned about last night, it had dropped away for a little bit, it's back in the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. They come to you. Audi had dominated that silver category in the opening hours, and then when I came back in this morning, where are they? They were looking up and down the timing and scoring, but they are coming back. They're running currently in second position in that category. They've just been overtaken by Hutchinson, just been overtaken by Fred Makoviecki in the 44 Porsche. That's a different class the two cars are running in, but nevertheless the gap between the leader, I'm just waiting for timing and scoring to correct. Anyway, it's a good comeback from the 12 Audi, having fallen away just before we went away for our nighttime rest.
Right, Marciello was pitted as predicted, and you've got Ricardo Fella 9 seconds back. There he is in second place. So Nicky Tim has built a margin. It's a small-ish margin, but 9 seconds, that's good enough. Julian Andlauer, sorry, the fastest lap still Julian Andlauer. Kevin Estre chasing Laurin Heinrich for third and fourth, and Antonio Fuoco is going to gain fifth when he crosses the line now, with Marciello having pitted.
Indeed, so that was a progress from Fuoco that we were watching. Charlie Fagg running, 17 seconds behind the 6th place Ferrari, so that'll be soon the 5th place Ferrari with Marcello's pit stop. So, say yes.
Yellow in sector 3,
yeah,
John.
Sector 3.
Yeah, so somebody's had a moment in the end of the lap, briefly, because it's now gone back to green, so somebody having a quick moment over the curb, maybe.
It often happens coming out of Paul Frere curb, they run wide, run through the gravel trap. That's, I assume, that's just the very beginning of sector 3. Sector 2 ends between Campus and the entry into Paul Frere curb, but that has gone back immediately back to green. So Sandy Mitchell is up into 15th position, and he's taken that position away from Jonathan Wee in the Sky Tempesta McLaren.
The drone shot, can I bang on about, because I think it is a great addition to the coverage this year, and it's fantastic to have a different perspective of Spa. You can look down at just about every point of it. You can see the lines that people, look at the difference there going up towards the chicane, and it's absolutely crystal clear. Great shot that. People peeling off into the pit lane. Look left, you can see all the team's hospitality and catering areas. You can see the team's car parking up at the top of the hill. Look to the right, you've got the F1 pits. Look round the corner coming out of La Source. You've got the paddock and then the endurance pits behind that. You've got Spa and Francorchamps up in the distance there. Absolutely wonderful, this drone shot. More, please. It's great. We like it.
And it's been a great success this season, introducing a drone. What I particularly enjoyed was last night when we had the circuit in full darkness, but you had the headlights of the car, and then this area around the pits complex all illuminated. Then you go up through Eau Rouge over Radio, and it's into total darkness.
You were saying yesterday it kind of flattens Eau Rouge from that angle, but that's the shot up through Radion, the public road just behind the racetrack there. You can see going off into the distance, blasting its way through the trees, and you get an idea of the length of that Camel Straight up towards Le Combe. But if you hover over the forest, that's coming out of Bruxelles and down through Speaker's Corner and into Pouan down in the bottom right of the picture there. So the camera moving as right, and there you can see the nature of that double gauche, that double left-hander, then that short straight towards the Piff Path, and again on the right-hand side, that part of the complex here has been occupied largely by support race transporters and trucks over the course of the weekend. Have a look to the far right of the screen again, because coming out of the Piff Path, you've got the college on the right-hand side. There it is, the building, that whole educational area, and the tunnel that goes under the circuit there. Access point, again, that's where lots of the transporters come in and out of the circuit. And again, if you look to the far right, you've got another public road that takes you down towards Stavelot. The kart track in the middle, which is a very busy place during the season with FIA race meetings as much as corporate work. And then the cars you can see coming out of the Cours Paul Frere, edging left up towards Blanchimont.
Well, that return through Paul Frere Courbe originally was part of the public roads. I mean, this high permanent circuit. And the way that I came in this morning, probably the same as you came in this morning as well, was actually, I think, a part of the original old circuit layout, which was, it took you down to Stavlo, and then you came all the way back up. Now, the corner that is called now Paul Frere Curve used to be called Stavlo.
Yeah.
But actually, on the old layout of the circuit, the run from the town of Stavlo was a much longer, something like an 8-mile racetrack. And I mean, an extremely high-speed circuit. The lap record, I think, was set way back in the early 70s by Henri Pescarolo in a Matra Group C or whatever it was, 3-liter sports car, 163 miles an hour.
A sobering thought as the average on those roads. 6 hours and 40 minutes to go. Race leader Nicky Team now 13 seconds to the good. You're riding with Kevin Estre, and he is still staring at the back of Laurin Heinrich's Porsche. Heinrich in the traffic now, and where does he go? Back marker to the left, back marker ahead. Estre tries to get a toe off the Aston Martin of Bullet Racing, then off the Mercedes. Is he going to dive up the inside of Heinrich? Surely not to a teammate. They put a lap there on treble 7 Mercedes of Fabian Schiller.
Yeah, and the Mercedes had to turn in. It wasn't going to be able to do anything else. So Kevin Estre, again, he has to read what's going on. He knows that the Mercedes is going to turn in, so he prepared for it, and it's frustrating. But look, it's the ebb and flow of what happens in traffic, and once he clears the 777 Mercedes, he'll be on his way again.
So there is 92, that's Estre. Then the Grello, green-yellow Porsche, running in 4th place. And for Kevin Estre, he will be in the pits at the end of this lap. So down through Pont he comes, can't afford to lose time in the traffic.
Well, he has.
Yeah.
He's more than doubled the gap between the 96 and the 92, and well, I saw a car flash to the right, and who was it flash? Well, it's Fred Rakowicki in the Hexus Porsche. So he's trying to tag on, remain in contact with the back of the yellow, Guello, whatever, the yellow and green Nante Porsche.
The bright one.
Yeah, the bright one.
Although that said, Laurin Heinrich's Rotronic car with its bright yellow to the blue paintwork stands out as well. Right, so Estre due in. I'll rephrase it. He can ill afford to lose time on this lap, but you're right, he has lost a bit of ground in the traffic, which is unlike Kevin Estre. Again, looking down from the drone, you can see the cars coming through Blanchimont now up towards the chicane, and expect the Manthey Porsche to be in this time. Into the chicane comes Heinrich. He accelerates towards the timing line, blasts his way up past the pits, and you'll notice there is no Estre there because he's in the pit lane now. So Kevin Estre is in at the end of lap 375.
Right, so it'll be another lap. Should be the end of this coming lap that will see the 96 Porsche come in as well. Nicky Team will probably also come in at the end of this lap. He's done 59 minutes and a bit. So I would imagine that the lead car is going to make it into the pits as well, as there it is going into Les Combes with a comfortable now 14.2 second advantage over Laurin Heinrich in the second place Porsche, and Fuoco has found himself up into 3rd.
I hadn't told you, forgive me, that Riccardo Feller had pitted as well out of 2nd place. So he stayed behind the wheel of the car, but has now dropped into 9th place because of that most recent pit stop. So the order's going to shuffle, as John says. We've got Kevin Estre and Antonio Fuoco into the pit lane. So it is team from Heinrich now, and they're going to the pit lane in 11 Audi is Fred Verviche. Valentino Rossi is coming in as well. Valentino preparing for the pit stop, making sure that everything is as it should be for the mechanics to go to work. Is he going to stay behind the wheel?
Well, I was looking, I don't know, you're allowed to loosen the shoulder straps on your seatbelts, you're not allowed to undo the buckle. So I would assume that Valentino was staying in for a second stint. I mean, to do a single stint. But you've got Auguste Farfus and Maxime Martin. No, he's staying in.
Staying in. He's going to say the belts don't look loosened,
no,
so
not, no.
He's going to stay in. The WRT mechanics run around the car, and of course you've got this as the best placed of the WRT entries now. There's also an Inter-Nissan BMW fight going on between WRT and Rover to see which team comes out on top for the brand, and it was Rossi ahead, but now that he's pitted, Eng for Rover should be able to go back through.
So the two Porsche, but principally looking at car Kevin Estre, but it's been handed over to Julian Andlauer, so he's behind the wheel. Kevin has driven his heart out to try and get ahead or reclaim that second position before his pit stop. So Andlauer has taken over the car, and let's see what he can do. Heinrich is going to be coming in. I suspect if he's not in the pit lane in a minute, very quickly indeed.
We're seeing the pit stop for number 11, then the Audi that Fred Ravish brought in from the Audi Sport Team Continue stable, 56 in as well. That's the car of Job Raponge, Adrian Delina, Tanart Saturn Tiracool, Daniele Diamato, 71 on its way back out, which is Davide Rigon now, and Valentino Rossi's on his way back into the race also. Heinrich is in from second place, so expect a bit more shuffling now.
It's interesting that Nicky Team appears to have chosen to stay out and do one further lap. His stint is 1 minute and 2 seconds, so he can do that extra lap, but he's getting himself pretty close to that 65-minute buffer point where that's the maximum one stint is permitted.
This is 96 then, the Rutronic Porsche. Laurin Heinrich has given the car over. 43 seconds for the fuel hose to be connected. There it is in the front, look. Done. Car drops down, away it blasts.
So is it Dennis Olsen or is it Thomas Pranning that's taken the wheel? Wait to see whether they update on timing and scoring indicates. So we've still got Heinrich showing Thomas Pranning just clicked over his car and down the pit lane. So Julian Andlauer has taken over the 92. He did that a lap ahead of the 96. There is the 92. So the gap when the 96 goes onto the pit lane, probably going to be considerably bigger than it was before they came in.
Right, Nicky Team is heading into Blanchimont then, and the car in this time, it can't do another lap, otherwise it'll be over the stint allocation. There is Julian Andlauer down at La Source, but Nicky Team, the race leader, heading for the pit lane then as he comes into the chicane. So at the end of lap 377, Luca Enschler will get on board the leading car. There are the Porsches having their fight look. Preining on his way to pit out, and they're coming out of Eau Rouge in the green, Porsche in the background. Julian Andlauer, it's going to be close here, but Preining stays ahead. Andlauer's got to take the fight to him as the leader is in the pits.
The gap, in fact, look at the 92, has actually got all the momentum coming up, so that's going to be a pass, simply just because the 92 had made that stop one lap earlier, and, well, there you go, that's just, you make your decisions, you decide when to do. Preining has got to get himself driven back up to speed, and Andlauer has had the benefit of having that one out lap and going onto a flying lap, his first flying lap now, and he's swooped by the 96 as if it wasn't there. But that's just simply the fact that he was up to speed. And so watching the race leader.
So Luca Enschler comes to the side of the car, Nicky Tim brings it in. So now we've seen Andlauer jump ahead of Preining, Philippe Eng coming back into the mix. Now when this round of pit stops settles down, it will show us where 98 is in real terms after that pit stop under the very, very brief full course yellow period that may have helped, may have hindered. But let's have a quick look up the road. I thought I'd just seen the Rover BMW ahead. Yes, I think that the Eng car is now ahead of the Porsches. It is. He's jumped the Porsches again on the pit stops. So that's going to put Philippe Eng potentially back into the lead of the race here, depending on the stop for the Audi here.
Just saw the 66 Mercedes coming into the pit lane. It's running down at 29th position. But there are the two Porsche, and it's a reverse of what we were watching up until that last round of pit stops. But Preining has been in the 96. Clearly is able to run down, having lost that position on the Kemmel Straight, has recovered it, and Julian Andlauer is now under pressure very much in the same manner that we saw earlier in the second stint of Kevin Estrom.
So there, rejoining is Luca Enschler. Now we need to see where the train of cars is. BMW, Audi, keeping the lead then, number 17, BMW 98 second. And then for third, it's going to be Ricardo Feller. Fourth is going to be Andlauer, and fifth is Preining. That's your order then. So there for the race lead, absolutely nose to tail.
Absolutely, BMW really under the rear wing of Luca Enschler as he goes out on his out lap. So Philippe Eng has been up to speed, and Enschler takes that little bit of time just to drive himself back in. you've been standing in the pits anticipating it, and then you jump in. The thing you don't want to do is go out on your out lap and bin it. So at the same time, you don't want to be overly cautious and allow yourself to be subsumed by a hard charging Philippe Eng, who is, you see, making his way down the hill into, there is Brining, who's just taken over from a two stellar stints by Nicky Teamy. Dragged that car up behind the 40 Audi, swooped by and was never ever challenged thereafter.
So it does look, doesn't it, as though it was the right call by the Rover team to bring the car in under the full course yellow. The initial fear that we all had was that they'd wasted time by pitting as we went back to green, but there it is then, on the tail of Engschler. But having said all of that, Eng is nearly half an hour into a stint.
He is, and Enslinger is clearly, now he's got his out lap under his belt, and he knows what the car is going to give him, and he's on new tyres. Those elements are going to help him pull himself away from second place Philippe Eng. As I say that, Eng has managed to get clear of the Ferrari that he was running behind, so wait and see when they come across start-finish line as we look at the battle of the Porsche. And Thomas Preining again looking all over, coming up side by side, coming up into the chicane, and the 92 just about, yes, just managed to keep the 96 at bay as they come across the line to go on to lap 379 and up into La Source. So Browning again trying to find a way around. There's three Porsche, but it's the battle we've got going on right now for fourth place between Andlauer and Browning as they run down the hill and into Eau Rouge. So overall top speed at Radio, that's Marvin Kierhofer, 267 kilometers per hour. The Ferrari second, Fuoco, 247. 20 kilometers, this is at Radio, I beg your pardon, not at the straight, it's a 20-kilometer differential between Kierhofer and everybody else. I can't believe that. If it is, the McLaren must be pretty mighty at the top of Radio, because that's a massive 20 kilometers gap between quickest and next quickest. Haven't seen that, Jake. Not that I can remember. Maybe you saw it during the earlier hours when you were in the commentary booth, but I've not seen it.
Well, that was definitely a deep breath sort of a moment, wasn't it, as the two Porsches battled away together. Fourth and fifth position, Julian Andlauer and Thomas Preining, and incredibly, those two cars are only 12 seconds off the leader, Luca Engschler. So we've still got 5 cars within a dozen seconds with 6.5 hours to go in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, the 75th running of this amazing race, and it just keeps getting better. Now, Bruce Jones pointed out to us earlier, John, that the record for the number of GT3 cars on the lead lap at the end of 24 hours is currently stood at 8. Well, we've currently got 12.
Well, I mean, when you're doing a nighttime stint, you've got time to do that kind of research to come up with those stats, because you know, when you're doing the nighttime stint and it's a long night that Martin Haven and Bruce Jones had, and so you have to come up with some thoughts on some interesting statistics, and that was one of them. Well done, Bruce. It's a very useful one to know.
I reckon that might...
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got a very competitive top dozen. Thomas Preining still looking to find a way past Julian Andlauer, and looks one way, looks the other way. So these two Porsches have been more or less glued together, whether it's with Estra or whomever behind the wheel, up the hill, up into La Source.
I reckon that was one of those 2-hour full course yellow stat research jobs by Bruce Jones. Very nicely done. Now they come off the turn at La Source, down the hill, on the run to Eau Rouge, then they'll come up the hill to the top of Radion. But once again, Preining in the 96, having taken over, of course, from Lauren Heinrich. It's going to be an interesting run for him as they climb up the crest, then up along the Kemmel Straight. Still climbing, of course, still climbing along the Kemmel Straight. And you come all the way up to the top of Les Combes, and it's only there that the descent begins. So a fabulous run. The camera angle here doesn't really convey just how much the climb continues. And then you get up to the top at Les Combes, but the Rutronic Porsche still all over the back of Julian Andlauer. And now they've got traffic to deal with, so fourth and fifth position could get a little bit spicy here as Andlauer tries to work his way through the traffic.
Well, they're having their own inter-class battle, but you know, and Andlauer trying to go the long way around and get position, and he's just about managed it. But Preining is likewise going to slide through, so he saw the opportunity, and he, you know, when you are running in a battle with another car, you want to make sure that if there is traffic, that if there's a gap between you and the car you're pursuing, it isn't a large enough gap to let that particular car get in between the two of you. So Preining successfully managed to avoid that, and now coming past the Ferrari down into, again, same kind of thing. Don't let a car get between you and the one that you're pursuing, because then it'll put you in your back foot momentarily. It means that you've got to find another way around a car, which is more difficult than just simply doing the doppelganger effect and carry on through. In this case, it's Preining doing the doppelganging on Julian Andlauer.
Doppelganging, that's a great word. I'm going to use that one.
Well, don't just patented, by the way, just be careful.
Patented John Watson. Right, let's give you a quick update of top 3 in classes. If you've only just rejoined us, or if you're just popping back in after a quick cup of tea. The Sheriff Sport Audi leading of Luca Engsler in front of the sister Audi. This is the Trezor Orange car of Ricardo Feller, second position. Then we've got this fabulous battle starting to build here as Ricardo Feller, Philip Eng in the BMW, I should say, in second place. Then Ricardo Feller in the Audi, and then these two Porsches that we're watching dueling away, Julian Andlauer and Thomas Preining, having a fantastic scrap. So that's where we're at currently in the top 5 in that category. Then you go a little bit further down the ranks and have a look at Charlie Fagg in the McLaren, who is currently sat in the leading position in the bronze category. So they are doing a fantastic job there in 9th position. In the gold category, I should say. They are in the first position. Second in that category is the Conti Racing Audi of Maxime Soulet. They are 13th overall, in front of the WRT BMW of Jean-Baptiste Simonal, the number 30 car, and they are in 14th overall. So that's the Gold Cup top 3 at this moment. Looking back to the silver, you've got Lorenzo Patrese behind the wheel of the Trezor Orange Audi, running in 20th position, just in front of Finlay Hutchison in 21st position in the Conti Racing Audi, and then the GRT Grassa Lamborghini, the number 85 car of Glenn Van Berlo, and they are 20th, 21st and 22nd, those 3 cars, so they are together on the road and in the battle for position. Then we go to the Bronze Cup. 17th position is the Pure Racing Porsche of Klaus Bechler, the 911, the number 911, and going into the lead of that battle. Then Kay Van Berlo in the Herberth Porsche number 91, the black and gold machine, and then in 3rd place is the Sky Tempesta McLaren, prolifically in the top 3 all season. They were there in Monza, they were there in Paul Ricard, and they're in the top 3 again for Schmidt, Hoy, Froggatt and Cheever. And then finally in the Pro-Am Cup, just a quick recap of the top 3. Sonergy 1 of Nicky Katzberg in the Mercedes AMG, and then the Car Collection Porsche in 2nd of Nico Menzel, and the CSA Racing Audi of Casper Stevenson. Amanda is down there in the pits with the superstar Nicky Team.
Nicky, no one knows better than you what can happen at Spa as the hours count down here. You just said that you had so much fun out there. Describe the intensity of this competition right now.
Yeah, right now I have the American way, I would say, like it's wow, wow, wow. I'm just enjoying life here. Having fun, living the life, just enjoying one of the best races there is on this planet. So yeah, living the dream.
The 17 has led a lot of laps here today. What is your gut telling you?
Again?
What is your gut telling you about the finish?
There's not much to say. It's just keep the car in one piece, and then when in doubt, flat out, as a good old Colin McRae said. But in the end, it's going to be a big fight with all the other guys. So we just try and, again, keep it in one piece, and then in the end, we go full gas.
We're going to take a look at a little slow-mo of the 17. When you think of the execution on pit stops and how flawless this team has to be to the end, you guys have ended up in a perfect position. How did you get here?
That looks amazing, doesn't it? I love it. I love it. Yeah, good work from all the boys, obviously. Well prepared and really good teamwork from Audi. So we're really just trying to keep it in a good rhythm, and then, yeah, fight for it in the end.
And just one more with you. The Eau Rouge is behind us, and last year I think you know what happened, and everyone on Twitter does too. The 360 and the Eau Rouge, your reflection now.
Yeah, a lot have happened since. I hope I don't need to push that hard this year to get the pot. So I hope it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Nicky team at full gas and sporting a brilliant 1976 John Watson special there.
Well, no. That's a wild man beard. I mean, the thing about Nicky team is he is a personality, he's a true character, and he's one amazing race driver. And I mean, I repeat myself, what I saw here when he was in an Audi, must be 6 or more years ago, and he did exactly then what we were saying do earlier. You know, we're what, 6 hours out, 6 hours 20 minutes out, and it's just something irrepressible about his personality and character. And I mean, he's in a car which is identical to the 40, the car that has led a great deal to this race, but nobody in the 40 has been able to match Nicky team. And I mean, okay, we've now got Enslinger behind the wheel of the car, leading the race, Philippe Eng behind him, only 1.5 seconds behind, but that's the first time the 17 Audi's been in proximity to a competitive car, well, over the last 2 hours.
It's a bit special watching his infectious nature, isn't it? Nicky team, he absolutely has a thirst for life, an absolute yen for motorsport. He adores it, and he was saying there, just full of bubble and squeak, really. He absolutely adores this sport and this circuit.
Could you imagine a driver, Nicky team, driving in a politically correct Formula One scenario?
Not at all.
I mean, it doesn't exist.
Not even close. No, he absolutely adores this sport and what it gives him, and he gives us back a lot. Let's go over the highlights. What a fabulous CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa we have had over the last few hours. The 75th running of this incredible race started under safety car after heavy rain showers beforehand, and then we went into the ebb and flow. Porsche ahead of Ferrari and Porsche right at the start. The number 20 car, Matteo Cairoli, grabbing the Super Pole on Friday, and managing to go out ahead of Alessia Rivera in the Ferrari and the Pure Racing Porsche, the 911 car, in third position. All three of those cars are still in the running, and they're all still hunting silverware, even after what is nearly 18 hours of racing. But there were many stories to tell and many drivers charging their way forward. The number 40 Audi pushing their way forward, the Trezor Attempto car, but the 17 Scherer Sport Audi saw an opportunity to go for the win in this amazing race and set off with gusto right from the outset. However, you can never count out the number 88 Mercedes, the Acodis ASP car, Raffaele Marcello doing what he does best, like the missile in Mario Kart, storming his way through. But try as they might, they couldn't quite match the pace of the Audi in the initial stages, and it's the Audis that have actually been the strongest throughout. Both the Scherer and the Trezor Attempto cars have been strong. BMW have had their moments, Charles Weerts and the Rove BMW of the 98 crew, big players in the early stages. There were, however, thrills and spills galore. Lamborghini have had a nightmare race, and this was just one of the incidents that have befallen the Lamborghini brand. 7 retirements out of 10 cars that were vented. The biggest of those, the GRT Grasser car that led early on. The number 63 had brake problems, and then more problems that eventually spelled its end. The Ferrari took the lead after a fabulous charge forward. The number 51 car hitting the front with Alessia Rivera behind the wheel. There would be more drama to come, but eventually the number 20 Porsche's stranglehold on the lead would not just fall to the Ferrari, but also the Trezor Orange Attempto Audi. But Raffaele Marcello wasn't done yet. In the early stages, he gave us not just great moves, but a little bit of paint traded too. The Mercedes was always going to be charging forward, but the Porsches are just as strong as the Audis, despite this little mishap from the number 92 Porsche that sent the Samantha Tan Ferrari into a spin. Speaking of Ferrari, a puncture put Alessia Rivera out of the lead, and now they're on the back foot, desperately trying to make up for more and more lost time. McLaren was strong in the Garage 59 car with Hugo Chavez in the early phase, and then we had our first racing incident, full course yellow, that converted to safety car for Indy Doncia. It didn't last long, and he returned to the action. Audi, and Porsche. The battles continued between the 3 leading crews as they swapped positions and traded sector times for the course of the next few hours. It was fabulous to watch and great to observe. There were mistakes, but there were also fantastic renaissances from all 3 crews, and all 3 are still very much in the hunt for the win. Valentino Rossi then ended up having his one blip over the course of the race, and unfortunately it ended up a civil war. A love tap with Adam Carroll in the sister WRT BMW, and 45 minutes later, he was in the pits with an unrelated puncture. But as the lights started to fade, there were more problems and more casualties. The Inception McLaren done and dusted with a lack of electricity. And the other McLaren having to get out of the way of the other hard charger in the 88 Mercedes, Jules Gounon, proving he's just as quick as Marcello. There were still fantastic battles galore to come though, as the Scherer Sport Audi was pushing so hard, it was actually shedding bodywork. Eventually, as night was falling, Estra made his bid, got the opportunity, and took the lead. Then a big spin for Derek Pierce in the Parker Porsche. Somehow he managed to keep it out of the gravel and get back into the hunt. How do you do the perfect restart? Well, just watch on board with the 88 Mercedes. You don't just pick off 1, 2, 3 cars, you pick off even more with a great charge up to Eau Rouge. But once the lights were on and the night had descended, there were still great battles. Charles Weerts making it count for the WRT BMW crew, and at the first point scoring opportunity, they were there for the taking. Some great wheel-to-wheel battles as drivers and teams mixed it through in the nighttime phases, trying to stay out of trouble and trying to add some points to the Fanatec GT World Challenge European Championship and the Intercontinental GT Challenge scores. The WRT BMW number 32 was one of those on the warpath and definitely benefited at the 6-hour mark. The Rove BMW was struggling to keep the pace, but was able to get its nose in when required. But then, once the nighttime phase came in, there were problems. The number 2 Get Speed Mercedes, taken out by the Boutsen VDS Audi, and unfortunately, both cars would end up with too much damage to continue. They weren't the only ones in the wars, but there were fantastic overtaking moves, both into La Source from the Rove BMW, and avoidance techniques that would cause problems at Les Combes. 3 cars into one bit of road won't go, 3 cars ending up in the gravel trap. They would all recover, but this one a little harder to recover from. A big spin from the number 70 Lamborghini, all but one car avoiding, and unfortunately it was way too big a hit for the FIBA Mercedes. They were gone, and out came the safety car. Once that was all cleared up, racing resumed in fantastic fashion again, and at the dead of night there was some great maneuvers and some great opportunities for a comeback. But then came the big scalp from the race. Rove BMW 998 was engrossed in a battle with the WRT of the number 32 crew in their BMW. And unfortunately, the bear mark had a big problem coming. With great wheel-to-wheel squabbles galore, it would unfortunately be down the Kemmel Straight, but the race came unstuck for both crews. The number 32 WRT BMW, a favourite for the win, tangling with Verhagen in the Rove BMW. Both cars out, and after 2 hours of full course yellows, BMW are feeling a little bit nauseous this morning. Once the lights started to increase on the circuit, there would be great battles to continue. The 98 BMW of the other Rove BMW squad managing to reassert themselves as race-winning contenders. They are currently second, half a second back from the Scherer Sport Audi. On a restart after a safety car, there's been great battles and great competition still. Scherer Audi trading places with Nicky Tim, dueling away with Dennis Marshall, and managing to hit the front once more. But with Ricardo Feller back in that Tresor Attempto Audi, they're still in the mix and still hunting it down. Porsche having a moment or two with the number 92 car, Julian Anlauer taking over from Kevin Estra, and then problems for the Mercedes crew as yet another of the Mercedes teams falls by the wayside. CLT done and dusted. But try as they might to fend off the BMW, the Rove car just continues to rise and rise. And it's all shaping us up for a brilliant final 6 hours of the CrowdStrike Spa 24 Hours. So Jake Sanson and John Watson with you, and what a battle it is going to continue to be here. The Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup race, the 3rd of the season, but it's the biggest GT race on the planet.
And the race here, you see the second place BMW was only half a second behind the lead Audi as they came across the line, but they're all now again getting into this traffic, which is going to be a frustration. But hold on and see. I'm just looking to see where it is. Enslinger in the Audi in that group is just up ahead. So this is a difficult time for the lead car because he's bogged down. Eng has yet to become, has he overtaken?
He's got it.
I've got to,
he's got it.
Okay, he's got through, okay. I wasn't sure. In fact, you're right, he's gotten through.
So the BMW has hit the front.
We didn't see that in that because that all occurred during the highlights package. So wherever that pass over, so Philippe Eng now has gotten ahead. He's in the lead, coming up across the start-finish line to complete lap 386.
Well,
So, wow, we need to have a look at that on replay because we didn't during the height of the highlights package. That was an important overtake, and we don't know where that pass did take place.
It was certainly on the last lap, though, for definite.
Well, we couldn't really see that because of the highlights package. We didn't have the other live picture feed at the same time. So wherever it was anyway, it's given Philippe Eng the lead of this race, and he's got just a fraction under a second of an advantage over Enslinger onto lap 387.
But let's not forget that they are out of sequence with pretty much everybody else in that top 6. They've gone about 20 minutes further into their stint. So this is obviously still quite significant because obviously they've taken the lead, but they're going to be coming into the pits a good 20 minutes earlier than everybody else. So let's have a look back. Here is the maneuver. Oh, it's down into La Source at the end of the lap. They'd only got half a second within.
And they've probably outbraked himself, that's all I can think. Yes, opened the door, just outbraked himself. Enslinger just too late in the brakes, couldn't slow down. But look, he comes back. Although it looked like the BMW had taken the lead, but in fact going down the hill into Eau Rouge, the Audi is to the left, and well, wow, that means look, here we go. Here's the head-on view coming up into La Source. Watch the braking of the Audi, just doesn't really slow down sufficiently, runs too wide. BMW up the inside, but actually on the exit, the Audi's got good drive off, so they're running virtually side by side coming off La Source, down the hill into Eau Rouge, but by the time they get to Eau Rouge, BMW's got the deal done. Yeah,
essentially Philippe Eng and Luca Engstler were basically in a drag race to the apex for Eau Rouge then, through the quick left part of the flick, and it was essentially who is going to be courageous enough to keep it in, and on that occasion Luca Engstler decided, you know what, Philippe Eng's got a little bit more experience than me in a GT3, I'll let him have it.
Yes, but the other reason in reality was unless the Audi could have had its nose ahead of the BMW on the right-hand side of the racetrack had the pound seat to get into Eau Rouge ahead. So Englinger would have been hung out to dry on the outside, and that's not a good deal.
So in that top 6, Eng now leading the way for the Rove BMW, 98 in the lead of the race. And this is Engstler in second position. About 7 to 8 seconds back now from Luca Engstler is Riccardo Feller in the Trezor Attempto Audi. Look in the background, there it is, coming into shot, no, not quite. So there is the number 2 Scherer Audi. We should be seeing the Trezor Attempto Audi any moment. Now there it is, just in front of the original pole sitters. That is Fitzia in the number 20 car. And then behind them, not far at all, are Andlauer and Preining, who are still battling in those Porsches.
I mean, those two Porsches are locked together, been locked together for the last hour and a half. But the gap between second and third place, actually, it was 11 seconds one lap ago. It's now down to 10.1. So Riccardo Feller maybe is... There was a period when that 4D Audi appeared to lose pace. Certainly when Dennis Marshall was behind the wheel, he lost virtually 20 seconds over a 15-20 lap stint to Nicky Thiem. But Feller behind the wheel, maybe he's beginning to claw back some of that lost ground, but 10 seconds is a lot of time to make up on the sister Audi of Enslinger.
Speaking of clawing back, there are quite a few teams here that are actually starting to gain some ground. Charlie Fagg, the race leader in the Gold Cup that we're looking at now in the Optima McLaren, they are gaining time on Fabian Schiller and the Mercedes in front of them to the tune of about half a second per lap. So too is the car behind him, Valentino Rossi in the WRT BMW. He's also about half a second quicker than the Fabian Schiller's Mercedes. Behind them, you've got Vervish going even quicker. In fact, Rossi just went half a second quicker than Fagg's McLaren over that last lap, so very impressive from the Italian. Davide Rigon going pretty quickly in the Ferrari. They were picking up the pace. So too was Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the BMW on the previous lap. So there's actually a nice little tightening, a nice little pincer movement coming in between the number 8th position car, the 5 McLaren of Charlie Fagg, all the way to Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the BMW. They're all starting to tighten up.
I mean, there were 3 cars that had a 2-minute 20 lap on that last lap. One was race leader Philippe Eng, the other was Marcello in the Mercedes, and the third was Valentino Rossi. All around those 3 cars, everybody else is running more or less in the 2-minute 22s, or more likely 2 minutes 21, depending. It's a lot of it is traffic related. Again, it's always going to be the major issue. There we see Charlie Fagg running in 8th position. And that gap is 2.1 seconds to Fabian Schiller, but Schiller is a further 35 seconds behind Marcello, so that 777 Mercedes is going to be more focused on what's coming up behind, i.e. this McLaren, than focusing down the road on Marcello. And Marcello himself is some 20.5 seconds behind Preining in 5th place, and that battle for 5th and 4th place between the two Porsches is, well, they're just tied together. It's as if they've got a tow rope between the two cars. One's pushing and one's dragging.
It's been such a smart run from the McLaren, hasn't it? The Optimum car number 5. They are still going strong and looking very good indeed for the gold victory, but they've still got pressure from this car, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, in the WRT BMW number 30. They are going to give it everything they've got with Simonauer, Williams and Critton behind the wheel. They've got a three-driver team, of course, compared to the Optimum team that have got a 4-man operation. And it's very evenly matched between those two crews at the moment. 3rd in gold, you've got to go all the way down to 18th position, which is the number 21 Audi, the Contieu machine of Maxime Soulet. So it's not a 2-horse race just yet. You've still got a few hours to go to see if they're both going to get to that point, but it's certainly looking pretty even Stevens between the two gold leaders. There is the Contieu Audi of Soulet. So they've still got a chance of this.
But look, Jake, we're sitting here, we've got 6 hours and 4 minutes remaining. This is like a reset, and let's go back to Paul Ricard and do the 6 hours of Paul Ricard.
Yeah.
This is 6 hours is a double the regular normal endurance event that we'd have throughout the calendar. I mean, it seems 6 hours, okay, it's 1/4 of 24 hours. It can be an awfully long way. When you get maybe to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you've got an hour and a half to go, then we can think about the countdown. But there's so many elements that can change the outcome of this race. Obviously, the one that's going to affect it all will be if there's a full course yellow for an incident, then a safety car, or there's damage to barriers, which takes, as we saw last night, 2 hours to repair the barriers here on the Camel Straight.
And let's remind everybody that we are currently, with 6 hours or so to go, 11 cars in the leading lap, and they are covered by 90 seconds. This race is only just getting started, if anything. You've got the BMW of the Rove squad. You've got 2 Audis and 2 Porsches and 2 Mercedes right up there in the hunt to try and catch them. The gold McLaren of Charlie Fagg in the Optimum. Rossi's crew in the WRT BMW. Vervish in the Audi. Rigon in the sole remaining competitive Ferrari. I should point that out because the number 51 Ferrari is still going, albeit 10 laps off the lead now, sadly. And then you've got Simonauer's BMW, you've got a string of Porsches, and you've got the K-Pax Lamborghini hanging on for dear life. So there's so many cars that have a fantastic opportunity to push forward here. Now, this is Van Berlo, who currently leads the Bronze Cup. And I have to say, they've been doing a fantastic job, the number 91 car. Kay Van Berlo in the Herberth, but it's not that big a lead anymore, because there is the Pure Racing Porsche, the number 911 of Klaus Bechler, and there's not much to choose between those two cars.
9.9 seconds when they came across the line. So, I mean, that's a very doable, because Klaus Bechler, you would assume, would be the more experienced of the two drivers battling for that class win. There's the 93 running in 3rd in class, Eddie Cheever behind the wheel and having a very strong run from the Sky Tempesta. That bodywork on the left rear, it's still attached. At different points in the circuit, it flaps more than obviously it does as it slows down for the chicane or for La Source. But it's you can see it's still detached, but hanging in, as they say.
There is no more competitive 24-hour race on the planet than this. It's fascinating. We've got 49 of the 70 cars that started the race still circulating. There's only 25 laps between all of them, but in terms of the drivers that are still in the hunt, you've got just over a dozen crews that still have the chance to win this. Looking at the stints, the first car that's going to come in on this next rotation, we're going to have two pretty much together. We're going to have Philipp Eng, the leader in the Rove BMW. We're also going to have Fabian Schiller in the 777 Almanar Mercedes, because they have taken their stint to within about 5 to 7 minutes more, so expect them to come in fairly quickly. But that's definitely going to put the pressure on Engstler and Feller in the Audis.
Just looking through the top 20 to see which brand is the one that's got the strongest position. Audi clearly have, because they're first and second, they're second and third. But there are 6 Audis in the top 20. There are 5 Porsches in the top 20. There are 2 BMWs in the top 20, but crucially, one of those 2 BMWs is the one that's leading the race. The next one is, where is it? It's Valentino Rossi. And then you got Seminar in, so there's 3 BMWs, 1 Ferrari and Mercedes, really only 2 cars running, and they're running in 6th and 7th positions.
We're just going through the silver top 3 at the moment. We saw Lorenzo Patrese in the Tracer Orange 1 Audi, and now we're looking at Finlay Hutchison in the ComTU Racing Audi in 2nd position. They're only about 45 seconds adrift, so again, it's not laps and laps and laps between these podium cars, is it? It's only a few seconds here and there over the course of these 18 hours, and there is Glenn van Berlo, who is currently running in the GRT Grasser Lamborghini. They're still in touch, 22nd overall, but only about 20 seconds back from the ComTU Racing Audi, so this is absolutely game on.
I mean, the areas where all these positional changes could occur will not necessarily be directly on the racetrack, but there may be as a consequence, particularly on the exit of Blanchimont turn 17, where we've seen so many track limit abuses being signaled up, and if a car gets up to 6, then there's a penalty, a 30-second penalty at your next pit stop. So to me, in terms of what we're watching on the racetrack, we're seeing cars getting close together, but there's not a lot of door handle to door handle racing. The trick will be to don't put yourself in danger by an unwanted penalty in a pit lane, either in the pit lane itself or on track with track limit abuses.
It's so true. I mean, Ward in the number 57 Winward car has just been given his final warning for track limits, and that's a 30-second penalty potentially. Sun Energy 1 leading the way in Pro-Am, Nicky Katzberg. And there is the car that's in 2nd position, the Car Collection Motorsport machine. Nico Menzel is currently behind the wheel, and they are just 2 places behind the Sun Energy 1 overall. But again, there is not much to choose between them in the grand scheme of things. They're only 10 seconds behind the Volkenhorst BMW in the bronze category up the road from them, Anders Buchart. And it's not going to be too long before they are really starting to jog on a pace to go for the victory in Pro-Am. You've got to go quite a considerable way down the order, though, for the next Pro-Am contender, and that is the CSA Racing Audi, I do believe, that is in 3rd position somehow after having all of its problems earlier on. And of course, we've had the number 4 Mercedes coming into the pits of Brown, and they've been in for over 10 minutes. So that potential 3rd position for the CrowdStrike Riley Mercedes that they would have inherited from the CSA Audi, it's now gone back to the CSA crew. There they are, still plugging away. Casper Stevenson behind the wheel, and they have had a big get-out-of-jail-free card with that problem from the CrowdStrike Mercedes. So who is currently 4th in the category? That is not that far behind them, actually, in terms of the grand scheme of things. That is the 216. There it is, coming through. So problems are there in position. There is the CrowdStrike Riley. Colin Brown is in the pits, having had a potential for 3rd position earlier on. Amanda is down in the pits with them because, unfortunately for them, the plot has thickened somewhat.
We're 3/4 of the way into this race, and I'm always such in awe of how hard these GT3 machines are pushed. Take a look at the CrowdStrike Mercedes. That is actually a front end that was replaced last night. Colin, you were out of the car. Ian James is going to go in after you. You guys are currently chasing a wheel speed sensor that is affecting the ABS. Why is Spa sometimes just a commitment to finish?
It's a tough race for sure. You know, this place is so intense with all the GT3 cars. Obviously, disappointing day for all of us at CrowdStrike and Riley, but you know, these guys never quit, and we'll keep fighting until the end for sure. But yeah, I mean, just, you know, it hasn't seemed to go our way at all this race so far. Whether it's you know, the way the yellows have been falling to not get the wave buys. You know, obviously, you know, had a couple issues last night, so, and the wheel speed, so yeah, we can't buy a break right now, but you know, proud of these guys, done a great job, and always fun to be here at Spa. We have a lot of guests from CrowdStrike out, and so you know, hopefully they enjoyed themselves, and we're trying as hard as we can for sure.
Thank you, Colin.
Yep, thanks.
Tough day at the office, very tough day at the office. Right, we think this is going to be a pit stop for the number 98 Rove BMW, and in they come, right on cue.
So Philippe Eng drives it in, and he had a comfortable 7.5 second lead when he went on to this lap that he's now entered the pit lane on from Enslinger in the 17 Audi, and Ricardo Feller's got that gap down now from 10 seconds to 8 seconds. So Ricardo Feller, bit by bit chipping in to the advantage that was built up earlier in this race by Nicky Team. So it's now, in fact, just coming across the line, and indicated it was only 5.3 seconds, I can't believe that. So that is good progress for the 40.
Well, at the 6 hours to go mark, the track limits warnings for all cars, of course, were reset. So that gives the teams a little bit of respite to not have to worry about getting a track limits penalty for a while. However, there are already a few drivers that have incurred the wrath, including Thomas Praining, who is in 5th position, has already got his first track limits warning in the first 5 minutes of the 19th hour. So that shows you how hard they're pushing.
Oh, they're all pushing. I mean, and again, you know, over the course, particularly down at Blanchimont, it's a big commitment corner. Sometimes you're forced because of circumstance. Other cars around you, you run wide, you get 4 wheels off. Or certainly you get your 2 inside wheels off the racetrack over that demarcation line. And there is the 17 Audi running now effectively as the lead car. Nick Yellerley's getting back into the 98. So he's going to go out and do most likely another double stint.
Right, the WRT BMW in second in gold has come into the pits as well now to finish their stint. So has the Almanar Mercedes. The Rove BMW looks like it's had a pretty textbook pit stop. No major concerns for them. They've obviously just got to go through the endurance pit lane. Let's have a replay. This is the 44 Porsche.
I think that was Fred Makovicky. I don't know if they made a change since the last time we saw it.
Yeah.
And so it is Makovicky, yes. Freddie, good old Freddie. I mean,
was there a gap there, or did he just create one?
Well, no, but every time Freddie smiles, there's a gap. And he is one of those, you know, committed race drivers. So there is the BMW, the 98, returning to the track. Nick Yellerley behind the wheel. So where will that car feed back in? We'll need a lap and a bit to get that reset on the overall positions. In reality, it's the 17 Audi that's leading from the 40 Audi, and it'll most likely be the 92 and 96 Porsche following through in 3rd and 4th position.
Well, the car that just got pinged aside there by Fred Makovicky is Alberto De Fulco, the car that is running in 49th and dead last of the remaining runners. So yet more woe, unfortunately, for the number 9 Pootson VDS Audi, the only Pootson VDS Audi left in the race, and they are plumb last at the moment. Very unfortunate. On board with the Rove BMW.
So out lap for Nick Yellerley, and I'm sure there'll not be any surprises here as he goes down the hill. I'm assuming likewise of the 30 sets of tyres that they had for the weekend, plus that extra set for the shootout on Friday evening. So they would like to think that they've got a fresh set of rubber to put on the BMW. So the lead is now back to the 17 Audi, as we anticipated. Nick Yellerley waiting to see, probably he'll slot in. I think he might even, well, he could slot in 6th place, maybe 7th place. You've got Charlie Fagg currently in 7th. Valentino Rossi just 3.2 seconds behind in 8th, then Vervish 6 seconds behind in 9th, and Davide Rigon in the first of the, well, there's not many Ferraris remaining.
Well, thanks to Auer and Williams taking over their Mercedes and BMWs, everybody's moved up, but we think that Mapelli in the K-Pax Lamborghini has just managed to make the overtaking move on Bachler in the Pure Racing Porsche as well, so that's going to put them up into 13th position at this moment, as into the pits comes the 56 Porsche, so that is the crew from Dynamic GT Hubert. That is Raponge, Delina, Satantiricul and Daniele Diamato.
Yeah, they're running in the 36th position overall. So well and truly out of the awards, both either class or overall victory, but never know, it's a silver category car.
And at this point, you know, you've got to the 6 hour mark, you can see the end of the race in sight. When you are out of contention for the victory, as a race team, this is where...
Get the binoculars out. 6 hours, Jake, is a long way away.
It is. I absolutely agree, but from a race team's point of view, you're just on the run to the finish now. You've seen a lot of other cars come by the wayside. It's a mission just to reach the checkered flag here.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I can assure you there will be people that will get to within about 5 minutes of the finish of this race and something will go wrong.
Yeah.
The difficulty is anticipating the finish, thinking you've broken the back of the race. Well, technically, in many respects, you have if you get to within 6 hours of the finish. But it is heartbreaking, and we've seen it on so many occasions. So the doctor sitting, he's actually beginning to look like a racing driver in the car. I know when he started last year in the Audi, I felt that the seating position he adopted it looked like he was still riding a motorcycle. He was leaning over the car. Now he looks as if he's sitting in the car. He's more a part of it, and I would like to hope that that's where some of the improvements in his performance and overall confidence has come from.
It's great watching the second renaissance of Valentino Rossi. He really is becoming a symbiotic force within this WRT BMW now.
What was the first renaissance?
Oh, when he had the first major injury, he came back into MotoGP. You don't watch as much MotoGP as me?
No. I know his MotoGP career, and I know that terrible accident at Mugello.
Indeed.
But then, what was his? You think the first renaissance was in the return?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I was thinking about in car terms.
I see what you mean. I was
just wondering where you were coming from on that one.
It's all good. Rossi absolutely completely transforming how he races, how he goes about it. He has been such a great force. I was actually chatting with Maxime Martin at Monza, the first round of the championship. He offered me a lift into the circuit, God bless him. And he was able to give me an insight. You know, Valentino has absolutely read the book on how to be a team player in the last 18 months. He's completely reprogrammed himself, regrouped. He wants to know every single element of what's going on within the car, within the team, within the crew, within the strategy. He is absolutely not here to be Valentino Rossi Wonderboy. He is here to be an integral part of a race-winning operation. He is completely clicked with it.
Well, when he started in 22, at the start of the season, to the position he ended up at the end of the season, he made, on average, about a 2.5 to 3 second lap improvement over the course of the season. Now, that's all the things you've said I can appreciate and understand, but it's the hard yards behind the wheel that really are the things that are the key things. And using all the benefits that the team have, I mean, WRT, arguably the biggest team in the pit lane, can give a driver so much, but at the end of the day, it's the person behind the wheel using what he's got and improving. And for Valentino, jumping into the Lions Den in the most competitive GTC series in the world, and going into a team like WRT last year with Audi and now with BMW, you couldn't have asked for a more big challenge in terms of putting yourself into the heart of a fantastic team and a fantastic series.
Too right. I mean, if this were Formula One, this would be like asking him to be teammates with Verstappen and going straight to the front. It is very hard indeed, but Valentino has absolutely done a great job of it. Right, Engstler, Feller, and Lauer. That's your top three, and they are only 10 seconds apart now because Ricardo Feller is very close indeed to Luca Engstler, and he's chipping about 0.5 second to 0.7 of a second per lap out of him. He wants to take the lead before he comes in for his pit stop, and that's about 14 minutes away.
And I suppose that Feller will stay in for a second stint, and then you've got the prospect of putting Matteo Drudi in, who really was a star in that number 40 Audi in the early phases. And I mean, I know it's going back a long time now, but before this race began, David and I were talking about who do you fancy? And I like Ricardo Feller, I like Matteo Drudi, I like Dennis Marshall, and I just thought it's not a big high-profile team, and he's looking down the inside. It's not a great place to try and make a move to take the lead against such a competitive car as the 17, but the signals are there, and Ricardo Feller, and it's just, again, choose your spot. There will be one or maybe two spots on the circuit where you have got bigger strengths than the car you're pursuing. And again, thinking about doing it coming into campus, no, be patient. Just build, now get on it, and now try and get yourself into a good position through Paul Frère-Cobb, so that on the exit you're carrying more speed than the car that's leading the race. But they're so evenly matched coming up the hill into Blanchimont. Forget about trying to make a move up the outside or the inside, and his best chance will come when they come up to the braking zone. But it's easy. Oh, and again runs wide. Well, that'll be noted. But maybe side by side, he's taken the lead. Whether that, oh no, he hasn't taken the lead.
Not yet.
Yes,
he hasn't. No, not yet.
No, he hasn't. Yes, he has.
Oh, he got there in the end.
He ran very wide. And that'll go down as a track limit abuse.
It certainly will. I mean, that is advantage by track limits, isn't it? There's no question about it, because he'll be able to get through on Engstler. But Ricardo Feller absolutely determined to get into the lead before he made his pit stop, and he's managed to do so.
And it was inevitable, the speed at which Feller was cutting into the lead of Engstler, that was going to happen. And now he's gotten ahead. How much will he draw away?
Up over the top of Radion.
Just watching the lead car come over Radion there, it looked like it was almost about to take off.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see air under the left side of the car.
Now, it looks as though the CrowdStrike Mercedes number 4 is going to get back into the race again. They've taken it back out of the garage. It has dropped all the way to 46th, unfortunately, so they're a long way back from even the number 16 Uno Audi, the Chinese team. But still, this race battle goes on. Now, there is the Pro Ferrari coming back onto the scene, trying to unlap itself from the race leaders. So that gives the Tifosi here in Spa a little bit more confidence, knowing that the Ferrari team are looking likely to get back up to some speed. However, of course, it's the 51 car, which is down in 41st, 10 laps off the lead. Yeah,
I mean, Ferrari's had a stellar year in endurance racing, winning obviously Le Mans, but also winning the Nürburgring 24. This is always going to be a different challenge, first of all, and arguably a bigger challenge as well. But I've got great faith in what Ferrari are doing with the 296, the latest incarnation, and I think that they will be winning races this year once again.
So here's the move from Ricardo Feller on Luca Engstler. He's already run wide on track limits to do so. He's just intimidating Engstler here to try and get him to run wide. He's already slotted the nose up the inside. So now he's got to give a little bit of space in the hope that Engstler isn't going to turn into him. And there's the correction of the steering from Engstler. He just has to let him go.
Well, at that point, the 40 Audi was sufficiently alongside that there was no way that the 17 was going to be able to cut across the bars. If there had been, there would have been a contact and a collision. So there is the gap. You can visually see it. It's increased. It was 0.3 of a second 1 lap ago. It's probably now fractionally over the 1 second. So Feller has done his own little internal cockpit corrections and got himself now into the lead of the race. And how much has he pulled away from the second place 17 Audi? Well, the gap is 1.1 seconds, so he's taken about 0.8 of a second out as the Ferrari. I wonder, is the Ferrari going to try and unlap itself as well, because it's running more or less at the pace that we're seeing these two Audis doing.
Well, I'm up for it if they are, but I'm not sure they're going to be quite so kind to the Ferrari if it tries to come up alongside them. Because there's no doubting Robert Schwartzman's determination. Now, let's have a look at that Eau Rouge top speed. Niki Team, the bravest of the brave, managing to push 254 kilometers an hour. And interesting, we've seen this a bit over the course of the race. In qualifying pace, you take it flat. In race pace, there are certain cars that will just feather the throttle a little bit and then get back on the power as you turn up Radion.
It's all about your tires. If you've got fresh rubber on, you can probably just about go through there flat. As the tire then wears, and as the tire is designed to do that, then the tire goes into it, it drops the performance drop off, then it plateaus. But it's in that plateau that you may just don't sense the car is going to be with you. If you want to go through there flat out, you know your body tells you you can do it. Likewise, your body will tell you when it's not going to do it. So it's always, usually those speeds are done when the cars are on the freshest set of rubber they've got. You're not going to find Niki Team going through there on a set of tires that's done 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
Well, the only person you're going to know who's going to try it is Niki Team, but I agree with you. There is the Rowe BMW.
Nick Yellowly in 9th position. So that was a pit stop that car's been out of position for quite a long time. So he is now beginning the long yard. Last lap he did was at 2 minutes 20, which is pretty much about the pace of everybody. In fact, maybe been the quickest lap on that last lap of everybody. So Nick Yellowly got the Mercedes 75 in sight, but that's a car that's well down the order.
Let's have a look at how it's run at the Rowe BMW in behind the Ferrari. Trying to make the bid there up towards Blanchimont. Plenty of speed and pace for the Rowe.
Again, fresh rubber coming out of Paul Francoeur.
Yep.
It's a big lift there going into, and that was partly because when he overtook the Ferrari, he was off the line. There may be a little bit of dirt there, pickup, rubber pickup, and so on and so forth. So those are things, again, when you're racing, you need to be aware where the rubber has built up on the racetrack.
Check this graphic. Qualifying is entertaining, but it's clear that qualifying is not the be-all and end-all in a 24-hour race, isn't it? Look, there's not a single car in the top 25 that is in the position it started in. There are some big changes. Praining up 26. 37 places made up by the 71 Ferrari, 26 made up by the 54 crew in the Porsche, 30 gained by the Sky Tempesta McLaren. That really does show you, yes, qualifying is exciting and you want to get into the best position possible, but it certainly doesn't end your weekend.
Well, qualifying is a separate discipline, and for a 24-hour race, while it's great to have your car on pole position, you get all the camera, all the publicity that goes along with it, but endurance races are, as it says on the label, it's about going for a 24-hour, a 12-hour, a 9-hour, a 6-hour. It's nice to start at the front because it gives you the best chance to establish your potential, your credentials, but having to come up through the field and work your way through, well, there's a lot of factors that will come into play in safety cars and full course yellows and all those factors. And with this new rule, this wave by rule, which enables all but pro cars to unlap themselves at a particular point, that's also contributed to having a lot of non-pro cars running higher than we would expect.
Now, you may remember I said that the track limits warnings had been reset at the top of the hour. Well, it hasn't even been 20 minutes of racing yet, and the Grove Porsche has unfortunately incurred 6 track limit warnings in that 20 minutes. So big problems there. We've just had a speeding penalty in the pits as well for the 66 Audi. That is the Trezor Attempto bronze car of Mukavoz, Galbietti, Hudspeth and Pereira. So unfortunately they're going to have a penalty. Here comes the Rover BMW in the slipstream. This is where you can really gain the time. Up to the inside line, no problems at all to have a look. But are you going to be brave enough to dive on the inside? Of course you are. It's Nick Yellerly.
Well, not only that, he'd gotten himself into the position where the Audi was not going to be able to come across. And again, that's just using the strengths that you have. Nick Yellerly has only just jumped into the BMW, so he's got more grip than those around him. So he knows that, and he was able to get alongside the Audi. And once you're alongside, then you don't need to do a lot more because you've got the corner.
I've spoken to drivers about this before. When you've got a ridiculously fast car and you've got a relatively evenly paced car, but you know that you just need to get through. I've heard it described by drivers as trying to wade through treacle with running shoes on. You're just desperately trying to work your way past this flotsam and jetsam into a position where you can really open up the taps.
So gets passed down into Fania. So that was again a relatively easy executed overtake coming out of Pouhon quicker than everyone else.
Right, the 88 Mercedes is in. Right, this is going to be the first of the top 6 teams coming in. It's not going to be long at all now before Ricardo Feller in the Trezor Attempto Audi comes in as well. So this is absolutely on cue, but it's notable that the 88 Mercedes, which has obviously gone a little bit further into the stint than everybody else, they're the first to blink, and out gets Marcello, and in gets Jules Gounod. For one ace comes another.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, pick and choose between the two of them, equally good in terms of ability and speed. Both quite different personalities and characters. And I mean, the record in particular that Jules Gounod has in these endurance races is he's building himself to be one of the greats, all-time greats endurance, especially in 24-hour events. So Jules Gounod will be behind the wheel, and Ricardo Feller, well, his stint time just 1 hour and 2 minutes.
What's going to be key is where the Agonis Mercedes gets out in relation to Nick Yellerly in the Rover BMW. That's where we're going to get our indication as to how much time they've got to make up, but also how much time they've made up over the last stint. Because this is, well, there goes the Rover BMW past the pits, so that's fairly much on schedule. So where are they going to filter back out? They'll probably filter out around about 12th, 13th position, I would say. But that's all according to the plan they're on. That's all right.
Look at Lelo. I mean, talk about laid back.
I know.
He gets out of the car, saunters across into the pit lane.
He looks like he's about to go for a coffee in the Malmedy Cafe.
Oh no, he wants a double espresso.
He's so relaxed getting out of the car. No pressure, nothing is a fuss, nothing is a hassle. And Jules Gounod is going to be absolutely on A-game mode as he gets into the car. And I'm sure you're going to get Raffaele Marcello in very measured, detailed feedback. Perfect, exactly what the team needs.
So Ricardo Feller is in. So Enslinger's gone back into the lead, so Feller is into the pits. And the gap had just been around about 2.7 seconds. So that brings up Andlar and Pranning up into second and third positions. And, well, wherever Gounod returns, we'll wait to see. So there is the Audi coming in, Ricardo Feller. And I'm assuming that's going to be just a refuel and a fresh set of rubber. I don't think that Feller's going to be getting out of the car just yet.
This is one of the teams of the race for me so far. Feller, Drudy and Marshall. Not many people might have put them on their list of a favourite to win this one, but you know what? They have absolutely
Jake,
raised the game.
Have you not been listening?
No, you definitely gave them a tip. Right,
I was the only one I committed publicly on air.
You absolutely backed them, but then obviously with your inside information, you know that these guys have the key.
It's not inside information per se, it's gut feel. And I mean, you could analyze it to the nth degree and say, well, this and that and the other. I had a feel about that particular car. It wasn't an obvious choice, but I look at the drivers. I think it's a very good team. I think the Audi's an excellent 24-hour race car. And all those little sort of gut things that maybe sometimes you should do it more scientifically, but I just trust the gut.
So it's chemistry that really builds this team into a strong position, and they really do have a very strong chemistry. That's how they are able to put themselves into a good position, as well as coupled with the speed of the Audi, the versatility of the Audi as well. It is one of the best all-round GT3 cars on the planet.
Look, it's one of the oldest now as well, although it's been updated and there's, they keep, but the Audi commitment to motor racing beyond where they're looking down the road has changed, but it is such a good package. And in particular in 24-hour events. Now also the other factor that comes into it is where the balance of performance is vis-a-vis the different brands. But right now Audi has got a very, very successful looking 24 hours of Spa race car.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just adopt, adapt and improve, the motto of the round table. Now, we're gonna get to see the Pro-Am Cup leaders, Nicky Katzberg in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, and they are limbering up for a driver change. So their pit stop is coming imminently. That's the CrowdStrike Mercedes, just causing a little bit of a headache for the drivers behind them.
Bottleneck, that's the one. Bottleneck.
That's the one. But yeah, that just limbering up. Getting ready for a stint and making sure you're in the right position to jump into the car and go racing. That's a tough skill as well.
Of course, this is the class leader, Nicky Katzberg. I mean, I'm so used to seeing, again, Nicky Katzberg in a full pro car and winning here when BMW, what, 4 years ago? So there is the pit lane as the first, more or less the first pit as you come into the upper tier of pits here at Spa-Francorchamps.
So they come off curb Paul Frere, charging up on the throttle, working their way up towards Blanchimont. The Mercedes so planted, that long wheelbase, that really strong position. So there we are. The competitors are getting ready for the driver change. This is a really critical pit stop, of course, for Sun Energy 1. They lead the race in their category, so it's obviously very important for the sake of the Pro-Am victory that they want to go for the top spot. So up to the braking zone, into the right, turn sharper right to go for the pit lane entry. Into the pits then comes Nicky Katzberg, and as he comes down pit lane in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, there is going to be a driver change then for the 25th car. And as they come into the pits, they are the first crew in. Amanda Busick is down there for the Sun Energy 1 pit stop.
And what a comeback story this Sun Energy 75 is. You see Martin Conrad right there getting Nicky Katzberg out of this Mercedes. This is a backup chassis that was flown in for this race. The first chassis was tubbed after an off in the top of Radion by Kenny Habul during qualifying. You think of everything that this team has gone to. The fourth driver now is Adam Oseka of Get Speed filling in for Kenny Habul. But Kenny and Martin have raced for many, many, many races together, standing on top of podiums. I know Kenny is watching this just full of pride that his team is sitting #1 in the Pro-Am class in 26 overall. The fourth driver, Chaz Mozart, he is putting that car into position with 6 hours left to go in this race. What a story for the 75 Sun Energy.
Great to hear from Amanda Busick down there in pit stop with her finger on the pulse.
No, I mean, up and down the pit lane, it's hard work. Pit lane reporters, and we've got these two pit lanes here at Spa. Getting from one to the other, you've got to be a mountain goat because there's quite a difference in elevation. And you're up, down, and apart from having to be up and down the pit lane to go from one to the other. But great work by Amanda to be there when the 75 Sun Energy Mercedes. And it is a great story because that car was trashed. And one of the team members I spoke to yesterday, they had a photograph of the steering wheel of the car when Kenny Habul had his accident. And those are strong steering wheels. It happened to be an aluminium one. The impact was so severe that Kenny Habul's had the energy put into them, literally, it was a U shape. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I saw it.
Yeah, very tough stuff. So Amanda Busick is down there in pit lane still, and she has found the man who was leading in that car. Nicky Katzberg is in pit lane.
Nicky, this could wind up being the comeback story of this year's 24 Hours of Spa. When you think of all the trials and tribulations that got you here, what led this to this point?
Well, I mean, we had a really rough start to the weekend. Unfortunately, Kenny had a moment in the most insane corner of the track, and he hurt himself. The car was damaged, so he had to go to the hospital even. So it was a big challenge for the mechanics to get the car ready in time. It was a big challenge to find a new driver. Luckily, we found Adam. He's doing a good job, by the way. So yeah, it could be a comeback story, but we still have some hours to go. It's definitely not easy at all, but we're all feeling Kenny's support. I'm sure he's watching from the hospital, and we're trying to bring it home for him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki Katzberg, and thank you as well to Amanda Busick getting the stories down there. As into the bits comes Valentino Rossi and changes driver. So obviously that crew still doing a fantastic job. They were in the top 6 when they came into the pits, so they are still very much in the running for the victory. Well done to the doctor. He has put no wheels wrong at all in that stint.
No, he did well. He had that moment earlier in the race where he tagged his own teammate Adam Carroll, but now I'm assuming it's Maxime Martin has gone out. I'm just waiting to see Valentino Rossi for the... Oh, it's Augusto Farfus has been put in. So Farfus, the Brazilian BMW driver, has taken over from Valentino Rossi, and we've got a change back in the commentary booth. It's not going to be quite as quick as the pit stop we've just seen from WRT, but my co-driver David Addison is about to plug in, just trying to get them in. There we are. Yeah, well done, David.
Nearly stalled it.
Oh, no, are new tyres, or did you stay on the old set of tyres, David?
Same set of tyres, full tank of fuel.
Excellent, excellent. Well, that'll take us for another hour at least.
Absolutely. So, I spent the last hour trying to look at some numbers and work out who's winning.
Is 40 winning?
I think 98's winning. I think
Really?
the Rover BMW, because that car is being able to stop pretty much on the hour mark. So, when it stops round about the 23rd hour of the race, it can then go to the end. And everybody else is stopping round about the half-hour mark.
Oh, so they've got to do one that sort of...
So within the last hour,
and dash.
They would have to pit. Now, that can all change if we get another full-course yellow and or safety car period. So please don't hold me to all of this. But right now, the smart numbers are pointing BMW's way. What have we got left? 5.5 hours. So there's still plenty of time in which things can change. Number 17, Audi, Luca Engschler back at the wheel of it, leading the way. Thomas Preining has just pitted, hasn't he, in 96, and Charlie Fagg, who is doing a great job, the LBC Rising Star, comes into the pit lane. This is the view from the McLaren, driver change going on.
That's been one of the really good news stories, I think, of this 24 Hours of Spa this year. That car has been always in a strong position, comes in 3rd position, obviously. Those around him have also made pit stops, but it's good to see, isn't it nice to know? But, David, the battle that is going to be of interest to me, just looking down the top 5, top 6, Nick Gilliland in the 98 BMW, who came in ahead of all the others that were ahead of him, now is on the road at just 23 seconds ahead of Matteo Drudi, so that's an overlap on a pit stop kind of situation. So once everybody has filtered through and done their stops, there's the 17 now into the pit. So Enslinger has come in. Enschler. So he's come in, and we're waiting to see when Thomas Preining he's only 24 minutes, so he will take over the lead.
Well, Preining has just stopped, hasn't he?
Yeah,
so he'll drop down as a result of his most recent pit stop. Dean McDonald took over the McLaren that we were looking at, number 5. So this car is going to get back into the lead, and this is stopping roundabout on the clock hour, the time of day hour, rather than the race hour, because don't forget, with a 4:30 start, time of day slightly half an hour out of kilter with the race hour, if you see what I'm getting at.
So just Kevin van der Linde has taken over this car here. So that was the car that came in the lead. As there is the BMW coming up, so is it going to be able to get down, not just up the past start finish straight, but down through the source before that 17 Audi is rolling down the hill. There it is still, and I would say the BMW is going to do it comfortably.
So Kelvin van der Linde then to take over. He was on his toes right at the start of the race, wasn't he? He hustled that car into contention right from those first few racing laps that we had, and there's more of the same to come. The BMW gets the lead back.
Yeah, very comfortably so too. So Nick Gilliland behind the wheel as the Audi comes off the jacks, and just, he would have liked to have been able to roll maybe 3-4 seconds slightly earlier to be, instead of having to work his way around the Porsche directly in front of him.
So just to go back to my point, the BMW number 98 that's now back in the lead stopped after 18 hours and 3 minutes. It'll get to 19 hours and a bit, 20 hours and a few seconds, 21 hours, 22 hours, 23 hours, let's say 8 minutes. Then it can go to the end. It's got time, then it's fuel to the end. Others are stopping within the hour.
Yeah, but this is all fundamentally based on the fact of not bringing in further full course yellows and safety cars.
Yes.
So that's the Maverick thing, the unpredictable element. So there is Kelvin van der Linde behind the wheel. And
now there's fourth, that is Jules Gounon. And fifth, right on his tail, is the Thomas Preining Porsche. That's just made its pit stop, as John was saying. So battle is on here, Gounon on Preining. Don't forget as well, we were getting excited about Charles Weerts leading at the end of 6 hours for points. At the end of 12 hours, it was the Matteo Drudi, Riccardo Feller, Dennis Marshall Audi that got the points. The next set of Fanatec GT points come at the end. There's nothing at 18 hours. No. It's 6, 12 and 24. For Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, there's just one bag of points, and you get those obviously at the very end of the race.
So the Porsche pushing Jules Gounon, so Thomas Preining. And again, I mean, it's the sense that we get is that the 88 Mercedes they've recognised they've not had the overall pace.
Yeah.
Those other brands around them. So all they are doing is trying to make the best of what they've got. And again, it's the same story. Execute cleanly everything you do in the pit lane. Don't run, get track limit abuse penalties. Don't speed in the pit lane. Because those are the areas where you will, if you manage to control all those, you can actually make up progress.
If that Mercedes can stretch the stints to as close as 65 minutes, I'm just wondering whether they can get themselves closer to the BMW strategy. They are about 14 minutes out of sequence against the BMW, but if they could buy a minute here and a minute there over the next few stints, I just wonder whether or not that car might be able to still put itself in the mix before the end of the race. It's a tall order. They're not going to get there on pace. They're going to have to do something on the strategy.
Absolutely, that's the point I'm making. The car hasn't shown out-and-out pace that we've seen from the Mercedes AMG GT3 over previous visits to Spa. So they're having to work the system to ensure that they can find themselves into a strong overall finishing order.
What you can't do is stretch that 65 minutes. So they're going to have to get us close to the end of that. But yeah, strategy will do it, not pace. Right, you're riding on board with Thomas Preining. Let's go on board and let's listen to a far better sound than John and I. Let's listen to the engine of the Rutronic Racing Porsche. This is Spa-Francorchamps. This is Thomas Preining. You're on board with him. We're heading now up to Les Combes. fantastic to see Spa from on board and to savour it just as the driver would do. Now we're getting all excited about McLaren number 5. Dean McDonald has taken it over. He's dropped back behind Augusto Farfus, and Farfus is on the back of Gilles Magnus, and this is a really good fight. And in fact, just up the road ahead, you've got Lucas Auer. So here, the battle pack, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Mercedes, AMG, Audi, BMW, McLaren, 4 different brands, and they're absolutely nose to tail.
Absolutely nose to tail. Anyway, it's going to be an interesting little battle with these 4 cars. As you say, Mercedes, Audi, BMW and McLaren. Dean McDonald will be riding on board in the McLaren up until the source. Dean McDonald, another sort of graduate out of British motorsport who's found a new berth in GT3 and has been, I think, again, another discovery.
I'd go along with that completely. So our 8th, and through the traffic swoops the Mercedes AMG there. Look to the outside line. Gilles Magnus has brought 11 back into the mix. Augusto Farfus hovering, if you like, on the fringes of the top 10, and Dean McDonald is next in the queue as now to the inside line. Gilles Magnus lines up to have a go, and he's done it, past Lucas Auer on the inside. That gives him 8th, and Farfus is right there as well. The McLaren got boxed in behind the traffic, but Lucas Auer in the Almanar Racing Mercedes AMG drops back a spot, and there in the garage is number 55 Porsche. That's Christopher Zirkling's car, and we understand it's got a gearbox problem and diffuser damage. So 55, add that to the list of the retirements, gearbox and diffuser damage.
Well, on board with Augusto Farfus. He's lining up the Mercedes coming down the hill into Pouhon, and he thinks about it, and he thinks better of it as well, but just has to back out. Lucas Auer and the Mercedes. So he got well and truly duffed up by Gilles Magnus in the Audi. And again, now that Magnus has broken free from this 4-car group, he's on his way up the road. It'll be Farfus's turn next to find a way around, and just coming into view, what was the 4th of these cars is now the 3rd of these 3, Dean McDonald. But Gilles Magnus he's up and running.
Yeah, Magnus, we have been impressed with all season. That battle-scarred BMW now comes up to have a go at Lucas Auer. But impressive, isn't it, the way that Gilles Magnus not only caught, but pulled off that really incisive move. And he's gone. I know Auer is being held up a bit by defending, but the Audi has just disappeared.
Yeah, and Farfus had to get out of the throttle major time coming into Blanchimont. Again, the penalty is it's allowed Lucas Auer and the Mercedes to keep that gap where it was prior to going into Blanchimont. So again, you've got to make your decisions. Where can I use the strengths of my car against the weaknesses of the car I'm involved with? And maybe Farfus didn't need to get too close to the back of the Mercedes in the run into Blanchimont. The penalty was he had to lift off the throttle, and that's momentum lost. I'm just thinking about Gilles. Remember during the World Motorsport Games last October in Paul Ricard, watching Gilles Magnus in a front-wheel drive touring car. I mean, he was a star in that. Here he is now in a rear-wheel drive Audi GT3 car, and he's a star in that also.
True enough, as there Lucas Auer soldiers on, keeping Farfus at bay. Yeah, Gilles Magnus, Belgian endurance champion and a very accomplished touring car and Le Mans Cup racer. Right, we've got 5 hours and 17 minutes to go. Let us just remind ourselves what's been going on thus far. So on a damp but drying circuit, 70 cars prepared to do battle. One would start from the pit lane, the Sun Energy one. Mercedes, but Matteo Cairoli led them away after a safety car start that became a safety car period after Carl Washington crashed under the safety car on lap 3. It was Cairoli ahead of Alessio Rivera, ahead of Klaus Bachler as the car turned their way through the La Source hairpin, and with the sun breaking through and the road getting drier and faster, they went into battle. Raffaele Marciello urged his way forward, moving himself up past the Grove family Porsche, and Raffaele Marciello was on a charge as well, dispensing with Dennis Lynn, who was going as well as ever in the Barwell Lamborghini, and then Gerhard Batzinger had a third spin, glancing off Lynn and also just touching the BMW of Maxime Martin. Jordan Pepper had got the lead from 61st on the grid, but then a brake issue put the car into its pit box, and effectively it never returned. It lost so many laps as into the race lead went 51 Alessio Rivera, the Ferrari moving ahead of Matteo Cairoli's Porsche. But then drama. Ferrari looking for the Grand Slam of Nürburgring, Le Mans and Spa victories had a major blow with the tyre going down, and into the pits came Rivera. Into second place went Mathieu Drudi, who was going really strongly in the Temto ran Audi, relieving Cairoli of second spot. And lower down, a little bit later on, we had Laurens Vanthoor getting into the back of his Antonio Lopez and turning him around, for which a time penalty went the way of the Porsche. Safety car deployed after this drama. Indy Dorsche went off into the gravel down at Caen, and after the safety car was withdrawn, a big dive from Nicky Tid put Audi 17 into the lead, going ahead of Dennis Marshall, with Kevin Estre running in third place. And where Marshall made a mistake at the chicane, Estre jumped in as well. Valentino Rossi tickled the back of Adam Carroll and turned the BMW around. That was teammate on teammate. Carroll then had a puncture and headed to the pit lane. Fran Rueda's Optimum McLaren had an electrical issue, retired by the side of the circuit, but briefly brought out a full course yellow. And Luca Enschler, under pressure from Julian Andlau, started shedding bits of bodywork. Andlau all over him as they went into Bruxelles, forcing the Audi wide, opening the door, and the Porsche pounced for the race lead. There was a rogue full course yellow period on the dash of a number of cars. Jules Gounon slowed, and then when it went green, thundered away again. Others were less quick to respond, and it all got a bit leery at Eau Rouge. Drama averted as the cars battled their way into the night, where there were more dramas and more incidents. Amongst them, Mercedes getting tagged up at Les Combes. Drama for number 10, the boots of VDS Audi as well, which suffered damage and limped on. Hustling forward all the time was Charles Weert's BMW, and with points being awarded at 6 hours, that's where he was as the race leader. More drama up at Les Combes, spinning cars, people trying to take evasive action, and to no avail. And in and amongst the melee, after the restart, there was a further incident as we lost Carong Lee in number 70 Lamborghini. He went around and was clobbered by number 81 Mercedes. 2 more retirements from the race. With debris and damage, it was another full course yellow period. There was further drama in the night as well. As a full course yellow was called, Charles Weert slowed, but behind him, Neil Verhagen did not. They made contact, putting both of the BMWs out of the race. A major blow to the hopes of WRT, a major blow to the hopes of Rover Racing, but Rover still has one of its cars up at the front. That was the impact in the back of Weerts as he went off the road. Bounced from barrier to barrier. He was lucky not to get collected by anybody else, but in the darkness, a frightening accident for Charles Weerts. It looked like this from the outside. Hit the barrier on one side, hit the barrier on the other, and luckily nobody else involved in all of that, and that was as the full course yellow was triggered. The cars battle their way the other side of the darkness, racing through dawn as the battle continued up front, with the Rover Racing BMW attacking the Acodis ASP Mercedes. BMW ahead, out of the chicane. Further Mercedes travails, though, put the 89 Acodis entry out of the race, and that triggered a very brief full course yellow to get the car out of the way. The Rover BMW elected to pit. It looked as though it was the wrong call, so brief was the full course yellow period, but now evidence suggests that it is the right call. That car is on bang strategy for the race win, seemingly, and Nick Yellerly battling his way through to the front. Philip Eng has had a really good stint as well to relieve number 17 Audi of position. We've got Kelvin van der Linde back at the wheel of that car as well. So the pit stops are cycled through. We have now had 410 laps completed by the race leader. Now all the strategy, all the predictions can yet change, of course, if we get another interruption, another full course yellow, another safety car period. We still have 5 hours of racing, more than a regular Fanatec GT race to go. It's still all to play for. So this is the race-leading BMW. Nick Yellerly is at the wheel of the car. He is 26.5 seconds now up the road, and he is about 20 minutes away from his next pit stop, whereas the car behind, Mathieu Drudy in Audi number 40, is about 40 minutes away from his next pit stop. And as I've been saying, the BMW is being able to stop round about the hour mark, just after the hour. So when it does its pit stop after 23 hours and a few minutes, it can then run to the end. Other people are stopping within the hour. This car, we reckon, is in the pound seats.
David, I think you might be ominously correct.
Well, don't tell too many people.
No, just anybody who's listening. I mean, they've got a 26-second advantage right now, but the key will be that the next stops that they're going to make will be, as you pointed out, on that critical hour, give or take, whatever, around that. And then further back, Kelvin Van Linde, 6 seconds behind Matteo Drudi. Jules Guillaume, further 10 seconds behind the third place Audi. Thomas Preining, the leading Porsche. And Julian Andlau, those two Porsches were glued together for so many hours when we came back on air. He's now 23 seconds behind the 96, which is, I don't know why or where they've lost all that time.
Now, Farfus has also gained ground in the number 46 BMW. This is the second place Audi. Let's just recap who is where. So, Matteo Drudi then is coming into the chicane. And Drudi is, as I say, about 40 minutes or just under 40 minutes away from needing his next pit stop. So it is BMW, Audi. Kelvin van der Linde is the man in third place in number 17, having taken it over from Luca Engschler. And the car in third place is this one, coming up towards La Source now. Van der Linde into the hairpin. He's 6 seconds back from Drudi, and his last lap was, get this for close racing, 6,000ths of a second slower. That's all there is between the two Audis. 6,000th of a second lap time difference after 411 laps of racing.
That was me. I mean, just watching Kelvin van der Linde and Matteo Drudi, that 6 second gap since we've come out of the last highlights package has remained. But I mean, you're talking about tenths of seconds, thousandths of seconds in some cases. So van der Linde and Drudi will, I mean, and certainly Kelvin van der Linde, we know, will do everything and all that he can to get that 17 Audi back up to second place. Arguably, first place at the minute is beyond it.
That's your leading Gold Cup car, and it is also 11th overall. Dean McDonald, or Baby Dean, as the team Garage 59 dubbed him last year. He's now in the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. This car has had a really, really good race. It's been up at the pointy end all race long. It leads its class. The opposition coming from Max Hofer's Audi. That's just pitted. And there is the second place Gold Cup car serving its pit stop. So that is going to enable then the Callum Williams BMW to gain the place. So the pit stop cycles through for the Continue Audi team. And Max Hofer gets a break for the moment at least. Walks away from the car. In bronze, it's 91, Robert Renard leading, and in silver, it is 99, the Piero degli Guanti Audi. This is Callum Williams, forgive me, who is now up into second within the Gold Cup in the WRT BMW, benefiting with that recent pit stop for Max Hofer's Audi, gaining the place accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, places are changing with pit stop, but one change that's taken place that didn't involve a pit stop was that of the number 46 BMW, which has finally found a way around Lucas Auer in the 777 Mercedes. So that's taken Farfus the best part of 6 laps to work out whereabouts on the racetrack he can get it done, but finally has achieved it. And he will want to get back on terms with Gilles Mingus, who's running in 8th position.
91 here is the leading bronze car now. Robert Renard, serial winner of 24-hour races, Porsche experts, him and his twin brother Alfred Renard, the people that run the Herbert Motorsport squad. Ralph Bowen, third driver of that car, and the fourth member of the team is Kai van Berlo. They've all done a really good job, kept out of trouble. 15th overall, they're about to go 14th overall, I think, as they cross the line as well. They are, because of Max Hofer's pit stop, so another place gained for the Bronze Cup leading Porsche. So downhill that heads. It's a Porsche 1-2 in the Bronze Cup, because Klaus Bachler is in second place at the moment in 911, 911, 911. And then third is the Sky Tempesta McLaren Jeffrey Schmidt at the wheel of it. There's the second placed bronze. Now the car that led bronze early on, number 20, led the race overall early on when Matteo Cairoli was driving it. Now Tim Heinemann, the DTM Trophy champion at the wheel, 23rd, it's 4th in class. That's dropped away a little bit.
And indeed, I mean, certainly when Matteo Cairoli led the race, I mean, it looked like this was going to be a car so untouchable.
Yeah.
Of course, that was one driver in a car that is not a pro car. So just watching the 911 making its way, Klaus Bachler behind the wheel once again in 16th place, but he's got to run down Robert Renauer, who's 2 places ahead of him. And the time between Bachler and Renauer is about 11 seconds, 12 seconds.
thinking Porsches, we saw a moment ago the Dynamic Motorsport car in the pit lane, Christopher Zirkling. They've retired it with a gearbox issue and rear diffuser damage. Still sporting its damage is number 93 McLaren. Now, of course, when that car comes into the pit lane, it looks fine. It's only out on track that you can really see the bodywork damage.
We picked it up about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. And I mean, amazingly, it's still, the bodywork is still attached. But as you say, when the car slows down or comes to a standstill, it looks back to normal.
So behind the wheel of it, Jeffrey Schmidt, and here coming into the La Source hairpin is number 99, the silver leading Audi. This is Pietro Deli Guanti for Attento. Deli Guanti sharing with Alex Arca and Lorenzo Petresi. This car ahead now of number 12, which has now got Loris Hezemans back behind the wheel of it. And right now, it's advantage 99. This car back into the lead of Silver. And Pietro Deli Guanti doing some very good laps. He's another driver that's really come to prominence this year, former Italian karting champion. He drove in Carrera Cup Italy last year, being another driver to move away from single-seater racing. 75 Mercedes going through behind it on the road, as here is a right old battle pack coming into the chicane, in the midst of all of which I think he's Audi number 12, the second of the Silvers, and he's getting himself in the wars a bit.
Well, the 25 and the 12, so we're trying to battle their way through the exit of the chicane side by side, and I think they're pretty much side by side as Julian Adnauer finds his way up, along and down into 4, into... Oh! Loris, well, the Porsche was well and truly there, and you drove into the Porsche, not the Porsche driving in to you, so the 12 got a little bit of a body rub, which I felt maybe was avoidable.
So the red Audi second in silver, the Lamborghini behind it third, so this is for position. 21st, 22nd overall, second in class as they accelerate now up towards Les Combes. At the wheel of the Lamborghini is Glenn Van Berlo, at the wheel of the Audi is Loris Hezemans. Hezemans given a little bit of a rough up by Julian Andlauer, but he's got enough in hand, certainly on this part of the circuit, to stay ahead of the Lamborghini as they head up towards Les Combes, but he's now got to try and wriggle past Ian James in the Mercedes there, the CrowdStrike backed car as they come out of Les Combes over the brow. He goes to the inside line and in so doing stops Van Berlo from having a go because there's just no room for either of them, really.
No, and the Mercedes had enough squirt out of Les Combes to keep Loris Hazeman behind. And of course the Lamborghini sitting back watching all this and thinking again, so if there's a bit of a Larry move from the Audi on the Mercedes, well, is that going to be my opportunity? Puts his nose into the mirrors of the Audi coming down into Puhorn. Was not an overtaking chance, just wants to keep Loris Hazeman on his toes to know that I am here. Again, not alongside going into Fagnes.
Yesterday evening, Hezemans was in a battle pack and got shuffled out of it. He got roughed up a little bit, and it's almost as though it's going to happen again here. He's a bit more hesitant in traffic. Now, okay, these are all the same spec of car. They're all GT3. The balance of performance means they're all pretty equal. It's down to driver ability and pace to really make the difference. But Hezemans here is trying to put a lap on that Mercedes, and he's not finding it easy, but he's not being aggressive, and he knows he's got to get through the traffic. He's a bit hesitant here, and it's hindering him.
Yeah, but at the same time, he also is aware that he's never really been in a strong enough position to make that pass stick. And if he sort of goes half-heartedly at it, he may end up the worse for doing so. You saw the contact, and again, the Lamborghini almost slipping its nose up alongside Hazeman as they go through the chicane. And you saw what happened up at the source with Thomas Preining and then Loris Hazeman's contact, avoidable contact, no damage per se to either car, but maybe Hazeman has got that in the back of his mind.
I was half wondering there whether or not the Lamborghini of Clemens Schmidt might make a dive up the inside going into La Source. He wasn't quite close enough to do it, but Clemens Schmidt then now heads down the hill for a Rouge up rally on the other side. So this battle still on for 21st, 22nd overall for second in silver. And Hezemans has now spent at least one full lap staring at the back of the Mercedes. Now he gets a tow. Now he gets the run on the inside, and he's going to get the job done. He wants that back marker, though, to stay between him and the Lamborghini as a buffer, and it does happen. Going into Les Combes, that buys Hezemans a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, so it took him a few laps to work it out. Mercedes up the inside, contact, and, well, no damage done, but that was opportunistic, to stick your car up the inside when there was a closing gap, and again the Audi following through. So the Mercedes effectively, sort of, you talk about getting roughed up, duffed up, whatever, that was a case of it, and the consequence was not one place lost, but 2 places in terms of traffic following behind.
But that's how you have to do it. You know, Hesemans has spent over a lap thinking, is it here, is it here? Whereas there you can see Clement Schmidt thought, yeah, go for it, and he did.
And Heinemann coming up behind this group. There it goes, there's the 20 Porsche just going into view, so it's closing up to this group of 4 or 5 cars. As we see the 85. And Clement Schmidt behind the wheel of the Lamborghini, but it's Heinemann is only, well, he was 2.9 seconds in terms of their class, and Heinemann, well, he needs to get clear of the traffic that he's got himself bogged into. So Lawrence Hesemans clear of the Mercedes, and now going to focus on making yet more progress up the hill.
So out of Blanchimont comes Clement Schmidt, then now down into the chicane. So having worked his way through the traffic, sets off in pursuit of Loris Hesemans, and more traffic looms up the road. Race leader Nick Yellerly, 415 laps in the book, as the second place fight in silver comes over the line. Here in 26th place overall from the pit lane in a brand new car delivered on Friday lunchtime thereabouts is the Sun Energy Mercedes. Kenny Harbaugh, after his accident, not able to race. He's had to order this new car, and the Sun Energy One racing team having to find a replacement driver. Adam Osika, the man that did the early part of the race. Now Martin Conrad, Nick Katzberg, Chaz Mostert splitting driving duties between them, and from the pits they are up into 26th overall and leading the class. It's been a mega effort.
So up the hill into Lake Coombe, side by side. Hesemans just ducks in front of the 24 Porsche, and Clement Schmidt gets marginally delayed as the consequence. So it'll not take Schmidt very long, I'm sure, to find a way around the Porsche. Ducks to go down the inside into Bruxelles, but not clear enough. Maybe, you know, he's thinking about it and backing out of it, and there'll be other parts of the racetrack where he can make that pass without jeopardizing himself, and he does not want to have any contact and any potential loss of time as a result.
There is 888 that we had a puncture for earlier this morning. Casper Stevenson has taken it over. That's third in Pro-Am. The Porsche you were looking at of Yvan Jacome a moment ago, the red and white Porsche, second in class. This is the one that's third. CSA Racing. Casper Stevenson, again, single-seater racer turned GT racer, and very, very rapid he is too, and he is trying to make up for lost time, but Yvan Jacome has done 411 laps and 409 laps done by this car, so really they need the class opposition to have a problem to get them back in the mix.
Yeah, and we're looking at now just under 5 hours of this race remaining, and it's almost like the old sand timer. The 5 hours will appear to have gone quicker than the previous 5 hours have been quicker than the 5. Anyway, one of those things as you get to the end of the race, it all kind of wants to run away with yourself. Clement Schmidt again being a little bit tentative, just trying to find a way around the Porsche up into the chicane. But again, not wanting to take a risk which he hadn't got control over. So another opportunity up the hill into La Source, but again, too far behind and thinks the better of it, sits back. So best chance will now come on the run up through Eau Rouge, Radio, and a break opportunity into Lake Coombe. There's about 3 places on the racetrack where realistic, safe overtaking can be executed, and here's probably the worst part of the racetrack to even consider it.
So this is where, look, Clement Schmidt has good speed into the toe, blue flags wave, and as the cars come back into view, that overlapping. Clement Schmidt to the inside line. You're looking at Julian Andlau there in 6th place, but behind, Clement Schmidt is about to put the move on the traffic. This is the car that has done the fastest lap, not just now, about 200 laps ago. 220 was the lap on which the fastest lap was done. We've now done 416, and it was Julian Andlau who did the fastest lap earlier on. He's back behind the wheel and running in 6th place now.
Yeah, that lap would have been done in the darkness, fresh rubber, dense air. It doesn't matter. I mean, to do a lap time of 2 minutes 17.1 at any point is stellar. And to do it at night time, I mean, there was a lot of gravel that, particularly up at Lake Coombe, that goes onto the racetrack, but obviously didn't affect the pace of this car, and I mean, there's nobody's going to get near that now. I'd be very surprised if anybody gets into a 17 at all, let alone a 17.181.
That's number 12 Audi in the pits, isn't it? That was second in class. It's now dropping as Loris Hezemans serves this pit stop, assuming that he's staying behind the wheel. I'm not seeing a driver change, so it's up on the jacks. Tyres are done, fuel's done, and again, you pull the airline, that fires the engine, and the car blasts away as it lands.
I wonder who came up with that concept. I bet you I know who it was.
Go on.
WRT.
Probably, yeah.
And if it hadn't been WRT, it would have been Tom Walkinshaw.
It was always full of good ideas.
No, I mean creative thinking,
absolutely,
lateral thinking, or we call it blue sky thinking. As I look skyward, and we've got blue sky here at Spa.
For the remaining just under 5 hours of the race. So they're back on track is the Audi, and it is still, is it Loris Hezemans at the wheel of that car? Yes, it is. No driver change as we were surmising. Right, Nick Yellowly is coming towards the end of a stint here. So he's going to be in around about 19 hours and 5 minutes of the race, I would offer you.
And in his stint, he's managed to extend the advantage over Matteo Drudi up to 30 seconds. So the pace that Yellowly's been able to execute has been, we've not really noticed it because we haven't been focusing on, he's been running very much on his own. But he's been able to stretch the advantage over the number 40 Audi of Matteo Drudi. And that's a pretty comfortable half a minute benefit. That he's going to come into the pits, and I don't know whether he'll stay on board, or assuming he will stay on board, do another stint, and that will then bring them down to just 2-3 more stints to the finish. So Loris Hezemans on his out lap, having had a pit stop and refreshed fuel and tyres. So there is our race leader, 98 into La Source, goes on to his 419th lap, and the gap, wait to see when comes across the line. Second place Matteo Drudi was 30 seconds.
So 19 hours, 5 minutes done, and this car continues for at least one more lap. But relatively speaking, I know we had a few in the night, that's inevitable, but we've not had too many interruptions. I mean, we've had relatively little today, and we went for quite a long time without trouble into the evening yesterday.
Yes, I mean, it all kicked off during the night, which is a pretty regular affair.
Yeah.
But this car, the leader, has gained a further 2 seconds on Matteo Drudi in that last lap. I mean, that's 2 seconds in a single lap around Spa. I mean, either he is driving in a manner possessed, or Matteo Drudi is having to maybe disguise or baby an issue with the car.
Or lots of traffic and at exactly the wrong point. He's got a gaggle of cars ahead, but here is Yellowly coming into Pau with the car due in this time, as I say, and this is going to further cement our theory that this is going to be on target, barring any yellows now, as opposed to a Yellowly, to win the race, because he's stopping at exactly the right point. And when he's made that final stop after 23 hours of the race, he can go to the very end, whereas other people are stopping, if you like, within the hour rather than just around the hour mark, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and just on that last lap, Drudi was 2 seconds down on the race leader, and I think you're probably correct in assuming that there was a traffic element that accounts for that 2 second deficit with the second place Audi.
And Nick Yellowly then comes through Blanchimont. Lap times at the moment, around about 3 seconds down on the best that the cars have been doing. Now there is the traffic for Nick Yellowly, and you see that there's a battle within battles. There's Lappery within Lappery. He gets past the Modena Motorsports Porsche, has to dodge the Boutsen VDS Audi. Into the pit lane he comes, bang on cue. And so this next stop then is going to be when he breaks the beam after 19 hours and 7 minutes, I would suggest. Let's see. Comes in, and as he does break the beam, 19 hours and 8 minutes and 6 seconds. I was close. So he's stretched it a little bit over the last stint. So this car is still in the pound seats.
Yes, and because he's been running in fair air, the only thing he's had to deal with is cars that are having a lap put on them, but he's able to maybe also say drive economically. Sounds a contradiction when you're in a motor race, but you can do things to aid the amount of fuel you're using, and things like lift and coast and when you get into your braking zone, you're not nailing everything. So that's, again, something when you've got that comfort of a 30-plus second advantage, you can start to implement.
One of the big frustrations as you look at the Rover pit stop has been Ferrari, which, considering how well the cars have gone in other rounds of this championship, or indeed how well the car went in the Nürburgring 24 hours, I know that's a different BOP, but they've really struggled here for outright pace.
Well, Robert Schwartzman did say that he thought the best chance that Ferrari had with winning this race was going to be a wet race, so he indicated they didn't have the straight line performance that they felt that would be required to keep that car competitive with the front runners.
So down the pit lane comes the number 98 BMW that will temporarily lose its lead. We also just had into the pit lane Callum Williams, so Franck Pereira, number 6 Lamborghini, has gained a place. Mathieu Drudy is going to lead on the road again now because of the BMW pit stop, and you see how long these pit stops are because of the length of the two pit lanes put together.
Yeah, all around Van der Linde, they're doing 21s, planning at a 22. The car in that top 10 that's actually running as quickly as we were watching Nick Yellerly, ironically, is another BMW, and that's Augusta Farfus. So it looks as if whatever BMW had in qualifying, which didn't give them maybe the actual start position they would have hoped for, has come to them in the race. So they're both, the WRT entry and the Rover Racing entry, are capable of running comfortably in those 2-minute 20-second laps. There is the car back out. Nick Yellerly still behind the wheel and just trying to get a bit of heat into the tires as he maneuvers around on the Camel Straight. So gets the car in a straight line, brakes. These tires do have tire warmers, but there's never always the optimum temperature when you leave the pit lane, and particularly it's a long pit lane. So where the Rover Racing team is based, the pace that they've got to go down the pit lane is so slow that any temperature probably evaporates before he gets back on track.
So the BMW then comes down the hill, and as I say, this car is stopping round about the end of each hour. So after its pit stop at the end of the 23rd hour of the race, it could go to the end. Other cars are stopping within the hour, so it would lose the lead on its last pit stop, but then the other cars had another stop to make, and so they would then potentially fall back behind. That can all change with yellows, of course, and safety cars. But right now, the Rover team looking strong. And a tentative look to the inside of the Mercedes, but there, the BMW of Nick Yellerly thinking, no, not worth it.
Well, just so you mentioned all the yellows, now think about Nick Yellerly. Yellerly.
Yeah.
I know. You got it, I know, but the audience, I just want to make them. So he's on new tyres, got more fuel on board, but overall, the car is in a quicker context now than it would have been when it came in. So I suspect he'll be back doing those low 2 minutes, 20-second laps. Might even drop into the 2-minute 19 once he gets clear of the traffic around him. And this is his out lap. So I assume that the Pirelli tyre is now pretty much in its operating temperature window. And up to the source, once he gets there, he'll have a clean run down. And will he be able to make up the ground? And there's a Mercedes directly ahead of him. By the time he gets up, what he would hope to do is get into a position going into Lake Coombe to make a pass and carry forward his momentum.
So up the hill comes the BMW.
That's full commitment through Eau Rouge for the BMW.
Absolutely so. Absolutely right. Foot nailed to the boards. Down through the gears.
Straight 6 twin turbo BMW motor, and built like what I call a true silhouette GT3 car, an extremely sophisticated piece of engineering out of M Sport in Munich. Down the hill into Brussels, you can see how much he's taken out of the Audi directly ahead from the point when they left La Source to where they are now, just beginning to drop downhill as we go back up to the exit of the chicane, and there is a Ferrari, but more importantly, it's Kelvin van der Linde, and comes across the line. And how many seconds? Well, he is currently 6.8 seconds behind Matteo Drudy, who is still the leader. We've been focusing on Nick Yellerly, but he's obviously having had that pit stop and then So Kelvin van der Linde, can he get past before he goes into a rouge?
He can, because he's brave, around the outside.
No, he does, because he's quick and he's brave.
True enough, and he's just got past Simon Gachet, who is not slow. This is the car leading on the road at the moment then. This is the race leader, Mathieu Drudy, whose last lap was a 2:20, and Nick Yellerly is on his first flying lap after the pit stop. So this Audi is going to be in about 10 more minutes' time.
So Matteo Drudy's last lap was a 2:20.4. Van der Linde's was 21.3, but he had traffic to deal with. Gunnar 20.7, Kreining 21.9, Adlauer 20.8. Waiting to see where Yellerly is, so he's just completed his first flying lap at 2:17. No, that was the best lap. I said a 2:19, 2:19.4.
Good effort, isn't it, that? So.
What do you mean, me guessing the time?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, both. Yes, you both get a point for that. Nick Yellerly for delivering what you were predicting. But that's a good effort, especially given that the car is heavy on fuel. That's number 57, which is in strife. And Indy Dodger, remember, crashed yesterday evening, but life is not getting any better for the Winward Racing team.
A lot of work around the front of the car. So very hard to tell. There's so many engineers around it, whether it's exclusively bodywork or whether there's something behind that. But anyway, a lot of work going on to get that rectified.
Right to the chicane comes Mathieu Drudy, and having to push on as best he can. What they're trying to do now is stretch as far as they can within these 65 minutes, but that's the limitation. It's not about how much you can stretch the fuel. You are limited by 65 minutes, but over the line they come once again. 65 minutes is the maximum for a stint. What we might start to get in an hour or so are people staying in the car and therefore driving down the pit lane to reset the stint time.
Well, the 51 Ferrari and the 17 Audi have contact, and that was something Kelvin van der Linde hadn't anticipated. So here he goes down now, and the Ferrari not making it easier. Oh, wow. Now that I don't like to see weaving like that coming down the hill.
And that's a lapped car.
Yeah.
51 isn't on the same lap.
Absolutely. But I mean, it suddenly popped up and managed to find its way around Kelvin van der Linde.
Robert Schwartzman is in 40th place. So he is making that a very, very wide car indeed. Up to Lecon they come. This is the race leader in the traffic, so there's no hesitation in all of this. There's no hanging about. I am coming through, says Nick Yellerly.
Yeah, and a little bit of a here's Robert Schwartzman up the inside. This is what Kelvin van der Linde done. He was running in second place, and all of a sudden a car that's running all the way down 40th position overtakes second place.
Well, Robert Schwartzman, we know, is not happy with the way the race has panned out, and you can see that from the way that he's driving. Yellerly goes through then, and currently 6th on the road, 1 minute and 12 seconds back. That was a 2:20.9, quicker than 4 cars ahead of him. So not only is the BMW looking good on strategy, it's looking good on pace as well.
So once again, looking to see the pace that Nick Yellerly is setting. So he had that one lap in the 2 minutes 19. Now everything's stabilized, and of course being in traffic likewise, he's had his times compromised, so he's running in approximately the same pace as the 2 lead Audis. The gap between first and second is extended a little bit in favor of Matteo Drudy, largely because of the contact that occurred up at the source between Schwartzman and Kelvin van der Linde.
So the BM dives down to Bruxelles, number 98, Nick Yellerly on the road in 6th place, but he's going to get that lead back when the next 5 serve their next pit stop. And in the case of the race leading car, Mathieu Drudy, it's not far away. The next one to stop is going to be Jules Gounon's Mercedes. Now that's another one to keep an eye to on the way that they are creeping back, if you like, towards the BMW on strategy. They can't do it on pace, they've just got to do this on good pit work.
Do it on track, but again, keep out of trouble. Don't run track limits, don't speed in the pit lane, all the things that are controllable from within the cockpit. There's things that the driver can't control, but the ones that he can control, he has to ensure that he doesn't find himself being seduced into running wide on a Blanchiment on 6 occasions of the car, not necessarily the driver, it's the car. Robert Schwartzman, I mean, he is running now, just looking at his lap times. The last lap, I haven't got a lap up from, yeah, 2 minutes 20.
And this is the car of Elise de Pauw, now Simon Mann at the wheel of it. Elise de Pauw, the fastest driver through Pouhon in this number 50 Ferrari, out of the same AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors stable. But number 50, of course, is a category car, if you like. It runs in bronze. Julien Piguet, Simon Mann, Nico Varrone and Elise de Pauw. Very badly delayed early on with a pit lane fire, remember, yesterday evening.
Yeah, running on 46th position. It's a shame that Ferrari, with so much expectation coming here, that we thought, and particularly with the Curie-Francorchamps association and the fact that this car looks like a car would have been run by that great organization back in the 60s when a 250 LM would have been the customer Ferrari to race. It was the successor to the great Ferrari 250 GTO.
Miguel Ramos coming towards us in number 188, and behind is Dean McDonald in the Optimum McLaren. So 10th is McDonald, and for Miguel Ramos, 29th. 188 has fallen away during the night, hasn't it, after Enrique Chavez heroics early on in the race?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the, for me, one of the star drives in the early part of this 24-hour race, and this car looked to me to have the pace of any of the cars that were at the front. But of course, it's a 4-car driver lineup, and there's a variance in the abilities across those 4 drivers. So the heroics of Enrique, what do you call him?
Enrique Chavez.
Chavez, sorry, was worth watching.
A little bit of damage on the side of the McLaren. Miguel Ramos then hustles on. Now this is another of the cars that runs in bronze, but it's fallen a long way back in bronze. Now it is, what, 8th in class? So it's been a tough night for Garage 59. They've not given up on it, but it's been a tough night, and Miguel Ramos perseveres as he comes down the hill.
So, gap at the front, by the way, extended up to 9.3 seconds. So Matteo Drudi has continued to drag a few more tenths of seconds to gain that advantage over second place Kelvin van der Linden. That'll all play to the favor of the 40 ID when it comes down to the final pit stop or whatever. I mean, certainly, I think your prognosis on the BMW and the strategy that they adopted is going to be the one that's going to be the successful when the checkered flag comes out.
Still intrigued by the Akkodis ASP Gunnar Marciello Boguslavski Mercedes. Timur did the bulk of his driving yesterday. It's been Raffaele and Jules keeping hold of that car today. The maximum that a driver can do is 14 hours, so there is quite a lot of the race you can divide between your 2 fastest guys, and they are using them pretty much exclusively, it seems, today. In gold, Dean McDonald, the class leader, 10th, coming up towards the chicane now out of Blanchimont. But the 88 Mercedes is going to be the next pitter of significance in that leading gaggle.
So it shouldn't take Dean McDonald too long to deal with Miguel Ramos. Different, well, both very capable drivers, but Dean, the younger one with the arguably bigger future.
Yeah.
Miguel Ramos is one of those drivers who is a very complete and successful race driver, but Dean is younger, and with youth comes all the sort of things that make it go quick.
This is true, this is true. 424 laps done by Mathieu Drudi. Jules Gournand is an hour into his stint. So let's have a look at 1 or 2 liveries. We'd quite like the Optimum McLaren number 5. 216, I think, is a splendid livery. The Modena Motorsports Porsche. It's down in 41st place, but it's a very, very striking paint job with the orange on one side and the blue on the other. So we'll see if we can find that on the cameras. There it is. No sooner said than done. That, for me, is the best artwork. It may not be everyone's cup of tea, but I think it's great artwork.
I mean, I made the comparison last night to a former livery of a car driven by Dutchman Jan Lammers way back in the 70s with a sponsor, and it gets the colour of the blue and the sort of the orangey flamey stuff down the right-hand side, I would say reminiscent.
So the blue and grey on one side, the orange on the other. Fantastic colour scheme that. That car, remember, had a very early spin and it was also in the barrier in pre-qualifying, but they've knuckled down, and right now 216 has got Francis Tiger, who is one of the two owners with John Shen of Modena Motorsports at the wheel of it. Modena Motorsports, you think surely it should be a Ferrari? Well, they came out of the Asian Ferrari Challenge, those two, but Porsche the job, the car for the job this weekend. The Francorchamps Motors livery, the red and the yellow on the whole fleet of cars out of that part of AF Corsa's stable. So the red of Ferrari and the Écurie Nationale Belge yellow.
Yeah, I just want to watch Robert Schwartzman, if he can stick with this for a moment or two, to see how he scythes through these two cars. The Porsche sticking his nose up, but Robert Schwartzman very quickly onto the tail, and we've seen how he dealt with Kelvin van der Linde, which wasn't very much respect at all there. He gets the Ferrari up alongside the Porsche. Well, not quite. And that was the scene of an incident last year with the 93 Sky Tempesta and Miguel Ramos in one of the Garage 59 McLarens. Similar kind of situation. You know, the quicker car gets up the inside, but the car that's being overtaken naturally wants to drift across. Now Schwartzman gets the job done. Up the hill into the chicane. Porsche still alongside, but has to concede ground. And the Audi into the pits, so Schwartzman, in the space of that little sequence, has managed to make up, not in terms of overall positions, but he's overtaken two cars, which is always a good feeling.
Yeah, I do quite like that Audi that came into the pit lane as well, number 16, the Uno Racing Team, entering the Chinese car of Junlin Pan of Rio, the pseudonym driver, Zhou Luhei and Adderley Fong. It's a long way back. They're new to Spa, other than Adderley Fong, who's raced here before, but that car serving its next pit stop. And Jules Gounon is in. Now, he has come in after 19 hours and, what have we got, 25 minutes for him. So I need to go and do some more number crunching, but that car is still a sleeper, I think. Still looking pretty good.
So there is the 88 Mercedes rolling down, and we're assuming at Gounon, not Gounon, Gounon's, I think you have fish cooked in batter, or breadcrumbs.
That's a Goujon, isn't it?
Well, Gounon.
Anyway, Jules Gounon.
Anyway, whatever it is, it's Gounon, Jules Gounon. And there he goes. So into the pit box, so I'm assuming that he's staying on board, which looks to be the case. What I'm wondering about, just this whole thing about the two pit lanes, and you asked me about it earlier, which one would I prefer? And I sort of said the top one because it stays dry when it gets really wet. But actually, I wonder whether having up your pits here, then that when you put on a fresh set of rubber, they have tire blankets, but you don't have to make that long run all the way up to the inside of the source and all the way down. So technically or theoretically, his warm tires are going to retain more heat at the point when he gets back onto the circuit, and therefore ought to have maybe a marginal gain when he gets up to Lake Coombe, that he knows that his tires are probably warmer than somebody who's on the Grand Prix pits. And well, anyway, it's all, you know, padding and filling time, isn't it?
The reason John is padding and filling time is he can see I'm trying to work out pit stops for different cars.
Indeed.
And trying to work out if anybody else is in with a good shout. 40 is in, yeah.
So Drudy into the pits. Our race leader, there he is. The gap had come down from just over 10 seconds to 8.5 seconds. That was the lap prior. So again, whether that was just down to traffic or something, again, we don't know. But Matteo Drudy on the rev limiter drives up. And has to go there. And I don't know that I've never. You're the runner, David. If you had, what is the distance between, let's say, mid-top lane pits to mid-bottom lane pits? I reckon there's probably the best part of 400, maybe 500 meters.
I'd go along with that because you've done a kilometre really as you head up Radial. So yeah, it's probably about half a kilometre. Yeah, I'd go along with that.
So it's, I mean, in terms of at 50 kilometers per hour. It takes quite a long time. So there's the Audi into its box. And again, I'm assuming that Drudy's going to stay on board. Looks like he is. So the fuel Bowser is in. But those new tires are not. I don't know if they are. Oh, there is a sticker on, yes. So a set of tires goes on and clean the windscreen, just make sure that some teams use a multiple of rip-offs, tear-offs on the screen. But at this stage in the race, I suspect that most of those have been discarded. And waiting for the barger to be disconnected, and then the car can be dropped off the jacks. But only when the barge is disconnected can they pull the plug and drop the car off, and then you pointed out, David, it'll fire up and off she goes.
Right, away goes number 40 then. So Matteo Drudi blasts back into business. And, well, the car does, I should say. And that's at the end of 427 laps for Matteo Drudi. So then you've got the next Audi to look for is going to be that of Kelvin van der Linde, number 17. And Thomas Preining's Porsche creeping back into the equation as well. But once everyone has cycled through this next stop, van der Linde is about 8 minutes from coming in, Preining is about 6 minutes from coming in, Andlauer is about 2 laps away from coming in. We'll get another idea of the order. Just as it settles down, then somebody else pits and shuffles it all over again, which is one of the beauties of long-distance racing. Everybody, of course, running to 65 minutes as the maximum, but they're not all coming in on the same lap because in some cases they've had to pit out of sequence because of a problem, or they've rolled the dice because of full course yellows and earlier safety car periods. So now, trying to stay on top of all of that becomes ever more intriguing. 17 may have a chance if it saves some fuel, but you've also got to keep factoring in not just what you can do with the fuel, but the 65 minutes, because even a drive-through, just to reset the stint time, still does cost you quite a lot of time. Well, we'll know the answer in just 4.5 hours' time, because that is all that we have got left. Time has flown, no question about it. And so as the BMW 98 comes back into the leading group, so this is the car now that has the advantage on the road and is something like 3 laps away from a pit stop. And Kelvin van der Linde, as we saw at the start of the race, has been very, very rapid. This is the second place car now. Thomas Preining at the wheel of the Rutronic Porsche, lapping quicker last time than van der Linde, but he has got 21.7 seconds, Jake Sanson, to make up. So Preining has got to dig deep here in these 4.5 hours, plus his co-drivers, of course, to try and get that car for a podium position.
Too right. The Porsche does still have a crack at the podium here without any shadow of a doubt, but they've really got to eat into that advantage built up over the course of the last stints by Yellowly in the Rove BMW. A lot of people suggesting that this is the crew that's got the win in the bag, which is ambitious considering we've got 4.5 hours still to go and their lead is 30 seconds, yes, but this is Spa. Anything can still happen. And then you've got these 2 Audi crews that are irresistibly joined together, the number 40 Trezor Attempto orange Audi and the Scherer car. And they, all 3 crews, for my money, still have what it takes to win this, but do not count out these Porsches. They have not yet got everything shown out on the table yet. They still have a joker or 2 up the sleeve.
Well, there is Andlauer, lights are blazing, trying to hustle his way up past the Bullet Racing Aston Martin, Ruben Del Sart at the wheel of it. So, comes now up through the exit of the Piff Paff, and the Audi tucked up behind. That's a lapped Audi. So Andlauer at the wheel, he should be in this time because he can't really squeeze another lap out of the stint. So to be on the safe side, Andlauer should be in, and he doesn't want to be held up losing fractions of a second behind the Del Sart Aston Martin up from GT4 to GT3 this year. Ruben Del Sart, who is the son of former Formula First, Formula 3 racer Rafael Real Del Sart. Up the curb now goes Andlauer, coming out of Blanchimont, down to the chicane, and stands on the brakes, almost tickles the tail of the Aston, turns sharp right, bleeds into the pit lane, stint done.
And he's not going to be the only one for the stint done, because I'm sure that Auguste Farfus, Gilles Magnus and Davide Rigon are all going to come in as well. So there's going to be a very busy and frantic pit lane now. But very good work indeed from Julian Andlauer. The Porsche still looking very strong. Thomas Preining, of course, well clear now in second position, but I reckon he's only got 1 more lap before he comes into the pits. So stop, Mante Porsche, looking very strong. The crew going to work, and out gets Julian Andlauer. Is that the WRT BMW in? It is indeed. So Augusto Farfus comes in as well, as we predicted. Magnus in the number 11 Audi should be in behind them. Indeed, he is. And look, in the background, there's Davide Rigon, right on cue.
65 minutes is 65 minutes, isn't it? So you know exactly when people are due. So in comes the Ferrari, also Klaus Bachler in 911. That's the second bronze car. 85 is back in also. Clement Schmidt giving way as you see the teams in the top pits receiving cars, and at the very far end their regular home WRT, because they know that as soon as you release the car, there's nobody in front of you, there's no other team, there's going to be no other car in the way. You release, you're straight round the hairpin, and then you can just drive down the endurance pit. 71 cycling through a driver change, out gets Davide Rigon.
I love the might and the mettle of this Ferrari crew, still pushing on, still expecting an opportunity to come to them to try and go for that final podium spot at least. There is Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian, getting himself ready to go into the car for another stint, I think. He's going in for another go by the look of it. Ziki was the one who brought the car into the pits, and I don't think he's getting out of it. I think there was a slight adjustment to the belts maybe, but it looks as though he's still going to be going out into the car again. Dean McDonald will be in very shortly indeed as well in the leading gold McLaren, because that's going to be the end of their stint. Expect Preining in at the end of this lap, and maybe Kelvin van der Linde can go one more. There's Preining.
Yeah.
I think van der Linde can do one more.
He's going to be brave to do that, but he can just about do that. So he's squeezing it to the very, very end of the 65 minutes. So into the pit lane comes Thomas Preining, and I think he double stinted, didn't he? So he will potentially bail this time. There is Kelvin van der Linde. So his stint has been 61 minutes. A flying lap should get him around at about to 63, 64. So he'll be okay. He'll be within the regulation stint time. And of course the stint ends at the pit in line, not your garage. So even if you're, as that car is, round in the endurance pits, you're fine as long as you've broken the beam at pit in. Thomas Preining does indeed hop from the Rutronic Porsche. Job done.
Now Davide Rigon has got out of the Ferrari and handed that over to Daniel Serra. So that's obviously been a fresh pair of boots in the car and a fresh set of boots on the car as well. So that's going to be an interesting one. It's a nice little flurry of Porsches creeping up to the top 10 now. Lawrence Vantor in 7th position. Muller is 8th in the number 54 car now. And you've got Renoir as the leading bronze car, having crept up into the top 10 as well, the number 91 Porsche. So there's a bit of a shuffle of the decks, but don't forget, of course, a lot of those cars still have to come in. McDonald is due in any moment now. In fact, he is in the pit now, and Muller in that 54 car should be in any moment now, as well as Renoir, who's got about 5 minutes left at the wheel.
Right, van der Linde due in this time. So the race leading Audi, that car run by the Shearer Sport PHX, the short code for Phoenix, comes towards the end of the lap. Other pit stops still cycling through, as the Mercedes there and McLaren also in the pits have fuel, tyres and driver change. 17 comes into the pit lane now, so that stint line to line is 63 minutes for Kelvin van der Linde, pushing it about as far as he can do. So down the pit road, and that car comes in there now with 19 hours and 37 minutes done.
So this is going to be hopefully a strong pit stop over at Dynamic GT as they watch the Shearer Sport Audi go past. But Kelvin van der Linde done for the moment. Here comes Nick Yellerly, almost certainly to take the lead of the race away. Charging through Blanchimont, plenty of curb on the exit. Down to the braking zone. Planting the car ever so nicely. So Rove BMW, number 98, Nick Yellerly at the wheel, is about to go past the pits and will take the lead of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. A fabulous run as they retake the lead. A good opportunity, David, to go over what's been happening so far here in the CrowdStrike Spa 24.
It was a damp circuit then that we had earlier on in the day, and as the grid assembled, we were ready to go for this 75th running of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Safety car start, lengthy safety car period, Carl Washington crashing behind the safety car, and when we finally got going, it was Matteo Cairoli who stormed clear ahead of Alessio Rovera in the Ferrari. Klaus Bachler's Porsche running in 3rd place. From Pereira, number 6 Lamborghini was up in 4th place. Gerhard Batzinger had a torrid early time, glancing off Dennis Lind as he had a 3rd spin, and also tagging the Maxime Martin BMW. Jordan Pepper, 61st on the grid, got in the lead, and then a brake issue put that car out of the race. It rejoined for a lap or two, but the problem never went away. Retirement beckoned. The lead beckoned for Alessio Rivera. He snuck through on the inside of Yannis Fittier going into Les Combes, moving Ferrari ahead, but then a punctured tyre sent that car into the pit lane, and he had a fair old job getting it back without further drama. Lawrence Vanthor hit Isaac Tubler Lopez in the Ferrari, turned him around, and as a result of that was given a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. Indy Doncia had a collision of his own, ploughing off the road at Pouhon. The car rejoined the race, but is now in his garage and tumbling back down the order once again. Valentino Rossi tagged teammate Adam Carroll, BMW on BMW. Adam Carroll with a spin, and then a few laps later a punctured tyre brought Carroll back into the pit lane. Fran Reder had to stop his McLaren, the Optimum car, with an electrical problem as Julian Andlauer teed up Luca Enschler for the race lead. The door was prized open going through Brussels, and through on the inside line went the Porsche. A strange full-course yellow period appeared on the dash of the cars. When it went green, Jules Gounon put his foot to the boards and ploughed off, passing the traffic, who were a little bit slower to respond. Gounon gaining ground as the race headed into the night. More drama up at Les Combes with Mercedes being tagged and going off the racetrack. And then it was all eyes on point for the 6-hour mark as well. Boutsen's number 10 Gold Cup Mercedes was struggling. Charles Wirtz led at the 6-hour mark as there was more drama. The other side of that up at Les Combes. Safety car deployed, and then on the restart we had a spin for number 70 Caron Lee, who was tagged by Yannick Mettler. It looked as though they'd all avoided him, but not quite. Damage to both cars, another interruption to the race, and it meant 2 more retirements as well. As the drivers had to cope with the dark conditions, and the drivers getting ready for the nighttime stint, it was Charles Wirtz BMW that led. But then as a full course yellow was called, he was hit from behind by Neil Verhagen, and it was a big impact that eliminated both cars off into the barriers and both out of the race on the spot. So WRT's lead car out of the race, and the Rover Racing car with Neil Verhagen at the wheel of it, a retirement as well. The battle was on between Acodis ASP and Rover Racing, and it was the BMW that squeezed its way past the Mercedes. But another of the Acodis cars we lost as the Baptista family entry parked opposite the endurance pits, and there was a very brief full course yellow period to get that car out of the way. Rover pitted 98, and it looked as though they'd done the wrong thing because we were back to green so quickly. But now that it's all unravelled, it looks like it was the right call. And so 98 BMW is now back at the head of the queue with just over 4 hours of the race to go. And Nick Yellerlich, Philip Eng and Marco Wittmann have been doing a great job getting that car into the mix, and also moving it back ahead of the Audi number 17, which now is back in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde. Nick Yellerlich back in the car on the last pit stop. As far as the Audis are concerned, that battle is still raging on. Van der Linde in 17, Drudy in number 40. And the two of them have been trading places not only on the pit stops but also on track as well. And number 40 has been another car always in the mix during the course of the race. And proof of how much Nick Yellerlich wants to win this race came as he found traffic through the pit path. There was just no stopping him. Every tenth of a second counted, and he put himself in a bit of jeopardy. Not as much jeopardy as Van der Linde found himself in, though, as the lapped Ferrari of Robert Schwarzman clattered its way by. That car 10 laps down. It is still all to play for, though, in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It is Nick Yellerlich leading from Mathieu Drudy and Jules Gounon with 4 hours and 17 minutes still to run. Now let's have a look at number 99. This is the Silver Cup Audi, having drama down at the bus stop. It's all locked up. Now, is that a puncture causing that to tip over on one side, or has it had a breakage? The car spins. It's a puncture, all right. There's the tyre off the rim. And in super slow-mo, that is very dramatic indeed, isn't it? So 99, that was well up in silver, not for much longer.
I don't think that's just a puncture. I think that's actually broken the wheel rim as well.
Might well have done, yeah.
So that could be potentially race ending, because that's a lot of damage on the left rear.
Yes, the wheel's at a jaunty angle, isn't it? I think you're right, broken suspension, and the car has been in the pits for over 4 minutes now while we've been watching the highlights. So, big drama. Who was at the wheel of it? Alex Arca. Now, did he hit something to break the wheel and the suspension? They don't just break on their own, do they?
Well, that's definitely worrying signs at the Tresor Attempto crew, because obviously that car is pretty much identical in spec to the other one. So obviously they're battling away up front and trying to keep themselves in the hunt. But there are your leaders of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, the 75th running of this amazing event. Jake Sanson and David Addison in the box with you for the next hour or so. It's going to be a fabulous battle as there goes the Rove BMW past the number 90 Mercedes. That's Simon Altio getting out of the way. But it's definitely going to be a tough charge forward now as the 3 top manufacturers from Germany in this race so far fill all 3 positions on the podium at this point, because Jules Gounon is up to 3rd, ahead of Kelvin van der Linde in the Scherer Audi. But I should point out that the Scherer Audi is actually lapping quicker. Kelvin van der Linde is actually the fastest driver on track at the moment, other than the Porsche of Laurens Vanthoor. Laurens Vanthoor is currently lapping in the 2:19.1s, which is a second a lap faster than the Rove BMW, so that could be interesting. Meanwhile, Gilles Magnus, who is currently in 10th position, is in danger of being lapped by the leader. So we have 10 cars on the lead lap with 4 hours and 15 minutes still to go, but that could end up getting less and less and less as this incredible pace from the Rove BMW continues. But certainly in terms of the lap times, the top 6 cars are still heavily into the 2:19s. The fastest car on track, though, is Laurens Vanthoor in the Porsche number 92 at this precise moment in time. There is Mattia Drudi, still pushing on in 2nd position. The deficit last time, obviously, they're looking to try and get it down as much as possible. The last lap from Yellerly was a 2:19.8. Watching as Drudi comes across the line this time to see what sort of lap time he is setting. Is it another 2:19 as he comes across the line this time? It is. It's a 2:19.95. And there is Gounon, who is not that far behind Mattia Drudi as well. I genuinely still think the 88 Mercedes is a potential dark horse for the win on this one. Yes, the Rove BMW has got a 47-second advantage, but we've got 4¼ hours still to go. Anything could still happen here, and if trouble is going to strike and occur for one of the big names, the one team that seems to have got away without too much bad luck is the Rove BMW. So if anybody's going to hit trouble from the racing gods, it could well be them. Drudi and Gounon having a fabulous run, but Jules Gounon doing what he does best, reeling in the car in front, pushing the car he's got underneath him to a fabulous run, and he's just taken another 0.3 of a second out of Mattia Drudi's advantage in the Audi. So all of a sudden, this Agodis ASP at Mercedes, the number 88, still working into a decent position. This is not done yet by any stretch at all.
In true long-distance racing fashion, now the fascination becomes on second-guessing the last pit stops and trying to extrapolate all this. I'm still surprised we've had as relatively few caution periods today as we have had, and of course maybe that's also affecting some of the team's calculations. They might have been depending on that, and they've just not come.
Right, this is for position. We've got Lucas Auer, the talented young German, talented young Austrian, I should say, even in the Mercedes, and he is being hustled here by Augusto Farfus and Gilles Magnus. So this is an absolute on-track thrill fest for 8th position, and just up the road from them, don't forget, is Pereira in the Lamborghini. So Farfus trying to get the undercut on the Almanar Mercedes. Porsche in front of them drifting a little bit wide and losing ground to Pereira in the Lamborghini, the K-Pax number 6. But as we go down the hill to the Eau Rouge, flick to the left, and then up the hill through Radillon, this is going to be a chance now for Augusto Farfus to try and move himself up into 8th position. He's on the acceleration, up through the gears. Blue flags waving for the car in front, the Porsche to get out of the way. But look at the speed advantage the BMW is picking up. They're going to have to go the long way round if they're going to drive right round the outside of the Almanar Mercedes, but that was big acceleration from the 46. The WRT BMW of Augusto Farfus reeling in Lucas Auer, a real opportunity, and Gilles Magnus in the Audi has managed to get through the Porsche pretty sharpish. So it's a case at the moment of pass or be passed, because you've got big pressure from Magnus in the Audi behind, who is swarming around all over the WRT BMW. This is a tasty little battle, and of course all 3 cars are in big danger of being lapped by the Rove BMW. If that happens, then obviously that really hampers their chances of getting back into the competition.
So our Farfus Magnus then, the 3 drivers going nose to tail. out of Pouin. And with the race leader bearing down on them, this is going to affect the lap time of Yellow if he gets stuck, because they're going to be of a comparable pace. They don't want to go, they can't afford to go a lap down, so it's going to become difficult for him, and he can't just sit there either on the basis that there's a pit stop due, because that's not due for about 20 minutes.
So where does Farfus make the bid? Can he do it into the chicane at the top of this climb? There is the number 6 K-Pax car getting past the Grove Porsche, I think that is, the 23 they're just lapping. So now it's all just a case of who blinks first. Can the Almanar Mercedes hold on from Augusto Farfus? Lucas Auer, who of course not that many years ago was testing a Force India Grand Prix car. They're going to catch the Grove Porsche at exactly the wrong moment for the Almanar Mercedes. Can the BMW out-drag it and sprint to the braking zone and come around the outside of the chicane? Farfus goes for it, absolutely perfect, but watch for Gilles Magnus. Magnus is going to get past the Almanar Mercedes as well and might just get the throttle application to get past the WRT BMW in the same breath. Hanging on the inside, wait for it in the braking zone. Is that going to be enough for Farfus to hang on? Here comes the Rover BMW to lap them all. Please don't hit us.
Yellowly needing to be oh so careful here. He needs to get through the traffic. He does not need to be in jeopardy, does he? So Augusto Farfus then now up into 8th spot, down to 9th is Magnus, but they are about to drop off the lead lap because that BMW bearing down on them is lapping in the 220s. They are in the 221, so the BMW quicker, and that is going to move it in a few corners time up 1 lap ahead of the 8th place car.
So what does Gilles Magnus do now? Does he concede to the Rover BMW and then hang right behind it in order to get the opportunity when the WRT BMW has to move aside? Or does he decide to make the overtake on Farfus as soon as humanly possible? It's an interesting tactic. Do you take 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward, or do you just go gung-ho and hope the gap will appear?
The last thing Nick Yellowly wants to do is come into the pit lane with damage and have to explain himself. So yes, he has got 48 seconds in hand, so he can't just sit there, but he can be a little respectful of what's going on around him.
Yeah, you can take your time a little bit, can't you? The one thing that can ruin a race, and I've seen it several times in endurance races in the past, is you're over-eager and overzealous to lap the traffic, so you pick your moment and it doesn't work out. If anything, just stick with these guys. Their lap times are pretty good, actually. They're in the 2:18.3 mark, so it's not a bad pair of cars to be sat behind, because they're only 1 lap down once he gets past them, but their lap times are pretty good. They're in the 2:17s, 2:18s, so it's not like Nick Yellowly is losing time sat behind them. He just doesn't want to get caught up in the issues that they might create. However, having got past the Almanar Mercedes, both Farfus and Magnus are disappearing. Unfortunately for Lucas Auer, Mercedes just doesn't have the pace to match them. Now here's the Gold Cup leader, the Optima McLaren, still just plugging away. The Scottish superstar Dean McDonald behind the wheel. He was always a bit of a god in karting. He continued that when he moved up to the world of single-seaters and then into GTs as well. Fabulous run from Dean McDonald. He is such a reliable pair of hands. Pretty much every young talent in Scotland knows Dean McDonald, and they have been coached by him at one point or another. He is an absolute masterclass competitor, and in a GT, every car you give him, he is able to get himself around it pretty quickly and has absolutely got the measure of this Optima McLaren.
It's been a very, very good run by the McLaren. We've been saying it all race, haven't we? It is still leading in goal by over half a minute. This number 91 Porsche is the leading bronze now. Alfred Renauer has taken it over, and quite often we've seen Herbert Motorsport come here and be in problems with the lower graded drivers in the wall, or the car have perennial problems as a legacy of an early incident. But this year, where is wood to touch, it has gone like clockwork, and it is in 15th place overall. There, 85, which is now the silver leader, Glenn Van Berlo, back at the wheel of the Lamborghini. Actually, this Grasser Racing Team car is sort of a bit overlooked because it's not fighting for overall honours, but actually it's giving Lamborghini something to cheer about, because here it is, leading its class, and so many of the other Lambos have had all sorts of problems. Fingers crossed for that car.
You couldn't have timed it any better either, could you? The bronze leader just happens to be on the road in front of the silver car. That's absolutely perfect in terms of the synergy. And what's in front of them? The Pro-Am leaders. How about that? The leaders in 3 classes just happen to be on the road together. The Sun Energy car still motoring around beautifully in the capable hands of Chaz Mostert. And this is absolutely brilliant. The Pro-Am leaders, the silver leaders, and the bronze leaders out together.
So the double Bathurst 1000 winner at the wheel. Drama for the WRT BMW then that has stopped on track. Is that 30 or 31? It's 31 of Bailey Voisin.
That's on the Claude Paul Frere, isn't it?
Claude Paul Frere, and with yellow flags out, they'll give that half a minute or so to see whether it rejoins. But if it can't, we're going to end up with an interruption, and then you throw your fingers up in the air. Nick Yellerly on this lap did the absolute best in the first sector, but the car is hesitant to try to get going again. It is doing its best. It's the Vulcanhorst car, I should say, not WRT, and that Vulcanhorst BMW is crawling. Bailey Voisin at the wheel of it. It's a little bit similar to what we had from the McLaren last night, in as much as it moves and then it stops, and it moves and then it stops. But race control will keep an eye on that, but expect yellows to come as they're into La Source number 6 now.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
He's ahead of Augusto Farfus, and a full course yellow is coming in 20 seconds. And those that have just gone over the line have been dealt a bad hand
10
by
seconds.
10 seconds to a full course yellow. The leader has gone past the pits then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
Right, so who's going to dive for the pit lane now, if anybody? Well, Mathieu Drudy is coming into Blanchimont. The second place car is heading through Blanchimont to the pit lane. So if number 40 Audi comes into the pits now under this full course yellow, there it is. This might bring it back into the game.
This transforms the race, doesn't it? A full course yellow at this stage, when you're trying to do the calculations for how long the pit stops and the stints need to be, this is absolutely on point for the Trezor Orange team to suddenly be the favourite. If they can get their pit stop done now, they absolutely eat into the advantage. There they go. They're going straight for it. So, of course, they've got to take this opportunity while it's there. This is what we were saying about the Rove BMW. Yes, they've got a huge advantage. Yes, they're out of sequence, but do not give them the win. All it takes is one full course yellow, one safety car period, and boom, the rivals are going to be straight back on them.
Right, back to my numbers in a moment. Jake will talk you around 3 laps while I try and crunch them all. But so first of all, down to the pit lane comes the number 40 Audi, then Mathieu Drudy in, and actually not many have taken the opportunity here. It might be that it's just track position and they haven't yet got to pit in, but that I think has played into the hands very nicely of the Audi.
It wouldn't shock me at all if Jean Gounon is just behind him into the pits as well.
He's in, you're absolutely spot on.
There you go. So they've decided to take full advantage, and what are the chances of Kelvin van der Linde doing the same thing?
Where is he on the track?
He's in as well.
Now,
there you go. So they've all decided, you know what, this is how we catch them up. This is how we get back into the winning position. So this is absolutely on point. This is not what the Rove BMW squad needed at all, because they missed the pit by being so far in front. They were 47 seconds in front. So now these 3 crews, the Trezor Audi, the Acadis Mercedes, and the Scherer Audi, have suddenly been thrown a lifeline.
Good. Makes it even more interesting, even more tantalising going into the last 4 hours of the race. We're approaching 12:30 local time in the 75th running of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Down to Acodis ASP comes Jules Gounon. Raffaele Marciello is going to take that car over. 21 Audi is in as well. Max Hoffer, who's only recently made a pit stop, but another one taking advantage of the situation. There's 88. The fuel is there, the tyres are there, Marciello is there. Mathieu Drudy has given over in number 40. One would imagine to Ricardo Feller, and also in his 96 Porsche, Dennis Olsen for new tyres and a tank of fuel.
So if in the last half an hour you rush down to the bookmakers and put some money on the Rove BMW to win this at an absolute canter, I get the feeling in about 90 minutes you might be eating your words a little bit there, because this is all of a sudden going to come play. It's going to take a little bit of time for it all to filter back in, of course, because they'll drop further back for now. But the big key is that they'll be able to go longer with only 20 minutes, well, not even 20 minutes for Yellerly to stay out there and make the pit stop himself. So they have absolutely bought themselves a free pit stop. And by doing it under full course yellow, it has saved them so much more time as well, because they've obviously got to run at only a certain pace. So it doesn't matter how far Yellerly has it out in front. He can't extend that lead the way he wants to under racing conditions. He's only got to be crawling along. This is an absolute game changer for this race. We thought it was all done and dusted. It's not. If anything, this race has just got started. Anybody in that top 6 now has an absolute chance to win this. It is suddenly the galvanization that we needed. And this is why we come racing in endurance. This is why we come to Spa for the 24 hours. It ain't over until the fat lady sings. And at this point, she hasn't even dialed in her vocal cords. This is an absolute classic waiting to happen.
A shorter pit stop as well for Van der Linde. So he was in for 1 minute and 22 rather than round about 2 minutes, which is a normal pit stop time. Now that suggests they did a short pit stop, but I can't imagine why you would only do a very, very short fuel stop, unless it was that, and they're going to come in again for a longer stop. That was purely to gain track position. We'll keep an eye on 17. Gemma might head in that direction for us as well and inquire. 92, Laurens Vanthoor is in as well. So Nick Yellerly will be heading, I suspect, towards the pit lane this time. He's in. So Nick Yellerly comes down the pit road at the end of lap 439, and the Hans-Peter Naundorf run team will not be amused because what they thought was a big advantage is now gone.
Now what they need here, the competitors, is for the race to suddenly go green to gain back some of that momentum, but the Rove BMW is still hampered whichever way you look at it.
Yeah, but we're also going to go safety car, aren't we? Because we've had a full course yellow for a long enough period that the only way to get them all back in line is under the safety car. So you get them behind the safety car, then you take out the category lapped cars. That will close the gaps up as well. So it's going to be really interesting on the restart, which is going to be, I'm preempting all of this because we haven't yet been told of safety car, but I'm assuming that we will go safety car.
And that means that 47-second lead will be gone.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Bring it on. Bring it on. This is exactly what we were hoping for in the final 4 hours. We didn't want an easy run to the line.
So there's one team tearing out hair because their car has stopped on the circuit. Nobody else really cares about that. They're more focused now, of course, on the effect to their car and what it's going to do.
I am absolutely in love with this battle from the 51 Ferrari. They are 10 laps down. They haven't got a hope in heck at this point, and yet they are still dragging that car around like a dog with 3 legs after a bone. They just will not let up. They will not slow down. They are still throwing everything at it as if they are in the hunt for the victory. You've got to love the audacity of the Ferrari 51 crew. It should be game over. They should have parked it by now, but no, we are relentless.
It's like Rasputin, isn't it? That
it is a bit.
So they're not giving up on it. It will not lie down. You saw the new spec GT3 tractor a moment ago out on circuit, which I suspect is to do some sweeping, suggesting gravel is on the road. Marco Wittmann has taken over 98, by the way. Ricardo Feller was right, did get into number 40. Marciello is in 88 after the most recent pit stop. Marco Mappelli is at the wheel of number 6 Lamborghini, which is about to exit the pit lane, and he has stayed ahead of Gilles Magnus by the look of it. And those two are going to be very, very keen not to get overtaken by 98, of course, because they're in danger of going a lap down against the BMW. So we're still under full course yellow conditions. The longer a full course yellow period lasts, the more assured you are it's going to go safety car, and that in itself is going to be a whole different situation in terms of the race order.
I've just realised you pointed out that Raffaele Marciello is going to be in the 88 Mercedes on a restart with the gap wiped out. Oh, brilliant.
Rub hands together.
Yes.
Mind you, he's up against Wittmann and Feller and Van der Linde and Olsen and Vanthoor and Mappelli and Farfus and Haase and Auer. So, you know, there's a lot at stake here.
Too right. Classic motorsport on the way, folks. If you were waiting for a bit of a humdinger of a battle, it's about to happen right in front of your eyes, because once this safety car that we think is coming will come out onto the circuit.
It's on the track. You saw it a
there we go.
In the background. So
there we go.
It is on track. The full course yellow signs and boards and flags are still there, but the safety car is on circuit, and on instruction from the race director, then the lights will go to green. That will allow cars that are not the lead car to go past, and then we will have the leader behind. Now, I think Wittmann has managed to hang on to that race lead. Or has he? Yes, he has, because he has done 439 laps. So Kelvin van der Linde is in second place, then Ricardo Feller in third place. So there is the BMW. The lead it will keep. It's behind the safety car now, as you can see. But the gap is going to be much reduced once everybody bunches up behind. So we're not yet under safety car procedure. You will hear the call, no doubt, from the race director. We're still under full course yellow. The safety car is there, but we're not yet under safety car procedure.
So the crucial element now in this race is that 9th position, Christopher Haase, is not a lap down behind the Rove BMW. They did not lose a lap to them through that procedure. Well, they did initially, but then, of course, after the pit stop for the Rove BMW, they've gained it back again. So they will remain on the lead lap, and they will, of course, catch up to the back of the crew. So that means, effectively, we've got 9 crews, essentially, on the lead lap. But then you've got the other classes. They will get to unlap themselves. What does that mean in terms of Lucas Auer, who is a lap down? Will he be able to gain that back?
No.
No, he won't.
No, because it's only cars from bronze, gold, silver, pro-am that are allowed to do wave by.
Correct.
If you're in the pro, I'm afraid you've lost that lap. So that's kind of the luck of the draw with the safety car, isn't it?
And you know what that's also really done? It's ruined the race of Ferrari, because they're now going to be a lap down.
They are, yeah. Now, number 99, we'd seen having a problem at the chicane. Also now, that team is being under investigation.
Safety car procedure, safety car procedure. Pit entry closed, pit entry closed.
The 99 Audi under investigation for driving stint time. So this is our 9th safety car period of the race. And as you've heard from Alain Adon, we are now under safety car conditions, so the pace quickens. But the bad news for Marco Wittmann is that people are going to arrive on his tail. And we've also got the wave by to come as well. So we need to scoop up everybody, then sort out wave by. So the cars behind are lapped. Not every lapped car will go past. There is the potential of some traffic between the top two. There is the second placed car. That's Kelvin van der Linde. Right, we were looking at that short pit stop. Let's see if we can investigate more about why it was 1 minute and 22, not 2 minutes, and to explain what that pit stop, the shorter pit stop, was all about, how it's going to help. Gemma is down there with the team. She's got the news.
Well, I'm with Antonell, team manager here at Shiro Motorsport. For the number 17 car, we just saw you do a considerably shorter pit stop than the other cars. I'm assuming that's strategy. Can you just explain to us?
Yeah, it was the last car was come in, so our tire was really fresh. And at the moment we are looking for track position. So we want to gain to come in the second position where we are now. And this is now our strategy. To stay in front of the other ones.
And it's incredibly close. We're in the closing hours of this 24.
Yeah, so close I never have before. To fight until the last 4 hours now, and I think until the last hour we're still in this small gap. So let's see where we are in 2 hours, and then I hope we can fight against all the others to win this race.
Thanks, Azd. Enjoy the rest of the race. Good luck.
And Moser, the boss of Phoenix, hugely successful Audi team, whether it's been at the Nürburgring 24 or here, or of course for many, many years in the DTM. And I think what he was suggesting was because they'd recently done a pit stop, they could keep the car on the same set of tyres because they were relatively fresh, and therefore by track position when it has worked. So the BMW, despite our fears that it had all gone Pete Tong for them, still leads the way, albeit the opposition now is going to be on a similar strategy and be on the back of that car when we are ready to go racing, because once you get some of the traffic out of the way, the gaps will be much reduced.
Looking at the pit stop time, obviously we've heard from the Scherer team that they went 1 minute 22 on the pit stop. I think Farfus and Auer have done exactly the same thing in their respective cars. Yeah. So they're going to be moving up the order as well. They're kind of now 7th and 8th rather than behind the Mapelli, Lamborghini and Haase Audi. So they're all still in the mix then. The top 10 actually all in the mix. The Ferrari has gone a lap down, which is unfortunately curtains for them. So very disappointing, but here we are in the 9th safety car period of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. If we get to 10, then everybody wins a free traffic jam all the way to Calais. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting run as the battle continues to commence and rise into crescendo. Obviously, as they came through last time, 14 seconds plus some traffic between Wittmann and van der Linde. But once those classes are waved past, this is going to be an amazing race resumed. It's going to be very, very tricky. And of course, with that kick and adrenaline for all the drivers, 1 or 2 mistakes might creep in.
Safety cars breed safety cars, they say, and especially when it gets to the business end of the race. This super slow-mo camera at the chicane has been a massive success this weekend for my money, and you can see here cars leaping over the curb. It looks more terrifying in slow motion as you see what it does to the car. Engineers just have to turn away and not look at this, because they suddenly think of what it's doing. Look at that, the headlights bounce and wobble within the bodywork as the CrowdStrike, or CurbStrike, Mercedes launches itself into the chicane. This is the number 6 Lamborghini, way up onto 2 wheels there, and the number 17 Audi, Kelvin van der Linde's car, again, totally airborne on one side of it, and as it crash lands, you see the whole load going through the suspension.
2 on the deck, 2 in the air. That's the only way to go quickly through this final chicane. Look at the panel damage that's probably happening internally in those cars as they come through. Even the Ferrari not exempt from it, as Robert Tiger Schwartzman continues to throw their way at all of these curbs. It is fascinating to see the loading that these cars are taking. Again, the 17, not the first time we've seen them do that, while making an overtake as well. You really are running the gauntlet.
But bear in mind, they've done that on 440 occasions,
Yes.
pretty much, because we've done 440 laps. All right, you wouldn't do it necessarily under the safety car lap after lap. But my point is, they're not just doing it as a one-off. They do this on every racing lap with mega commitment. So it illustrates how strong the cars have got to be. And if you don't get a curb, you can have a car, and sometimes you can have both.
That's amazing. And this is what I'm talking about from the 51 Ferrari. They have completely lost ground. They're out of this. They're done. They're several laps behind the field. They don't care. They are literally using this as an ultimate boxing ground, test ground. They want to see what this car can stand. They want to see how far they can push it, what the car can cope with. They may as well, I suppose. It's a good, big learning curve.
Safety car, move left. Eligible cars, move right.
Wave by is about to happen then, so if you've not seen all this before, the cars in bronze, gold, silver and Pro-Am are allowed to unlap themselves from the class leader. So the cars eligible for wave by go to one side of the road, and it'll all happen up the Camel Straight.
Start wave by.
So this is sort of similar to what we see out in Japan with Super GT, because what they tend to do is the GT500 cars during a safety car period, they will park in a line on the main straight on one side. The GT300 cars will park on the other side, and then they just allow the GT300 cars all to go by, and then once they've all gone, then they line up the queue with the GT500s. So it's a kind of a similar sort of methodology for doing this. It's a little bit more technical this way, but what it definitely does is it ramps up the restarts and it just brings the teams back into place. Some might not like it in terms of the raw to and fro of the pace of the racing, but in terms of the entertainment value, it's absolutely on point.
Now, we're going to have, I reckon, 3 cars between the top 2. So there is Marco Wittmann, the race leader. Behind him, there is another overall
Wave by
car.
completed, wave by completed.
So Daniel Serra can't overtake. Dean McDonald is next in the queue, and he is a class leader, so he
Pit
can't
lane
overtake.
open.
Then you've got other cars that aren't eligible for wave by. Just trying to spot who you've got next. You've got Indy Launcher, you've got one of the Santaloc Audis, and then number 17. So it's 4 back markers, forgive me, or 4 lapped cars between the top 2 cars that are not eligible for wave by. So it won't take Van der Linde long to wriggle his way through, but it doesn't quite put him on the back of the BMW, but it certainly makes this battle an interesting one. Bearing in mind, though, that the pair of them now are on used tyres, because after that recent pit stop, they will have been on the BMW is on fresher tyres, isn't it? That did go on to new tyres. So
Yes.
Van der Linde has got to do the hard work on a slightly older set.
Well, if anybody's going to be up to the challenge, it's definitely going to be Kelvin van der Linde. But this restart is going to be pretty smart stuff, and all of that advantage that was had by the Rove BMW now being gone, it's obviously they still lead, and they've still got cars between them and second, third, fourth. What this really puts a pressure on, though, is Raffaele Marcello. Now he's there in 4th position, and directly in front of him now are the 2 Audis. So he's got an amazing opportunity to transform the race for the Mercedes crew. In the next couple of laps after the green flag, we can definitely make them come up into 2nd position. So there's Marco Wittmann, the Rove BMW, number 98, in the lead of the race. Then we've got 3 or 4 cars in between them. Then we have Kelvin van der Linde, the number 17 Scherer Audi. Right behind him is Ricardo Feller in the Trezor Attempto Orange Audi. Right behind him is Raffaele Marcello in the 88 Mercedes. Pretty much right behind him is Dennis Olsen in the Porsche. So many cars can make this lead come to them, and there are 10 cars still on the leading lap with 3 hours and 48 to go.
Right, there is the 2nd placed car. That's the Audi. 3rd, just behind him then, Van der Linde versus Feller. Behind that, you've got Raffaele Marciello in the 88 Mercedes, but the downside, they're together, 2, 3 and 4, nose to tail. The downside for them, of course, is they've got traffic to get past. You can't overtake until you get to the timing line. Wittmann can control the restart. He can break away from the traffic and build his lead, whilst the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars are trying to wriggle their way past those back markers. So he is going to be able to break away. How long he can preserve that lead for, we'll wait and see.
This is the only point in the entire Spa 24 Hours where I am jealous of the people who are sat in the grandstand at the top of Radion, because on these restarts, when they all fly by, it must be quite the spectacle. That blur of colour, that cacophony of noise, it must be quite the sight out there on the grandstand. They're going to go round another time, so the safety car not in yet.
No, we need the wave-by brigade to catch up, or at least get a bit closer, don't we? Because
Indeed.
the cars are sort of stranded a little bit out at Pouin in the case of 888 Audi. So second and third come through. Fourth there, Raffaele Marciello.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
And we will go back racing this time. So the wave-by is completed, the pit lane reopens. We'll go racing at the end of this lap. Of course, in saying all of this about Marco Wittmann being able to control the restart, another man to watch is going to be Daniel Serra, because he's a lap down, but he is second in the queue. If he's on his toes, he might be able to dive bomb the BMW and get that lap back. I'll rephrase it. He needs to dive bomb that BMW and get that lap back.
Yeah, he has got one mission, hasn't he? Get ahead of that BMW, come hell or high water, or the Ferrari dream of winning Le Mans, Nürburgring and Spa in the same season is over. They have got to find a way through, and Dan Serra is the man tasked with it.
Into the pit lane has just come Lucas Auer, incidentally, number 777. So they're trying to get that pit stop done before we go green. Interesting, but of course with the pit lane being closed when you do the wave-by, they weren't given a chance to do it earlier. Well, they couldn't do it earlier, but on that previous lap. Where's 92 in the queue? Sixth now, Lawrence Van Thorpe.
Lucas Auer is in the pit.
I said that.
Oh,
yeah.
Did you say that? My apologies. I was looking at the wrong thing. I do apologise. But yeah, so an interesting change of strategy, because they had a short pit stop earlier.
Yeah, that's the point I was just making. You couldn't do it the previous lap because the pit lane was closed, but it's a bit risky doing it on the lap you're going to go green. He's still in the pit lane. As long as he stays on the lead lap, then that's okay, but he's in danger of dropping off the lead lap if he doesn't get out in time. So down we come through Pouin. Marco Wittmann it is ahead, just, with Daniel Serra, the other man to watch. There's no way Wittmann's going to let him by, I wouldn't have thought, but the last thing he needs is to get himself in stride, so he needs a good restart. It'll be up to him to control that once the safety car peels in. Daniel Serra, in turn, has Dean McDonald behind him. That's a battle for 11th place overall, so there's that to factor in as well.
And Dean McDonald, of course, that crew, the Optima McLaren, has been pretty much alive and kicking all the way for the gold victory, but now, of course, their advantage is wiped out because the ComTU Racing Audi is going to be right behind them, so there's going to be a close battle for overall.
Safety car, lights off.
There's also going to be a really close battle for gold because Hofer is right there in the Audi, directly behind pretty much McDonald in the McLaren as well. So you're not just going to get a fantastic battle for the front, you're also going to get a fantastic battle for the gold victory.
Just very quickly before we go racing, we saw the Arca Patrese Deliguanti Trezor Orange Audi in trouble at the chicane, puncture and damaged suspension. That has retired with broken suspension, so that's one of the key cars out now from the silver battle. We are about to go racing here. We've got 3 3/4 hours remaining. It is building up nicely then in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Third round of Fanatec GT
Green.
World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup powered by AWS. Third round of Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. We go green. Marco Wittmann controls the restart, but remember, you can't overtake until you get to the timing line, and so Van der Linde there, Feller and Marciello behind him have to wait before they can get even a sniff of overtaking, and then they've got to work through the traffic as Wittmann starts to storm away up the road.
This is big for Dan Serra. He can't afford to let that BMW get too far away. He needs to get back on it as up the inside of the 25 Audi goes the Scherer car. That's held off the pressure from the Trezor Attento and the Acadis Mercedes for the time being. That keeps them in position. The two Porsches are already going hammer and tongs down the straight up towards Eau Rouge. Vanthoor trying to get past Dennis Olsen as they run through up to Ranillon. This is going to be an interesting one between those two cars, and it's actually gone terribly wrong for Serra. He's not got a good restart in the Ferrari at all because he's lost out to McDonald in the Optima McLaren. That is absolute nightmare scenario for Ferrari.
11th place change then, Dean McDonald goes through, but look, Van der Linde still is struggling to get through the traffic here. Wittmann is building that lead. It won't take Van der Linde long to hustle away from the traffic, but he's got to wriggle away through first up, and that's not going to be easy because they are all racing for position. In 36th is Indy Doncia. That's going to be the first car that he's got to negotiate, but he's also got Ricardo Feller looking for a way past him. Feller in turn is under attack as they come down the hill, but Ricardo Feller then, it's the same brand, but different teams operating these cars all over the back of Van der Linde, but this is playing back into the hands of Marco Wittmann then. He is on fresher tyres, he's in the lead, and he is benefiting as second. Third, fourth are stuck in the traffic.
Jules Gounon really wanting to get past Christopher Mies as quickly as possible. He's on the blinkers, trying to flash the lights. Come on, get out of the way. And that's a big dive up the inside from the Porsche of Dennis Olsen, trying to get rid of his incumbent, but has not been able to do so as we ride on board with Raffaele Marcello. This is the problem he's got. Christopher Mies in front of him. He needs to get through. That's 3 Audis in his windshield, and unfortunately, one of them is not in the battle for second position, and he's causing the biggest issue for him at the moment as they go back up the run, out of curve Paul Frere, and up towards Blanchimont. Is there going to be a chance for Gounon at the end of this run to the chicane? Surely that's going to be too big a risk at this stage.
Depends what drive it gets out of Blanchimont, doesn't it? He knows he's got to do it. So Raffaele Marcello then on the tail in the blue Mercedes, looks to the inside line. Still 1 back marker, 2 back markers, 3 back markers between the leaders, and indeed Marcello has gone through the traffic. He can't afford to sit there. He knows it. He pounces. He goes ahead of number 25 Audi, then of Christopher Mies, who finds himself down in 20th place. So over the line goes the leader. Marco Wittmann is 5 seconds ahead of van der Linde. So 5 seconds is the lead gap. In 3rd place is Riccardo Feller, then in 4th place it is Raffaele Marcello, then it's Olsen 5th, it's Van Voort 6th, it's Farfus 7th, it is Mappelli in 8th, Hauser 9th, Stolz 10th.
This is irresistible for Riccardo Feller. He knows he's got great speed coming off of the top of Raidillon. He's going to have the draft as well. They've got the Mercedes in front of them. That is Doncia. He doesn't want to be too much of an issue here. Riccardo Feller's going to have an opportunity down to the braking zone. He's going to have a think about it. They are getting stuck behind the Mercedes in the same breath. You've got to be careful. Don't throw caution to the winds if you know there's going to be a little bit of doubt. You've just got to rein it in for a couple more corners. But this might be the chance for Feller coming off Les Combes. And they are pushing, pushing, pushing. No, you are not going to get through on the run down the hill.
Kelvin van der Linde makes that car wide enough for the moment to keep at bay Riccardo Feller, who has done a personal best first sector. I was going to tell you that Dean McDonald's last lap, the first restart lap, was the best that car has done all race. So Dean McDonald is absolutely charging now that he's got 11th place away from Daniel Serra. Riccardo Feller then doing personal bests in sectors all over the back of Kelvin van der Linde. So you've got the Attempto run car versus the Phoenix run car for 2nd and 3rd. Marcello, though, back at the races in the Mercedes, waiting to see what pans out between the 2 Audis, and it very nearly spelt disaster going down towards Bruxelles that time as they got oh so close. Marcello then, 4th, down towards Campus into the right-hander, sets the car up, swings right, up the curb goes Feller. Marcello then comes towards the curb, Paul Frere, not with a chance to overtake there, but again, Feller inching up onto the back of van der Linde. The ideal place to pass is up the Camel Straight towards Les Combes, but let's see what happens coming out of Blanchimont to the chicane.
Marcello might get there first. He is absolutely on the charge in the Mercedes as they fly through the left-hander of Blanchimont. Marcello might actually get a crack first, but this is where the draft really kicks in. Feller's not going to wait. If he can get an opportunity to catch up van der Linde and make him miss his braking point, he's going to go for it. He will not be happy at the way he was squeezed out of the exit of Les Combes.
In 19th place, Tim Heinemann has done the fastest lap of the race now in the number 20 Porsche, the car that led early on in the race with Matteo Cairoli at the wheel. So now up towards La Source, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They've still got back markers to wriggle past. Actually, rephrase it, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th together now. Dennis Olsen has got onto the back of Marcello, who is still staring at the rear of Feller's Audi, who is glued to the tail of van der Linde's Audi. They plunge downhill once again, and it is game on for 2nd place. But while this is happening, Wittmann is building the lead. His last lap was a 2:17. These cars, 2:20. That's the one with the fastest lap of the race. Tim Heinemann, double DTM trophy champion, a 2:17.087. He's just taken that CrowdStrike fastest lap mantle away from Julian Andlauer, Porsche factory driver. Well done, Tim Heinemann.
Very nicely done. Right, for Dennis Olsen, it seems good things come to those who wait. He is now in 5th position, right in behind this van der Linde Feller Marcello tussle. All he has to do is sit in behind, follow where the cars go in front, figure out where they're vulnerable. He might be able to get them one by one if he just bides his time. Porsche definitely on the renaissance here. So the Audis still nose to tail. Riccardo Feller will be absolutely smarting after being squeezed wide by Kelvin van der Linde, who used every single bit of the car and a little bit more to keep the other Audi at bay. But look at Dennis Olsen. He is absolutely fired up. Raffaele Marcello clearly can't get close enough to the Audis to slingshot. So this is Dennis Olsen's opportunity.
He's not close enough yet either, is he? I'm just wondering about van der Linde. Is he struggling to break away from Fella because he's on older tyres, or is it because he just does not have the pace in the car? Ricardo Fella is glued to the back of him, but Van der Linde can't shake him off. He's not being held up by traffic anymore, is he? The traffic has driven away up the road. So this seems to be the pace of the Audi, which ain't great compared to the BMW.
Here they come again, out of curb Paul Frere, up through the gears, accelerating hard, up to Blanchimont. Maybe this time, Fella's going to get another run at Van der Linde. What he really wants to do is loom large in the mirrors and hope that Van der Linde overshoots in the braking zone. Maybe not in the chicane, but maybe into La Source, but he's having a look. He's having a think about it, trying to make that Audi as wide as possible in the Scherer Audi's rear view mirror. He just wants to be a little bit of an irritant at this point, continuing to put pressure on him. Down to the straight, up towards La Source again. Got to time this right, Ricardo. If you get this wrong now, it's game over within sight of the finish.
To La Source they turn then on lap 447. Wittmann to Van der Linde, still 8.7 seconds. That time around it was a bit easier for Kelvin Van der Linde in as much as it was a 2:19 plays 2:18, so the pace is coming back. Maybe the pace increasing because he doesn't have to worry about back markers now being in the way. So let's see, he pushes on. This is the view from Raffaele Marciello's car in 4th spot. His last lap was a 2:19.5. And he's not close enough to the Audis. If anything, he's dropping away little by little from the Audis, and that's been the story of the Mercedes all through the race. Close, but very few cigars.
So let's see if the Audis can keep it clean for the remainder of. This is exactly what Marco Wittmann needed from the Rove BMW squad, these two battling, because if the Scherer Audi continues to hold up the Trezor orange Audi that goes right off onto the gravel there on the exit of Les Combes, if they keep holding each other up, it just gives him absolute license to disappear into the distance. The gap is already up to 8.7 seconds. He's taking about 6 to 7 tenths of a second per lap advantage over this queue. So this is exactly what the Rove BMW needs to try and build that lead back up again. It was a hiccup, but it might not be a disaster.
Let's find out in the next 3.5 hours or so. That Tim Heinemann fastest lap, by the way, what I didn't tell you was it's a new GT3 lap record around here, so that's your Spa 24 lap record. Tim Heinemann's 2:17.087. Julian Andlauer's fastest lap was a lap record, but Heinemann going even quicker as there Fella runs it wide, skims the gravel coming out of Piff Paff and down now through campus over the tunnel and then through the Paul Frere, with Wittmann continuing to break away. 310s pulled out in the middle sector. So the BMW still has the advantage on pace. Once this little battle has calmed itself, we can have another look at numbers and pit stops and work out exactly where we think we are with a race winner. But Marciello doing his best to stay in touch here.
Out of Blanchimont. Up to the braking zone for the chicane. And again, Fella is just hoping. He dives in on the inside and hopes that Van der Linde looks at him at exactly the wrong moment while he's under brakes and just misses his braking point. But you really got to catch Kelvin Van der Linde in a very poor state to be caught out that easily. There goes Marco Wittmann through the first corner, through La Source, and that's how much time they're losing per lap. It's like 3 to 4 tenths of a second per lap, which is not that much in the grand scheme of things, but over the course of an hour, that's enough to win a race.
That pit stop from Lucas Stoltz was okay, in as much as he has stayed on the lead lap. He's a long, long way back, but he is on the lead lap, so that's the good news. So the climb uphill out of Eau Rouge then for this train of cars, second and third, Van der Linde versus Fella. But for how many laps now has the Audi been staring at the back of that Mercedes? Well, now to the inside goes Van der Linde. Finally, he's done it. He's got through ahead of Indy Dongsha, so he's gained that place on the road. He has still now got to find a way past another couple of cars before he's up with the race leader. And of course, they're doing comparable lap times. Dean McDonald's last lap was a 2:19, actually quicker than Wittmann. So that's not going to be an easy car to catch and pass. So Wittmann is strong. He's still got this buffer between him and everybody else at the moment as the cars once again drop down the hill. There is Marciello, a little bit wide up on the curb, but that's all good. Keeps two wheels the right side of the white line.
The orange Audi did the same thing down at the bottom of the hill, so he's managed to get through past the Mercedes as well. Bit of a slide through the first of the double gauche corners for Marciello. You've got to be so careful how much throttle application you put in that first apex. Getting closer to this Mercedes to get it out of the way. That's the hope anyway, and Dennis Olsen has actually ended up dropping back a little bit as well.
Dongsha's 9 laps down, so he needs to let these cars go, but of course he wants to try and catch Andy Merrick, who is his next target in the Team Parker Racing Porsche. So again, he doesn't want to just pull over and sacrifice a lap by letting the quick cars go past him. But the Audis are getting away, aren't they, here, very discernibly from Marciello. So Van der Linde versus Feller. It is still the BMW, though, up the road, and last time around 0.4 of a second quicker, building that margin all the time.
So through Blanchimont comes Marciello. Get rid of this Mercedes as quickly as possible. That's what they're going to be talking about, as again, Feller has a look up the inside of Van der Linde without making a serious bid to overtake. He just wants to irritate him. He is playing the Dale Earnhardt school of intimidation right now, really trying to wind Kelvin van der Linde up. He's close enough now to be a real problem in the mirrors, not quite close enough to slingshot up the inside without risking a lot of damage.
So out of La Source they turn. Van der Linde, it is in second spot. Feller, it is in third. Downhill once more then, and those two Audis now kind of getting into a rhythm, aren't they? Feller not close enough to attack at this part of the circuit at least, but they're mindful they've got away from Marciello, and this is the target, because now 9 seconds up the road, being able to build that advantage once more is Marco Wittmann, who turns his way into Les Combes. You can see the amount of real estate that is now between first and second. Never mind the traffic, which is running at the same kind of pace as the leaders anyway.
That's what makes this race so difficult. The traffic is only so much slower than the leaders, because obviously everyone in the same type of car, up and over the top of the curbs again. I tell you who is really running the gauntlet in terms of track limits. It is Ricardo Feller. He's had 2 warnings. The guys in front have had 0, so he is obviously pushing as hard as possible. But then the ante has been risen a little bit for Ricardo Feller because he got squeezed the way he did by Kelvin van der Linde, so he'll be quite irritated. But at least now, Kelvin van der Linde has shown his cards a little bit to Ricardo Feller, so he knows what not to do next time.
This is true enough. Right, there is Dean McDonnell then, who runs in 11th spot, and he is leading in gold in the McLaren. So that car has had a very, very strong race indeed. Second gold is number 21, Max Hofer. And then next up in gold is number 30, BMW, in the hands of Nicholas Crutten. But John, it's still looking strong for BMW, even with that last safety car period, 9 seconds worth of an advantage.
Well, I was trying my best to keep an eye on what was going on. I realised there had been a safety car due to a car stranded on the side of the circuit, and that, of course, was the very thing that the Rover Racing, and particularly Nick Yellerly, who had worked so hard to get the strategy to work for them, but also the pace the BMW has been showing throughout, and having to do a reset. Now Marcus Wittmann behind the wheel of the car got a 9.3 second advantage over second place Kelvin van der Linde. Ricardo Feller just 0.3 of a second behind, and those two Audis, as you can see, just as they come onto pit straight, fighting like a pair of ferrets in a sack.
I've got to ask now, John, I mean, obviously the last time we met together in the commentary box, we'll talk about that in a moment, because down in pit lane, Jerome Politron is down in pit lane. We need to have a little discussion about the relative pace, and Gemma Scott is down there to get the lowdown from Jerome.
Jerome, we're used to seeing an incredible pace in the Mercedes. It seems to have been a little bit of a struggle this weekend, but you're not giving up.
No, we are still in contention for the win, which is a bit of a surprise, because we were struggling a bit since the qualify, but we did a very well recovery in the beginning of the race, and then this morning the pace was not there, but we were lucky to have this full course yellow now, and now all the top 6 cars are in contention for the win, and we will try everything to go on the podium and to try to win also.
Lelo's obviously in the car now. What's the strategy for the rest of the race?
So, for sure now we will mix Jules and Lelo. Jules he start for a double stint, and Jules is in the car right now, sorry.
No, Lelo's in the car. Jules going for a massage.
Yeah. Lelo in the car, and Jules should finish. So Timo drove 4 stints, which is good, but now we need my two best drivers to try to do something. So it will be tough, but so happy to be in contention for the win. Last year was much more easy, but now we still have a little chance.
Keep pushing. Thanks a lot, Jerome.
Thank you.
There you go. That's how tough it is in the Spa 24 Hours. Even Jerome isn't quite sure who's in the car at any one point.
Well, you know, there's been a lot of pressure and lots of things. Jerome's got a million things going on in his mind, and sometimes the tongue and the brain don't quite coordinate, but that was just forget about it. And he knows who's in the car, because he knows that, I mean, to call Raffaele the star of this car is unfair on Jules Gunod, because each are equally stars. And Timo Boguslawski did the job he was requested to do. He did his 4 stints, and he's given then the car back to these 2 outstanding GT3 drivers in a car which we've been mentioning all through this race has never really looked as if it was on the pace of the front-running cars. But what they're trying to do is use the strengths that they have to use them the most efficient manner. And I mean, David and I were talking about this earlier in the broadcast, and that is to don't make errors, don't run wide coming out of Blanchimont, don't make speed limit, infringements, whatever. Cut out all the errors, and at least that will give you the best shot with whatever you've got left in terms of out-and-out performance.
This is worth picking up on. The Bronze Cup, it's actually really close now on the road, not just in terms of the race battle between the top 3. Renoir, Sturm and Froggatt are relatively on the same patch of tarmac to each other. Renoir is only about 10 seconds up the road from Sturm. Sturm is only 4 seconds ahead of Froggatt, so that could still swing in any of those crews' favours. There is the WRT BMW going through. It's Crutton behind the wheel of the number 30 now. There's the Pure Racing Porsche we were just talking about, Sturm, and if you look about 4 seconds back, is the McLaren of the Sky Tempesta number 93 crew. So that battle for the Bronze Cup is absolutely electrified as well. That's what this full course yellow into safety car has done. Is it not just galvanised the overall race, it's galvanised every individual class.
But an event has occurred in the bronze category, and that's the 31 WRT BMW, which was going to be Adam Carroll, Tim Whale and Lewis Proctor. Tim Whale has been carrying a herniated disc in his back, and essentially he's been unable to drive pretty much through this 24 hours. So it's been down to Lewis Proctor and Adam Carroll. They're doing the maximum they're permitted to do. But what they've had to do also, because they're down to 2 drivers, is they've transferred out of the bronze category. They're now running in the pro category.
Check out the windshield of the Sky Tempesta racing car. That's the entire auditioning list for A Bug's Life 2, isn't it? That's been properly pelted all the way through the course. And it doesn't matter how hard you push, you've got to just get those sort of little blotches and blips out of your mind. You've got to drive through it.
Jake, you don't see them because your eye line is so far down the road. That's in your very near vision. The other thing is, of course, adrenaline. Everything about adrenaline heightens all your physical senses, and eyes are one of the most important parts. And if you want to look at those things in the windscreen, and there's a rip-off on that windscreen, so if they were able to take that off, and assuming they've got one beneath it, hopefully most of those so-called blotches would disappear. But it's like on a race car where you've got the halo. The halo, if you look at it, all you can see is the halo, but you're looking 100 yards, meters, whatever down the road, so your eye line doesn't catch it. It's like taking a photograph through a wire fence. If you've got a camera lens set a long distance, the wire fence disappears.
I mean, it's just fascinating from an outside observer. I can never hope to know what it's like going at full chat in these machines. Looking further back, we've still got some tasty battles all the way through the field. We currently have 47 cars circulating. 2 more have joined the retirements list, unfortunately. The number 60 car, that is the Vincenzo Sospiri racing machine of Moulin, Petrov, Dorbecker and Pavarud. They're all out of the race now. There is Heinemann, the man who's just smashed the GT3 lap record for Spa.
I mean, I was sitting again in the press room waiting to come into the booth, heard the news that this is the car that initially led this race. Suddenly, late in the afternoon, doing a lap time, which Julian Adelau did his lap, was effectively the fastest lap of the race in the darkness of Spa. Now, in track conditions, which are totally different, and ambient conditions, totally different, where did the pace in this car come from? I mean, phenomenal lap at 2:17.087. Mind-blowingly quick.
Yeah, very impressive. We also had a retirement from the dynamic GT Huber Racing Porsche, the Saga, Barker, Narken and Zirchling car. So that's out of the race as well. And I think we are about to see the final retirement of the Trezor Attempto Audi of the number 99, the Acker car. Looks to be out of this race as well now. So that would leave us with just 46 cars still racing. Potentially 45 if the Grove Porsche doesn't get back out onto the circuit. And that's been in the pits for quite some time as well. So what's the gap between Wittmann and Van der Linde? It's now 11.3 seconds. Vella is 0.4 of a second back from that. Marcello, 7/10 of a second back from that. Olsen and Vantor look like they're tightening up again. Those Porsches are absolutely dragging each other around on an invisible chain. They just cannot keep away from each other.
Well, Porsches have been stuck together pretty much all through the event. I mean, as we've seen from other brands as well. Again, there was a Porsche, was the 20, the car we were just talking about a minute ago, that when the lights went out, led this race, and phenomenal stint. Of course, it's in a different category, so therefore they weren't able to maintain that pace. In the meantime, Sturm in the 911 Porsche has gone from 17th to 16th and overtaken the Cruton BMW number 30. So that's another little overtake down through the field. Two different classes of cars not competing against each other directly, but that puts that number 911 in 16th place on provisional podium in the category, in the class.
So Wittmann and Van der Linde having very different restarts there. Wittmann disappearing into the distance, Van der Linde having to go defensive initially. So with the K-Pax Lamborghini now in pit road, that's obviously going to start the ball rolling for a few of these teams, but they're certainly coming in considerably earlier than originally thought, because the K-Pax was only 36 minutes into the stint at the time of the pit stop, so that's going to be a very interesting game plan. Have they come up with something in terms of a strategy for these last 3.5 hours of the race that other teams haven't spotted?
Do they have a problem?
That's true.
I mean, we don't know what the reasons are. I mean, at this phase of the race, we've got what remaining 3 hours and 20 minutes. It would have to be a very compelling reason to go off message. So there's the Hexus Porsche just going through the screen. So until we get somebody down the pit lane to ask the K-Pax team what is the reason for this unexpectedly early pit stop, well, we have to second guess.
I think it'll only really become apparent in the next 15 seconds or so, because if they leave after 2 minutes, then all is fine and they're trying something different. If it's longer than 2 minutes, you know that something is really not all well with the Lamborghini, which has already, as a brand, taken an absolute battering here at the Spa 24 Hours. The Lamborghinis have just been in the mire all the way, and it does look as though Mapelli's got a problem, because that is not a straightforward 2-minute pit stop.
That's what I wanted to sort of convey, that, I mean, okay, you make a pit stop just over halfway through your designated stint. It was probably unlikely it was going to be a bit of creative thinking, and more likely it had to be some type of technical problem, but we haven't seen anything from the pit lane of what's going on in that K-Pax garage. So again, it's a question of us just sort of thinking out aloud as to what might be the problem that that car has.
And so after that point, we then only have, we only have one Lamborghini left in a decent state, and that is the Glenn Van Berlo number 85 car that is leading in silver. So the Lamborghini squadron of 10 cars has been absolutely decimated over this 24 hours, and we've still got 3 hours of it still to go.
I don't know what to say other than yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a colour of the season, though, hasn't it? Because they had problems in Monza, they've had problems at Paul Ricard, and here they are again at Spa. Whatever's gone wrong at Lamborghini in 2023, it just keeps on coming. So, Fella in behind Van der Linde. These two Audis still duelling away. This has been an irresistible battle between these two, and clearly, Riccardo Fella still feeling a little bit riled up after Kelvin Van der Linde squeezed him on the exit of Les Combes. Now, what does he try to hoodwink him this time?
Well, Kevin Van der Linde is a racer, he's a fighter. He will not concede an inch of racetrack, and if Riccardo Fella thinks he's going to take a pass on the second place Audi, it's going to have to be something that's going to be pretty impressive, and we'll sit back and enjoy it. But the way these two cars have been running, I mean, there's identical performance from both of them. The issue or the question would be, if Feller could find a way around Kelvin Van der Linde, would he be able to clear him? Would he be able to pull away? And I suspect that's the feeling that Riccardo Feller is feeling right now. I can't get past him because I haven't got sufficient additional performance. But if I did get ahead of him, then I could eke a little bit of a gap and pull away bit by bit. Look, the Mercedes right on the tail, 0.6 of a second now, and Marcello, all he's going to do is sit back and wait and watch opportunities arise, and mainly the opportunities are going to come. One's assuming when they get into, again, a group of slower cars, different class cars, and that's where the skill of a driver in traffic then will pay a significant dividend.
So this is Groundhog Day, the Porsche edition, as they just continue lap after lap, hour after hour. These two crews still hammer and tongs. The Rutronek Racing Porsche and the Mante EMA machine. Dennis Olsen versus Laurens Vanthoor, two drivers that are very hard to separate in terms of ability, speed and racecraft. And both drivers are giving it absolutely everything, as their counterparts have been pretty much since the green flag.
Yeah, I mean, again, you've got two Audis in the same situation. You've got here two Porsche. Again, I suspect that Laurens Vanthoor, the car we're looking at doing the 92, would feel, oh, if I could get ahead of Dennis Olsen, I could pull away. I mean, it's the same story Ricardo Fetter's probably saying to himself. The problem is these two brands in their individual battles are basically stuck, and there's no elevation in terms of performance one over the other. It's only going to be circumstantial or traffic or something that is unforeseen that's going to facilitate an overtake.
So we're being told that the engine died on the 35, so that's a slight difficulty. So big problems there. Not an easy situation. Apparently there might be some rain in the area, but not over the circuit at the moment. So this is what I said to people before I came on the air this morning. A few people were asking me, is it going to rain? Is it going to rain? And I said, well, there are rain clouds on the way. Whether it actually hits the circuit or not, that's the ultimate question at Spa, isn't it?
Well, Spa is always going to be a magnet for rain because it's in the Ardennes forest and it's at altitude. So if any cloud passes by, it's going to bump into the general area. But looking skyward, there is still blue sky out to my left, but out to the right, it is slightly cloudier. But the forecast that I saw, I mean, these are forecasts that were prior to even coming to Spa, indicated that Sunday was going to be a dry day all the way through. And in fact, since the race started, while it was on a patchy, wet track, we've not had any rain to my knowledge, certainly not in the period since I've been in the commentary booth.
So here is Marcello down the straight up towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Well, down in the pits, we know that the number 6 K-Pax is in problem. Thomas Blam is speaking with Gemma Scott down in pit road. With Amanda, my apologies.
Well, Thomas, we can see the crew just working on the Lambo here. You've suggested it could be an alternator. What is the update on what might happen right now?
Well, we're obviously going to try to fix it. You know, we came a long way. Got back on the lead lap just a half an hour ago and really thought we might have a shot at this if things went our way. And unfortunately, a couple laps ago, we saw that there was a problem with the electronics and it was going to get dangerous. And so we came into the pits and we just make the decision we're going to try to fix it. And, you know, every time we've come here, we finish this race. And so we're going to try to finish it.
How tough is this moment right here?
It's pretty hard, you know. We still thought we had a shot at the win, and so tough.
Devastating. That's now 9 Lamborghinis gone out of 10.
Yeah, in fairness to Lamborghini, they don't manufacture alternators, but it's a part of the car, so it comes under the general umbrella. But electronics, and we've seen that electronics have played a part, and I think in the inception, McLaren much earlier in the race, it retired with an electronic problem. Wasn't specific about what that problem was, but electronics, you know, it sounds simple. You flick a switch and you got energy, but it might be a little bit more complicated that in terms of how its usage is in a motor car.
So now it's going to be a case of what happens next in terms of the pit stop strategy. Littmann is still only 13.4 ahead of Van der Linde and Feller. These Audis are still very, very convincing in the battle. Well, that picture tells us that the rain is definitely not coming anywhere near the main straight for the time being, is it? That's a lovely haze of sunshine as we have Van der Linde, Feller and Marcello having a very irresistible race battle at the moment here. Now, Marcello has got to be quite conservative at this point because he still needs to really figure out what's going to happen between these two Audis. I wonder if they've just decided to take the precautionary direction of just let's see what happens when we can push these guys into a corner towards the next pit stop window and we can try and leapfrog past them at the next pit window.
Well, there's a lot of ifs and ands and buts, but principally that's about the best shot they're going to have. So it'll be looking at the optimum time to bring your car in, very much also the optimum time when your car then returns to the racetrack. And that's why the time you bring your car in, is the critical thing, because when you go back out, ideally you'd like to go back out in clear air. You don't want to go back out and find yourself in the middle of a 4 or 5 car other class battle, and then you lose the benefit of that new set of tyres and then being able to make up some time in your competitors.
Got problems for the 91 Porsche as well. The leaders in the bronze category have been into the pits and stayed there for nearly 3 minutes. So the leaders in the Bronze Cup having a major issue. The 91, Alfred Renauer. So that's a big disappointment. The Pure Racing Porsche 911 has gone into the lead. Chris Froggatt has gone up into second place, and the fastest man ever in a GT3 around Spa-Francorchamps now, Tim Heinemann, has brought the number 20 Porsche up into third.
Yeah, just on that Renauer Porsche, have they done that mandatory pit stop where you brakes and all that stuff? It's hard to tell on the timing it's going. I didn't see if it did, and a lot of that would have taken place, in fact, during the nighttime hours. But I don't know what the problem, again, we have to try and second guess why that car is in the pits for longer than what will be a regular driver change, fuel and fresh tyres.
So still again, Ricardo Feller just following in the wheel tracks of Ricardo van der Linde. This must be so frustrating when you're sat there for so long behind the guy in front.
There he goes, has a shot. Is he going to make it?
Way too far back.
He put the nose certainly well and truly into the mirror of Kelvin van der Linde, and but he wasn't sufficiently near to have a lunge down the inside. The only way it's going to work, you have to be side by side at the point when you make that attempt.
Now, you've been here 1,000 times before, John, as the racing driver chasing the incumbent. You're just trying to get the car in front, the driver to spend more time on the rear view mirror watching what you're doing than watching on the road in front. That's got to be Ricardo Feller's best chance here of outsmarting Kelvin van der Linde. If he's worried about what's behind him rather than what's in front of him, that's how he can get through easier.
Well, I think it's about know your adversary. I mean, Kelvin van der Linde is not going to be bothered by anything that Ricardo Feller is doing. So he's a tough nut to crack. Look, Feller's a little bit closer, coming in some good drive up through Eau Rouge, but he's not close enough to make that a move to just to swoop into the inside of Les Combes. But that was a good run for Feller, so van der Linde will have noted that. And again, looking at the exit of Les Combes down into Brussels, but again, not sufficiently close. But the signal is out. Feller is on a charge on this lap.
He certainly is, and in terms of the mathematics of this, it looks as though those 3 cars are all going to be into the pits a lap earlier than the Rove BMW, because of course that's what happened under the last full course yellow as well. So you've got to make this advantage count. Ricardo Feller trying to squeeze through on Kelvin van der Linde. He's only had one real shot at him over the entirety of the stint, and unfortunately Kelvin van der Linde traded paint with him on the run down the hill, so there was no chance to finish off that move, and that will have definitely given Ricardo Feller a bit of a wake-up call. Right, I can't just dive bomb Kelvin.
No, your adversary.
Yes,
you
exactly.
asked me the question, that was my response immediately. You're going to get any number of different drivers in that lead, and that number 17 Audi. Someone like Kelvin van der Linde is a hard-seasoned racer, doesn't concede. One of these drivers never give up, never concede. Sometimes that's a great quality, sometimes you can get yourself into trouble. But right now, Ricardo Feller, with a virtually identical performance in his Audi, he gets close, but he never gets sufficiently close. And if he does get alongside, it doesn't mean he's going to take the position, because he's got an adversary on his left or his right who's going to stand his ground.
Right, Raffaele Marcello is just hanging back here a little in 4th position, trying to get as close to these 2 Audi drivers as possible. The Porsches are at pretty much stalemate in 5th and 6th position. Into the pits has gone the Mercedes, so he's decided, right, we're going to leapfrog them.
Correct. And the reason that they brought the Dakota's Mercedes in is that they've been hanging around the back of the 2 Audis for a given time. So now they've come in at the best opportunity. So let the 2 ferrets squabble in the sack, the 2 Audis. Let's get our 88 Mercedes in, and whether we'll see Raffaele Marcello stay on board or whether we're going to see Jules Gounon go in. I don't know which of these 2 will do the final stint. So we're just 3 hours away. So maybe one more stint for Marcello, then the last 2 stints will be for Jules Gounon.
Yeah, they've shortened the stint by 10 minutes, but they've obviously worked out that when they get him out onto the circuit, he'll have clear enough traffic around him that he can properly go hell for leather and try and gain some of that deficit that he currently has to the Audis. So it's a tactical decision to shorten the stint by about 10 minutes, but what they'll gain back at the end of it will be absolutely worth it.
Well, that's the plan. But of course, all these plans are dependent on third-party events that take place in the circuit. We don't know. Who knew that the Vulcan-Horse BMW was going to come to a standstill on the Camel Straight? Nobody knew that. Who wrote the script? Why didn't you put it into the script? Because if we had known about it, we could have adjusted our strategy accordingly.
So tricky stuff at the moment as the Acadis ASP Mercedes becomes the first of the big guns to come in at this stage.
A nice, brand new, super sticky Pirelli tires going on for Raffaele Marciello. So we're interested to see what his first flying lap will be when he's been rebooted and refueled.
I didn't see Jules get in the car. Was that Raffaele staying on board?
Raffaele staying on board, I'm sure.
Yeah, so this is going to be a perfect opportunity for Raffaele Marciello with a decent new set of boots.
Potentially another virtuoso drive from the Italian. So he's rolling down the pit lane, and it's a short roll from the Akota's garage down to now he's on full throttle up the hill. It's not particularly wide, this pit lane exit, and it's bumpy in different parts. And you mustn't cross these demarcation lines until there. That's the pit lane exit line, so now he can do whatever he wants. But look, he's just come out, and the Porsche's just dived, and that was not an area 17 is in.
There you go, they've got to counteract this now. They do not want to lose this advantage, so he's actually backed the Audis into a corner.
He has. Unfortunately, when Marciello went back out again, the Porsche just nipped ahead of him, so he's got to find a way around that as quickly as possible to gain the maximum out of that earlier pit stop on with a brand new set of Pirellis.
And clearly the number 92 Porsche crew have seen what the Acadis Mercedes have done and gone, do you know what, that's a pretty good idea. Maybe we can leapfrog the 96 Ridgeonic Porsche the same way.
Anything is possible, but you know, this is the game that is played in the pit lane. Everybody's got a strategy plan, but strategy plans are only there. They can be flexible, they can be adjusted, and that's what teams have had to do.
Did I see the K-Pax Lamborghini trying to come back out onto the circuit again? I think they've managed it. Yes, they've got Sandy Mitchell in the car now, and I think they are just in the process of sending him back out in the hope that they can at least make the finish. So big disappointments for everybody at Lamborghini, not just the GRT Grasser crew, but also the Iron Lynx and Iron Dames crews. They were all gone by quite a long way in. As out onto the circuit again goes the number 92 of Lawrence Van Tor in the Porsche. He will go through. Yeah, that does look like the K-Pax Lambo trying to get back out on the circuit again.
Yeah, the car currently is at 32nd place. It's lost a significant number of laps with that on forced error pit stop. So there is Marciello. He's cleared the Porsche. So now this is going to be maximum attack from Marciello to see whether that strategy that they played out has paid dividends. It's really going to be about how much time did he lose behind the Porsche, just which he caught coming on the pit lane exit. He cleared it relatively quickly, but nevertheless, even a second loss is a second hard to make up.
Well, Kelvin van der Linde is no longer in the 17 Scherer. It's Nicky Tim. Here we go. And there is Marciello at full pelt going up towards Irouge through Radillon with Nicky Tim, the man on the scene. This is going to be exciting as there goes Marciello. Out comes Nicky Tim right in front of him, but Marciello is already on the gas. So surely the Acadis Mercedes is just going to sweep past. No issues at all. Marciello gets in front. That's critical.
Absolutely key. I mean, that was the strategy plan, and so far it's worked because that's given Marciello the opportunity that he's been sitting back. He was really had no more pace when he was running behind the Porsches, the Audis, or whatever he was running behind. Now he's put himself into a very powerful position, and he will be the best of the rest behind the leading BMW.
Smart work from the Acadis Mercedes team. That's how to undercut. Boom, thank you and good night. And now, what do the Tracer Attempter Orange Audi crew do? Because Fella's still out there in second position. They're kind of backed into a corner now. Do they extend to the end of the stint, or do they respond? How can they cope with that?
If I could answer that question, I could make a very good living advising the team as to what they should do.
You certainly could. You certainly could.
I mean, it's easy to second-guess certain things that are... There's the 96 Porsche in. Dennis Olsen, he's out of the car, so who's going to get back into that 96? We're going to have a look and see. I don't know if it'll be Lauren Heinrich or Thomas Preening. Might be Heinrich.
It might be Heinrich, yeah, I think you might be right. Well, I tell you what, the Ridgeonic Porsche having to respond to the Mante car coming in, but now Marcello, having got through, he's getting away as well.
Yeah, and just watching Marcello coming through Paul Frère-Coop, his car looks slightly more energized, and maybe that's because he's energized, because the team have worked out a strategy that's given him track position ahead of certainly one of those two Audis, which he was unable to do anything about. Look at these two.
Right, Kay van Berlo's got back into the Herberth Porsche, and they're trying to make up for lost time, and they are absolutely glued to the back of the Tracer Attempto Audi. So essentially, they've had a long time in the pits, and unfortunately, it's really been a problem. Amanda Busick is down there in pit lane, and she can tell us what's been occurring at the number 91 Herberth Porsche.
In speaking with the team, they said that on the restart, they got hit from a Ferrari in the rear. It did break the overflow. Very mixed emotions in that garage. With the 91 down, it actually promoted the 911 to the lead.
Well, thanks, Amanda. Unfortunately, Porsche versus Ferrari yet again, as it seems to be in 70, 80 years worth of motor racing. They always end up together, and unfortunately in the Spa 24, it's come a cropper for the 91, but into the pits, crucially, comes the 40 Audi.
Yeah, but the trouble with the Porsche is the engine hangs out over the back, so there are pipes and other parts of the engine. The oil system bleeds into the engine. So if you get a whack on the rear, it's going to be the engine that takes the hit, not in most mid-rear engine cars, the gearbox or the bits around the gearbox.
Right, this is one of the most critical pit stops of the CrowdStrike Spa 24 Hours, particularly in terms of the battle for the victory, because now that is Nicky Thiem up to speed. Has Nicky Thiem caught back up to Marcello? He has.
Oh yes, he has. He's 0.6 of a second across the line. But this is going to be a battle of the titans, because neither is going to give, Nicky Thiem will be extremely creative in everything he looks and thinks about doing. Look how much he tries to catch up just coming into Pujol. And clearly I think the Audi is the quicker of these two cars, but it's an immovable object. He's got to find a way around.
I tell you who else needs to respond at this point. The race leader, Marco Wittmann in the Rove BMW. They're currently pushing at 220s, but Marcello and team are in the 218s. They're taking 2 seconds a lap out of that Rove BMW. They need to respond to this, otherwise when they come in for their pit stop, they're not just going to lose the massive margin they've built up in the flow. They're going to lose the lead of the entire race. They've got to be careful here.
Well, listen, I'm sure the team are fully aware of what's happening behind them, and there is that battle. So get up. So this is the car that they're really battling with. This is the 40 Audi. So I suspect they're going to be comfortable.
Looks like a slam dunk to me here.
Absolutely. There's rolling. That's going to go all the way up to the top of the source, and these two cars have actually overtaken. It's a no-brainer. The 88 Mercedes and the 17 Audi have absolutely mullered the 40 Audi with that strategy.
No question at all. They're going to blast past up the hill. The Mercedes gets into second position net. The Scherer Audi gets into third position net. The Tracer Attempto Audi, unfortunately, they've just been completely hampered by that strategy call. But I think there's a bigger play at work here. There's a bigger play at work here, because that's obviously got them up into the position ahead of both the Audis now, but their lap times are actually quicker than the leaders in the Rove BMW. They are not just trying to leapfrog past the Audis, they're trying to leapfrog the BMW as well.
Different challenge right now. All these two are thinking about is A, attack, B, defense. They're not really thinking forward. If, let's say, Nicky Thiem manages to get ahead of Raffaele Marcello, then his focus will change from trying to get past the Mercedes to pulling away from the Mercedes and then dealing with the BMW. So focus is really more about position for these two cars.
Right, Wittmann is coming in the next 3 laps. So this is where things get critical. Farfus and Haase are going to have to come into the pits as well in the BMW WRT 46 and the number 11 Audi. That is, of course, the Comte U car. But the big focus here is going to be on the Rove BMW. When they come into the pits, have they been able to sustain that 11 seconds or so of a lead that they've built up over these crews? Because they've come in and pushed fresh boots on and gone 2 seconds a lap quicker consistently over the last couple of laps. Again, Marcello does a 2:19.3, Thiem a 2:19.1 compared to Wittmann on a 2:20.0. So they are eating into the advantage.
There's a reason for the pace of the Mercedes and the Audi. Part of it is brand new tires, part of it is two proper race drivers getting up and at it. But I have to think the BMW will be very responsive when it comes in, gets its fresh set of rubber, goes back out again, and whatever the gap will be at the point when the BMW comes in, it may be less than the 11 or so seconds advantage that they have held, but that car will be very perky when it goes back out on its fresh Pirelli rubber. I mean, it's easy to think that have BMW maybe outthought the whole thing and not realised the pace of these two cars. They know the pace of these two cars, and they know where they will be when they go back out, and I think that they still have the advantage.
Do you know what? I think they're actually going to do it. Look at the gap, 1 minute 59.416, 1 minute 59.9. That's the deficit to Marco Wittmann. I think when the Rover BMW comes in, they've got to be stationary for 2 minutes, haven't they? That is going to overturn. I think the Mercedes is going to take the lead.
Well, let's wait, Jake. I don't want you to OD and all this stuff because it's easy to.
I know it's my first time. I know.
No. It's looking at screens and numbers and whatever.
Well, yeah, the gap is a minute 59.
Yeah, I understand. But let's watch and wait and see.
Indeed.
I mean, it may well be that you're proven to be right. All these figures are all there to be used and to be analysed.
Oh, look at the Audi. It's come out. The Trezor Attempto Audi's actually come out behind the Porsche. That's how much time they've lost.
Absolutely. That's the penalty that they have been having to serve as a consequence of not coming in at the same time. This car we're looking at here, the 17 Audi, now with Nicky Team behind the wheel.
Clouds are starting to gather at the far end of the course. I don't think that's going to be changing things anytime soon in terms of weather conditions. Well, Riccardo Feller has done an absolutely sensational job in his shift, and down in the pits, Amanda Busick has found him. He can tell us, through Amanda, exactly what this stint has been like.
Ricardo, we were here watching the pit stop, and I have to say the execution between you and Mattia looked flawless. The calmness and collected of your crew changing out the tires and the fuel looked calm and collected. How important is being flawless at this moment?
Yeah, it's super important. Everything goes according to the plan. Just that the BMW is maybe a little bit too quick. So we need to see if we can find some pace now in the last 3 hours and hopefully fight with them for the win. Would be nice. The team deserves it. The brand deserves it. It's 40 years anniversary. So yeah, would be nice.
When we talked to the team within the last hour, they thought that they were on the winning strategy. Your thoughts to that?
Well, I can just hope that we are, but after the full course yellow, I think now everyone is on the same page again, so I don't think that we have an advantage right now.
Well, the other car to watch out for when this all shapes out is the Treble 7 Mercedes. That's going to be in the lead of the race when the Rover BMW pits in. But don't forget, they've got to pit in the next 15 minutes because they're out of sequence. So that's Marcello working his way through the traffic as now Maxime Martin has got behind the wheel of the number 46 WRT BMW. I think Gilles Magnus is still behind the wheel of the ComTU Audi number 11. So there is there is Maxime Martin leaving the pits. So obviously they're going to filter back in the top 10 as well. But for my money, in comes Wittmann. Now Wittmann has left it to the last possible moment to come into the pits. They've tried to stretch the stint to its absolute maximum.
So Jack, get your fingernails out and start biting on them because this is going to be, it could be the story of the race.
Too late, I'm already halfway to the boat.
Have Rover Racing misjudged it? But you know they've got a strategy. They can't go completely off message. And also the other factor that might be an element that when you put on a set of new tires, maybe the racetrack itself is giving up more time. It may not do so with your set of worn tires, but when you go out with a brand new set of Pirellis on, maybe that's where all this additional speed has come from. It's not exclusively the tire, it's the racetrack itself is actually picking up in terms of its speed.
So whatever happens, the Treble 7 Mercedes is going to take the lead because they don't need to come in for the pits for another 14 minutes. So that's going to hit the front, but who's going to take second? Is it going to be Marcello or is it going to be Wittmann? Well, it looks like they have done a shorter stop.
Well, this is the view from 88, so this is down to the lowest part of the circuit. So they've got to make the run all the way up the hill. The BMW is already rolling. It's probably going through the inside of La Source. So there is Marcello, but of course further ahead of him will be the BMW.
This is so tight.
So come on, Jake, you're on eggshells now.
I really am. I genuinely think this is going to be
that's the BMW.
That is the BMW, yes.
Lane, so I think the BMW is still going to retain its advantage, but it's still got a long way to go before it crosses the pit lane exit. So there we are. There's the Mercedes onto start-finish straight. There's the BMW coming down. Wait. Now it can go on full throttle, and the Mercedes and the Audi are just turning in. Now, has the Mercedes taken the lead?
No, it hasn't.
Has the Mercedes taken the lead?
Not yet, not yet, but by a couple of tenths of a second. By a couple of tenths of a second.
My heart bleeds, my heart's bleeding.
A couple of tenths of a second, though, they just missed out on the short run of the pits, so they've managed to hold on to it. I thought there, because they would be in the pits for 2 minutes.
You were reading the
I was reading the time of the gap.
And I don't blame you for doing it. You saw that there was less than 2 minutes between this car and the pursuing Mercedes and Audis, and you thought that there's no way they can do an under 2 minute pit stop. But that's information, you know.
Indeed. They have a good chance, though, because Marcello, on fresh boots, still has a great chance to get that gap down to Wittmann.
Oh, you don't think Wittmann's on fresh tyres then, do you?
Well, no, but Wittmann's...
He's on fresh tyres, fresher than on the Mercedes or on the Audi. So right now, the BMW should have the advantage. It's got brand new tyres. The tyres on the Mercedes and Audi have done about 4 laps.
Well, it's an interesting one to see who's going to have the best of it. Certainly over the course of the race.
It's called experience.
Absolutely. No, you're right, John. I mean, Wittmann's in a good position. He's got the opportunity now, and he'll have about... I think he's still got about 14 seconds or so on Marcello out on the circuit itself, but certainly the Rover BMW looking pretty hot. And so too is the Mercedes, now that it's leapfrog past both the Audis, and with the Mattia Drudi Audi behind the Porsche of Lawrence Vanthoor, that's completely changed the face of the race for Audi. But what can Mercedes actually do now in the last 2 hours 51 for Marco Wittmann? So there is Lucas Stoltz in the Mercedes. They are in second position, the 777, but let's remind ourselves that in about 10 minutes' time, they are leading, my apologies, so they're leading the race, but let's not forget that the Almanar Mercedes in 10 minutes' time is going to be making its own pit stop because they're out of sequence with everybody else.
And all this is because of what half an hour ago, a single car stopped on the straight, and then we had a full course yellow, then we had the safety car, then there's the 51 Ferrari being pushed back in the gap, and then we had the drive-by, and that was a complete reset on the future, who was going to win this race. So it all has stemmed from what occurred not quite an hour ago, and the effect of it is being felt right now.
Well, unfortunately, the 51 Ferrari being wheeled in, that's like having your roast dinner on a Sunday being taken away halfway through eating it. I was enjoying that Ferrari being out there and having that fantastic fight, even though they were basically a dog with 3 legs chasing after a ball.
Yeah, I mean, they were running in 37th position, whatever, but as Alessandro Rivero behind the wheel, we saw Robert Schwartzman likewise behind the wheel doing sterling work. I mean, actually racing a GT car more like he was racing a single-seater, but that's what you get when you bring young single-seater drivers into GT racing.
So this is going to be an interesting phase of the race now as we're into the next stint. The 96 Porsche has definitely made gains. It's Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel. He's definitely closed up on Mattia Drudi now.
Yeah, Mattia Drudi's been bogged down behind the 92 Porsche since he rejoined the track, and that's allowed Lauren Heinrich to close up. So the Audi is the Audi meat in the Porsche bread sandwich. So not a very good analogy, but...
The boys from Stuttgart are not giving up, are they?
Well, it's Ingolstadt versus Stuttgart.
Indeed it is.
Or in fact, Ingolstadt versus Weissach.
You're absolutely right. So out of the second of the double gauche corners, double left, of course, and down towards Piff Paff, into the right. There is the McLaren that's still leading the way beautifully in the Gold Cup, by the way. Tom Gamble behind the wheel of the Optima McLaren. They're still in front of the ComTU Audi in second position in class, and the WRT BMW of Simonauer going well in third position. So the Gold Cup race still going strong. We're on board with the Optima McLaren. What a great race it's been from these guys.
I think they've all done an excellent job, and I mean it's a delight to have a McLaren running in the top 10, albeit it's in 10th position right now, but they did show well, particularly early with the Enrique Chavez. His performance was one of the standout performances for me throughout the race. Sadly, he was in the early part. Now here's issues. Wittmann,
yeah, this is for the lead. This is for the lead of the race. Wittmann has caught up to Stoltz, because obviously he's on much fresher tyres than the Almanar Mercedes, having just come out of the pits. But the Stoltz Mercedes has absolutely no obligation to let him through.
Not in the least, because this is a race for the lead of the race. Now, hopefully for Wittmann, he will have sufficient pace. The grip he had going up through Eau Rouge but you can see closing down. I don't think Lucas Stoltz is going to be aggressive in his defence because he knows that he's going to be making his pit stop. But again, the BMW didn't have what it takes at the critical part of the Camel Straight to get alongside. So he's now going to think, maybe can I do it down into Brussels? I need to be a little closer to the tail of the Mercedes than I presently am. But down the inside, again, Lucas Stoltz takes his line. No weaving, no trying to be a little bit too clever for his own good. So now out of that, down and through Speaker's Corner.
Well, this is critical because we know that Stoltz is going to be in the pits in the next 3 to 4 laps. 3 laps, I think, minimum. But Wittmann is losing time behind it because Stoltz is lapping in the 220s. Marcello is going a second a lap quicker than that. So if they hold them up sufficiently, then Marcello will suddenly spot the Rove BMW in the distance when the Almanar Mercedes comes in.
Well, there's only 0.3 of a second difference between the two cars on that last lap.
For now.
We'll wait and see what's going to happen. This is clearly going to cost Wittmann more time, and every corner is time lost. So Lucas Stoltz, who is the race leader, is not obliged to do anything. But the reality is the BMW will be the race leader, and once it gets through, comes through the exit of Paul Frère-Courbe. Now, can he get up alongside the Mercedes as he is achieving? Yes, he does. So that was all done.
Oh, wow.
That's the new tyre factor that the BMW is enjoying. Out of Paul Frère-Courbe, quicker than the Mercedes. Lucas Stoltz knew it was coming, didn't even attempt to defend. So he's given up, and he will be going into the pits in the next couple or 3 minutes.
He's probably going to come straight in. No, he carries on one more, but I tell you what, that was a lot easier than the 3-pointed star wanted it to be, wasn't it?
But it's about grip. If you've got grip off a corner, you'll come off the corner quicker. If you haven't got the grip, you'll come off slower. That's the difference I was trying to explain. The benefit that the new tyre will give the BMW. Now, it lost maybe a lap or a couple of laps running behind Lucas Stoltz, but now he's gotten clear. He's still got a set of tyres that is fresher than those on the Mercedes of Marcello and those on the Audi of Team and the Porsche of Anthor.
Nicolas Bayard in the Conti Audi, running in 2nd position in the gold category at the moment, 14th overall. Not too far away from Tom Gamble's Optima McLaren. They've still got a lot of time to make up, but they're in the hot seat to get some silverware, and that's the number 91 Hubert Porsche that had the Ferrari driven into it at one point, diving its way back through to try and gain some of the time and momentum that was lost. And that's Kevin Berlo charging through up the inside and unlapping itself from Nicolas Bayard. So they are now 3 laps behind it. It's now 2 laps behind. There's the car in 3rd position in the gold category. That is Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the WRT BMW number 30. Still there, still a factor. And with Nicholas Cruton and Callum Williams as teammates, you're still going to have a great shot at some silverware.
Yeah, arguably, but they've got how many cars between them? Hanneman and... no, hold on, we're looking at the wrong cars. So there's about 2 or 3 cars between him and getting to the podium in the category. There is the 20 Porsche, and that is running in 12th place, Tim Hanneman behind the wheel, the man who has set the new GT3 lap record here at Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, I'm just amazed that suddenly that car out of nowhere could perform at that level, and it makes you wonder why the other Porsches in the field are not doing likewise.
And suddenly, the Hubert Porsche number 20 that took the outright pole position for the Spa 24 Hours of 2023 is not just the fastest car ever around this Spa-Francorchamps circuit in GT3 in history, is now leading the Bronze Cup again. They have managed to work their way back into a Bronze Cup winning position.
It's still that one single lap pace. I mean, whether it was just a fluke lap or whatever, as the BM comes up and tries to get past, is it Klaus Bachler behind the wheel? It is 911.
And they're running 2nd in the Bronze Cup, of course, so they don't really want to trip up over Simonauer. Simonauer, of course, 3rd in class, Bachler 2nd in his own class, but they're racing each other wheel to wheel.
Just look at the bodywork in the front of the Porsche. It looks like it's slightly askew, one of the little sort of panels that allows air to bleed through the radiator and out over the top of the car.
And there's Jeffrey Schmidt in the Sky Tempesta Racing McLaren, running in 3rd position in the Bronze Cup, having a wonderful time of it. And that car, no matter what you throw at it, they are still strong, they are still quick, they are still consistent.
I think this is one of the best 24-hour drives from this team in the history that we've seen, and certainly the McLaren seems to work across the board, all 4 drivers. And it's certainly given the team, I think, impetus that it didn't seem to enjoy last year.
So what's the attrition rate like in the 75th CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa? Well, we started with 70 and we've only got 45 left, so we've lost 25 cars from this race.
That's a high attrition rate.
It's very high, very high.
A lot of it is not, I mean, we expect, or we have seen over previous years, that there are a number of major incidents which takes out quite a number of cars, but that hasn't been the case. The biggest incident clearly was the one last night, with the Rover Racing Neil Verhagen car running into the back of Charles Fayett's in the 32. That was, I think, the biggest single incident that we have seen throughout the 24.
Yeah, there's only really been 2 big crashes, as it were, through the 24 hours this year. Wirtz and Verhagen down the Kemmel Straight, and then earlier in the day, a few corners later, we obviously had the number 10 have its moment. We had a couple of others as well, but here we are in the Silver Cup. We saw Schmidt in the Lamborghini doing well, in the lead of the race. There is the number 12 of Loris Hessemans in the ComTU Racing Audi number 12 in second position. They're still charging forward. And then in third place is the number 26. That is Durkan, who is doing well in the Santalok Junior number 26. And they are battling for race position. It's very, very close indeed between those two as they continue to duel away. So there are your Silver Cup top 3. It's definitely going very strong for all of them. Obviously, the cars that we ended up having out of the race as well. It was the Thieber Mercedes that went up over the top of. It was the Thieber Mercedes, and the number 70 Lamborghini was the other incident that happened overnight. I was trying to remember which 2 cars it was that came out of Les Combes and ended up tagging into each other. There is the Pro-Am Cup leaders. Let's not forget that these guys started at the back of the field and have now managed to work their way forward into the lead. And it's not just a little lead, it's a strong lead.
Well, a great effort by the entire team. To get this replacement car, it had to come all the way from Germany. It had to be then all prepared. I mean, it was a prepared race car, but had to get it all stickered up in the colours of Sun Energy. So they've done an amazing job, and I mean, Kenny Habul, we know, was sitting watching this race, imagining what might have been had he been in the car. And, well, Kenny Habul's had enormous success winning at Bathurst this year, amongst others. He'll be delighted to see that Sunray Energy car get up to where it is.
Well, that was the second place car that we were watching there, the Car Collection Porsche. And here is the third place car, the CSA Racing Audi. How are they still in third position in the Pro-Am Cup with all the problems that they've had? This is a testament to the determination and the sheer grit of Arthur Rougier and his teammates, who have been working so hard to keep this car afloat throughout. I mean, Erwin Creed, Jean Gloriot and Casper Stevenson alongside Arthur Rougier. That car could easily have retired from this race 2 or 3 separate times, but they have just relentlessly kept it going. No, we can still get silverware, we can still get the podium.
Well, when you're running in a category that isn't the pro category and you're looking at these others, Pro-Am, silver, gold, whatever, their race is not about what happens with the glory boys at the front. It's about their own class. And if you could get the car back on the track and get it running reasonably strongly, and if you have to come back again and affect more repairs, but just the thing that they have to remember, keep banging on about it until I'm blue in the face, is just don't create problems for yourself. If you've got a technical problem, focus on that, but don't start running wide at Blanchimont. Don't speed in the pit lane. Don't do silly things, that are manageable things.
Right, Almanar Mercedes has come into the pits. Lucas Stoltz has brought it in from second position, and the leaders in the number 20 car in the Bronze Cup, Tim Heinemann, has brought the Hubert Porsche into the pits as well. So there it is, and they're going to go straight out again, but that is the leading car in the Bronze Cup when they came into the pits. Now, have they lost out to the Pure Racing Porsche and the Sky Tempesta McLaren? I would assume they probably have, but whatever happens, it's looking good for them to hold on to the fastest lap of the entire race, done during the daylight hours not that long ago, instead of at the dead of night in the cooler conditions.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm amazed about. I think that's a remarkable time, and that's why I think that the racetrack itself has actually picked up speed. I mean, we had all that rain through, basically through Friday night, Saturday. It was horrendous around about 1 o'clock, and then it cleared through. The race was a damp start, but the track has become drier and drier, and more rubber has gone down. And as long as the rubber isn't on the racing line, and what rubber is coming off the tires is off the offline. So the other thing that's interesting is that we have the situation for Marco Wittmann, is that the pace of Marcello, which has been roughly the same as Wittmann, but those that are running behind Nicky Thiem, maybe not quite so Lawrence Van Voor or Matteo Drudi, they're bogged down at the pace of the Acutis AMG Mercedes, and that's giving Wittmann breathing space. He's got a 9.8 second advantage over Marcello, and it ought to hover around that 9.8-10 seconds and might even extend further.
Yeah, Lauren Heinrich doing the best he can to close up on Mattia Drudi. I've had a bit of a brainwave of a question I want to ask you, John. Looking at that lap that we saw from Tim Heinemann, doing a 2:17.0 in circumstances that shouldn't really be as possible as they are, is that the kind of conversation that the guys at Porsche will look at and go, do you know what? That's a pretty crafty driver right there.
No, there's no question. They'll look at all the Porsche talent. I mean, they're all part of the big general Porsche family, and they get used. They've got what I call centrally contracted drivers, so they get given a role. Okay, today, Jake, you'll go and drive with John Watson. You say, well, I don't want to drive with him, he's too old.
Are you joking? It's a pleasure.
If you're a centrally contracted driver, in the world of GT racing, you're placed with customer teams. And sometimes you get into a customer team car, which might be a pro car. On other occasions, you go into a different category. But you're employed by the manufacturer, and they place you where they feel it best serves their customer teams.
I mean, it's a stunning lap, and that could stand, well, maybe not just for 1 year, that could stand for a couple of years, the way things are currently looking. That's an amazing lap indeed from Tim Heinemann. But Marco Wittmann in the Rover BMW, 9 seconds in front of Raffaele Marcello's Mercedes. Nicky Thiem in the Scherer Audi in 3rd position at this moment. And we're watching the duel between Mattia Drudi and Lauren Heinrich that has now got up to 5th and 6th behind the Porsche of Lawrence Van Tor. So, coming up the top of the hill, we're going to ride on board with Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche. Soak it up, sit back and enjoy. Wow, just wow. I mean, this circuit, that car, that flat six, wow.
Observations from my point of view, from the seat of Heinrich in the Porsche. There's a lot of stabby throttle movements. I know you're following another car, so you're not getting that nice sort of smooth run through a corner, and again, the steering wheel adjustment. But what I would like to do is make your throttle applications more gentle and progressive rather than
It was a bit too stabby for you.
For me, that was too stabby. And what that does, it tends to make the car pitch fore and aft too much. Now, in the context where the Porsche is. It can't quite drive the most ideal way that I'm suggesting, but what I like to do is pick up the throttle very early, but not slam it open. Pick it up and then gently and progressively open it and allow the car to move forward with the minimum amount of forward and aft pitch.
So Marco Wittmann, 10 seconds clear of Marcello, but this is all about Mattia Drudi trying to stretch away from Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche. They're a good half a minute now in front of Maxime Martin in the WRT BMW, and a further 5 seconds in front of Fred Vervisch, who is now in the ComTU Audi number 11. Lucas Stoltz, after that pit stop, has rejoined in 9th position, just in front of the McLaren of the Optimum squad that are leading in the Gold Cup. But check this out, Marcello having stretched away now from the Scherer Audi of Nicky Thiem, all going very well indeed and looking very strong indeed. What an absolute pleasure it's been from my side to talk about the greatest race on the greatest circuit with the greatest drivers, with the greatest GT3 cars, with the greatest team. Absolutely amazing.
Nicky Thiem, Kelvin van der Linde has got the McLaren all over the back of it. Now, that's a different battle, but it's interesting. I would just wonder whether Nicky Thiem, Nicky Thiem has begun to struggle a little bit, suffer from just having used the tyres hard, because all of a sudden Marcello has been able to stretch that advantage. He's more than almost tripled the advantage in the space of the last 2 or 3 laps. And that's not what Nicky Thiem would have been hoping, because he ultimately would have felt, had I been ahead of the Mercedes, I would have been able to pull forward and draw away from it. But that is not the case right now. So is the Audi beginning to suffer, David? Have you been watching this in the press room? Have you keeping an eye on what we've been talking about? You've been listening to us.
Hanging on your every word.
Every word, a little jewel.
Well, BMW led when I wandered away. BMW leads as I come back. But lap times have been interesting watching that Mercedes in second place.
Yes, all of a sudden, I don't know why, whether the Mercedes lap times have picked up, all the lap times of Nicky Thiem have fallen away. On that last lap, Nicky Thiem was considerably quicker than Raffaele Marcello. So I don't know what the reasons are for the gap appearing, which is currently about, well, 1.2, 1.3 seconds. So there is Marcello, there is Thiem, and down at the lowest point of the circuit. So now you start the business of climbing up the hill to make your way up through Blanchimont once again.
So Mercedes blasts up towards Blanchimont. This is the car currently then in second place. We are into the final 3 hours of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Welcome to our viewers on CBS. Welcome viewers around the world as we build up to the finish of what has been a fascinating race. And you're looking at number 98, the second car in the queue, the Rover Racing BMW. This car leads the way. BMW looking for a 25th win in the 24 Hours of Spa. And Marco Wittmann is the man behind the wheel. He accelerates up the hill with an advantage of 11.6 seconds right now. It's been a very busy race. If you're rejoining us, we better just remind people of what's been going on. So, just before 4:30 yesterday, the 70-strong grid assembled, ready to go into battle, and it was Matteo Cairoli who led the cars away. It was a safety car start because of a wet track. We actually had a car crash under the safety car. Carl Washington, even before we went green, was out of the race with a very badly damaged Porsche. Cairoli led from Alessio Rovera in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Those two trying to gap the opposition as the cars accelerated out of La Source and made the climb up the hill. As poor old Gerhard Watzinger had a torrid first stint. 3 spins, this one bouncing off Dennis Lin's Lamborghini and clipping Maxime Martin's BMW for good measure. Jordan Pepper in the Lamborghini was 61st on the grid, got into the lead, but then a brake problem put the car into retirement. As into the lead of the race went Alessio Rovera, moving himself up past Janis Fitcher, who'd taken over number 20 Porsche from Matteo Cairoli. But then Rovera had a tyre go down midway around the lap. He coaxed the car back to the pit lane. It was a bit of a handful, but he made it. But the car never really recovered from that time loss, and Laurens Vanthoor in the green Porsche here was in trouble, picking up a time penalty for turning around the Ferrari of Isabel Lopez. Then off the road went Indy Dontje, the Dutchman, into the barriers at Pouhon. That brought out a safety car, and Valentino Rossi on the restart was busy trying to make up paces. Trouble is, he clobbered his teammate and turned Adam Carroll around. The BMWs glancing off one another, and Carroll's car a few laps later having a puncture. The McLaren of Frank Rueda stopped with an electrical problem, and then Julian Andlauer, up into second place, started to monster the race leader Luca Engschler. He made his move on the inside of Roussel and went through, Porsche pouncing for the lead. A strange full course yellow call, which drivers weren't anticipating, changed to green, and Jean-Marc Gounon thundered away, gaining paces. Other people, though, were still in a state of confusion, and it all got a bit leery at Eau Rouge. As the race went towards the darkness, there was contact and there was drama, as the cars in the classes tripped over one another going through Les Combes. Drama too for the number 10 Audi, as it had a puncture in suspension dramas and was out of the race with the damage, and it wasn't the only car in strife, as Les Combes claimed many victims in 2 separate accidents. The final one was Caron Lee going off and then being accosted by Yannick Mettler's Mercedes. It was a hard hit, 2 more retirements, and another safety car period as the debris was swept away. So, as the race continued, it also turned attention to the points at the 6 and the 12-hour mark. Charles Weerts, Dries van Voor, Sheldon van der Linde led at 6. At 12, Mathieu Drudy, Dennis Marchal and Ricardo Feller led. Then another full course yellow, and when Charles Weerts slowed, others didn't. He was hit from behind. The car speared from barrier to barrier, and in the darkness, it was a scary moment with so few reference points around. And that was the end of not only Charles Weerts' race for the WRT team, but also Neil Verhagen, Dan Harper and Max Hesser's BMW eliminated on the spot. Racing through dawn, BMW 98 was the car to watch out of the Rover Racing stable. Philipp Eng, Marco Wittmann, and the third driver from the car, which is Nick Yellerly, bringing that into a comfortable lead. But then it looks as though it had all unravelled, as that Mercedes from a Curtis ASP stop, they dived for the pits under full course yellow. It was a brief full course yellow, but actually it worked in their favour. And Nick Yellerly was soon on his toes to bring that car back through the traffic, moving ahead of the number 17 Audi, Nicky Tim, Luca Engschler and Calvin van der Linde's car that's been there or thereabouts as well all race long. As the pit stop cycled through, the number 98 BMW was out of sequence, stopping at the top of every clock hour, whereas others were pitting halfway through the hour. Audi battle was on for second place. Number 40, Mathieu Drudy's car, moving itself up past the Phoenix round entry of van der Linde, Luca Engschler and Nicky Tim. Proof of how hard Nick Yellerly was going was this, leaning on the traffic as he went through Piff Paff, getting away with it, but it was a little bit close. But here, unlapping himself from about 10 laps down was Robert Schwarzman, as he moved himself up past the second-placed Audi. Out of the race with a broken suspension on the left rear corner was this, a car that had been going really well in the silver category. Alex Arca at the wheel of the Audi, and bitter disappointment. So near and yet so far. We had another safety car period, and lapped cars in the classes allowed on the wave by to move themselves around to the back of the queue. When we went racing, Marco Wittmann had 4 back markers between himself and the second-place car, Audi number 17, and he was able to build that gap as the Audis battled amongst themselves. Kelvin van der Linde trying to fend off Ricardo Feller, the 2 of them running absolutely nose to tail. Behind them, in 4th place, was Raffaele Marciello, and he too was hustling along, trying to make sure that 88 Mercedes was part of that leading battle, and Akodis ASP, having never really had the pace all race, trying to do clever things on the strategy now, moving through ahead of the Audi after the most recent round of pit stops. So we've got 2 hours and 24 minutes to go. It is still BMW to the fore, but anything can happen in a long distance race, especially here at Spa. So, live here at Spa, race leaders working lap 477, and BMW, Mercedes, Audi, the top 3 at the moment. David Addison and John Watson trackside watching these last couple of hours, and the BMW of Marco Wittmann, John, has looked so strong for the bulk of this race, hasn't it?
It certainly, by the time we came back this morning, was in the pound seat, and the Rover Racing team have done an excellent job. I think Nick Yellerly, it's not fair to single out one particular driver, but Nick Yellerly in particular is one that's been forefront in our minds, doing an excellent job. Marco Wittmann behind the wheel of the 98 BMW, and of course Philippe Eng, who is no stranger to Spa. He's won here previously.
Now, 17 Audi is a little bit of a concern for us. It had been going really well. Now it seems to have dropped a little bit of pace. Amanda, what news? We're getting worried about this Audi. What can you tell us?
Like you guys said, it's hard to believe that we're rounding into the last couple hours of the CrowdStrike Spa 24-hour. It's been an active pit lane in those hours. The 17, as you guys just showcased, led a lot of the laps over the last 22 hours. I'm going to turn you around and look at the 17 team. They are deep in strategy of trying to figure out how they can get this Audi back on pace. I asked if it was tire related. They were kind of mum on that, but the team does think that there is still enough time based on the uncertainties here at Spa, but it has been an adventure nonetheless.
Well, let's see whether they can fight back. It's not over till it's over. Amanda, thanks very much. So the Audi running in third place, but I know we say it all the time, John, anything can happen, and there's always a sting in the tail, it seems, to a long-distance race.
Oh, listen, look, we've got 2 hours, 21 minutes and 56 seconds as I speak. And, I mean, that's more than 2 one-hour sprint races that we would, broadcast on. And we're almost 2/3 of an endurance event. And here we are, having completed the best part of 22, 21 and a bit hours. And 4:30 is still 2 hours, 21 minutes away.
So a lot can, a lot will happen. But this car, a tempting fate, I know, but it's got a bit like clockwork, hasn't it? I mean, it's had very, very few incidents. It has had a time penalty for track limit offences early on, but with that out of the way, the team have sort of knuckled down, kept out of trouble, been clever on strategy, and there it is with a reasonable lead.
Yes, I mean, it's easy to sit and say the reasons why, but they've got 3 excellent drivers who work together. We've got a great team who have done a wonderful preparation to get this car to where it is. And the other aspect is that the drivers, apart from that moment when they did get a penalty, they've been extremely well behaved all the way through and not incurring any further penalties, which is the bane of any long distance race.
So the Gold Cup leading McLaren here in the hands of Tom Gamble, BRDC superstar, and a very, very accomplished driver with that car running in 10th place overall. Rattles it up the curb, coming out of Blanchimont, but Tom Gamble, and again, I hope I'm not jinxing this, but Optimum is having a very good run with this car. The other car had its electrical problem and retired, as we saw, but this one has been strong all weekend, whether it's been pre-qualifying, qualifying, the race itself, it's gone really well, and that's great to see because McLaren hasn't had a lot of luck at Spa.
There's something, McLaren is the only car that runs a full carbon fibre chassis. The car was initially designed with that in mind, and so it's got arguably the best technical platform. I mean, this car should have been winning more events, whether it's sprint, endurance, or 24 hours, but they've had to go through a protracted period to evolve the car into an approach. You think what Porsche do, what Audi do, what other teams run do, who've been running 24-hour races since, since man was a boy. And there's no shortcut. It's all about understanding, expertise. And when you go and look at it, take the Porsche, for example, we saw the current Porsche here last year as the reveal for what we've got here. And just the thinking that goes into it. So you want to make the car also as simple and as easy for the engineers, if they need to dive in during a race, to rectify what are problems. But if you've got parts that are buried and you've got to remove half a dozen parts to get to the part that needs replacing, that's not a great way to build a race car for an endurance series.
Well, McLaren, for the moment, have a car in 10th. Other McLarens are available. There's one 16th, the Sky Tempesta car, and the 188 Garage 59 entry, Enrique Chavez back at the wheel, is in 25th spot. Pro-Am being led by the number 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes there, the car of Adam Osika, Martin Conrad, Nicky Katzberg, and Chaz Mostert, to which a bit of a saga is attached. The Mercedes you've been looking at, 75, class leading in Pro-Am, and coming out of Bruxelles, more battles going on in the classes. There is that Sun Energy 1 Mercedes at the back of the queue.
Yeah, and a genuine copper-bottomed Australian race driver, Chaz Mostert, behind the wheel, and we do see Australians coming over. They have got their own supercar series based around production cars built in Australia. Now, there's not a lot of those these days either, by the way. But it's great to see someone like Chaz Mostert come over, take on the creme de la creme of world GT3 racing and mix it with them. I mean, he is a class racing act.
Absolutely, we saw Shane van Gisbergen, didn't we, from Supercars come over and win what was then called the Blancpain Endurance Series for McLaren, in fact, a good few years ago. This car, I mean, if you've only just joined the race, let me explain very briefly. Kenny Habul, the Australian who spearheads the team, had an accident on Thursday, broke a vertebrae, had to go to hospital, had surgery, wasn't going to pull the plug, bought a new car, put one of his bronze drivers from Australia on a plane. He couldn't get here in time, so poor old Liam Talbot got as far as Doha and was then told, no, you're not going to make it, go home. He had a 12-hour overlay at the airport before he could turn around to fly back. They had to get another driver to fulfill the requirement, and here they are, leading the class. It's been one heck of a trip.
Don't feel too sorry for Liam Talbot. There's a great duty-free in Doha airport.
But he's emptied it. So, poor bloke, having had all that journey, only to be told, turn around and go away. It's cost Kenny Habul quite a lot in terms of having to buy a new car, but the result's going to be worth it.
Absolutely. If the result stands, it'll be totally justified. And you know, you've got patrons like Kenny Habul who are wealthy individuals. They can afford to do whatever it takes to get that car back. I mean, the car was basically pretty trashed, a lot of heavy front end damage to it. Steering wheel, we talked about it earlier. Well, that'll be a trophy on his wall for as long as he wants it to be a trophy on the wall.
It was a banana shape or something, wasn't it? The top speed through Eau Rouge, that part of the circuit, 258 kilometres an hour for Christopher Mies. Nicky Thiem, who's very brave anyway, not quite as quick. Enrique Chavez next, then Thomas Laurent. And Philippe Eng, 251 kilometres an hour in that leading BMW.
I mean, that's the top 5. It's quite a big spread, actually. I mean, it's no surprise that Christopher Mies is quickest. And Nicky Thiem not within, 4 kilometres of him. But it's quite a big spread from 258 to 251. That's the top 5.
And that's the corner. That is Eau Rouge. They've got that little left kink, turn right and climb the hill. It's a blind brown. Only about there where the car goes to the top of the hill do you see around that left-handed element that brings you out of the corner. It's one that the drivers are respectful of. It's a great corner.
Yeah. And you ran the track the other evening. Were you blowing heavily by the time you got to top of Eau Rouge?
Absolutely. Yes, it is very, very steep indeed. Apologies for photo-bombing the pictures of people that were standing there smiling and not looking sweaty and horrible. Race leader is on lap 481, and still the Sky Tempesta McLaren has its little bit of rear damage. That's the overall race leader, and the margin now is creeping up again to 11.4 seconds. I'm struggling to see how the BMW loses this at the moment because it has just looked so strong.
If it loses it, it'll be because of events, dear boy, events beyond, let's say, the control of the drivers or the control of what the team are doing. But there's so many things. You can cut a tyre down. If there's debris in the racetrack or you run a curb, run a little bit wide and catch a sharp edge of a curb, any of those things, and that's where the driver's responsibility extends beyond just being a quick guy. I mean, look at Marcello right out to the very edge of the curbing, coming out of Les Combes. Now, if he had dropped a wheel off that, he'd be into the gravel, and that in itself potentially could have led to a cut-down tyre.
But that Mercedes, to be in second place, is quite something, isn't it? Because it's never looked a quick car. You know, it's hovered around the top 10, but only now does it look like it might get a result.
They never look like they're going to win the race on pace.
No.
So they have, I think, decided the way we can win this race is to, again, the whole thing we've been talking about, don't make mistakes. Hit your marks, come in.
Yeah.
We can give you a quick car, but not a fast car.
Pinned on our wall is a piece of paper with each car number and any notes and dramas that they've had during the course of the race. And against 88, it's completely blank. They've had a really good, solid run in the Mercedes. Number 17 Audi running in third place. Another car that's been devoid of problems, and that really is how you win the race. You keep out of the pits. Only go in for routine service. You don't need to be in there for damage or for dramas, and certainly not for penalties.
No, I mean, we've seen so many penalties being served both at the top of Raidillon, but primarily coming out of Les Combes. There's one or two other parts around the circuit, but basically those are the two areas of the racetrack where you're traveling at extremely high speed, and if you might have to make a correction, then that could see you running off what is technically the racetrack, and that's where the penalties come. So can the Porsche stand up and just doesn't get delayed? So that was a nice little move for the Mante Racing Porsche. Lawrence Van Thor And up front, so Kelvin van der Linde just manages to get in ahead of the Mercedes into La Source and quickly make sure that the Mercedes isn't going to come back at him. Not that it really would need to, but you know, racers are racers are racers. And that's a car running down in 40th position. Varone in the number. No, sorry, pardon. Nezov, I beg your pardon, in the Mercedes, running in 40th position.
Alexei Nezov was an esports winner on Friday evening. He won the Pro Drivers esports race in the Fanatec Arena here, for which the winning teams take points into the Teams Championship here in the real world.
You know what? That information's really made my day.
Just adding to it.
Well, I think it's really exciting to hear that.
I like esports and I find it fascinating to see how realistic it is. I really do.
Listen, I like hi-fi. Each to their own, Dave.
There you go. 40th overall is Alexei Nezov, chasing after Jakob Riegel at the moment and closing on him all the time. You're riding on board with number 96, Laurin Heinrich, in the 6th placed Porsche. His target is right up the road ahead, and it's Mathieu Drudi. This is a battle for 5th position, and you're riding with the car doing the attacking.
Yes. So Mathieu Drudi, at one point we looked at this car as the car we're looking at from the Porsche as a potential race winner. Again, a very strong 3-car driver lineup and a very, very effective team. One that maybe was flying below the radar in some people's eyes, but they've been right at the races since the lights went out and this race got underway.
So there is in gold the 3rd place car, Nicholas Bart at the wheel of it as he comes now out of La Source. That car is in the Gold Cup 3rd, but 14th overall, and clear road ahead as he heads past the endurance pits. This is Eau Rouge, we've been talking about the corner. There's that blind brow, over it he goes, powers up the still steep climb towards Les Cons.
Imagine doing this when the track is properly wet and you're trying to follow maybe 1 or 2 or 3 cars, and oh my goodness, there we go, the Porsche carrying a lot of extra space, the 911 Klaus Bachler, I believe. Well, they've almost overran the corner in the process. But I mean, that's the hazard of Eau Rouge. It is such a demanding corner, and it's okay when you've got clear air and you can see where you're pretty much going, but in wet weather conditions, look back 2 years ago, the Grand Prix was cancelled because of the excessive amount of water on the racetrack.
Well, that was Klaus Bachler going for position. He's just moved himself through ahead of Nicholas Bart into 14th place. He saw it happen.
And Chaz Marston, likewise, not necessarily in this particular battle, slipped through as well down the hill. So into Pujol. Mercedes slightly wide on the entry. Could have used a little bit more of the inside of the corner, but maybe Chaz knows something more than I.
Just going back to the Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon, Timo Boguslavski Mercedes, another reason that it's managed to creep its way into the mix is that it's done 3 fewer pit stops than the leader. So going back to the point about spending less time in the pits, it has done so because it's had 3 fewer stops, 2 fewer than the car chasing it, Niki Team. So good pit work, good strategy by the Acodis ASP team, and Marciello last time around 10 seconds back. Now in Pro, this battle for 5th we've been discussing, Mathieu Drudi versus Laurin Heinrich. Again, 2 young guns of GT racing. Heinrich Carrera Cup Germany champion, and turning his attention this year to the GT-style DTM for Porsche. Mathieu Drudi, Italian GT champion in seasons past, just up the road ahead of him. The car you can see coming into the braking zone there. Andy Merrick in the Team Parker Racing Porsche, good British team. That was the one that Derek Pears had his monster spin in yesterday evening. Yeah,
I'm sure Andy will be writing a few interesting little reports for us Beyond EC members to enjoy in upcoming gazettes. Is that right, David?
The bulletin,
the
if you don't
bulletin.
mind. Yes, Andy Merrick runs the BRDC Superstar scheme, I want to explain. And it's one of the club's initiatives to promote young British talent. And Andy driving with one of those superstars, Kian Jewis. Right, on board with Heinrich, out of Blanchimont then now.
Just had a little lift, just a confidence lift just to go in. Maybe just a amount of disturbance from the aero wash from the Audi just going through Matteo Drudi. So Heinrich just had to check up fractionally rather than being completely committed on full throttle through Blanchimont there. We see them slipping past the 62 Porsche. Yes, the Team Parker entry. So that Andy Merrick behind the wheel, and then the drop down the hill. Porsche's looking, I mean, Heinrich is looking challenging, but can't quite get himself into a position. The Audi is quick at the top end coming out through Radeon, and maybe again it's the aero effect from the Audi on the Porsche at that sensitive part of the exit of the corner that just means that he hasn't quite got enough straight line performance to get on terms with Matteo Drudi.
So Drudi and Heinrich together coming out of Les Camps down to the right at Bruxelles, but Lorraine Heinrich, again, he just, because the cars are so evenly matched with a balanced performance, can't find that gap. And late race, do you risk it, or do you absolutely throw caution to the wind, because this is the time to do it? We shall see in a moment what Heinrich elects to do. He's heading down towards Pont, but the Audi of Mathieu Drudi for the moment stays ahead. Porsche turns through. Heinrich then at the wheel of this Rutronic run car. And that 20th at the end of the first hour has just, again, a bit like we've been saying about 88 Mercedes, chipped away.
Absolutely. You know, stick to the strategy, stick to the plan. And everybody's, you know, has got equal amount of responsibility, be it a driver or a team principal or a, you know, an engineer, a mechanic, whomever, even the team that are responsible for looking after the drivers' overalls when they get out after doing maybe a double or a triple stint. Their overalls need to be tumble dry, because there's nothing worse than a driver having a set of overalls that are wet at best, damp at worst, getting back into those. So that's the level of you know, commitment that these teams make.
Whoa, Heinrich with a bit of a moment there, coming through Blanchimont, got away with it, but the car looks a little bit nervous there. Evidence of the commitment that he's putting in here with just over 2 hours to go.
2 hours, 6 minutes, whereas the previous 20. Oh, Porsche, the Audi's dived into the pit, so that is a pit stop for Matteo Drudi. So that was a, didn't expect them there again. Mercedes likewise, so Mercedes, Dicky Team and Lawrence Van Thor, Matteo Drudi, all four have come in. Heinrich has stayed out. Now have these four cars played a blinder, or has the 96 Rotronic Porsche seen something that nobody else has seen and going to hang out a little later?
Well, those cars come in at the completion of 21 hours, 53.5 minutes of racing, 92 in as well, old Van Thor getting out of the car, and it's 65 minutes to a stint, so they are going to have to stop twice more, but on that basis, let's just do some more figures in a moment relative to when the BMW next stops, because that is a further 15 minutes or so before it needs to come in. Slightly under that now. Right, you can see the Akodis ASP pit stop going on. Jules Gounon will get back into that car. There now, number 40, Mathieu Drudi will give way. As away blasts the Audi from Compte down in the Silver Cup. Right, new tyres for the Audi that Mathieu Drudi has been driving. And the pit lane, of course, now very, very busy place with the tension mounting for the teams here. They can smell a result. Down into the pit lane here at Spa. Pit stops cycle through, and there 92 Porsche on the move, but the blue Mercedes joins the queue and therefore maintains track position ahead of it. It was Jules Gounon that brought it in, and I think Jules Gounon stays behind the wheel of the Mercedes as it breaks the pit outline, but the green Porsche has gained a place, I reckon, as also in comes the leading car now.
Yes, and it had a gap of 16 seconds, actually. That's probably slightly adjusted by the Mercedes coming in slightly earlier than the BMW, so again we'll need to wait for the BMW to get back out on track and a flying lap to be established before then we know where it is in relation to the competition behind it. But Kevin Estre has got behind the wheel of the 92 Porsche. Lawrence Van Thor handed that over. I would assume that Kevin Estre will now be in for the duration, and Gounon, I assume, would be much the same.
I think you're probably right with effectively this stint and one more, so they can put them in for a double stint. So we are therefore looking at 2 hours realistically now to go, and therefore one more pit stop is due, and it's when you take that pit stop where you are the other side of it that's going to determine the result. Now this is the leading BMW into the pit lane, fuel, tyres, no sign of a driver change.
So is Wittmann, if he stayed in to the end, he would have done 3 stints. So would they do the final stint and do a driver change and put maybe Nick Yellowly back in?
Philip Eng has taken over. They've done the driver change before he got to the pit stop.
So
yes, I was about to offer you Marco Fitman.
Fitman, well, he would be pretty fit.
Exactly. But Philip Eng is the man that takes over, presumably to do the double stint.
I'm assuming, yes, I'm assuming that's going to be the case. So he will have the pleasure, that's what he will be hoping, of bringing his car home ahead of the rest of the field. And so the Mercedes, Jules Gounon slips up alongside the 93 Sky Tempest McLaren, and just watch the traffic, doesn't want to be compromised, as there's the BMW rolling down the hill, now on full gas. So he's got a good advantage.
Yeah, he's going to keep the lead, isn't he?
Yeah, and by some.
Decent margin, waiting for second to appear. There's Laurin Heinrich going down the pit lane. And there is the battle pack. Look, you've got Gounon at the head of the queue, coming under attack as they drop downhill. So it's a real scrum for second place.
By the way, if anybody saw, that wasn't a UFO passing across on screen. It was actually our drone, which we've been using throughout the event.
And that's the drone shot, and it's a fantastic one as up the Camel Straight they come. Right, so Jules Gounon trying to get through the traffic. Where is the opposition behind him? Audi number 17 is going to try to clear the Sky Tempest, and McLaren that's got a jump ahead of a lapped Audi as well. Behind all of them is Kevin Estro. It's Fred Verviche, I think, in the middle of the gaggle as well. The number 11 Audi can't be ruled out yet. So there, look, number 17, that is Nicky Team charging on.
Yeah, and Nicky was sort of caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, but corrects that as quickly as he possibly can into Brussels. So the 93 Sky Tempest, McLaren doing an excellent job, and Eddie Cheever behind the wheel.
Right, Gounon turns down through Pouhon then, so the Mercedes accelerates out of the left-hander. Let's go back to the pits and Amanda quickly.
Last year's race winner started 23rd on the grid in the first hour, driven by Raffaele Marciella, had already gained 10 positions, now in the hunt as we get into these last 2 hours. Why can the Mercedes make a play at this?
I mean, we did a good race until now. We stayed out of trouble. We never take, until now, any penalty, any track limit penalties. So, we did the maximum we could. You can see the other MG where they are. So, I think this is our maximum, and then you never know, it's still 2 hours to go, so everything can happen, but realistically it's really difficult to catch the BMW.
Can you tell us anything about future driver changes?
No, I just finished 2 hours. I'm close to the maximum stint time because I did 10 hours something, so now Jules will do the last 2 and then it's over.
Because the maximum you can do is 14 hours, and they have divided it between them, with giving Timo Bogoslavski a limited amount of mileage because they are the quicker 2 drivers. So Jules Gounon, as we were predicting, will bring this car to the end, saying it's going to be very, very hard to catch that BMW. Well, they'll see what they can do. And out of La Source comes the Mercedes. They're downhill. Jules Gounon grabs a gear, passes his pit, goes down towards Eau Rouge on this lap 487. So with the pit stops shuffling the order, Maxime Martin in the car that he shares with Augusto Farfus and Valentino Rossi currently leads, but he will pit within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, the overlap or the undercut or overcut, whatever phrase you choose to describe it. So that'll be the same for Fred Verviche, likewise in the number 11 Audi. So Jules Gounon into the checkered flag and the 88 Akotas AMG Mercedes. And Raffaele Marciello, in his natural laconic manner, explains that yes, we have got a very good car, but we know it's not the quickest, and I think probably a lot of other teams around them know, but what they have to handle is the fact that the team is doing the very best with what they have got. They know they can't win on pace, but Raffaele Marciello still believes that they could get a back-to-back victory with this car, but it would take circumstances beyond the control right now of Jules Gounon or the team.
Yeah, indeed. But you never know. Another full course yellow or a safety car period would bunch them up. But the BMW has always seemed to have the answer. On the restart, that gap has been able to build. So the Rover Racing team that won here back in 2020, those days it was a Rover Racing Porsche. Lawrence Vanful, one of the drivers. Nick Tandy was a winner that year as well, but a change of brand to BMW for Rover. They've run Porsche, they've run Mercedes, they've run BMW. There was one year where they had BMW and Porsche,
well, that's
different championships, but now they've thrown their lot in completely with BMW.
Yeah, pretty good trick to pull, running particularly two different German manufacturers. There, look at the view of Spa-Francorchamps, the dense forest that really surrounds this racetrack in the heart of the Ardennes, in the sort of southeast part of Belgium, not very far away from the German border, not a million miles away from another legendary racetrack, the Nordschleife at Nürburgring.
Which therefore mentions that we are heading there next year for Intercontinental GT Challenge. This is round 3 of Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, and next year's IGTC would include the Nürburgring 24 hours as part of its 4-race calendar. 92 Porsche goes downhill. Kevin Estre at the wheel. Now he's got to find over a minute. Philipp Eng has just done the absolute best first sector in the entire race on lap 488. The third place car, the real leader in terms of the pit stops, is now on an absolute mission.
Yeah, and in effect, what is the top 4? Forget about Maxime Martin right now, Fedrovich. The top 4 are all now lapping in 2 minutes 18 by about a half a second between the 4 cars. So the pace is clearly picking up.
Philipp Eng then, quickest man on the circuit in terms of sectors as you look at the Kevin Estre Porsche down at Bruxelles. Now Philipp Eng in the Rover Racing BMW, second of these 3 cars. He has done the absolute best first sector of anybody in the entire race, and he's done it on that 488. Middle sector, John Watson might be a bit compromised with the slower car ahead though.
Yes, arguably there'll be a few tenths of a second taken away, but again, I was mentioning to Jake and sort of giving Jake a bit of an education about why lap times are at this part of the race quicker than we saw during the middle of the night, and a lot of it will be the evolution of the racetrack, I believe. Ambient temperatures, fewer cars around, but look, up the inside, can he get through cleanly? Ooh, yes he did, but that was, you know, Philipp Eng knew he had to make that pass as early as possible. The gap between himself and Gunnar is currently 16.3 seconds. And again, you just take your opportunities, you make them, you certainly have to take them.
So Philipp Eng goes over the timing line, and that lap was a 2:20.794. He was compromised in the traffic. So Philipp, a double winner of this event. He won it in 2016, he won it in 2018. Marco Wittmann, one of his co-drivers, double DTM champion, and those two used to race against each other in cars when they were not very tall. Now they're co-drivers and set to win, potentially, and a third win in this event is very difficult to achieve, but Philipp Eng looks like it could be going his way.
And the car looks great as it comes up over the top of radio, and looks really planted, it looks stable. Up the inside to number 12, elbow to elbow, and is that going to end in tears, or, well, I think it's been okay. Lucas Legere was the man behind the wheel, running in 19th position. And that's a high-risk part of the racetrack to go side by side. There's not much margin if you make an error or you get side-swiped. And anyway, both drivers stayed off each other sufficiently to let them both get through.
Legere second in silver, chasing the Lamborghini of Clement Schmidt, so that red Audi needs to hustle on. So this car leads on the road, but is due in either this lap or he might squeeze one more out of it. Maxime Martin in number 46, and it is going to be the next lap that he pits, because he will go for one more. 65 minutes to a stint. He's just done 60 of those minutes, so he can squeeze another lap out of it. Kevin Estre now absolute best in the first sector. Is this the part of the race where the team say, right, just go for it, nothing to lose?
Hammer time, mate, hammer time.
What's the equivalent for Estre? Right, so over the original start area goes Maxime Martin. His father, his uncle, winners of this race. He has won it as well, so the Martins winning the Spa 24 Hours, something of a family tradition.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing record for any family win here at Spa 24. I mean, it's been a race that has had a variety of different categories. Touring cars for a very long time now, GT3s, which look very sexy indeed, and very exciting cars they are. There's the view from on board Maxime Martin. So just sitting, looks very comfortable, very relaxed. So where on the track is he?
That's your Cairoli going through, and that car, of course, led early on. It is currently second in the bronze. So up through Blanchimont goes Cairoli. And Tare Zhao, one of the drivers of that car, currently in the pit lane. Let's hear from him. He's with Amanda.
It has just been a dream-worthy week for the 20 here at Spa, based on qualifying with rain conditions. On Thursday, they put themselves into the Super Pole for Friday and landed the pole position. And Antares, you just told me off camera that you have been hopeful, not hopeful, now back in it into this last hour of this bronze win. What can happen for you guys to see that top step at the podium?
We've had really much of a roller coaster ride. Bronze Cup entries do not show up at Super Bowl, let alone start at the front of the grid. So we have some pace, but as the pro grid was coming through us, obviously it's very disheartening to see yourself fall from your 1 all the way down to your 20, 30. But we've made some mistakes. We're recovering from it. Ideally, we'll bring it home clean. I don't know what's going to happen in the final 2 hours, but we're going to give it a try.
Well, if what I heard is correct, the car was 13th at the moment overall and just took the lead in class in bronze. And just for you, in taking in this weekend, in this moment, what's been the highlight?
Well, first of all, don't count chickens before they hatch. We're offset strategy, so there is a 10-minute window where we're supposed to be ahead of the others. So ask us again in an hour and a half, then we'll be able to tell you. But I think coming here for the 4th time, this is really a special event. I'm still comprehending the magnitude of it all. This has been a challenging year, but I'm glad we're doing this with Matteo, with Porsche, with Tim, Giannis, Huber. It's never easy, but that's what makes it interesting, what makes it worthwhile.
Thank you, Terry. Let the countdown begin.
Tare Zhao, regular in GT racing in Asia. That is Maxime Martin serving his pit stop. That car led when he pitted. It will, of course, then on that rotation of pit stops drop back down the order. Some of the drivers that we see coming to do the Spa 24 hours for the first time from different regional GT championships, they go away having learned so much. Taking part in this event, Tare Zhao, another example. They go away as far better, more complete, more rounded drivers, you might say. And the co-drivers that Tare Zhao has had for this first run at the Spa 24 hours, he's certainly been able to learn a huge amount from, and that's all going to stand him in good stead for the future.
Well, David, I think a part of the reason is that there aren't a lot of racetracks around the world, certainly not new racetracks around the world, that have what I would call mega high-speed corners. Here at Spa, you've got 3 mega high-speed corners, and that's a little bit focusing if you're not accustomed to driving a race car at high speed in a corner. All of a sudden, the dynamic of what the car is doing can be overwhelming and beyond your pay grade, basically.
Away down the pit lane goes 46 then, as Maxime Martin blasts up the other side. And you also saw number 11 Audi that had been brought in by Fred Verviche getting ready to go. And Tare Zhao, by the way, is also the leading IGTC Independent Cup runner on his CrowdStrike Spa 24-hour debut, which is no mean feat. Bravo on Tare Zhao. Yes, I know his co-drivers have helped him, but he's, by his own admission, made some mistakes, but he's done a good job.
No, he's not made, if I want to say, novice errors. He's done what he's, talking to Amanda, clearly you can see he's an extremely intelligent person, and that is a very important element. You can put little hot rods in, but you have to have a brain as well.
Very true, very true. Fred Verviche stayed behind the wheel of number 11, and as he comes out of Les Combes, we are into the final 2 hours of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It is a championship round as far as Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, is concerned. It is a championship round of Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. And that then is the now leading BMW once more. Philipp Eng brings the car over the line. We've been saying how strong the car has been. We've talked about how one or two of the cars have had a lot of work to do from lowly grid position. Bear in mind, this started 26th, and I think I'm right in saying that it would be only the second time in the GT era that a car from outside the top 20 has won the race, if it stays on top for another hour and 48 minutes. Over the brow, up Radion goes Philipp Eng. Race leader, you're riding with the leading BMW. You're on lap 492 of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and this is the view from the leading car.
And he's got a moderately comfortable 15-second lead over the second place 88 Mercedes. Jules Gounon behind the wheel, who has also managed to build a breathable space to Nicky Team in third place in the lead Audi. Kevin Estra's pushing like mad in fourth place, just 1.3 seconds behind Nicky Team.
Down through Bruxelles and then into the so-called speaker's corner goes Philipp Eng. So the BMW up through the gears, speed building. If you look left, you can just see the speed rising. Just peer through that netting that surrounds the driver. Goes into the first part of the double gauche, the double left. As into the pit lane now comes number 56, Porsche. Again, that's had a tough old race, but it's still going. Yot Roponge, Adrian Delina, Tanat Satrin Tiracool and Daniele Diamato. And off the road there, the Mercedes of Alex Peroni. That's the Get Speed car that he shares with Patrick Assenheimer, Kenneth Heyer and Florian Scholzer. Alex Peroni, you might remember years ago for his spectacular Monza accident in FIA Formula 3 when the car launched, but this is rather less dramatic. Spectacular, but less dramatic than that.
Just looks to me to be totally self-induced. Oh, and a difficult part of it, just sitting sideways onto traffic coming towards you, having to take avoiding action. No real damage, maybe a couple of flat spots at worst on his Pirelli tyres. Will have a steering shake or have a very vibrating car, so continues on.
It's got it going again. You can see all the cars pretty much now showing the signs of battle, whether it's bodywork damage, whether it's sticky tape, whether it's hundreds of dead insects all splattered across the bodywork and the windscreen. And back up and running then is Alex Peroni, relative newcomer to GT racing, having started off in single-seaters, but switching to sports cars LMP2 last year and now to GT3 machinery. 85 here is leading the Silver Cup. Glenn Van Berlo is at the wheel of it. The Grasser Racing Team car. Now, for silver, Lucas Legere is on the same lap, 28 seconds back, but I think this car, having just made a pit stop, is therefore with a reduced margin.
Yeah, and then the Battle of Silver has been a tough battle all the way through. The number 12 Audi was very much to the fore in the early phase of the race. Then for some, I couldn't understand, suddenly I'd gone for a meal break and came back and had fallen off the cliff.
Yeah.
And now it's driven itself back up to 21st position overall and just one position behind the Silver Cup class leader.
We started with 70. We have 44 still in the race, in quotes, although 2 of those are in the pit lane. So realistically, looking at 42 still able to salvage a result in this race across the classes. There will, of course, at the end be the podiums for overall for the class leaders. And here you're looking at Nick Katzberg hustling on to lead Pro-Am for Kenny Habul's Sun Energy One racing team. But there's also an IGTC podium. And the 24 Hours of Spa, just getting to the end of a 24-hour race, an achievement in itself. And coming through Blanchimont is the Mercedes out of Blanchimont down towards the chicane with Nico Menzel chasing. Actually, the lead gap here, only 9.7 seconds in Pro-Am, so this could be going down to the wire as well.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Revan Kevin at his best, up the inside.
Oof.
Oh, dear me. And now, who was in that car? Didn't quite get the number. Will that be... That is a non-pro car that Kevin had contact with.
Yes, that was Dylan Pereira in number 66. That's a bronze car. Dylan Pereira, last year's Porsche Super Cup champion.
Will that be a penalty? Because clearly there was contact, and we know the rules. if a pro car gets involved in a contact with a non-pro car, normally there'll be a penalty. So I'll be wait and see whether the stewards can give us a decision on that, whether it was a racing incident and no action taken, or is it going to be a penalty for the 92?
Hard to judge, isn't it? Because it didn't really hamper the Audi as such. It came out slightly further ahead, but having been forced off the road, we'll see what happens. We'll keep you posted. So Philippe Eng leading 15 seconds up on Jules Gounon. Last time BMW quicker than Mercedes. This is the BMW's race to lose now. It's been metronomic. It has a comfortable advantage and turns up into the Lecombe sequence for the 494th time. Now, where's the next battle going to come from? Gounon second is only 2.6 seconds ahead of Niki Thiem, who is lapping quicker. So second, I think, is the one to look for next, because the Audi charging on and has slightly better pace than that Mercedes ahead.
It does, but again, we've been watching through this race's entirety that sometimes a car that's got more inherent pace on its own gets caught behind a car that's fractionally slower. That extra pace isn't sufficient to be able to enable the overtake to happen, other than by taking a big risk. So Niki Thiem clearly are capable of making overtakes by magic, but whether that magic is big enough to do anything with second place Mercedes Jules Gounon, you know, we've got an hour and 42 minutes. This race is going to get down. You know, this is going to get. We're going to see real racing from these top 6 cars to the checkered flag.
Big dive up the inside there. Number 17 Audi in third place. Niki Thiem, he has got to be remorseless during the traffic here, because he's got to catch that Mercedes that's got stuck. Jules Gounon has got 1, 2, 3 back markers to clear, and the Audi is bearing down on him.
Absolutely, and Niki Thiem knows precisely he cannot allow himself to lose contact with the back of the 88 Mercedes. So now that's a big problem for Jules Gounon. And Thiem, has he gotten through? Yes, he has. So Thiem made it through. He made it through going into Campus Corner. It was a bit of a high-risk move, but he had judged it. Look, coming up as the Mercedes just about, well, that's again the drone view of the outside looking down on Blanchimont.
So over the timing line, the next queue of cars all pause. Philippe Eng still leading 16 seconds ahead of Gounon. Gounon now 2 seconds ahead of Thiem. So Philippe Eng in the leading BMW, building that gap over in second spot. Jules Gounon, and then Niki Thiem in the Audi in third place, benefiting from the traffic, catching up to the back of the Mercedes. You can see the cars here from the drone heading through a rouge up the hill. The other side, Jules Gounon is in that battle pack, trying to work his way past the slower cars. He's here a bit stuck, as you can see, behind the Audi, but he's being caught by the charging Niki Thiem. So the Audi in third place, benefiting because of the traffic, but equally he's then got to clear them as well.
Yeah, but what he doesn't want is this Audi to pull out and get alongside. So suddenly he's got 2 Audis to find a way around. Well, the Audi to the left stayed to the left. So, but for Jules Gounon, it is not theirs. There we go, Niki Thiem, but he's got the same issues to deal with, and it's Audi on Audi this time, not Mercedes on Audi.
Down towards Bruxelles, they turn then. So Niki Thiem into the right-hander. Again, where does he clear the traffic? As soon as he can is the answer, because he does not want to give away a tenth of a second to that Mercedes up the road. They accelerate now then, down towards Pouhon. The Modena Motorsports Porsche keeps to its line. Niki Thiem dive bombs on the inside, goes through, takes that tighter line and steers through the corner, edging closer to second place Mercedes.
What Niki Thiem did, I do it sometimes myself in traffic when I want to make progress, but he pulled out immediately on the exit of Speaker's Corner and put his Audi right into the mirror of the Porsche. And the intent was clear: I'm going to pass you if I have to go round you, over you, or whatever of you. And that's, I mean, that's a kind of sort of secret little message that can be transmitted between drivers at different points and different constrictions.
So here he goes again, more back markers to clear. So Niki Thiem pulls to the inside. He should be easily able to get past the Audi there, and he does indeed. So through he goes. Now where is Gounon? He is still stuck. Ooh. He's got another car to catch and to get past. Thiem is almost with him.
Yeah, but I thought the Mercedes on the exit of Blanchimont looked like it was getting a little bit on the loose side. Maybe he had to adjust his line to ensure, but there, Niki Thiem, now one car between the target he has, the 88 Mercedes, and that would be second place. So team has done actually a good job in getting through this traffic. Arguably, he's done a better job than Gunnar has done, but then Audi upon Audi is maybe a more powerful weapon than Mercedes and Audi so far in this race.
He's taken a second out of him on that lap, hasn't he, Nicky Team? So he's almost with Gunnar, 11 tenths back. But when Jules Gunnar finally clears all the traffic, we'll see whether he can sprint away once more. Heading up now through Radion. He has got himself to the head of that queue, and we'll see what Nicky Team can do in terms of getting himself up and past the slower cars. Slower being a relative term, of course. And here he goes. Breeze is on by up the inside into Licon, but he'll get the job done.
Yeah, again, he's using that sort of get your car out into the mirrors of the car that you're trying to overtake. Basically bully him to give you the ground. I mean, different classes, so they're not actually in the same race. But Nicky Team, he understands how he wants to execute these overtakes, and he's done it successfully. He's made 3 passes using that same principle. Get out, bully the car ahead of you, and make him, force him to concede. I love it. I love it.
I was going to say, you might remember we had a great battle last year, around about this time, between Jules Gunnar and Nicky Team. Are we going to get a repeat of it? Yes, thinks Nicky Team. He's edging ever closer as the cars now come down through Pouan then. So for second, for third, all of which, of course, is helping Philippe Eng. He's lapping quicker anyway, and there's a battle brewing that will delay the 2 drivers involved in it. So the strength of that BMW is just getting stronger and stronger. It's growing all the time.
Yeah, the gap's now up to 8.5 seconds.
Yeah.
And Gunnar's focus is going to be now in his mirrors looking at the back. Nicky Team will use the same policy that he's successfully managed to overtake cars with as we go back further down the field. Lucas Stolz's car.
Now, he's got Laurin Heinrich behind him, but Heinrich should be in on this lap because he's about to run out of stint time. He can't do another lap. So the overall battle for 5th place is going to be interrupted in a moment because the Porsche is going to be coming in this time into the Cours Paul Frère. So Lucas Stolz running 5th, Heinrich 6th, but the battle's going to be interrupted, as I say, at the end of this lap when this car comes into the pit lane. So Mercedes versus Porsche, but Heinrich now has done 63 minutes of a stint. He does not have time for, sorry, not Heinrich, Lucas Stolz I'm looking at, should be in this time. So the Mercedes should be in, having been out of sequence. So to the pit lane he comes, 777 Lucas Stolz comes in, and that is just in the nick of time because he couldn't have done another lap within the 65-minute regulation. So Heinrich, apologies, he does get another lap and therefore gains the place as Lucas Stolz, I suspect, will stay behind the wheel and go to the end now.
Yes, that would be, I would imagine, the most likely outcome. We've got an hour and a half, or just over an hour and a half, or we complete 24 hours once again. And there is Lucas Stolz getting out of the car, assisting whichever of his co-drivers will be taking over. And I wonder, will it be Lucas Auer or Fabian Schiller? Probably, well, I don't know. I'm only guessing. I didn't get to see the driver's helmet that was being currently strapped in there. We can see the rear tires being put in place now. The refueler waits until the last vestiges of fuel get into the fuel tank, and only when that fuel connector has been broken from the dry brake seal there. So workers, something's oil going into the car as well. There's something that's put in. Look, the mechanic on the right is holding something, a red can of sorts. There it is. I think that was oil going in.
Interesting. So work done at the front, sticky tape as well to hold bodywork in place. Make sure it's stuck down. Car controller lets it go. And 777 then. Interesting that Lucas Stolz didn't stay in, so maybe he's now run out of drive time. That car down the pit road ready to rejoin the fray. So Laurin Heinrich then has taken up 5th place. Ricardo Feller 6th. Now, 22 hours or so ago, you predicted Audi number 40 as a race-winning car, and it's teased us a bit because it has been very good. It led at the 12-hour mark, for example.
Absolutely. I mean, the 40 at a variety of periods looked as if that could be a car that would be a podium car. I said it might be the winning car, but now it's fallen back into 6th place, and it's 2.2 seconds behind the 96 Porsche, but a solo academic, really. It ain't going to get on the podium unless something totally unforeseen should occur in the remaining hour and 34 minutes.
Now, Fabian Schiller in 777 going down the pit lane, but he's just dropped off the lead lap as you were looking because the BMW there has gone through. So Philippe Eng now gives us effectively 6 cars on the lead lap. that treble 7 Mercedes will gain and lose that lap back again as others pit, mainly this car pits. But for the moment, it drops off the lead lap. And Philip Eng leading by 18 seconds here. We're on that 4:98 now with just over an hour and a half to go as the car comes out of Les Combes and down to Bruxelles once more. Battle on second and third here at Spa. Jules Gounon and Nicky Thiem are together pretty much. The margin as they crossed the line was a second, but it's been coming down and down and down in the sectors. And so here, Gounon feeling the pressure of the Audi. This is going to be quite a fight.
It'll be interesting because two totally different characters, personalities going at it. And Nicky Thiem is the one that's been making the progress. He's the one that's had to do the chasing. Jules Gounon, as Raffaele Marcello and Timo Boguslawski have had a car that has not had the level of performance we certainly would have anticipated prior to the start of this weekend, but they've done an excellent job consolidating what they've got, and they've now got a charging Nicky Thiem on just a second or so in the mirrors. Now, all those little tricks that Nicky Thiem used to find his way around other Audis and maybe some of the slower cars, Jules Gounon's just going to turn his mirrors down. You're not going to even bother looking until he sees the Audis fairly and squarely alongside him. As we look at Kevin Estre in fourth place, again, just bogged down in a four-car chain of cars.
Yeah, he now has that wave of traffic to cope with that we've seen Gounon and also Nicky Thiem trying to get through. Kevin Estre's battle for position is really with Laurin Heinrich, who's 14 seconds back, but he has got treble 7 of Fabian Schiller looking to try to move back up through the pack if he can. So the race leader is still Philip Eng, but the battle for second spot now between Gounon and Thiem is another fierce fight as we start to think about podium positions, even if the race leader is looking pretty much impregnable. Down now towards the chicane. Look back to see who's coming out of Blanchimont. Well, yeah, they've got the Sky Tempest and McLaren. There's Heinrich, so he's chasing the Grello Porsche of Kevin Estre, don't forget, but Laurin Heinrich seemingly is not making inroads.
No, and he will have to deal with the same traffic that Kevin Estre's embroiled with. So has Estre managed to clear anybody coming into the chicane? We cut back to see who is coming up through the field. There is the fifth place Porsche. So he's going to have to, again, do the hard yards and find a part of the racetrack where he can place the Porsche ahead of the McLaren, which is directly ahead of him, and hopefully make, without any delay in his progress.
Brave stuff, this from Heinrich.
Flat as a kipper, isn't it?
Absolutely. Now there, Ricardo Feller is behind that Porsche, and he is 3.9 seconds back. Now, Ricardo Feller's last lap was a 2:21. No, not quite as quick as the Porsche, but again, traffic might just tip the balance in his favour until he has to get through the traffic. So it's going to be a bit elasticated, this.
Very much so, and it's just a case of where you find the traffic as much as being in traffic itself. There's parts of the track. Oh, look at that. I like that Feller, the way he just almost bump steered the Audi through the exit of Les Combes. He's not afraid, because the Audi is a car that by its nature tends to be a little bit more what I would describe as a front-end car, and so a lot of drivers like that characteristic. Other drivers less comfortable with it, but Ricardo Feller has no fear whatsoever.
Good little fight going on here, because this is for second place. This is Gounon, this is Thiem, this is nose to tail, this is for second position. Look back for the Mercedes. Yet again, there's traffic for Jules Gounon to negotiate. Even though we started with 70 and we've got 42 still in the race, there still seems to be traffic everywhere.
Yeah, but Gounon, where is he going to find a way? Don't think about going around the outside. It's not going to be possible. Nicky Thiem sitting there waiting, watching. He's getting the aero draft from not one car but two cars. So Gounon goes one way, Thiem goes the other way, and who's going to come out on top? Well, it looks like it will be Gounon, and actually Nicky Thiem has been compromised, because he chose to go on the left side, and then the Porsche came across, and that forced him to lift off. Now the Porsche is looking a bit agitated, and maybe he wants to get ahead of Nicky Thiem, which is, well, why would you bother?
Well, Klaus Bachler leading his class in the Porsche, 14th overall. Bronze leader, 14th, which is some going. Gounon versus Thiem then, down from La Source, speed building. Gounon, for the moment at least, has a modest gap, about half a second.
We've got three Porsche in the top four places in that bronze. Pretty good. I mean, they're not going to win the race outright, but they're going to get something out of it. And of course, a lot of these bronze cars are fundamentally the customer cars with pro drivers behind the wheel.
Yeah, we've had some great racing in bronze, great racing in all the classes. The leading gold, still 10th overall, Tom Gamble. In the McLaren, leading silver, Glenn Van Berlo's Lamborghini 20th. Leading Pro-Am, Nick Katzberg. In the Sun Energy Mercedes, running in 24th place overall. Right, Gounon, clear road ahead of him for the moment at any rate, but Nicky Team good on the brakes. The Audi catching back up. The former Aston Martin factory driver chipping away in the Audi to get back onto terms with the Mercedes. These cars will have one more pit stop still to do. Down through Pouhon then, into that long left. Mercedes, Audi, and fourth is Kevin Estre, just at the top of the shot. You saw him there in that green and yellow Porsche. Now Nicky Team hustles onto the pith path here. Number 17 Audi with a last lap of a 2:22.5 was quicker than Gounon, and the lead, the advantage that Gounon had was half a second.
Momentarily, both drivers have got clear air, and that's what Nicky Team in particular is looking for, because now he's only got one car ahead of him that he's got to focus upon, and that is the second place Mercedes. So the gap has marginally extended just simply because of the ebb and flow of getting through traffic. And this is the run uphill, looking back from the Mercedes at the Team, and he runs just on the edge of track limits, but that's acceptable. But under braking, you get this again seesaw as the Audi closes up to the back of the Mercedes, but now the Mercedes will be on the gas earlier and he'll get he'll claw back. But overall, net, looks to me like Nicky Team actually shut down that gap. It was just over a second. It comes across the line, it's now just over half a second. So somehow looked like a lot of it came under braking, in fact, from the day.
Yeah. 500 laps have now been completed in this race, and Philip Eng still leads the way. He is another 28 minutes or so off a pit stop. These cars are about 26 minutes off a pit stop.
And to put those 500 laps into context, that's about 3,500 kilometres.
Right,
approximately. Yes. 7 kilometres with a few little meters involved, but that's 3,500 kilometres. It's not a bad effort, you know, with an hour and 26 minutes to go.
Team looks to the inside of Gounon. It's looking as though he is going to get through. It is when, not if, now for second spot. There's only so much that Jules Gounon can do to repel the challenge, and these cars came in on the same lap, so they're going to pit on the same lap.
So it'll end up ultimately being maybe a battle in the pit lane as much as a battle on the racetrack. So Nicky Team just, again, I know his instinct is to want to attack all the time, attack. But you've got a different competitor in Jules Gounon, who hasn't won a significant number of 24-hour races by being a dummy, that is for sure.
That's absolutely right. So battle on, Gounon versus Team, GT champions and one-make sports car stars both. On lap 501, Jules Gounon second, Nicky Team third. Mercedes versus Audi. Both of those cars have had pretty much trouble-free races. You can see they aren't sporting sticky tape. They've not got dents and problems all over the cars. They've kept out of trouble. They've just not been quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, both cars are pretty clean, but the ultimate pace clearly has not matched that of race-leading BMW, which has now got a 21-second advantage over the second place Mercedes and the Audi in third place.
Now there, the Gold Cup leading McLaren, Tom Gamble at the wheel of it. Dean McDonald has had a great stint in that car, and he's with Gemma Scott.
Dean, it's been a long 24 hours. We've got an hour and a half left to go, just over an hour left to go. You guys have done an incredible job after the difficulties you've had.
Yeah, I think after hour 3, we weren't looking too good, you know, down in about 40th position, but, you know, it's been a mega race since then. We've had a good comeback, so the team's done amazing. All teammates have been perfect, so we just need to finish it off, but this is the longest hour and a half of my life so far.
Yeah, you said to me earlier this has been the worst part, waiting to get in for that last stint.
It is, it's horrible. Honestly, I just don't want to do it, if I'm honest. But yeah, I can't wait for that trigger spark.
Yeah, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you then.
Thank you.
There, again, into its garage, Philip Ellis's Winward Racing Mercedes. That car's been in the barriers, it's been in all sorts of strife over the course of the race, and I'm afraid to say that it doesn't look as though it's necessarily going to get to the end. It's 10 laps down.
know, when a car is pushed back into the garage, you know there's going to be something more than just a wheel change and a reloading of the fuel tank. So whatever it may be, stick it back in the garage and let the entirety of your operation delve into it, bonnet up under the car, looking at suspension, bodywork. Every part of the car will have to be examined to find out what the reasons are.
Well, we heard from Dean McDonald a moment ago. You've just seen that McLaren leading the Gold Cup. This is the car that's second, the BMW of Jean-Baptiste Simonard. He shares it with Nicholas Cruton and Callum Williams. Now, that's actually a pretty decent result, because bearing in mind that in free practice at the start of the weekend, Nicholas Cruton went off on his first lap, damaged the car. They didn't take part in that session at all. They've had, if you like, a relative lack of track time against the others, but they've been on the back foot, and here they are looking for second in class.
Good effort. I've just got behind a glimpse of Matteo Caroli in the number 20 Porsche there. You see it, lights flashing, that car running in 16th place, and its nearest competitor is Eddie Teever Jr., just 7.2 seconds behind. So no wonder Caroli's on the old headlights trying to find a way through past the Audi.
And this is for position overall as well.
Yeah.
Maxime Soulet in the Audi, former Bentley factory driver, versus Matteo Cairoli in the Porsche. So on the one hand, we're talking about class battles. There is, of course, the overall situation. Again, just to remind you, this car, Nick Katzberg at the wheel of Kenny Hubbell's new Mercedes, leads the Pro-Am class by 11 seconds, and it's a tense 11 seconds this, because Nico Menzel is in number 24. He is very quick, so also is Alex Fontana. If they've got another stint they can give to Fontana, then that's going to make that absolutely down to the wire, I would have thought, because there's a real commitment in the Porsche that's chasing the Mercedes to get there before the checkered flag.
And both these cars are lapping 2 minutes 20 seconds, which is not a million seconds away from the pace that we're seeing from the front-running cars. I mean, the last lap of the front-running BMW was at 2:20. Same for the Mercedes, same for the Audi. The Porsche was a little slower, but that car, Nicky Katzberg, is running at race-winning pace.
Doing a really good job. Out then of the Piff-Paff. Bearing in mind, this is the replacement car. Had to start from the pit lane, and it's been quite a trip to Belgium and now to Liège, which is where he's watching from his hospital bed for Kenny Hubbell. It's been an expensive one, but if this car comes home as a class winner, it'll have been worth it. Nico Menzel on this lap was fractionally quicker in the first sector, fractionally slower in the second. There is not much to choose between them. Philippe Eng, we understand, is going to be the driver of the car to the checkered flag. Makes sense, so he will stay in on the final pit stop, which is about 20 minutes away.
And the circuit now really being blessed with sunshine, and it looks like it's going to be a lovely conclusion to a 24-hour race that started off in very dark, damp, slippery conditions, and what a perfect end to our 24 hours of Spa.
So there is number 24. That's the Nico Menzel driven Porsche turning its way, as you see, out of La Source. This car again in the Pro-Am category. Nico Menzel, class winner at the Nürburgring 24 hours. His father, Christian Menzel, very, very good Porsche racer. Nico Menzel this year to be found in the German GT Championship. Third currently in Pro-Am is the 888 Audi of Irving Creed. So, class battles still to be resolved, and up front, Philippe Eng leading by 20 seconds. Every time we look, that gap has grown even more.
And I think grown is the expression that's coming out of the Kodas ASP team. So they've got nothing to challenge BMW with. Focus is on defense, half a second or 0.8 of a second. It ebbs and flows with Audi in third. Yeah, no, it's been, we've seen BMW win like this on previous occasions. And while maybe on paper they weren't the favourite team to win, but that's the Parker Porsche going well and truly off the racetrack once again, coming through Blanchimont. So but they've just done the best job of anybody.
Here's the car that's third in Pro-Am, Irving Creed at the wheel of 888. This was a car that we saw with a puncture a few hours ago, but again, you put that behind you, you press on, and the CSA racing car, driven by former Ligier European Series and ELMS, WEC Sports Prototype racer Owen Creed turns now out of La Source. The Porsche that is running behind is not fighting for position. That's on a different lap and in a different class anyway. We talked about class battler leading bronze from Matteo Cairoli, third in bronze, Eddie Cheever in the Sky Tempesta McLaren, which has had a decent run, keeping out of trouble, of course. A little bit of bodywork damage, but other than that, seems to have gone very strongly indeed. We are an hour and 20 minutes, just under, away from the end of the race. As you see, 62 there, Kian Jewis, Carrera Cup GB champion in the Team Parker Racing Porsche. And that car is 34th overall. It's another of those in the Bronze Cup as it works lap 495.
Well, I think back just to the moment when we saw Derek Pearce have that monster spin coming out of Blanchimont. And you know, one of those spins that could have been a real disaster. But Derek Pearce managed to get the car pointing in the correct direction. Look at the... up. Is it?
The damage on the front of 911 is looking a bit worse now.
Well, it is. I mean, there's body panels look like they're held there with bubblegum and string.
Yeah.
You can see that panel that actually allows air to flow through the radiator and then exit over the top of the bodywork. So Ade dives down the inside and the pass is made cleanly.
Now we're talking about the damage to number 911. Let's try and work out how it got there, because Amanda Busick has found Joel Stern, one of the other drivers, to explain.
The Porsche you're looking at right now had the best average qualifying on Thursday night here at the 24 Hours of Spa weekend, and it was a full effort by this team. And Joel, you're going to take on the task of closing out these 24 hours after you take over for Klaus Bachler. How do you handle that pressure?
To be honest, I don't really know yet, because we have to see where our competitors are after the final pit stop. At the moment, everything is pretty close, and we have damage on the car, so our lap times are a bit slower than they from them. So it's obviously a difficult task, but yeah, we will see at the end.
What is the damage?
Some aero damage on the front, so we have quite a lot of understeer and high-speed corners, which is not really helping. And one.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So from third on the grid, the number 911 Porsche, the pole Porsche was the Matteo Cairoli car that's second in class and chasing. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily have thought of that as aero damage.
Oh yes, oh definitely. I mean, the whole key to the GT3 RS and the race version of it is it's an extreme aero package. So any one part that is damaged, then the knock-on effect goes through all the other little bits of the bodywork that vanes and turning vanes and whatever. So you're talking maybe half a second a lap, might not even be that, but the driver will feel it, because he'll suddenly realize when I turn the wheel, the car isn't responding. And what's the reason for that? Well, there's a little bit less aero on the front of the car than there was when this car entered the race.
The Porsche number 20 there, a bit of a throwback to days of yore when the 24 Hours of Spa was a touring car race, as it was for many, many decades. It was a regular feature to see the cars with their rear windscreens taped up to prevent the dazzle in the mirror. Well, these days, there isn't a rear window in the majority of cars. They have a camera, they have a screen inside to replace the mirror, but the Porsche does have a rear screen, and the number 20 Huber car with all of that sticky tape so that the glare doesn't come into the mirror and dazzle the driver.
Well, the power of the headlights in these cars is just unbelievable. I mean, the technology that's gone into improvement in headlight performance, these cars, when I've said it's like a laser beam being put onto the back of a car that it's following. It doesn't quite burn off the paint, but it's not far short of it.
So as the race-leading Philippe Eng BMW now is still ahead of Jules Gounon, because Jules in turn has managed to repel Nicky Thiem. There's still tenths of a second only between them, but the lead gap, 21 seconds. Actually, last time Jules was fractionally faster than Philippe Eng, but you get the feeling now that this car is in a rhythm. Philippe Eng has found a good pace, and he can just afford to tick off the laps.
Absolutely, and that's the key that this car has found, more or less from the moment this race got underway. It's called being metronomic. So just keep hitting your marks, just do everything, repeat, repeat, repeat. And that's what the entire team and the 98 BMW have done all day, all night, and into Sunday. the man that must be feeling the biggest sense of frustration has got to be Nicky Team, because clearly he is able to run quicker than the Mercedes he's following, but he's just not had the opportunity. No. You know, Jules Gounon hasn't won all those 24-hour races by stepping aside when a car that's behind him actually is quicker. He understands how you can control his pace at the same time as you're protecting your own.
So through the left of Blanchimont goes Jules Gounon in second, Nicky Team in third, and again there is a back marker up the road that they are going to have to factor in.
It's the number 12.
It is, isn't it?
Audi, yeah.
Lucas Legeret, second in silver. Mercedes up to an Audi, then Audi up to an Audi. I wonder which might be easier.
Well, it'll be interesting because it'll be a bit of a stretch, I think, for Jules Gounon to get through on out-and-out pace. What he's going to try and do is do what we've seen Nicky Team do, and that's use your headlights, put your car in the mirrors. Nicky Team got closer coming into the source than he's done for some time, and he's looking forward as well and thinking about the opportunity that might arise when we get up to the number 12 Audi. Will there be any kind of benefit to me when we do that?
Battle on for second place. They are no longer really in touch with the race leader unless the leader has a problem, and they can buy back some time. But now Nicky Team pulls out of the draft to have a look and try to unsettle Jules Gounon coming up towards Les Camps, to no avail though. So the BMW still leading the Mercedes, leading the Audi. It's Porsche 4th and 5th, and Audi 6th, BMW 7th, Audi 8th, Mercedes 9th, and McLaren in 10th place. What does Nicky Team do next then?
He's getting on his toes, that's what he's doing. He sees an opportunity, and he knows that the pace of the Mercedes is doubtful in out-and-out pace terms to find a way past Lucas Legeret. And you can see there's frustration setting in the Mercedes. The headlights are going all the time now to try and get some kind of cooperation. This is a battle for the 2 podium positions. Help, help, help.
But Legeret says, I'm driving my race, I'm going flat out because I want to win my class, I need to catch Glenn Van Berlo. So sort yourself out, Jules.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a hard... Oh, well, he's pulled over. He's pulled over and let both second and third place cars go by. Now, was that a message? Maybe it came from the pits? I mean, I can't imagine Legeret would have done that as a gesture of good faith. So maybe there's a message came from the pits, like, these 2 guys behind you are racing for the 2 final podium positions. Just let them go. Don't get involved.
That's the ultimately gentlemanly driving, if that's the case, because it wasn't just a pull over. He backed right out of it, didn't he, and slowed right down. Just answer me another quick question. What have I missed about number 6 Lamborghini? Because Marco Mappelli has just gained a place, but it's 29th place, and of course that car was on the fringes of the top dozen for the bulk of the race.
They had issues with the car, went into the garage,
right,
and they were talking about electronic, and alternator was the word that was mentioned. So that car lost a shed load of time, which was a great shame because that was a competitive car in the early phases of the race. And at one stage, the team felt that they were in with a shout. They were in the top 10, and they felt you never know what's going to happen. So they were up for it, but unfortunately, the electronic issue, they say alternator, whatever it was, which is those electronic parts are not necessarily Lamborghini parts, which I had to explain to Jake. So they're made by third-party manufacturers, but whatever the problem is, it's a part of the electronics of the car, and they had to bring the car in. And the way I was explaining, before we do any damage, I don't know what was meant by that comment, but that was why they brought it in.
Real shame. Lamborghini came with star drivers and big hopes, and it's not really delivered, sad to say. As Gounon and team have got closer again. Down they turn through the right at Bruxelles, and you can see the debris lying by the side of the road from earlier dramas, but Gounon still second. Out of Speaker's Corner, Jules Gounon is second, Nicky Team is third, 6/10 of a second, the margin between them. And then in 4th place, it is Kevin Estre then in number 92 Porsche. There's a report of some damage at the back of that car. The lap times are still good though, 2:20s. In fact, Estre quicker than these 2. How far back is he? The answer, 13 seconds.
13 seconds back for 3rd place, but more crucially, 35.5 seconds back from the race leader. And Henrik, I beg your pardon, who's running in 5th place, is only 8 seconds behind this car here, Kevin Estre behind the wheel.
So he's lost the diffuser, hasn't he? That's seemingly the problem. You can see the damage at the back, but Kevin Estre's car does not look like Porsche intended it.
No, and the loss of the rear diffuser will have an effect on the rear of the car, the handling. So without that benefit of the diffuser, the aerodynamic air flow, what he probably will have is a car that's got a lot more oversteer than it would have if the diffuser was in place and functioning correctly.
So up now through Blanchiment. Well, if it is handling in an evil way, a 220 last time illustrates how good Kevin Estre is.
Well, I mean, sometimes you lose aerodynamics and the car feels actually better to drive. It's just fun. I mean, I once had a race. Wow, Kevin, no wonder you lost the diffuser if you hop and skip over the curb like that. I lost the whole front splitter in a race car, and I prepared it to drive, and I had a great race, believe it or not. But technically, the car should have been slower.
Now let's have a look at the speed of the car as he comes down towards La Source. Into first gear, hard on the brakes, very, very slow hairpin that, back onto the power now. Now what would have ripped off the diffuser? Is it purely running over curb or an incident with a car?
I would imagine, just watching the way he hopped over the curb at the chicane, that eventually if you do it regularly enough, that might just be enough to dislodge it. It's doubtful another car would have hit the back of the Porsche and knocked the diffuser off. It would have done other damage, residual damage around the rear of the car. But, you know, I'm only second guessing. And that's my best shot of that one, David.
Go with it. Sounds all right to me.
You could get a good look at the back of the car and sort of laser in and see precisely the parts that are missing. And was there any damage to bodywork? There's no damage. It's the rear bodywork plus the diffuser that's gone. So that maybe was another car just under brakes, tagging the back of it.
But you can't replace that in time. There's no point trying to. He's got to live with that to the end.
Yeah, I mean, the diffuser, no. The bodywork, yes, you could. But the diffuser is a big carbon fiber bit of bodywork that probably goes all the way under the car and certainly might be beneath the engine. So that would be a take it into the pits and jack the car up. And you would only do it in extremis.
Yeah. So the battered Porsche, and it's the better placed of those Porsches in the top 5. Estre ahead of Heinrich comes then now out of the Piff Paff. See the college at the top of the shot on the drone. He goes right again, and then now through the Courbe Paul Frere, focus in on that green Porsche. Comes up past the karting circuit, which you can see in the infield section there. Very busy with corporate events, with public events, with international kart race meetings. This is Blanchiment, long left-hander. It's the second part of the corner. People have been running wide there, but Estre up the curb, and then you stand on the brakes coming down towards the chicane that's had many different iterations over the years. Now, it almost doubles back on itself, very tight, and it rises a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love the drone shot, but it emasculates the whole circuit. It makes it look easy. It makes it look, well, what's the challenge? Because what it does, it flattens out all the major challenges around the circuit.
This is La Source. It has another little elevation, and it's slightly banked as well, that corner. It dips away down to the apex of the corner, come out the other side, over that new patch of tarmac, and again, the green, or the Grello Porsche accelerates down now through Eau Rouge, again, which has had tweaks done to it over the years. It's still a real challenge for the drivers. Up the other side comes Estre, runs it wide over the curb, over that brow, up Radiant, still climbing, pops out behind the trees, still climbing. Speed building all the time. Next section of the circuit is Le Con. While you're watching this, let me tell you that Jules Gounon has pitted, and so Niki Team has gone up into second place.
So now that Team has been freed, his last lap was a 2:21.0. Will he be able to get the hammer down and let's say find half a second or more per lap? There's the Mercedes in the garage, and 1 hour, 4 minutes to go.
Last pit stop, therefore. Yeah. So Jules Gounon will rejoin and go to the end unless he's got a problem.
Yeah, if that isn't the last pit stop, then they do have a problem.
Absolutely right. So new boots, tank of fuel, send him out. Last year's winner looks as though second is going to be the answer this year.
Niki Team will get one more flying lap before then he himself will need to come in and make a pit stop. Philippe Eng, probably not a million miles away. He could probably come in. He might get 2 more laps, but more than likely it'll be 1 lap for the lead BMW.
So away goes Jules Gounon. That is Klaus Battler in 911, still leading bronze. comes out of the piff-paff, and here, drama, Laurin Heinrich and Klaus Bachler, and Bachler, bronze leader, has to go up the escape road. There just wasn't room for him, so slaloms his way back onto the circuit. That was a scare he could have done without.
Yeah, that was a bit of a Bachler-looking Porsche.
But also, this car now, Matteo Cairoli, has taken the lead in bronze. He was on the racetrack. The other Porsche was off the road, and so we now have a new bronze class leader. Matteo Cairoli jumps ahead of the aero-battered car of Klaus Bachler. Number 20 looks absolutely immaculate.
Absolutely, and that's the gain that Cairoli has got. As we look at the Audi, which is in second place.
Nicky Team staying out for another lap in 17. Audi uphill, so Nicky Team stays out. Kevin Estra's up into third place now. Laurin Heinrich is in the Porsche. Again, final stop. So Team trying to go as long as he can. Doesn't have to pit, but he will do at the end of this lap. So number 17 Audi trying to do something to jump ahead of the number 98 BMW.
Well, his last lap was 0.7 of a second quicker than the lead BMW, and that's the consequence of Nicky Team being freed up from the distractions of the Mercedes as the 96 Porsche into the garage for the final time. So 1 hour, 2.5 minutes remaining. So this will be the last pit stop for effectively the entire field, other than, again, something unpredictable, unforeseen.
Fuel in, and Philip Eng is looking at another 2 laps, I reckon, before he pits. Laurin Heinrich's car drops down and he blasts away down the pit lane in the sunshine. So we've got just over an hour of the race to go. Philip Eng ticking off the corners, ticking off the laps, but he has one more pit stop still to complete. Ricardo Feller is in from 5th place now for his final stop as well.
Yes, so the 40 Audi, which was one that was running at the front for a very long time. We don't know why that pace. It seemed when Dennis Marshall was when we came back from overnight, it seemed that car didn't have the pace, and people thought, oh, Dennis Marshall isn't as quick as his 2 co-drivers. But maybe actually what was setting in was a loss of pace from that number 40.
That car serving a 30-second time penalty for track limit offences that was issued only about 6 minutes ago. So that car having to serve the penalty, that's why they are awaiting action in the pits, if you like. They've got to do the penalty time, then the work can start. So that's going to hinder Ricardo Feller another half a minute for track limit offences. Get 6, and it's a 30-second time penalty. Your next 6 is a drive-through, and your next 6 is a stop-go of 30.
So fresh rubber on the Mercedes for Jules Gounod. Hopefully a relatively clear track on his opening lap, so he can capitalise on the extra grip. And there's a number of cars you can see coming down. There's the 75 Mercedes, and
that's Nicky Team in, isn't it? From 2nd place. So as predicted, Team in, and one more lap for Eng. So the 2nd place Audi down the pit road. Nicky Team, who has done, as expected, a great job in this car. There's nothing brewing in the system that he's got to worry about. He's had a warning flag for track limits, but there's no penalty, so the team straight away can go to work. Jules Gounod has made his last pit stop in Mercedes 88, and now the last pit stop for Audi number 17. You can see Nicky Team having a full tank of fuel and new tyres put onto the car as Gounod hammers up towards Blanchimont.
Yeah, and he needs to get clear of the traffic directly ahead. There's the 92 leaving the pit lane. Kevin Estra, we imagine, has stayed on board. So watch what Jules Gounod is going to be able to do. He will want to get past that car before he exits out of the chicane. Is he going to make it or not? It's going to be nip and tuck, and it's not. Ground has not been conceded, and that again, if you're a racing driver trying to get back on terms with the lead BMW, you'd be frustrated that Audi is now 17 is now ruling. Going to be close, David, because the Audi is coming down the other pit, and the Mercedes still behind that. I think it's a Porsche he's running behind.
You can see in the background as well the Kevin Estra Porsche, the team confirming there was contact with another car that did for the diffuser.
Yeah, that's
right, there goes the Audi, accelerates away.
But there we are, there's the Mercedes.
Yeah, so this is for 2nd place. The Audi is ahead, but it's not yet up to speed. It will come out of the pit lane. now, and it's going to lose the position. Gounon goes back ahead then. The Mercedes clears the Audi once more.
And also the Audi loses out to the Porsche as it exits from the pit lane, so that's even further frustration. There is our race leader in for the final time. Wow, what a conclusion we're going to watch for this final hour.
So it's still going to be that great battle for second place, but Nicky Team has to clear the traffic now. Fuel goes in, Eng stays in. New tyres will be on the car. You can hear the air guns in the background rattling away. Only 2 mechanics to do the tyre changes. The rip-off windscreen comes, like a tear-off visor, but the whole windscreen, so it's going to be totally clear to give Philip Eng the best hour of the race, in the sense, full tank of fuel, stick of tyres, totally good visibility now with a clean windscreen. Once the fuel is done, after 43 seconds of the hose being connected as a minimum, then that will be released, the car will drop down, and away goes number 98 BMW, looking almost as good as it did when it rolled out of the truck.
And you know, the only other thing that's as good as a brand new set of tyres is a lovely clear windscreen. Now if anybody wears spectacles, you know, they get grubby and messy.
Yeah.
You get your spectacle cleaner out and you give it a good old, and all of a sudden you can see everything. Well, that's what it feels like when you're in a racing car. You get that tear off has been pulled away, pristine. You can see everything. It's wonderful.
Well, as this car heads down the pit lane, 88, which effectively is in second position, is out on track, but it is going to be still advantage to the BMW, because towards the chicane is coming the Mercedes. So as the BMW rumbles down the pit lane, ready to rejoin with 57 minutes of the race to go. There, coming through the chicane, the other side of the pits, if you like, is Jules Gounon. The gap will come down, but the Rover Racing team knows that it has done it. They've kept the car in the lead.
The guys in the garage, the guys who've been on the pits doing the servicing, their job is effectively finished for the afternoon, and they're just giving each other high fives and whatever. And when they know they've done a great job, they've serviced this car, and there's been a flawless pit lane performance as much as there's been a flawless on-track performance.
So then, it's the BMW of Philip Eng that leads this CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It says 3 on the Lumirank display because there are a couple of cars ahead that have got a pit stop owed to them. In real terms, though, this is the leading car, and the lead has yawed over the course of the race, depending on who pits when. But now, all the leading contenders have made their final pit stop, and so, unless Jules Gounon can do anything heroic to bring down the gap to this car, and I doubt it because it's a big, big gap. It's a BMW hour here, 56 minutes to the checkered flag, and a Philip Eng masterclass is on the cards.
Well, it's their race to lose. That's a cruel thing to say, but that's the situation. So they've done everything absolutely beautifully all the way through, and it would be a very cruel fate if something was to unforeseen affect what is looking like a wonderful BMW Rover Racing success.
So towards Blanchimont comes the BMW on track. 46, Maxime Martin is ahead, but he's got another pit stop to serve. So the WRT BMW, the best of Vincent Voss's cars, will be heading for the pit lane of this Rover Racing entry. From Hans-Peter Naundorf's team comes now into the chicane, and 55 minutes will be on the clock when it breaks the timing beam. What a performance from Philip Eng, Marco Wittmann and Nick Yellerly. The leading car, 1 more lap completed. So that now puts the car onto lap 514, and Philip Eng chasing Fred Vervisch and Maxime Martin, who will have about 10 minutes maximum before they need to pit. Therefore, in real second is Gounon, and real third is Nicky Team. Well, they were together for the last hour. They're together again, 0.8 of a second. Nicky Team has cleared that back marker, but he's hugely frustrated that he didn't get out ahead of the Mercedes.
I mean, I feel sorry for both of them, because Jules Gounon has got his mirrors full of Nicky Team, which is never going to be a comfortable experience. Nicky Team is looking at the rear of the Mercedes for another hour, and I mean, he's done all that he can do, every trick in the book that he knows, and it's still, he's not been able to find a way around the 88.
No, you're right. So for another 54 minutes, they come up to Les Cons. Still classes. Gold, Tom Gamble's McLaren leads. In bronze, Matteo Cairoli's Porsche leads. In silver, Glenn Van Berlo's Lamborghini leads. In Pro-Am, Nick Katzberg's Mercedes leads. So as the clock ticks on down, how is Nick Yellerly feeling about all of this? It is their race to lose. Nick can offer a thought or two on this to Gemma Scott.
Nick, we're taking years off you at the moment. You said you had this last weekend in Watkins Glen and now again. How are you going to get through this next hour?
Lots of pacing around and wearing out my shoes, I guess. Yeah, we had a similar situation in the lead. And it can be, yeah, either very good or very bad. So, yeah, everyone's done a fantastic job. We had a fair few spanners thrown in the works and managed to keep coming back. Obviously, we're now in the position that we want to be, but yeah, there's still almost a whole Grand Prix left in terms of time, so lots can still happen. Philip's in the car for the end, and obviously he's the man to finish the job, having won here twice before.
How's Philip feeling?
Yeah, I'm sure pretty tired, but yeah, he was in good spirits beforehand. He knows what to do, like I say, having won it before, so I have all trust that he'll do everything he can.
Hopefully see you soon. Thanks, Nick.
Well, Nick Yellerly has won the Nürburgring 24 hours, won that back in 2020. He's a China GT champion. Started off in single-seaters, where he didn't really shine in the same way that he has in a GT car. Watching Philip Eng bring that car to the end. The bronze leader is in the pits, as you see, Matteo Cairoli, who is going to stay behind the wheel of the car. New tyres, tank of fuel, full service, ready to go to the end.
Yeah, the car looking almost as immaculate as it was when it took the start of the race just under 24 hours ago.
So the bronze leading Porsche still running in 13th place, but he'll lose a spot or two on the pit stop. Will gain some back as other people serve their final pit stops as well. The pit stop almost then at an end for that car. Weary pit crews here at Spa, finishing their work, they hope, as they cycle the cars through the last pit stop. The next time they want to see the car is at the end of the race, when they can celebrate. They don't want it back in the pit lane again.
Well, they'd love to go to Parc Fermé for a little while, and then they get it back, and then the real hard work starts here at Spa. I mean, everything up to now has been a walk in the park. They've got to clear out of these pits paddocks by tomorrow morning.
It's true, because the circus moves on, and for the teams in the Sprint Cup, 2 weeks' time, they'll be racing in Italy. In bronze, second then is number 911, but that's going to jump into the lead of the class now with the number 20 Porsche, or potentially jump into the lead of the class. Let's see, with the Cairoli car having pitted. No, stays ahead. So there in the background is Joel Sturm. So having been up the escape road and losing the lead, he still hasn't been able to jump ahead of the Matteo Cairoli car. So Joel Sturm is second. Eddie Cheever's McLaren is third. And actually, Joel Sturm here not being helped by 3 slower cars ahead of him.
No, and I mean, that's again, what can you do? All you can do is put your car in the mirror, but it's about straight line performance largely here. Of course, the aero in the front of this 911 Porsche has been affected, which will frustrate. There is the car that is the leader. Yes, it is Matteo Cairoli, and you can see clearly he's got, what, 10-ish seconds, because the second place car is the 4th in line as they come into Pujol. The third is coming through. It is.
Yeah.
Sky Tempesta.
Still with the flapping bodywork at the back that's been there for 6 hours at least.
You can almost imagine, is that a design feature of the car, especially for right-hand corner racetracks? You never know. Maybe McLaren have got a concept that they haven't told us about.
Well, like the good old Mercedes air brakes coming off the back of the car.
Right, we're back now, David, back to the good old days. We're talking about the air brake.
This is on board with Eddie Cheever, accelerating with the hot mark screen through Paul Frere. Now sets the car up, flicks right. Up the curb, 4th gear. Sky Tempesta probably wishing they'd been to McLaren sooner, because the results have come for this car that never came when they ran the Mercedes.
I mean, I still don't understand to this day how you can take what is arguably the best all-round GT3 car and not get success out of it. And they went to a variety of different operations to try and secure a better driver package, whichever, and but they've seemingly just dialed into the McLaren in a manner which is now breeding success.
Eddie Cheever, eyes forward, comes over the line.
See when he brakes, how much his body's shifted in the seat. That was it.
Is he heading down towards Eau Rouge now, isn't it?
There we go, left, and then hold on, Eddie, up over the top, and there we go, over Radion.
Beautifully done.
And then you can sort of slump back into your seat. So
hand
next
out of the window.
Oh yeah.
Getting some air.
Yeah, put his hand out just to cool his hand down. That's unusual. I've not seen many racing drivers do that. Watch when he puts the brakes on. Again, you can still see the body shift. Maybe his seat belts could be a little bit tighter. In fact, during a stint, seat belts can slightly slacken, but also in a long race, you might lose some body, not mass per se, but body fluid, which is in effect a form of mass. So you might have to keep pinching down on the lap straps to make sure you're not being thrown around the cockpit.
The hand out of the window, what's that all about? Purely
that I think just cooling down his hand. I mean, maybe his glove was a little bit, with the sweat getting a little bit too slippery. That's all I can imagine. It's not something you'd see normally in a GT car, unless there's some babe on the straight he's waving at. You never know in motor racing.
Thank you for raising the tone. There is Maxime Martin, still in the lead, but due in this time. So you can see the damage on the front left corner of that car, and the Valentino Rossi faithful will cheer it home, but it's going to pit this time. It's a notional race leader. Maxime Martin. Let's find out whether he will stay to the end or whether they let Valentino Rossi bring it to the checkered flag.
Well, I mean, certainly it would be a crowd favourite if they did that, but on the other hand, Maxime Martin is a major crowd favourite here in Belgium. So you might say WRT sport for choice.
Down through the gears. Through the chicane. The Fanatec steering wheel, which is interchangeable, isn't it, on the BMW M4? You can use it in the car, you can use it in a sim rig, same steering wheel.
Magic, absolutely magic.
So that's another way that esports and the real world merge.
Amalgamating. Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have known that, other than sort of the. It's actually just to think. I wonder who manufactures the wheel. Is it manufactured by Fanatec, or
I think so.
Is it made by a third-party company for both BMW and Fanatec?
I thought it was Fanatec itself, but I'll be happily proved wrong on this as the BMW comes out of the chicane into the pit lane. So Maxime Martin is in this time, and that's the end of the stint. We'll see whether he stays in the car. BMW number 46 led on the track, last pit stop coming, and Maxime Martin is down the pit lane here at Spa.
Fred Vervies should be following him in because he's up to an hour and 3 minutes in his stint, and that will then see the order, the correct race order, resume. As Jules Gounod now 20 seconds behind Philippe Eng, and Nicky Thiem still within half a second of the second place Mercedes.
And there's the answer. Maxime Martin will stay behind the wheel. So the Belgian driver will bring it to the end. Fred Vervies, another Belgian driver, I suspect, will bring Audi 11 to the end. So Maxime Martin can't win the race, but you never know, he might be able to gain another position overall before the very end.
And as the end comes, the number 40 Audi, Ricardo Feller behind the wheel, is falling further down the field. It's now in 9th position. Fabian Schiller in the 777 Mercedes has cleared him, as will have the two Porsches, the 92 and the 96.
Right, so up Radion goes number 17. Nicky Thiem, guess who he's chasing? 'Twas ever thus, it feels like. Jules Gounod. Nicky will go to bed tonight with the vision of that Mercedes rear end ingrained on his eyes.
Well, you see, there's the Mercedes Silver Star. If they've got one on the rear of the car, it'll be just embossed into his eye. I mean, he'll not want to be seeing a Mercedes for a long time.
But great respect shown between these two. Driving standards in this race have been better than we've seen for many, many years. 888 did not perform its penalty, therefore the stewards are taking an interest. It isn't going to affect things overall. It's one of the Pro-Am cars, the Owen Creed, Jean Gloria, Casper Stevenson, Arthur Rougier Audi, but for the purposes of the story, that car is being investigated by the stewards. But driving standards very, very good, especially given that we have that wet track or damp track to start off with, and threats of rain all the way through the race. None really ever came to anything.
No, I mean, I said the weather, that forecast that were available on your app, on your telephone, indicated that Sunday was going to be a dry day through. It did show the rain on Saturday, but once that rain cleared through late, sort of lunchtime, and by the time we got to the start of the race at 4:30, yes, the track was marginal. Some people opted to start on wet weather tyres and very quickly realised that was a misjudgment, so they were straight into the pits, get the set of slicks on, and just go out and get used to those conditions until it dries out.
Now, Maxime Martin stayed in 46, as we saw. Christopher Hasler took over number 11 from Fred Verviche, and we've got still Gunon, Team, Estra, and then Thomas Preining aboard their respective cars. So at the end of the next lap, we'll have a look at the order, work out who's fighting whom. And there's a good little fight coming out of the chicane there. You can see at the bottom of the pitch, which I think is Gunon and Team. It is absolutely together, nose to tail now. Jules Gunon covers off a dive from Nicky Team going into La Source. They were held up in traffic, but this is Nicky Team's best chance yet of getting second place with just 43 minutes to go.
Very, very good professional driving from Jules Gunon to not unfairly hamper the Audi running behind, and both drivers, respected what each other's doing. They're there to, not just concede position. So that illustrates the level of experience, and well, Nicky Team again just sticks the Audi up, try to get the distraction as we see now into Les Combes. I mean, really, really good professional driving from both of these drivers.
It's a great battle that we've enjoyed between these two for the last couple of hours specifically, but they've been, relatively speaking, together for the whole race, because they've always been within that leading pack, fighting over the race lead. So 42 minutes are on the clock, and Team still pushing. The car that delayed them, not deliberately obviously, but they caught at the wrong part of the racetrack, is the Silver Cup leading Lamborghini of Clement Schmidt, the Grasser car number 85 that's now in the background.
Yeah, I mean, when you get caught by two cars that are battling for overall leads, I mean, you don't really want to have to. I mean, but what we saw the number 12 Audi do, 4 or 5 laps ago, I didn't see Clement Schmidt going to do a facsimile of that. So, yeah, it's racing drivers run their own rules and run their own races. Some are courteous, some are belligerent, and some aren't even either of those two qualities.
The Pro-Am battle has come right down to 5.6 seconds. Nico Menzel closing on Nick Katzberg now with 41 minutes to go. So Pro-Am not yet resolved. Second overall is not yet resolved. And in silver, that's kind of resolved. They're on the lead lap. They're 20 seconds apart, but second place car not lapping quite as quickly. Leggeret not catching Schmidt. Second and third, though, remain the real focus of attention here. Out of the chicane. Here is the Pro-Am leading Mercedes. In the background, there was the red and white Porsche that's chasing after it. So 5.6 seconds at the start of this lap. And there, charging along, is Nico Menzel, chasing Nick Katzberg. Nick Katzberg has won this event outright. Nico Menzel hustling on behind him.
Yeah, and I mean, he has got, which Porsche is that?
That's Menzel, yeah.
That's Menzel there, okay, the one coming through, I thought. Yeah, no, I mean, there are fights and battles going on all the way down through the field. And we've now just into 40 minutes before the checkered flag. No more pit stop scheduled. If it is a pit stop, that's what the back of the Porsche should look like. The back of the 92 car missing some of the body bits, plus the crucial diffuser. You can see the diffuser there, and it's such a vital part of the whole aerodynamics of the racing GT3 RS, or GT3R actually is its correct title, Porsche.
Nick Katzberg up the curb, flash of the lights, 40 minutes, and what's he got as a gap? 5.6 seconds. Lost a 10th in the first sector. They're very evenly matched, these cars, but it's perhaps down to the traffic to affect the way the situation pans out in the end. Now, we've just had another shuffle. Christopher Hasler, yes, drops to 9th after the last pit stop for number 11. And where did Maxime Martin bleed back in? 6th after his pit stop. So that 30-second penalty for Ricardo Feller, number 40 Audi, was quite a costly one. It's dropped them to 8th place.
Yeah, it did. That was the reason why they suddenly had that loss. They're running around 6th, 7th, and then Bosch with that 30-second penalty.
So through turns Nico Menzel in number 24 out of the Pro-Am class, as you can see from the sticker on the back. He comes up towards the timing line. Nick Katzberg has gone through, and 5.6 seconds. Let's see what it is now. Well, there's actually Arjun Mainy's car between them, so it's remained similar, but there's now an extra car that Nico Menzel has to get past, because Katzberg has cleared Arjun Mainy in another of the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes, and it's Haupt that runs the Sun Energy car.
Yeah, and it seems Nicky Katzberg's been in this car. I know that we had Chaz Mostert in it as well, but Nicky Katzberg seems to be in it a lot of the time. We seem to get visions of it. There it is coming up the straight.
So there's Arjun Mainy, who has just been passed, and in fact there's another Porsche that has to be sorted out. Oh, it's the Parker Porsche, which is a lap down. Kian Dew is just going through shot, and there is Nico Menzel. So this is not going to be easy for him to catch Nick Katzberg with 38 minutes to go. You might think 38 minutes is a long time, but when it's a 2 minutes and 20 lap, you don't get many laps in.
No, but as long as he can keep his own path, as it were, to catching him, getting past the Parker Porsche might be slightly difficult. Identical cars, again, maybe a little bit of cooperation would be appreciated.
And of course, equally, with these cars being evenly matched, Nico Menzel needs to get onto the back of Kian Dewis first. He can't expect Dewis just to pull over when the margin is such as it is now, so he's still got to catch and then find a way by. Katzberg, in the meantime, is being able to clear him and continue to build that gap. And for those cars, they're on lap 5.16, 4 laps down on the race leaders overall. So then Nico Menzel comes towards Campus. The Porsche, which is run from the Car Collection Motorsports team in Pro-Am. Ivan Jacoma, Niki Leutweiler, Alex Fontana, all their work done. Nico Menzel here from good racing stock, father very successful Porsche racer. Nico Menzel comes into Blanchimont, and now Nick Katzberg being held up just a little bit, but you can see how he's carving his way through the traffic in a way that Nico Menzel is not being able to do.
No, and that's key, and again, so much experience from Nicky Katzberg, and that's GT cars, prototype cars, whatever cars, probably stock cars as well.
Well, we've seen him win here in the good old days of the BMW Z4, didn't we, as well as being a touring car champion.
And right, Menzel's got the job done, and that was a clean and look, the Parker Porsche knew what was happening and didn't make an issue of it, so let them go and have a pop at maybe getting a class win.
There is an entire hospitality suite on the same floor that we are on, occupied by Porsche technicians. It looks like PC World. There are so many laptops, people staring at them, and they're looking at the data for all of the Porsche customer teams, and therefore they will have worked out that the Parker car ought to let the car collection car past. No doubt a message will have been sent to say, at the first opportunity, can you let our car go, because it needs to catch for Pro-Am honours. Parker's team, Stuart Parker's squad, happy to do that. Let Nico Menzel go. Now, what about in silver? Here is Clement Schmidt, who is still clear of Lucas Leggeret. I'm waiting for him to cross the line in the number 12 Audi, but I don't think that that's a battle that's going to come down in time. Try as Leggeret might. It's 15.6 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a comfortable gap, but it's a better gap than being 10 seconds or 5 seconds. And it, again, with the way that traffic of 11 flew, so it's a doable survival 15 seconds.
Down through Eau Rouge now comes number 12. So it is Lucas Leggeret that you're looking at, second in silver, 15.6 seconds back. He was quicker last time, though, by about a second and a half. But you never know how much of that is down to traffic or down to pure pace.
Yeah, I think it's mostly, you're going to say it's down to traffic.
Yeah.
Just you catch one car at a bad part of the circuit and that all your momentum is gone. So Leggeret, one of the taller drivers in the field. I mean, how he actually can get himself into this car.
Yes.
You know, because there's a restricted amount of space. By the time you put all the roll caging in and the bespoke seat, and you've got then the hands to vie, I mean, it's not easy to get in and out, especially when you're doing a time pit stop.
Pro-Am leader, Nick Katzberg, up towards the timing line, but look at the traffic that Nico Menzel has got to get through, and Katzberg here now stretching that margin, pounding away from Nico Menzel as they go down through the hairpin at La Source. where is Menzel in the background, still trying to carve his way through the pack. Mercedes growls its way down towards Eau Rouge, so from the pit lane up to 22nd now. And number 3, how about this? Florian Scholzer, Kenneth Heyer, Patrick Assenheimer and Alex Peroni have had a 110-second time penalty added to the end because of track limits.
Wow, 110-second penalty. I'd rather take 6 of the best for that, of that.
Well, we've been saying all race, every time you hit 6, the penalty becomes more severe. Well, that's stewards losing rag type severe, isn't it? Because it's very nearly 2 minutes worth of time penalties to drop the car down the order. But the evidence is there from the electronic field that is around the circuit that if it's broken, a photograph is taken and the evidence is given to the stewards and the race director, so there's really no argument about it. And those track limit warnings are all tallied up. Philippe Eng, by the way, has got 3 to his name at the moment in this sequence. Jules Gounon 4, Nicky Thiem 4. The one that's got to be careful is Ricardo Feller, who's got 6. Well, he had a penalty, remember, for that, but it doesn't seem to have cleared unless he's already got back up to 6.
Difficult to know that one. So look, they get this situation with traffic. The 79 Mercedes, likewise, there's the Porsche trying to find its way through, and well, you got people in their own little battles and not aware that the Porsche charging behind is the quicker car and doesn't really want to be impeded any more than would be politely considered.
Up towards the line in 7th place comes Fabian Schiller in the Mercedes that comes from the Mercedes-AMG Team Almanar stable, and that has seesawed on and off the lead lap depending on where it is in relation to the overall leader. Behind though now is Ricardo Feller, and behind him is Christopher Hauser. So here's another battle. This is for 8th, Audi versus Audi. Different teams, Attempto versus Comtieu, the Belgian team, as they drop downhill, but that is not resolved by any stretch.
No, and I haven't seen an awful lot of Christopher Hauser, I haven't seen a lot of Christopher Mies, the 2 Christophers and Audis synonymous with success, but Christopher Hauser is in position. Ricardo Feller looks to try to get past the Porsche coming up the hill. Yes, he's done it. And Christopher Hauser denied that opportunity, but it won't take him terribly long to find a way around the Modern Motorsports Porsche, and should do it on the drop down into Brussels. There he goes out to the right, gets alongside. Oh!
Porsche claims the line. Christopher Hauser denied.
I think Christopher Hauser might feel a little bit aggrieved by that. I think he thought I was getting the corner, and then all of a sudden it's not, as the Porsche's taken the track.
So he'll try again, coming down towards Pouin, number 216 Porsche. It is Benny Simonsen at the wheel, younger brother of the late Alan Simonsen, as he goes now through Pouin. But Benny's been around the block. He knows that that's not a fight worth having. His car is 36th, and the car behind is 9th. And he's not making it easy at all.
No, he's not, and I thought maybe the idea might have had a little pop coming down into Fagnes, but there wasn't sufficient space. Again, has a look coming down into campus, and again Porsche sweeps across the nose and is denied.
And it's not that Benny Simonsen is catching anybody, because the next car ahead of him is 3 laps ahead of him, so he might as well just let the Audi go. He's not going to benefit in any sense by keeping Christopher Hauser behind like this. And again, Hauser is on the lights, but I'm slightly baffled as to why Benny Simonsen is fighting this. There's absolutely no point. The blue flags are there, the lights are flashing, and Christopher Hauser has had a lot of time wasted by that marker there. And still Benny Simonsen isn't really being massively cooperative. Hauser has to kind of dive up the curb to make sure he's ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Simonsen did give ground, but he did it in a way that didn't make it easy for Christopher Hauser. So I don't know whether if they see each other in Parc Fermé, they might say, thanks a bunch, you helped me out a lot there.
Not.
Or words to that effect.
Well, we were talking about how nice a livery 216 was earlier on. Christopher Hauser probably thinks it's his least favourite car of the lot now as he goes downhill. We're into the last half an hour of the race then. We've just tipped over 4 o'clock local time. Flag out at 4:30. The checkered flag, just to make the point, comes out at the Formula 1 pit area. That's where the timing line, the control line is coming out of the chicane. But the cars then carry on around La Source, and there will be another checkered flag for ceremonial purposes in the same part of Spa-Francorchamps circuit as the official start line was yesterday at 4:30. And then the drivers will make their way to the podium. And 8 podiums, I think we have in total, with the classes, with IGTC, with overall. This, don't forget, is the overall leading car. We've not looked at him for a while, but it's just been this, say it again, metronomic ticking off of the laps by Philippe Eng, going round and round and round. Not a problem at all.
Yeah, 20 seconds is the benefit. Well, actually down to 19.2. So I don't know whether that's just because Philippe Eng didn't feel the need to push. So Jules Gounon will have that information on the steering wheel, no doubt. So he'll feel some kind of, oh, I've done something good here.
Yeah. Well, he's going to push Jules Gounon because he has to clear Nicky Thiem, but it just does feel now, doesn't it, as though Philippe Eng is bringing it home. Down to Bruxelles comes the BMW. Fabian Schiller back into the pit lane now, number 777. So again, he drops off a lap as he comes down the pit road. And there with 001 on the Lumi rank, saying position number 1 for number 98, Philippe Eng, looking for win number 3 in the 24 hours of Spa.
That's a pretty enviable record. I mean, to win one 24-hour race, be it at Spa or wherever, is a pretty special achievement. To win 3 of them is pretty, oh, come on, Kevin.
That's for position, because up the inside, Estre gets ahead of Thiem and he runs wide and he's in the gravel and he's off the road and Nicky Thiem goes back through. Kevin Estre, 1 up and 1 back. That was for 3rd place. It worked briefly. Kevin Estre threw everything at it and then threw it off.
But he took a big risk on a difficult corner to make a pass Nick, and I mean, typical Kevin Estre, if you don't venture, you don't gain.
Yeah, well, he's not done yet, because that Porsche now is clearly back at the races, damage or not. He's caught up to Nicky Thiem, and Estre now is going for the podium. So Jules Gounon has been able to escape. Nicky Thiem's car is fading a little bit, and that's brought it into the clutches of the Porsche.
Not fading a little bit, it's fading. Because previously he'd been within half a second of the second place Mercedes, and now he's got to be about 3.5, 4 seconds, and that's what is actually, now whether that was something that Nicky Thiem did in the first place, let's look and see. Kevin Estre taking a massive punt, and of course he went such a narrow angle, he knew he had to run wide. Nicky Thiem, smart old guy that he is, smart guy that he is, was able to make the undercut.
I think also, to be fair to Nicky Thiem, he was caught up in a bit of traffic, wasn't he? Because there was a back marker ahead that Nicky had to check his pace for. Estre was the opportunist. It worked briefly, and he's got to do it all over again. As over the timing line they come. So for 3rd and 4th, Thiem versus Estre, 0.8 of a second. This battle's going to keep going. 3rd and 4th has really come alive. Nicky Thiem briefly lost that place. Kevin Estre took it, went wide, went through the gravel, and he's fighting back as best he can. But actually, now that the Audi doesn't have quite so much traffic to think about, the gap has stretched again.
Yeah, and also by going through the gravel on hot tyres, you're going to pick up a load of junk, dust, whatever, and that maybe has to take a half a lap or so to get cleared. So the car's grip level will be slightly deteriorating until he's removed all that would have been picked up by the tyres, and Kevin Estre gets round. And so, I mean, that was a highlight of a point in the race where we thought, well, there's not an awful lot going on.
But I don't think that Estre has given up entirely. Okay, he's back behind the Audi, but look, he's hustling on again, and on this part of the circuit is chipping away. He has brought the gap down. In the first sector, he was only 1/10 of a second faster, but as they come to the corner at which he went off the road a lap ago, this time it's Nicky Thiem that goes wide, and that's going to bring Estre nearer to him.
And Nicky Thiem did it all on his own. There was no assistance. That was just an error. Now, whether there was dust on the track on the exit of the speaker corner, which may have been the reason why he went wide, couldn't really tell. But, I mean, it was unexpected, what you might call error from the Dane, and that's brought now Kevin Estre back to the proximity that Nicky Thiem had managed to separate.
So Estre catches up that little bit more, and as they come to the end of the middle sector, how much does that cost the Audi? We'll find out in a moment, because up towards the next timing point they come. Gounon is getting away in second place. Thiem again is wide coming out of the Campus corner. Cost him 0.2 of a second. So Kevin Estre hustles on, tries to close into Blanchimont. 25 minutes and counting.
So it looks like Nicky Thiem has gathered things back up again after that scary Larry moment. Kevin Estre realises likewise that the further into the lap we go, then the easier it's going to be for Nicky Thiem, because as is the case of Estre, going wide and getting on the dirt, that half a lap that follows. So yeah, probably the tyres on the Audi just about back to where they should be, as much as the case with the Porsche as well.
So Kevin Est out of La Source, 24 minutes on the clock. A flying lap is 2 minutes and 20. So we are heading now towards the final 12 laps maximum of this race as the cars plunge down the hill once again. We are on lap 527. And it's all eyes on Estre to see if he can get up with Nicky Team once more. The lead gap's coming down by fractions of a second. And look, Team knows he's under attack then because Kevin Estre gets into the draft as they come up towards Licomi. Pulls to the inside line, can't do it, but not for the want of trying. And Estre now is laying down a very big marker to say to Nicky Team, I am here, I'm going to have third place off you.
Bit of a surprise, I think, for Nicky Team, because he thought he had everything in control regarding the Porsche's position and challenge. And all of a sudden, it's as if he's a born-again Porsche racer. Suddenly, something in the closing minutes, what is it, 23 minutes, sees Kevin Estre really giving Nicky Team a good workout.
To Pouron they come then into the left-hander, swoop through now. So Estre in sector 1, another couple of tenths pull back despite the damage. No rear diffuser on the Porsche. It's not phasing Kevin Estre whatsoever. He's also having to adapt from LMDH back to a GT car for the purposes of this weekend. Meanwhile, in the bronze class Porsche, Joel Sturm goes through. Their number 93 is catching all the time. Eddie Cheever is getting closer and closer and closer to the second placed Porsche. He's got a bit of traffic to clear, but Cheever for second in bronze. That's doable before the end of the race.
Oh, who would expect after 23 hours and whatever number 38 minutes we're going to find ourselves in the situation where all the way through the field in different categories we've got battling still. I mean, it's just almost down the inside. That's the number 5 McLaren, I think.
Yeah,
there's the 46 BMW.
Maxime Martin in a hurry. So Eddie Cheever slightly compromised here because quicker cars are going past him. The one he wants to get up with is Joel Sturm, but Eddie Cheever letting the faster cars go in the knowledge that they will also get up and pass 911, which therefore will allow him to strike, possibly. Now what's going on for Team and Estre? It's still Nicky Team ahead. And there Eddie Cheever comes out of campus and accelerates up now towards the curb Paul Frere. The Pro-Am battle has pretty much resolved itself. 12 seconds now between Katzberg and Menzel. Right, so Joel Sturm presses on. Eddie Cheever to the back of that pack. He's been shuffled out a little bit, but as yet, the Porsche hasn't been shuffled back. So he's lost a bit of time here as the cars come to the chicane.
Yeah, if you find yourself in the middle of a bunch of 5, 6, 7 cars, sometimes the tendency is not to want to get too involved, but Eddie Cheever has got still an opportunity.
Over the line has then gone the Joel Sturm Porsche back to the fight for third. Team to Estre, 0.4 of a second. Kevin Estre getting closer as he comes out of Speaker's Corner. Jules Gounon thinking, hooray, or words to that effect, because finally he doesn't have the pressure of the Audi. He is now 3 seconds up the road. Team having to go defensive. So Kevin Estre, who was briefly ahead, and you can see his onboard shot in the timing tower. So the big picture is what's happening on the track. The inset picture is what is going on inside the cockpit, and that little dot ahead is the Audi, and he wants that to be bigger, and ideally he wants it to then be behind him.
Ideally, but, well, you've got another doughty performer in Nicky Team, and his focus had been on the Mercedes, and that's all vanished up the road by about, was it, 3 seconds approximately. And now you've got the green machine, or the green and yellow machine, you call it whatever.
Grello.
Grello, like something you'd put in your cornflakes.
Well, right now, it's champagne that Kevin Estre is thinking about if he gets onto the podium. And as they come into the chicane, it's still close, but not quite close enough for a send up the inside. As much of the racetrack as he can use, Nicky Team clambers up the curb. Estre, likewise, out of the chicane. Who's got the best run?
Well, I thought that Nicky Team was a bit harsh going into the chicane. You can almost hear the thump going into the suspension, the shock loading that was in that, and Kevin Estre didn't do a lot different, but didn't maybe quite as aggressively. So marginally favourable to Estre. What's the gap between as they came over that start finish line, waiting for it to check on the timing and scoring, was 0.6 of a second.
downhill. Through a Rouge they come. In fairness, although Kevin Estre is there, chasing, adding the pressure, Nicky Team still seems to have the answer.
Well, I think he's just got the overall lap speed. And if Kevin Estre was able to find a way around, it would be an interesting little moment to see whether Estre could maintain that position. But bearing in mind, remember, the rear of his car is marginally compromised. There's no rear bodywork around. There's a metal structure there as well, but principally that holds the diffuser in place, and the diffuser is a significant part of the aerodynamic package. There you get a good view of it.
So downhill comes Estre then. This is lap 529, but now that just looks to have stabilised a little bit, doesn't it? Nicky Team responding after his couple of Larry laps and getting his head down, pushing on once again, although there's nothing to choose between them. They are absolutely at the top of their game, these two drivers. 0.6 of a second between the pair. Audi up the curb, Porsche up the curb, the wrong side of the white line there, so potentially another one in the track limit warning column, as here is the leading car. This is Philippe Eng. 528 laps are done. The gap is down a fraction more, though, to 17 seconds.
Well, I think it's nothing more than Philippe Eng just, now not quite cruising to the flag, but he doesn't need to push at the level he was pushing much earlier in the race. So preserve the car, don't do anything aggressive, just hit your marks and braking. Make your apexes, don't be over ambitious trying to clamber over curbing, and potentially again bodywork damage.
The Team Parker Racing Porsche has had 75 seconds added to its elapsed race time for assaulted track limit offences as downhill goes Philippe Eng. 17 minutes, 2 minutes and 20 to a lap. Last time Gounon pulled back only a couple of tenths. There are nervous faces in BMW pit garages up and down the pit lane, but I can't see this car now being defeated. It has just looked so strong. Yes, that could be tempting fate, but whereas sometimes a car just has problem after problem after problem, this has gone seemingly without a hiccup.
Yes, you're talking about the commentator's curse, a well-known phenomena where commentators in the past have said, well, obviously he's going to take the checkered flag, and I think the one in particular was the moment at Le Mans where the Toyota team were winning the race, and literally a lap to the end it stopped in front of the pits. And I think traumatic doesn't sum up the emotions of the team having to deal with that, and that was a Porsche victory, wasn't it?
It was, and just thinking, the last Rover win was the Nick Tandy Lawrence Vanthoor Porsche back in 2020, and wasn't it with 2 laps to go that the car was making that awful transmission noise and clanking around, and Nick Tandy said another lap we wouldn't have got there, the oil was coming out of the bottom of the car, and it was a very heart-in-mouth win.
I think Nick didn't over-egg the pudding in it, but he sort of wanted to make the point that he was driving a car that was, one might describe, in a wounded condition. Don't think that's the case here with Philippe Eng. 15 and, well, just under 16 minutes remaining. The gap 16 seconds, so he, on the last couple of laps, has been a 2 or 3 tenths a lap slower than the pursuing Jules Gounon, but really it's academic, and it's only if something again unforeseen happens. For example, what would happen if we had a full course yellow? We wouldn't have time probably to go through the whole sequence of this new drive-by rule, so I wonder what would be the case then.
Well, it depends how much time there was in the race. I guess it could well have
15 minutes.
Yeah, depends how long it took to sort everything out. It might end up just finishing under full course yellow. So nobody gains, nobody particularly loses. The third member of that last Rover racing crew was Earl Bamber when he joined Nick Tandy and Lawrence Vanthoor for the Rover racing win. And out of La Source, with 15 minutes on the clock, comes Eng. Gounon is just going past us, and therefore as he breaks the beam, 16 seconds is the margin. Again, he's pulled back over half a second, but it's sort of giving him false hope, this.
Absolutely. I mean, Eng is just driving now to the flag. Further down the field, just in the top 20, Clement Schmidt in the Lamborghini, number 85, has found a way around Fred Makavicki in the 44 Porsche, so Makavicki rounds out the top 20, and he's now got Legage in the number 12 Audi now is the car that will be pursuing Makavicki.
So Eng leads overall, second overall is Gunnar, and third overall is Nicky Team. There he is. That could yet change before the very end of the race, as the Audi is being caught now by the Porsche again. Kevin Est still throwing everything at this as he bounces over the curb into, through and out of Les Combes and comes over the brow down towards Bruxelles. So Kevin Estre, oh so briefly up into third place, still has his sights set on a podium. In the Gold Cup, it is Dean McDonald there in the McLaren that leads the way. This is the car that he's shared with Sam de Haan, with Tom Gamble and Charlie Fagg. And the Optimum Motorsport car has had a massively impressive race. It's not only leading its class, it's 10th overall, and that is a mighty achievement. McLaren has had such rotten luck in this event over the years. It's great to have a car heading for a category victory. Second in gold is Jean-Baptiste Simonard in the BMW, part of the WRT stable. Jean-Baptiste Simonard, Callum Williams, Spa 24 debut, Nicholas Cruton. They are second in gold, and the BMW then in 14th place overall. It's a lap down on the Gold Cup leading car. And then for third within the Gold Cup, you have a different brand again. You have Audi, where Maxime Soulet is driving the Come To You car that he shares with Nicholas Bart and Max Hoffer. And it comes into the chicane behind that battle between Tim and Estre, which for my money is just starting to stretch out now. Estre dropping away from Tim after all of the energy of a few laps back. There is Maxime Soulet at the back of this queue, in third in class as he now comes over the line. So with 12.5 minutes to go, out of La Source now goes the Belgian driver, Maxime Soulet. Now what about the other classes? Of course, we've got Pro-Am, we've got silver, we have got bronze, and this is the bronze, sorry, this is the Guy van Berlo Porsche. This is the silver leading car, which we're looking at, Clement Schmidt, who is partnered by Glenn van Berlo and Benji Highties, and this leads the Silver Cup. 19th overall is Clement Schmidt, and that car for Grasser Racing Team giving Lamborghini something to celebrate on an otherwise pretty bleak result sheet after a very difficult race for pretty much every other car, whether it's been from K-Pax or VSR or from Barwell. It's this Grasser silver entry that is going to bring home the silverware. Through Les Combes turns 85. Second of the silvers is the Lucas Legeret driven Audi that he shares with Sander Jonge, Loris Hezemans and Finlay Hutchison. That car has been in the lead, dropped back, fought back, dropped back, fought back. It's been a really busy race for the number 12 Audi. But Lucas Legeret will bring that car to the end and is well clear in turn of the third placed car in the class, where there will be the Santeloc Junior car number 26, that being Owen Bastard, Paul Everard, Gregoire de Moustier and Antoine Daquin. There is the Audi heading into campus, third in class and 30th overall. So again, one or two drivers who have been new to GT3 this year, new to Spa. Change overall, incidentally. Patrick Niederhauser up into 15th place for Audi. What about Pro-Am? Well, it is going to be a win for Adam Osika, Nick Katzberg, Chaz Mostert, and the regular driver of that car with Kenny Habel, Martin Conrad. They are clear in Pro-Am, being chased very hard still by Nico Menzel, but the Porsche has dropped back to the tune of 12.7 seconds. So there are going to be some celebrations tonight. Apparently, if the car wins, the team are off to Liège, to Kenny Habel's hospital bed, and they're going to have a party there. If he can't come to them, they're going to go to him. Great team spirit. Well done, Kenny. I know he's not been behind the wheel, but he's still put so much into making sure that the team is on for a win. Nico Menzel, second in the Porsche that he shares with Ivan Giacomo, Nicky Leutwiler and Alex Fontana. But there is no stopping this Mercedes as it comes then downhill through Pouhon once more.
So are those the classes complete?
We've got the bronze situation to look at as well, I think, haven't we? There you've got Nico Menzel, second in Pro-Am for car collection. Comes down to piff-paff now, and he gave it a good shot, didn't he, earlier on, but now just running out of time and not having quite the same pace as Nick Katzberg. But a podium in class is still a very good result nonetheless.
Yeah. I think really traffic might have been the downfall for the Porsche.
The Bronze Cup, this is the leading car. Number 20 Porsche then, he's Matteo Cairoli at the wheel of it. It led the bulk of the first hour of the race. It's been shared by Antares Au, Tim Heinemann and Janus Fittier, and the Huber Motorsport team have done a very impressive job indeed. They are coming through in 13th place overall and well clear in class, where Joel Sturm in turn has been able to build the gap over Eddie Cheever once more, but might not be an overall Porsche win, but there's going to be a class victory at least here in bronze. There's the second placed bronze car. It is Joel Sturm bringing it home. Klaus Bachler, Alex Malikin, Marco Seefried are the other drivers of that somewhat battle-scarred 911. It's had a difficult race, but they're going to bring it to the end, and second in class will be a good result. Another car with tank tape all over it, the Ferrari flapping its way ahead.
Yeah, the bodywork of the Porsche, well, a lot of that will go into the bin, but lots of it can be recycled. I mean, carbon fibre is a material that can be put back into the, you might call it loosely the jig, put back into the autoclave, and then comes back out again looking a new part.
And there is another car with a little bit of damage. In third in bronze, the number 93 Sky Tempesta McLaren, the car for Jeffrey Schmidt, Jonathan Puig, Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever, who is going to bring that car home. Down to Paul, they sweep, ready to go through the corner, loses track position there to the BMW that comes charging by. That, I think I'm right in saying, is 31, Adam Carroll car, that he shares with Tim Whale and with Lewis Proctor.
I think that Eddie Cheever backed out of that. He didn't really go into Pujon. He saw the 31. And of course, that 31 car, the WRT, it's been driven by just Lewis Proctor and Adam Carroll more or less throughout. And in fact, the car started off as a Pro-Am and then had to be reclassified as a Pro car because, unfortunately, Tim Whale, who was the third driver in that car, has got a problem with his back, a disc, is a herniated disc, so he's in extreme discomfort. So it was Adam Carroll and Lewis Proctor who've driven to the limit of what they're permitted to do.
So here is Philip Eng. The gap has come down to 13.9 seconds, but as long as he wins by 13.9 millimetres, a win is a win. And it has been a great job by the Rover Racing team to bring this car home. It has also been a great job to put on yet another fantastic event by the SRO Motorsports Group. Patricia Kiefer, Laurent Gaudin, Sophie Peyrat work incredibly hard. So do all the volunteer officials that make the event possible. Down the pit lane comes the third bronze car of Eddie Cheever for an unscheduled stop by the look of it, and comes into the pit lane. So drama for the McLaren. A big shout of thanks also to our camera crew. There are getting on for 90 people from loads of different nationalities out in all weathers over the course of the weekend. 13 different nationalities of cameramen, would you believe? They have been out in all weathers. The onboard crew in the pit lane as well, and Mike Scott, Ed Kingsford and Richard Hay and the team have made sure we've not missed anything. Sterling work by everybody to bring you the pictures over the course of the weekend. There's a whole army of people in race control that have been making sure that everything runs smoothly there as well. It's been a trying weekend at times, particularly yesterday. So well done to everybody involved, and thank you to all of you that have stayed with us, and thanks for your company over the course of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. We have got 5 more minutes to go. There are still battles to be resolved. There are still people pushing, but Philip Eng is almost serene now as he ticks off the laps.
Yes, I mean, the gap is down to 13.5 seconds, and he's driving around now, not quite on cruise control, but not a million miles away from it, and all he needs to watch is, well, he's got a group of 3 cars up ahead, and he would like to clear those, and he might up the pace a little bit to ensure that he does that quickly and cleanly. But as you'll go now, so 13.5 seconds behind in the second place Mercedes, it would be pretty much unforeseen for it to run down. And the people moving aside, they know that this car is the race leader, and they don't want to be seen to be impeding the race leader, and certainly with only 4.5 minutes of the race to go. 2 more laps in effect.
that pit stop for Eddie Cheever, I think, was nothing more than a splash and dash for fuel, really, because it was a short pit stop, relatively. So get some fuel in the car and send him out. Comfortable in third in class, question mark. We need to see where that has rejoined relative to Fred Makavicki's Porsche. So it was a bit of a roll of the dice. That could therefore be another change for a podium place before the end. But Philip Eng heading for Rover Racing then for a third win in this event. He knows what it's like to stand on that top step. He knows what it's like to suffer the disappointments as well. But this year, everything is going well. Marco Wittmann is on target for a maiden 24-hour race win here, seemingly. And Nick Yellerly has won the Nürburgring 24 in the past for Rover Racing back in 2020 when they won Nürburgring and Spa. Different driver combinations. It was the BMW that won Nürburgring. It was the Rover Porsche that won at Spa. But it's going to be a maiden Spa 24 win, seemingly, for Nick Yellerly.
So we're going to get... Yeah, we're going to get... This will be the penultimate lap, not the last lap. So we're going to get this one. We're going to get 2 more laps from this point on. So Gap is waiting to see how much has come down, how much Jules Gunnar might have, false hope that he's going to close down the BMW before the flag comes out.
It's down to 12.9 seconds,
Down to second on what it was.
But there's no suggestion that Philip Eng has a problem. That car driving to a pace, and as I say, you can win by thousands, but you'll still win.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got the advantage that they've enjoyed more or less from early morning, and they've been able to control their own pace and be on top of the pace of anybody else. So now for the closing last hour, basically, it's been sort of run to the flag. Don't take any risks, just do what you've been doing. So another car to be overtaken, and just choose the part of the racetrack in which you can overtake with the least amount of risk.
One more lap to go at the end of this. The car is grimy, but the car is free of dents, free of tank tape, and it'll be another very, very popular result for BMW, because this would be a 25th Spa 24-hour victory, and the Rover Racing team having another Spa win to add to that 2020 success.
And would this be the biggest success that the BMW M4 has achieved? I mean, it's had other victories, out in the Middle East there was a success out there in Dubai. But in terms of status, prestige, not much bigger than winning at Spa 24 in the GT3.
No, I would agree with that. I mean, it's a round of an international championship, IGTC. It's a round of a European championship. In terms of Fanatec GT Europe, it's a round of a global championship, Global World Challenge. It is a race that has been created 100 years ago. This is the 75th running of it. It doesn't get much better. You're right, every box tick for the
So,
status.
David, just to sort of summarise what you're saying, that's a yes.
It's a yes. It's a definite yes. So, 1 lap to go. Any noises? Let's see. Here he comes. Remember what happened in 2020 in a different German car. Sounds all right to me.
No, the car is running as it ran at the very beginning of the race, and I mean, what a superb job the entire team has done. And I mean, there is an example. I mean, there have always been examples over previous years of how to win this race, and here's another example of how to approach it. You don't need to start at the front row of the grid. You don't need to be quickest in any of either the pre-qualifying or the sessions that go before we go into those 4 qualifying sessions. What you need to do is have a team and a car that can run and keep out of trouble. And here we go, bandits at 5 o'clock.
So the Belgian military helicopters come to acknowledge the end of the race as well. We had them at the start, they come back for the end. So half a lap to run. Philip Eng, Marco Wittmann, Nick Yellerly are going to triumph at Spa. Great teamwork. They had an early time penalty for track limit offences, but precious little has tripped them up. And as some of the fans look to the sky, others look to the track, especially those who are BMW fans. Philip Eng is going to bring it home after a fine effort.
Absolutely. I mean, all 3 drivers in the BMW, plus every member of the team that's been here, from the people that literally put up all the infrastructure in the garage, all the things that are to make this job workable and practical, and it's a huge effort across every department in this race team, and of course the association from BMW as well.
Well, it's very spectacular overhead. Philipp Eng, though, doesn't want any distractions, does he? To fearful that he might hit a curb or run wide. He's out of the Cours Paul Frere pretty much now. He's got Blanchimont to go. There are teams getting ready to celebrate in front of the Formula One pits, which is where the timing line is. Other teams in the endurance pits getting ready to cheer the cars home as well. We said it before, but getting to the end of any 24-hour race, whether you win it or not, just getting to the end is a massive achievement. And so it is going to be another win for Philipp Eng, his third Spa 24-hour success, a second in the event for Rover Racing, a 25th for BMW. Checkered flag at the ready for CrowdStrike. 24 hours of Spa won by Rover Racing BMW for Nick Jällerli, Marco Wittmann and Philipp Eng across the line. They win at the end of the 2023 edition of the race. The checkered flag is waved. The BMW team celebrates 537 laps done in 24 hours, a minute and 15 seconds.
And you had a 2-hour full course yellow safety car intervention in the middle of the night, and well, what a fantastic achievement by everybody. Everybody who finishes, believe me, I've only finished one 24-hour race. Well, I finished more than one, but I know the satisfaction that when you have achieved the 24 hours and you come across the line, take the checkered flag, fantastic.
Silver winner up to the line. Clemens Schmidt comes through now in the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, and we look to the background waiting for other class winners. We've got the gold winner, I think, already up to the line, Dean McDonald. There the celebrations are at Rover. Across the line with the flash of the headlights, there goes the Laurin Heinrich, now Thomas Preining Porsche for 5th. Here's the bronze winner then, number 20 Porsche. Matteo Cairoli is going to bring it home, heads towards the timing line then. So he comes out of the chicane, up towards the line, sideways to celebrate, and Matteo Cairoli wins bronze for the Huber Motorsport team. This is gold winner. This is the number 5 McLaren. Dean McDonald is going to bring it home then, so the Optimum Motorsport McLaren up towards the line. All the survivors busy flashing their lights, and Dean McDonald in the McLaren 10th overall, a mighty effort. We've got Pro-Am to come. Nick Katzberg is in there somewhere, and we've done silver, we've done bronze, we've done gold. I think this is the only other class we need to see home, because up towards the line now comes 75 Nick Katzberg. Also to mention that Philipp Eng wins IGTC as well, the Intercontinental GT Challenge element of the race. Nick Katzberg brings the Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes across the line. What a story for that team, and we've got a Porsche doing bizarre things ahead of it. That was the Grove family Porsche that did a stoppie to celebrate, nearly caught out everybody behind.
Oh dear me, I didn't like that at all.
Well, they're 2/3 of the winning team. Nick Jällerli and Marco Wittmann, 2/3 of the winning crew. Gemma is down there, Amanda is down there. So we'll go and hear from the winners. Amanda Busick has got Philipp Eng.
And the celebrations still continue here. It is the 25th Spa victory for BMW, the 3rd for Rover Racing. It is the 1st for Marco, and your intensity, the last 30 minutes of this race, I think we could have cut it with a knife. You are forever a Spa winner. How exceptional are those words?
It's incredible. What an achievement. I mean, for me, it's the first 24-hour win. Tried many years, either in Spa or at Nürburgring, and now to call me a 24-hour winner with my teammates Nick and Philipp, it's an incredible effort also by the team, by BMW Motorsport. I think we're going to have some drinks tonight.
Nick, as you take in this moment, I can see the tears kind of coming in your eyes. Describe the mental fortitude it takes to win this race.
A lot, because we had a lot of issues actually throughout the race. Maybe not quite understood on the TV, but obviously we had a track limits penalty. We had some issues behind the scene with one of the fuel hoses as well. So for everyone to pull together and manage to come out on top like that is just awesome. And I mean, Marco drove fantastically all day yesterday. Philipp is now a 3-time Spa winner, which is flipping cool. And these two boys really, really deserve it. And I'm just, eternally grateful for BMW and Rover Racing, and of course my teammates for helping us do it.
And how hard are you guys going to hug that now 3-time Spa winner?
Very hard, and he's only small as well, so we can throw him around a bit.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nick Jällerli, Marco Wittmann, 2/3 of that winning crew. Philipp Eng will bring the car to Parc Ferme and then to the podium. The winners of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, Marco Wittmann, Nick Jällerli and Philipp Eng, in a virtually unmarked BMW. That car has just gone so well.
Yeah, and I've been forgotten about that fuel refueling hose where we saw early in the race that the fueler went onto the car, and then he was having to keep pushing the connector, then he took it away, and then a second it came back again because the refueling rig was not delivering as it ought to do.
Well, there is number 98 completing the slowing down lap, and there'll be lots of celebrations again as he comes past the team on the pit wall, ready to turn down towards the La Source hairpin and then towards the podium. Silver winners, Clement Schmidt, Benjamin Highties and Glenn Van Berlo here. The Silver Cup winning Lamborghini, the GRT Grasser Racing Team entry, and Clement Schmidt, Benjamin Highties and Glenn Van Berlo will be celebrating. In gold, it's a McLaren win. Sam DeHaan, Tom Gamble, Charlie Fagg, Dean McDonald are victorious, and that's a fantastic result, as we've been saying during the race. The McLarens have always been good on speed, but really, with respect, bad on reliability. They've never had the ability to get to the end in a challenging position.
No, and that was, a stellar result indeed for McLaren, and they will no doubt take great heart and know that this car ran competitively. Look at that, the 20 Porsche. There's delight there as well, because that's not Caroli, that was the, that is Caroli.
Yeah, winning in bronze, and there's your Pro-Am winning car, which is Nick Katzberg at the wheel of it. That means he's won a class in 3 24-hour races this year in 3 different cars. Ferrari at the Nürburgring, Corvette at Le Mans, and Mercedes AMG here, so that's not a bad strike rate.
Nicky Katzberg is one of maybe the great unsung 24-hour heroes, because he can get into any kind of race car and deliver for that entrant. And I mean, he certainly, yeah, in the 75 Mercedes after Kenny Habul's incident, and the team, all of them have given Kenny Habul something to celebrate tonight.
I pity the nursing staff at that hospital. An Australian party descending on them. It's going to be quite something, the like of which they will never have seen or experienced before. Right, into Parc Fermé is waved the BMW, and the podium for this is not the regular circuit podium, it is the stage down in the fan village. We trialled this last year, and it's going to be used again. So there is the winning car, and we have, of course, all the classes. There's the overall top 3, gold, silver, bronze, Pro-Am. I think we'll have a top 3 IGTC podium as well. There'll be the Coupe de Roi, the King's Cup podium presentation too. So the fans getting ready. This allows, of course, the chance for the fans down in the village to get close to the cars. The media are there, and Gemma and Amanda are going to be busy, because there's an awful lot of drivers to go and talk to. It does take a while, though, of course, for the team representatives to get there. We saw this last year, so the winning drivers hop from the car. There is a delighted Philippe Eng. One of my teammates, he says. But he's done it, and he is delighted.
It's a pretty enviable record to win 3 times here in the 24 hours of Spa, and Philippe Eng. I mean, I remember Philippe Eng when he was a youngster racing in like Formula 3000.
Yeah.
And you're going back 20 years.
Right, he was a Formula BMW World Final winner, Spa 24-hour winner this year. Go for it, Gemma.
Philip, congratulations. You've just won your 4th Spa 24-hour race, 3rd. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels incredible. Thank you very much. I don't know what to say. It was such a roller coaster, this race for us. We were a lap down at one point. Everybody was down and sad, but what Rover Racing and BMW Motorsport stand for is dedication, and we never give up, and we always continue to chase our dream, which is a victory here in the best GT3 race in the world. I'm very honored to be standing here. Unfortunately, none of my team is here yet. We're a big team. Rover Racing is an incredible team. I'm so happy to be with BMW. They helped a lot in the background in this race. Yeah, also thanks to my family. But most of all, it was a very sad day in the last few days. So my condolences, deepest condolences go out to Dylan's family. It was a horrible accident, but we all think about him, and I want to dedicate this victory to him.
That's really special. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Your teammates are on their way.
Thanks.
Thanks, Philip.
Philippe Eng dedicating the win to Delano Van Toff, who lost his life yesterday morning at Spa. So the class cars that we need for the podium all being rounded up, Parc Fermé conditions apply, and the fans witness the top 3 for each class coming into the Parc Fermé area. Lots of applause, and then the stage will be in use. There's the Gold Cup winning McLaren. Great job done by everybody there, and that will give McLaren real heart, I think.
Yes, and I mean, McLaren have been in GT3 since the MP412C came in, and it's always been run by satellite teams. And I would hope that they would also believe that there's something more that they can do and move forward and put themselves in an even stronger position when it comes to certainly 24-hour races. But we've got European sprint and endurance to come up. We've got Mazzano in 2 weeks' time, two 1-hour sprint races.
Nick Katzberg arrives in the Sun Energy One Mercedes. Not the car he thought he was going to drive this weekend, but we pushed for Kenny. Well, they pushed hard, they pushed well, and they pushed successfully. Adam Osika being parachuted in, metaphorically, at the last moment, and being part of that winning crew, along with Nick Katzberg, Martin Conrad, and Chaz Mostert. Lots of Valentino Rossi supporters, you can tell from the flags and the hats down there. Well, in the end, 6th for Valley. Let's try and catch
you
up.
have to think he'd be very happy indeed. 6th place.
Yeah. Let's hear from Dean McDonald, our Gold Cup winner.
Dean, the emotion's clearly there, right?
It is, yeah. I kind of broke down halfway through the lap after I realised what happened. So, yeah, I can't be happy for everyone. They deserved it after Paul Ricard, and I'm glad we delivered it.
Yeah, we spoke about 45 minutes ago, and you were so nervous and stressed before you got in for that stint, but you did it, come on!
We did it, yeah.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
Go and celebrate.
Thank you, cheers.
I mean, that illustrates just what a moment it is. It's not an overall win, it's a class win, but it means so much.
Well, there's the human element. Sometimes we don't get to see an awful lot of the human side of racing drivers. We see them all focused, all like little soldiers all going into a battle. But actually, you know, they're all human beings. They've got emotions like anybody.
Yet more cheers as more team members arrive, I think, into Parc Fermé. So another key part of the organisation of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. There you can see, I think, Philip Eng has found a Nick Yellerly and a Marco Wittmann with whom he can celebrate. Photographs taken, and the money shot for BMW here. Right, let's go back down to Parc Fermé and hear from Amanda this time.
Nikki, I did hear from Kenny Habul, and he wanted to say thanks to AMG for the car. He said that this is the setup from the Nürburgring, no time to change it, and also that the drivers did the impossible. He said he was so proud. How remarkable is it that you get to take this victory to Kenny Habul?
Well, thank you so much, Kenny Habul. I'm sure he's watching from the hospital, and I think we need to say a big thank you to Kenny. I mean, he had a big accident. That's definitely not nice. Hurt his back, is in the hospital, but decided that we should go and race and we should go and win. And it was not easy. We struggled to get the car together. We struggled to get a teammate. And it's amazing that we managed to win in the end. The last 2 stints, I felt like I had to drive my heart out. It was incredibly tough. The Porsche was pushing hard, but we managed. And I just want to say a big thank you to my teammates. They did an amazing job. And let's celebrate now. And I hope tonight we can visit Kenny in the hospital.
Congratulations, Nick.
Thank you.
It's one of the great stories, isn't it, to come through adversity like that, to have to get a new car, to have to get a new co-driver that they've never raced with before, who actually owns a rival team. Yeah,
but I mean, how many car owners actually are a part of the driver lineup? And ironically, unfortunately for Kenny, he had that shunt at the top of radio, and it resulted in him being hospitalised, having an operation to correct a spinal fracture. But he's made us strong stuff, and I think tonight there'll not be much pain. Other than that might be self-inflicted.
Jules Gounon goes to congratulate, that's a really nice gesture, the winning drivers. The emotion is now starting to set in for all 3 of them, and the drivers celebrate in style. Right, let's hear from the bronze winners next with Gemma.
Boys, congratulations. That was an absolutely epic 24 hours. Matteo, we'll just come and have a quick word. You did the last stint. You said you were having to control yourself so hard for track limits.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was my main problem, I would say, in the last 2 hours. I really enjoyed, I would say. It was not easy because, I mean, I had some issue during the race because of track limits, actually, and I didn't want to make the same mistake twice. So I'm super happy because we won the 24 hours of Spa in a Bronze Cup. So it was a very unexpected target, but we made it. So super happy for the team and for my teammates. They did a great job, and yeah, we enjoy now.
Congratulations, well done. Come and join me for 1 second. You got the CrowdStrike fastest lap, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, was unexpected and not planned, but of course we take it. But the team did an amazing job. I had good teammates, and Matteo, I mean, qualified on pole and finished it. And yeah, we are just amazingly happy for this result.
Thank you very much. Well done, congratulations. Just get a final word from the other drivers. Come and join us. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight?
I think we're going to have a good dinner. We've been working so hard in the past couple of days, we forgot to eat practically.
Oh, yeah, refuel and maybe some champagne. Congratulations to all 4 of you. Well done, boys.
Wonderful, guys.
Janis Fitcher, Antares out, Matteo Cairoli, Tim Heinemann winning bronze, and Tim Heinemann the fastest lap of the race. Now, if you'd have put money on that, what odds would you have got?
I'm not a betting man, but I mean, you wouldn't have gotten odds. It would have been a puncher's punt. But I mean, it wasn't just winning the fastest lap, it was the fact that the fastest lap was set much deeper into the race than would normally be expected. And I mean, the fastest lap prior to that had been set in the middle of the night when conditions would be ideal. Stunning lap. I mean, unbelievable, Tino, by Heinemann.
So there you can see the class-winning cars in the Parc Fermé area. And we haven't yet heard from the silver winners, but we're about to change that. Clemens Schmidt, victorious, along with Benji Highties and Glenn Van Berlo. Gemma has found them now.
You can see the war wounds on the car, but that was a victory in class. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, the green paint job looks a little bit shit now, but that's okay.
Does that feel good, though? I mean, 24 hours. It's a long stint. We apologise for the language, of course, there. But, you know, 24 hours, then a victory is never easy. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of tiredness. There's a lot of anger, a lot of fear. You think you experienced the whole spectrum throughout the whole race?
Yeah, especially because we had to start from the back, because in quali we got caught on the wrong leg with the rain. And we were not expecting 3 hours to go. Actually, it was looking like P2. And then, unfortunately, the 99 had some technical issues, but I'm quite happy to be here and not in 99.
Absolutely, a victory is a victory. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Well done.
Clemens Schmidt, along with Benjamin Highties and Glenn Van Berlo, will start to celebrate, and just touching on the fact that 99, the car that was chasing them, ended up with retirement and suspension problems. The heroes of the race then are Philipp Eng, Marco Wittmann and Nick Yellerly. They win the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. They win round 3 of Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. They win round 3 of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup powered by AWS. Second, Raffaele Marciello, Timo Bogoslawski and Jules Gounon, ahead of Luca Engschler, Calvin van der Linde and Nicky Tin. Fourth, Julian Andlauer, Lawrence Van Thor and Kevin Estre, ahead of Thomas Preining, Laurin Heinrich and Dennis Olsen. And sixth, Augusto Farfus, Maxime Martin and Valentino Rossi. 10th, your Gold Cup winners, where we had Sam DeHaan, Tom Gamble, Charlie Fagg and Dean McDonald. The winning bronze, Matteo Cairoli, Janis Fitcher, Tim Heinemann and Alex Au. The winning silvers, Clemens Schmidt, Benji Highties and Glenn Van Berlo. And the winning Pro-Am, 22nd overall, Martin Conrad, Adam Osika, Nick Katzberg and Chaz Mostert, the fourth driver of that car. The winning margin, 11 seconds. That was Philipp Eng backing it off at the end. As far as IGTC is concerned, that won by Philipp Eng, Marco Wittmann, Nick Yellerly, Marciello Bogoslawski and Gounon second, and third in IGTC, Estre with Van Thor and Andlauer. So gaining a place with the Audi ahead, not registered for Intercontinental GT Challenge points. This is what it looked like further down the order. The last car to take the flag being the Stephen Grove, Brenton Grove, Anton De Pasquale, and then the fourth driver of that car being Earl Bamber, and a long list of drivers who did not get to the end for various reasons, whether it was with mechanical maladies or accident damage or incidents. And out of the 70 that started, then ultimately it was just 44 really that made it home. The Groves, 97 laps down, I fear will not be classified as a finisher. They've also got a time penalty for track limit offences. And more hard luck stories on this page, including Carl Washington, who sadly crashed out on the third lap even before we'd gone green, and that was a real shame. Very, very good combination of drivers with Pat Long and Jeroen Blikkemolen joining him and James de Fronas, and they never got the chance to drive. So that's the result of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, won by Philip Eng, Marco Wittmann and Nick Jellily. And the podium celebrations are coming up in a few minutes' time here at Spa. So the circuit, for the first time really in about 4 days, falls quiet, doesn't it now, as the drivers there think offered liquid, offered a towel as well, ready to be called forward onto the podium. For each of the podiums, there are 3 lots of, at least 3, in some cases 4, and a team representative, so it takes a bit of organising.
Oh, so it's as big an event in itself as the event itself is.
Yes, that's true enough.
Raffaele Marcello just moving into the arena with all the others that are sitting there toweling down and saying, well, what happened, mate? I saw you doing this and that and the other. And it's always, I tell you, you'd like to have a little microphone now to catch the different comments from the different drivers. And if they'll say, well, you were on the limit or I was on the limit, but here's a part of the show that just adds to the overall event in itself.
So the show continues even after the race, and the celebrations building now as the drivers are ready to be called forward onto the podium. The stewards are still busy. The race direction team finally can breathe a sigh of relief. They've got the cars over the timing line. The checkered flag has waved and their job has been done. Let's go though next to Amanda, who has got our dignitaries from CrowdStrike with her, our new sponsor. We hope they've enjoyed their support of this event.
Michael, what an inaugural weekend for the CrowdStrike's 24 Hours of Spa. You were on the pit lane earlier saying, drivers, start your engines. Now you finish off the day with the podium celebrations. What will be the leading memory for your company this weekend?
Oh, look, it's been incredible. 24 hours, seeing all the cars, all the drivers. What an amazing event. They've had rain, they've had sun, they've had everything. I'm exhausted, so I can't believe how they're feeling after 24 hours.
Congratulations. Thank you for the support.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, CrowdStrike, for the backing of this year's event. So dignitaries we have, there'll be representatives from CrowdStrike, from Pirelli, of course, from the RACB and from SRO Motorsports Group, and Stefan Rattel is already there, ready to be part of the celebrations, along with representatives of the RACB and the Spa circuit itself. The fans making their way to the podium area, getting a chance also to walk on the hallowed circuit at Eau Rouge.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a bit of a tradition that circuits get walked once the checkered flag has fallen, but this is the new sort of area that's been created along with all the other restructuring that's taken place in Spa to actually give the audience, the fans, a bigger involvement. And previously the podium ceremony was at the foot of the original Spa 24 paddock pits area, but this is a bigger, this is a show rather than just a presentation.
In the background, all the grandstands for the bit of the rallycross circuit that ran there in the days when WRX came here, and Spa continuing to evolve. We've talked over the course of the weekend about how the circuit changes from time to time, how it's got the motorcycle element down at turn 9, that World Rallycross circuit built in as well, and the fans being invited to be part of the celebrations, which are just about to get underway, I think, because the organisational team at the podium are pretty much ready. There you can see Nicky Team, Kelvin van der Linde, Luca Engschler, they are ready. Timo Bogoslavski, Raffaele Marciello in the background. And so in a moment, the drivers will be called forward for the first of those podiums. And it is going to be the top 3 overall that we will welcome first. And so the Phoenix Run Audi under that Scherer Sport PHX banner. The drivers do now step forward. So for 3rd place in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, out come Luca Engschler, Kelvin van der Linde and Nicky Team. Then for second place, 2/3 of last year's winning crew, it is going to be Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marciello this year, along with Timo Boguslawski, as they make their way for the second step on the podium. The Akkodis ASP Mercedes, it is Timo Boguslawski who comes out first, congratulates the third place drivers, as does Lalo, as does Jules, who are racing against each other in British GT. They jump to the second step of the podium this year. They look enviously at the top one, which is about to be occupied by Philipp Eng, Marco Wittmann and Nick Yellerly, winners for Rover Racing of the 2023 CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. For Hans-Peter Naundorf's team, it is success. They've won Nürburgring, they've won Spa before for Porsche, now for BMW. And for a team here, winning that, putting one over on WRT, that is quite an important achievement. And so they will now be the national anthem of the winning team. So congratulations then to the winning drivers, Philipp Eng, Marco Wittmann, Nick Yellerly, victorious. John, just to go back to that point, the top BMW team, many people still regard as WRT, but to beat WRT on their turf, that's going to really, really be a good feeling.
I mean, look, there's no question about winning regardless, but to beat your principal challenger and happen to be the national team, if you wish, of Belgium is another accolade. I mean, both teams performed brilliantly, but as it turned out, it's the Rover Racing of the two BMW teams that were the ones that managed to put the show together, and a great drive by all three drivers, in spite of a couple of little setbacks. One was that 30-second pit stop, or add on to a pit stop. The other was the refueling, and maybe others that they'll tell us about in the press conference. But a great effort indeed, and both BMW teams, I think, will be very happy with the result. But obviously, the Rover Racing team on the winners' podium will be the big celebrators tonight.
Stefan Rattal presents the trophies then to the delighted third-place team after a really hard fight to keep Kevin Esser at bay. Nicky team worked hard for that, so did Luca Engschler, so did Calvin van der Linde. Then the trophies will go to the second-place drivers from CrowdStrike, and there Raffaele Marciello, Jules Gounon says, no, go that way first. Michael Santonas, the president of CrowdStrike, hands the trophies to Raffaele Marciello, then to Timo Boguslawski, then to Jules Gounon. And after a victory last year, 11 seconds adrift this year. It was close.
It was close, but I mean, in reality, it could have been a lot greater, because BMW and Rover Racing did, in the last 30 minutes, for sure, back out, and they were on a cruise control mission. So it's a slightly false terms of differential of time. Nevertheless, it goes into the record books as being an 11-second victory over the second place Mercedes-Benz team. And thus the record book will stand forever.
And then there are the medals courtesy of Pirelli for those drivers from the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and then they will turn their attention to the winning drivers. So there you can see the top three drivers await their trophies, and they will be on their way, I'm sure, in a moment. So Marco Wittmann, Philipp Eng, Nick Yellerly are about to receive their winners' medals. First of all, trophies on their way, and they are ready to celebrate what has been a great achievement in this year's CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The podium is going to be quite a long celebration here. To our CBS viewers, thanks for your company. We hope you've enjoyed the action here from Spa-Francorchamps. And from all of us here in Belgium, to you, it's goodbye. Now let's get back to the celebrations. There you can see the happy drivers standing on the podium, and our winning drivers, I think, await their trophies, which can't be far away. There they are now. The trophy handed over, the famous Spa Winners' trophies from Francois Corneli, the president of the RACB. And there is that very impressive trophy with all the winners listed on it. The sort of replicas of that go to the drivers, but then there is the trophy for the team to hang on to, at least for now, to celebrate and to show the great success to win another really grueling race.
I mean, the first one, very impressive silverware, and the one going to the winners' team, particularly a trophy of the status of the event. But it is, David, you're right, it's 4 days, it's a grueling event, and it's not just 4 days for the teams, it's effectively a full week that they're involved with all the other activities that take place in and around the circuit, in around the city or the town of Spa itself. I mean, it is a week in which everybody is completely committed and working flat out for this moment.
So the drivers get themselves together on that top step of the podium, or as many as can squeeze up there, 4 photographs. And interestingly as well, 4 different brands in the top 4. BMW, Mercedes, AMG, Audi, Porsche, all rather German in terms of the manufacturers at the top.
I hadn't noticed myself. Say that again, BMW, Mercedes,
Audi, Porsche.
Well, there you go. Maybe that's a bit of an inspiration for other manufacturers to think we want to take on the challenge of the German might and show what our engineering is capable of.
The celebrations are underway. Philipp Eng, Marco Wittmann, Nick Yellerly for Rover Racing win the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. So after 537 laps, let's have a look at the top 3 finishes just to remind ourselves who did what. Third for Audi, the Nicky Tim, Calvin van der Linde and Luca Engschler driven Audi. Second, Timo Bogoslawski, Jules Gounon and Raffaele Marciello. And the gap at the flag, 11 seconds. The Mercedes oh so close to catching. But the gap down partly because it was a cruise to the end just to make sure of no dramas for Philipp Eng, joined by Marco Wittmann and Nick Yellerly for Rover Racing to come home victorious in this CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa and to win the 3rd round of Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup and round 3 of Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. So as far as Fanatec GT points are concerned, Philipp Eng, Nick Yellerly and Marco Wittmann then leave Belgium ahead. Not by much from Jules Gounon, Timo Bogoslawski and Raffaele Marciello, but it's a big gap back to the non-finishing Max Hesse, Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen. Disappointing race for Maro Engel. Mathieu Drudi, Dennis Marshall and Ricardo Feller come next in the points ahead of Fabian Schiller, Luca Stolz, Patrick Niederhauser, Simon Gachet and Christopher Mies, with Calvin van der Linde, Luca Engschler and Nicky Thiem next. But a long way back, Charles Weir, Sheldon van der Linde and Dries van Toor. They may have scored well at the 6-hour mark, but on the whole, disappointing race for WRT.
I mean, circumstances where you couldn't have imagined that took out the 32, as well as the other Rover Racing BMW, the junior drivers, let's call them that. So that was a totally unexpected. You couldn't factor that into any of your pre-race preparation.
So Philipp Eng, Nick Yellerly, Marco Wittmann are delighted race winners here, and the fastest lap award, I think I might be saying, is going the way at the moment of Tim Heinemann, who gets the 2 minutes 17.087 lap time for the CrowdStrike fastest lap trophy. And in the company on this entry list, that's quite something.
I mean, I'm amazed. I mean, it's a shame he didn't get to see it. I'd love to see it in isolation. I mean, it wasn't something that was being covered, just all of a sudden popped up. Normally we pick up all that on timing and scoring, but I don't remember, maybe I was out having a break at the time, but normally the screen would light up purple if somebody was going at that pace.
But it was a real surprise. It was sort of relatively early in the morning, sort of 10 o'clock-ish, when suddenly we had this flurry of purple sectors. And there, number 20, Tim Heinemann's car. Great effort shared by Antares Au, Yannis Fitcher and Matteo Cairoli. And that came through to win in bronze. So now the photographers, the social media image grabbers get ready for the gold class podium. And again, it's going to be in reverse order. So that means that for third, and this is their first defeat this year because they've won the previous 2 Endurance Cup races, Nicolas Bart, Maxime Soulet and Max Hofer will head to the podium. Good points for them, of course. But before we get the drivers onto the podium, let's hear from the Audi team, third overall.
Luca, this was your first ever Spa experience. At some moments of this race, you were leading laps. When you look at your evolution of a driver from the start to finish, how much did you grow?
Well, I progressed obviously quite well. They helped me so much with preparing for the race. So the best teammates you could wish for, the best team you could wish for. So obviously very happy and proud to be part of this gang.
Kelvin, I believe this is your third podium finish here at Spa. What was the most challenging part of making it to that step?
I think just avoiding penalties. I think we did a great job. I don't think we ever had a 30-second penalty for track limits, so I think that's already a big bonus for the boys. Shows how good these boys have been on track, and yeah, super proud for the whole team, Share Sport, everyone involved. I think for a team that hasn't done the whole season to come for a once-off and perform like that, I'm really proud of everyone, so that's the team.
And Nicky, with champagne in your hand, one word.
It's already going to the brain, I feel like, but I feel like I just went 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. I'm totally done, but yeah, again, as Kelvin said, we just rocked up here and then got the job done. It was so close, so it's a bit annoying, but yeah, what the heck.
Trophies!
Our Gold Cup winners, the Optimum Motorsport drivers, Sam de Haan, Tom Gamble, Charlie Fagg and Dean McDonald are on the top step of the podium. We've had the national anthem for the winning team, Optimum Motorsport, and now the trophies presented by Florian Möhring, the head of esports at Fanatec. We've had a very busy weekend as well, not only in sponsorship, but also hosting 2 events in the arena for real-world drivers and esports drivers, and the trophies go to the third-placed team, first of all, namely Nicolas Bart, Maxime Soulet and Max Hofer. Then to the second-placed crew, Jean-Baptiste Simonard, Callan Williams and Nicholas Cruton. The trophies presented. And then for our race winners, the quartet at Optimum Motorsport, Tom Gamble, BRDC Superstar, Charlie Fagg, BRDC Rising Star, Sam de Haan and Dean McDonald. And it was Dean that brought the car home, and we saw how emotional he was when he got out of it.
I thought it was lovely because Dean is a very self-effacing young man.
Yeah.
He's got a great talent. We've seen that over the last couple of years, and he's got his just reward by putting himself and his car and his team into the winner's podium. And I mean, look, as I said earlier, racing drivers are seen as being hard little nuts half the time, but they're all human beings.
Yes.
And it doesn't take an awful lot to turn the waterworks on.
Well, you're right, it has been great to see. And it's great to see McLaren. I'll come back to this because so often luck runs out for McLaren at Spa, but it's been great to see not an overall window, but a category win, and that's really, really good. Well, there's big celebrations set for the Optimum Motorsport team, that's for sure. And there on the top step of the podium, once the photographs are all done, the celebrations can be underway, and they are ready to let fly. The Gold Cup winners for Optimum Motorsport is a win for Sam de Haan, Tom Gamble, Charlie Fagg and Dean McDonald. Now, we haven't yet heard from our second-placed crew, but Gemma is with them.
Boys, congratulations. That was a tough 24 hours. Lello, I'm going to come to you first. At the beginning of the race, you know, you were disappointed after the qualifying and you knew it was going to be tough, but my goodness, did you boys turn that around?
I mean, we did the best we could. We didn't take any penalty, we had small contact, but it's normal. So I mean, we did the best we could. My teammates did. As I said, we did what we could. But yeah, BMW was unfortunately way too quick for us. But P2 was the maximum, and we did the maximum, so we can be happy.
Timo, I know for the three of you it was challenging. These guys did the bulk of the end of the race, so very, very tired. But did you you enjoy the parts that you took part in?
Yeah, so I was not really happy about the qualifying because I mean we was have the good opportunity to be in the top 20. So, but yeah, we was have quite a lot of traffic and conditions was quite tricky. But yeah, I mean this is as I say, we did the best what it was possible. So the P2 for us is like.
It's a fantastic drive. Well done, Timur. Jules, you know, it was never going to quite top last year, but that's a fantastic result. You guys showed that you still are a massive team to beat.
Yeah, it was a great race. To be honest, the last double scene was quite tough because we knew we were fighting with the Audi and the Porsche that were really quick. And then I asked who is in the car, Nicky team, and then I remember what happened last year, and I was like, well, let's just try to not be side by side entering the Rédillon this time. And yeah, it was difficult. With Lelo, we drove a lot. So at the end, I want to thank my team, Acodis. Last year we won, this year P2. I think it's pretty amazing. And also Mercedes AMG, because it shows that no matter what performance we have, the car is so strong, so reliable, that at the end we can always extract a good result. So I'm proud of my brand, and Dankeschön to my team and AMG.
You should be proud of yourself as well. Thank you very much, Jules. Well done to all of you.
Let's just have another look at the top three in gold. This was the third place car, driven by Nicolas Bart, Maxime Soulet and Max Hoffer. As I say, they won the class at Monza, won at Paul Ricard. So a first defeat, but a podium nonetheless. And again, good points banked from the weekend. Second in class, Jean-Baptiste Simonard, Callan Williams and Nicholas Cruton. So WRT coming away with second spot in class, but the winning team, Optimum Motorsport, the winning brand, being McLaren, and the drivers Sam DeHaan, Tom Gamble, Charlie Fagg and Dean McDonald are those that will be celebrating long and hard this evening.
Excellent job indeed, and great to have a McLaren on the winner's podium, finishing overall in 10th position. And I mean, really, it's only upwards and onwards as far as I'm concerned for that car and for the team running it, because they know they can win their class. What they might want to think about is further down the road looking at running a full pro car and trying to achieve overall outright victory.
The silver podium is underway, and the national anthem played for the winning team. GRT Grasser Racing Team, the Austrian squad, Clemens Schmidt, Benjamin Heites and Glenn van Berlo, the class winners. And for second place in the class, the ComTu Audi team, Sam de Jonge, Loris Sesemans, Lucas Legeret and Finlay Hutchison. And then third, Owen Bastard, Paul Everard, Gregoire de Moustier and Antoine Doquin. So the top three teams on the podium. Trophies now being presented. And it is Davide De Lorenzi, the head of commercial motorsports at Pirelli, who is the man responsible for presenting to the third place team. And then once that is done, the second and the winners will be there as well. Lucas Legeret doesn't need a step to stand on. The tall Swiss driver towering over many on the podium, but he has unfolded himself from the Audi, ready to get onto the podium, and second in class after a good drive indeed. So the next set of trophies presented, and Lucas Legeret along with Sam de Jonge, with Loris Sesemans and Finlay Hutchison. Again, another good effort, because the three of them, Sesemans, de Jonge and Hutchison, were silver winners at Monza. So another good podium result. As then for the winning drivers, the GRT Grasser Racing Team, there are the trophies for Clemens Schmidt, for Benjamin Heites, and then also for Glenn van Berlo, whose brother has also made it, I think I'm right in saying, through the 24 hours. Not to the podium, though, but at least one of the two brothers will go away with a trophy. Silver Cup winners, Clemens Schmidt, Benjamin Heites, and Kay van Berlo. So celebrations all round. Champagne is at the ready. Photographs taken. Now you understand why it takes a while to get through podiums at the end of the 24 hours with so many drivers. Then Pirelli have the checks for the season-long drivers, and the teams to assuage their budgets a little bit. It's a nice touch, this, for those teams that run in the classes. So 14 sets of tyres for the winners. Silver Cup victors here at Spa. Clement Schmidt, Benjamin Highties and Glenn Van Berlo. And that, Jake, was just about the only solace I think Lamborghini had in a really tough race.
Yeah, it was a really brutal event for the Lamborghini brand, the Spa 24 Hours of 2023. Only one of the 10 cars really managing to bring it home in a competitive position after all that. But do you know what? Considering the onslaught they had from all of the crews around them in the Silver Cup, I think they'll take that, and I think they'll be pretty positive. It's something for them to build on, at least, as they continue on in the 2023 campaign. It's a silver win for Lamborghini and the GRT Grasser Racing team. That's something positive to take out of what has been a brutal week.
And I think Grasser Racing team will be quite pleased about that, because they've been rather forgotten about, I think, in a sense, with other teams coming in to run Lamborghinis and going very well. And Grasser used to do that, and then others came along and sort of outshone them. But Grasser Racing team proving that they can still rise to the occasion and bringing a car home. So let's just remind ourselves of that top three in class, because third was the Audi of Owen Bastard, of Paul Everard, Grégoire de Moustier and Antoine Ducamp. That car from the Saint-Aloc Junior team. Second for the Comtu squad was Sam de Jonge, Loris Hezemans, Lucas Legeret and Finlay Hutchison. But no argument about the silver victors. The GLT Grasser Racing team, Lamborghini Huracan, Clement Schmidt, Benjamin Highties and Glenn Van Berlo, the winning drivers.
And fabulous second and third place for Audi as well, considering it's their 40th anniversary of Audi Sport. Good silverware to take away in most of the podiums, actually. They've done a great job.
As far as the championship is concerned, Loris Hezemans, Finlay Hutchison and Sam de Jonge leave Belgium 6 points to the good from Clement Schmidt. Glenn Van Berlo and Benji Highties, Lorenzo Petresi, Pietro De Liguanti, Alex Arca didn't get to the end, but their third tough race for the Mad Panda Motorsport Mercedes. We didn't see a lot of it, but fourth on points is Ezequiel Perez Companc, Alexei Nesov and Magnus Gustafsson, with Owen Bastard, Paul Everard and Grégoire de Moustier scoring well. Then Lucas Legeret guesting in this Endurance Cup round, concentrating on sprint this year. He comes next.
And that really suggests it's going to be an interesting battle for the Silver Cup as we head to the Nürburgring next time. When you consider that there are 3 crews there separated by just 18 points, it's still very much game on for the second half of the year. So everybody will be regrouping and heading to the Nürburgring thinking, right, we've got a little bit of work to do here to catch up with the leading 2 crews. But for the Trezor Attempto Orange Audi team of Petresi, De Liguanti and Acker, that's more than doable, especially considering the pace they've shown already.
Yeah, 2 more endurance rounds to go as the drivers now for the next podium step forward. And this is our bronze podium, where for third are Chris Froggatt, Jonathan Hui, Eddie Cheever and Jeffrey Schmidt. For second place, the Porsche drivers Alex Malikin, Joel Stern, Marco Seefried and Klaus Bachler. And then one of the great stories of the weekend, actually, the bronze win in what was in the end 13th place overall for Matteo Cairoli, along with Antares Au, Tim Heinemann and Janis Fitjer for the Huber Motorsport team.
It's a big moment, isn't it? Considering they got the overall pole position as well in Superpole on Friday, and now they've come through to not only challenge at the front in the first hour, but to come through and take the class win as well after a big fight back. This is a big success story.
For Huber Motorsport, the Bronze Cup winners, Matteo Cairoli, Janis Fitjer, Tim Heinemann and Antares Au. They win at Spa, and bear in mind that that's a Huber Motorsport entry, whereas there have also been cars on the grid as an alliance between Huber Motorsport and the Dynamique team. Bernadette Spinoy, the Directrice Générale of Total Energies Marketing Belgique, steps forward with the trophies. The Sky Tempesta McLaren drivers receive their trophies for third place, of which there are 4 of them.
And let's be fair, this has been one of the most competitive of the classes throughout the course of the 2023 race, because you've had at least 5 crews be in the lead at various stages. And there's been so many overtakes, so many toing and froing, pendulum swinging through pit stop rotations and driver stints. It's been one of the most competitive of the classes here. So to come through and get the victory in it for a fabulous, fabulous fight back for the number 20 Porsche crew, they can be so elated with what they've done.
A lot of that was set up, as you said a little while ago, by the quirks of qualifying and the weather. A lot of this weekend's come down to weather in a sense, and then Superpole. But the car was driven well, and we've been saying towards the end, it still looked as immaculate as it did at the start of the race. So it's been a really good effort. Antares Au was beating himself up a little bit, saying, you know, we've made mistakes and we've had to fight back. But they've not been the most obvious of mistakes. I think they got a 10-second penalty at one stage for causing a collision because Janis Fitje got into somebody, forget who now, but there was contact. But a 10-second penalty over 24 hours, you just brush that off.
It's a good point as well that you make about the presentation of the car after it. I mean, they could almost put that straight back in the showroom and it would absolutely look on point and someone would probably pick it up. It's a fabulous amount of work that they've done as a crew as well, and it's that team game, that motivational play that you have to have at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're still trying to motivate yourself to get back onto the lead lap of the class. And it's an amazing mammoth comeback for these guys that were looking very strong, and then it all fell away and then they brought it back.
Celebrations underway for the bronze winners. Antares Au, Tim Heinemann, Matteo Cairoli and Janis Fitje.
And that's a memory they're going to have for a long time, isn't it? This new CrowdStrike podium, my goodness, it's an amazing spectacle right in the heart of the rallycross track, and the fans are real close to it. It's not just something that they feel they could be involved with, it is an actual event of the race now.
You're up close to the cars, you can have a walk on the track at the same time. It's all part of the emotion that always springs out at the end of an endurance race. Everybody is tired, no matter what role they play. Marshal, driver, spectator, you name it. And when you start witnessing the emotion of the drivers, yours is released as well. A reminder of the top three then. This is the third place car, the McLaren, driven by Eddie Cheever, Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt and Jeffrey Schmidt. Second, this rather battle-scarred Porsche of Alex Malikian, Joel Sturm, Marco Seefried and Klaus Bachler. Compare and contrast that to this, the winning car in the class for Matteo Cairoli, Antares Au, Janis Fitje and Tim Heinemann.
It's barely got a battle scar on it, has it? These guys have just been keeping it immaculate and very pristine, despite all the battles, despite all the overtakes, despite all the dramas. Very worthy winners.
Absolutely so. And as far as that championship is concerned, Eddie Cheever, Chris Froggatt and Jonathan Hui are 4 points to the good from Arjun Maini, Hubert Haupt and Sebastian Bode. That was a car that battled on to 24th overall, the Maini Haupt Bode entry. Klaus Bachler, Alex Malikian, Joel Sturm third, ahead of the Renauer brothers and Ralph Bone. Enrique Chavez, who has had a very impressive race here with Luis Pret Miguel Ramos fifth, ahead of Tim Heinemann, and then Antares Au, and then Janis Fitje and Matteo Cairoli. Marco Seefried seventh in the points now.
It's even closer in the bronze. Look at that, just 7 points between the leading three crews with 2 rounds of the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS Endurance Cup to go. Anyone could still take it. And looking at the consistency of the Sky Tempesta McLaren, you have to say at the moment, they are very strong contenders and very strong favourites.
Yeah, absolutely right. And they're having a far, far better season with the McLaren than the Mercedes last year. As we turn then now to the IGTC Independence podium. Drivers making their way out for the celebrations with the flares going. And it is Antares Au, Tim Heinemann and Janis Fitje for the top step of the podium. Matteo Cairoli got there in the end. You've got Nick Katzberg, Martin Conrad and Chaz Mostert for third. You've got the Sky Tempesta trio of Jonathan Hui, Chris Froggatt, Jeffrey Schmidt for second, and Huber Motorsport drivers Matteo Cairoli, Antares Au, Tim Heinemann, Janis Fitje for the top step. IGTC Independent Cup podium underway.
I really hope these guys brought the estate versions of their race cars with them, because they're going to have to need so much room to bring the silverware home. It's been a fabulous week.
The excess baggage.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of them are going to need to go and play.
Now.
Very true. Well, I joked earlier on that they're going to need to get a 10 safety car to win the 4-hour traffic jam to Calais, but no, there's definitely a big party coming for the Sky Tempesta McLaren team, and they've got 4 weeks to regroup. An overall a podium in class, as well as a podium in the IGTC as well, so they can be very happy with their return for their investment.
And I think there's going to be a big party at Kenny Habble's bedside tonight.
Yes.
Liège, look out, the Aussies are coming. And if redoubtable PR Supremo Brett Crusher Murray is involved in it, it could be a very long party. But Kenny Habel has had quite a week, quite a trip to Belgium. Not done much racing, spent a lot of money, but in the end, the result came. Third, they were in the IGTC Independent Pro-Am, and of course it was important to get the car into that element of the race in order to try to take points off others. In the end, although they won their class within the race, they didn't win their class within IGTC, so third means that the points haul hasn't really taken it off the rivals in the way that they wanted, but it was at least a class win within the race, and we'll have that Pro-Am podium still to come.
Sets the wheel in motion for a little bit of a break heading to the Nürburgring, but obviously all of the crews will enjoy the moment, but this is motor racing and this is GT endurance racing. They're going to regroup, they will pack everything up, they'll go back to base, and then on Monday morning, or maybe Tuesday morning, depending on how fast it is to pack down and get everything there, the work will start all over again.
It will indeed, because the next Sprint Cup round, in which many of the teams will be involved, is in 2 weeks' time. It's 2 weeks after that that the next endurance round is underway. Some of the teams here, of course, have got national championships to race in, like the German or the British GT Championship, which has a round also in 3 weeks' time. So there's not too much time to hang about. The cars will be back, the cars will be prepped, the cars will be rebuilt in some cases. And a GT car these days has a very active life.
Oh, it's fantastic. I love GT3 racing cars by virtue of the fact that you can literally buy one car, and if you've got the money, the budget and the logistics, you really can go racing in them about 46 times a year. It is an absolutely fantastic car, so versatile, an amazing longevity of life in these cars as well. Yes, we've had a 24-hour race where things have gone wrong and it's been grueling and it's been punishing, but in terms of what these cars can give back to you for what you invest in them, absolutely priceless.
And so the Pro-Am podium comes next. To the stage are Owen Creed, Jean Gloria, Casper Stevenson and Arthur Rougier for third place. Our second placed drivers are there, namely from number 24 Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, Ivan Jacob, Niki Leutwiler, Alex Fontana and Nico Menzel. But back again, we've seen them once from IGTC, now we see them for the event itself. The category winners, Martin Conrad, Adam Osika, Nick Katzberg and Chaz Mostert for Sun Energy One Racing. The Mercedes AMG of the Australian team triumphs in the ultimate adversity.
Love it. What a tribute on the podium.
I tell you, only Brett Crusher Murray could find a printer in Belgium to do that in the short space of time. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how you do it, Crusher. He's done it again. Ultimate PR man is Crusher.
You must have the best contacts list in the whole
honestly,
world.
we could be here for another hour talking about it. The guy's a star. And for Kenny Habul, fantastic. They did push for Kenny. And they pushed successfully. Fantastic effort. The trophies are being presented to the third place drivers by CJ Moses, the Chief Information Security Officer for AWS, and to Owen Creed, to Jean Gloria, to Casper Stevenson and Arthur Rougier. They were delayed late race with a puncture, weren't they? But they gave it their best shot in the Audi and came through for third spot. Then we have for second place the trophies being presented now to number 24, Nico Menzel, to Ivan Jacoma, to Niki Leutwiler, Alex Fontana.
But what a comeback from the Sun Energy One Mercedes crew, considering how miserable a race start they had, to bounce back and charge their way through in fantastic fashion, to work their way forward. It's been absolutely sensational. Great performance from them to take the win.
And so there, the trophies aloft for the class winners, the podium for a very happy combination of drivers then. The Pro-Am podium, the victors, Chaz Mostert, Martin Conrad, Nick Katzberg and Adam Osika. And after a very, very tough week, they come out on top at the end of 24 hours of Spa. New car, new driver lineup, one that never was because the driver that was on his way couldn't get here in time and then had to divert and go back home again. Not everybody wants to get soaked by the champagne on that podium.
Oh no, they're doing the they're doing the obligatory shoey on the podium now as well. Clearly in Kenny's honour. Do you think he put them up to that?
No doubt, no doubt. Good enough for some Australians, it's good enough for them all. One or two honorary Australians, I think, have now had to be coerced into that team. So, for the Sun Energy One team, the car run by the Hapt Racing team, and they also, of course, have had a lot of work to do because the engineers dedicated to that car have had to build up effectively a new one. I know it was a new car and it came, but they still had to get it race ready, so a lot of work has gone on there. For third in class, Arthur Rougier, Casper Stevenson, Jean Gloria and Irving Creed in the Audi from CSA Racing. Second in class in the Pro-Am battle, the Porsche of Ivan Jacome, Nicky Leutweiler, Alex Fontana and Nico Menzel. And the class winners, Martin Conrad, Adam Osika, Nick Katzberg and Chaz Mostert. In the Sun Energy One Racing Mercedes AMG GT3, the second. After Thursday's accident put pay to Kenny Havel's original car, put him in hospital with that broken vertebrae, but what a turnaround for the weekend. New car, different driver lineup, but the top step of the podium, the Mercedes AMG, comes out on top.
All's well that ends well after a very tricky week. I mean, the script that car has written this week, it could have been straight out of a Will Ferrell comedy, couldn't it? But great to see them take the win.
So in Pro-Am, in Fanatec GT, Ivan Jacome, Nicky Leutweiler and Alex Fontana well clear now with points racked up at 6 and 12 and 24 hours ahead of Nico Menzel. Then Adam Osika. Don't think Liam Talbot scored anything because he never got here, but Chaz Mostert, Nicky Katzberg and Martin Conrad definitely did. Jean Gloria, Irving Creed, Casper Stevenson and Arthur Rougier next ahead of Lance Bergstein, Aaron Walker, Andrzej Lewandowski, with Dennis Lind and Rob Collard behind them.
It looks pretty much done and dusted up front. However, that doesn't mean that you're going to see a lot of competitors to keep pushing when they get to the Nürburgring. Still a lot of opportunities there. You've got 3 crews separated by just 6 points heading to the Nürburgring. So there's still plenty to fight for in terms of the runner-up spot, even if they can't quite catch up to the Car Collection Porsche by the end of the season. So there's still plenty of motivation for the likes of the CSA Racing crew, the Get Speed crew. They're all going to want to try and push by the time we get to Germany.
It's going to be tough to catch them, as you say, but they're going to give it a good shot. So the final podium coming up will be for the King's Cup, the Coupe de Roi, which goes for the best placed manufacturer across the event. And there are still drivers celebrating with team, fans that they've never met before, but all soaking up the atmosphere and being close to the podium here. So as the winning manufacturer for the King's Cup is Audi. Chris Reinke of Audi Sports is the man who heads to the podium. You can't drop the King's Cup. That is a celebrated trophy, Chris. You should know that. I think he's won it before. But for Audi Sport, just proving that they've not turned their back on GT racing. There he is with a great effort from the Audi teams, cumulatively. More of them than we've seen for a while, more competitive as well at Spa than we've seen for a while. The King's Cup, the Coupe de Roi to Audi.
And what a fitting year to win it as well for the Audi brand. An absolutely perfect return to the top spot and a fabulous end to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa.
So the Coupe de Roi is taken by Audi, and just to have a final recap on what went on across 24 hours at Spa, let's have our last look at the highlights then, as it all began on that wet road after lots of rain on Saturday morning. The road was drying when the cars were released. Matteo Cairoli who went storming away into an early lead, being chased by Alessio Rivera and then Klaus Bachler in third place. Road drying, cars getting quicker. We lost the Carl Washington Porsche very early on with lots of damage, but it was a Porsche that led to the first round of pit stops. Sadly though, we lost Jordan Pepper's Lamborghini, 61st on the grid. It had got the race lead before a brake issue put that car out of the race. Alessio Rivera's Ferrari moved ahead of Yannis Fitcher to take over the race lead, but then a puncture sent him scurrying to the pit lane, and the car never really recovered from that. A bit of time lost on the in-lap, and time lost in a penalty for Laurens Vanthoor's Porsche after he tipped Isaac Lopez into a spin at La Source. Raffaele Marciello got his elbows out to gain places. Indy Doctor just dropped it coming through Pouan. One Mercedes gaining, one Mercedes losing. Valentino Rossi was a bit aggressive in traffic as well, and sadly for him, the car that he tagged was that of his teammate. Adam Carroll got turned around, and a few laps later, Adam was back in the pit lane with a puncture. Frank Rueda's McLaren stopped with an electrical drama. Julian Andau teed up Luca Enschler for the race lead down at Bruxelles, found a gap on the inside line, and the Porsche pounced coming out of the corner. After a strange full-course yellow period oh so briefly, Jules Gounon hammered away down towards Eau Rouge and was able to gain places, but others were still a bit confused by why that full-course yellow had been called, and they weren't quite as good on their toes on the restart as Gounon was. There were cars with problems in terms of punctures, suspension damage, there was contact, there were incidents as well, and a lot of the drama in the night happened up at Les Combes with cars going off the road, and that brought out a couple of full-course yellow into safety car situations. Each was attended to, and they had this one as well when Karong Lee lost it and was clobbered by a passing Yannick Bettler. It was another big impact and two more cars out of the race. Gravel, debris, bodywork, bits all over the road, and therefore another interruption was called for. And as the cars battled through the night, number 32 BMW that had led at the end of 6 hours for Fanatec GT points suddenly had another full-course yellow called and was hit in the back by Neil Verhagen's similar car. It was a scary moment for Charles Wirtz. He was okay, but the two BMWs out of the race on the spot. And sad to say, that was two of the leading cars that were not going to take any more part in the race, and for the WRT car particularly, bad news for the championship. So BMW honours as a brand centred on Rover Racing, and number 98 was working its way up through the order. Philippe Eng, Marco Wittmann, Nick Jolly moving ahead, coming back from a time penalty and a fuel hose problem, and then they gambled on a short pit stop as a full course yellow was called briefly after the Baptista Acodis ASP Mercedes ground to a halt. Before long, the car was back in the hunt, taking the race lead coming out of La Source, or so at least was hoped, but the number 17 Luca Enschler Audi wasn't going to roll over and play easy. The BMW forced away past, just heading into Eau Rouge. The lead was passed between the BMW and the opposition on each round of pit stops until we had a late full-course yellow that kind of stabilised the picture, but through it all, the BMW was just looking the stronger, and it was having so few problems it was hard for the opposition to catch up. It gave us an Audi battle, where the Attempto entry in the hands of Ricardo Feller, Mathieu Drudi and Dennis Marchal moved itself up past the Phoenix car, Feller at the wheel of it. And proof of how much Nick Yellerly wanted to win the race came through his uncompromising style in the traffic. Elbows out, make your own arrangements. Robert Schwarzman, many laps down, dive-bombed Kelvin van der Linde coming through La Source. Broken suspension put the Attempto number 99 Silver Cup car out of the race in the last quarter of the race. A big, big disappointment for a heartbroken Alex Alka. Final safety car period, final wave by. The lapped class cars able to catch back up, and so the lead shrunk as far as Marco Wittmann was concerned, but he was still able to convert that into a bigger lead because the cars second, third and fourth still had traffic to wriggle through before they could go racing once more. Raffaele Marciello would hand over to Jules Gounon, and Jules would spend much of the end of the race trying to defend from Nicky Team. There's still some great battles to be resolved for second, third and fourth, and Marciello was hunting down Team. He moved ahead after the next pit stop before he handed the car back to Gounon, and looming large in the mirrors was the Julian Andlau, Laurens Vanthoor, Kevin Estre Porsche. But through it all, into the race lead once more came BMW 98, and a 25th brand win for BMW beckoned. Kevin Estre was pretty uncompromising in the traffic as well as he rubbed up against the Dylan Pereira-driven Audi, sending that onto the escape road. Coming out of the pit lane, Nicky Team dropped behind Jules Gounon, and that, I'm afraid for him, was a place he was never going to get back. He lost it briefly as well to Kevin Estre, but Estre then ran out of road at Speaker's Corner and bounced off the road. In the end, though, a win for the Rover Racing BMW team. A win for Marco Wittmann, Philippe Eng and Nick Yellerly. Thanks for your company this weekend in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. From Amanda Busick and Gemma Scott and Ben Constanduris in the pit lane, from Bruce Jones, Martin Haven, Jake Stanson, John Watson and David Addison in the booth. It has been a great race. Thanks for your company from all of us here in Belgium. It's not quite 12 months until we meet again for the next 24 Hours of Spa. Bye-bye.